Chapter 901 The Disappearance of the Thunder Tribulation. Sister Yu's questioning. The moonlight is like water. On the surface of East Lake, a small boat stopped in the middle of the lake, swaying with the wind. Luo Qingzhou sat on the boat. First, he checked the root of the thunder spirit in his body, then closed his eyes and felt the thunder tribulation again. However, there was still no reaction. Wait for a moment. He took out the communication treasure and read the message sent by Fairy Fan Yu again. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should arrive tomorrow night. The garrisons near Kyoto have now gathered inside and outside the imperial city. If you use the soul to check, you can clearly see that the sky above the imperial city is shrouded in a thick blood-red aura. That is the powerful blood cloud of warriors gathered together. Ordinary souls are frightened from afar. If you accidentally go in, you may be burned to ashes on the spot. However, there are too many people from Pyamyu Shinzong this time, and they are all masters or masters above the realm of distraction. The warrior army in Kyoto is less than 20,000. Therefore, if they really want to fight, even if Yin fights to death, he will not be the opponent. Luo Qingzhou is hesitating at this moment. He is thinking whether to send the people of Qin Mansion away in advance, temporarily live in Lingshao sect, or hide somewhere else. If they really fight at that time, I am afraid that the whole capital will be a river of blood. Ordinary people in the city will naturally suffer. However, if he does this, it seems too selfish. The queen has given him everything into Yin, including herself. Now in this critical moment, the first thing he thinks of is to let his family run away first. Under normal circumstances, the whole family should repay the emperor's grace and go to the national crisis together. I believe that my father-in-law and my second brother think so. However, he is really worried about the weak and sick Miss Qin. He is afraid that she will be frightened, and even more afraid that something will happen to her. With a conflict in his heart, he hesitated for a long time with the message in his hand, but still did not dare to send the message to the queen. The queen is also his family. How could he tell her this idea? Ah! He sighed softly and put away the message in his hand. Forget it. Anyway, the Qin family has long been tied to the queen, and he is tied to the entire Great Yin. If the queen dies for the country and the entire Great Yin collapses, he and the Qin family will naturally die together. For the king and the country, the Qin family should not stay out of it. While he was thinking about things in his mind, a cold and familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. What's wrong? He turned his head to look. The girl in a snow-white dress, for some reason, was standing quietly behind him, still with that pure and charming, beautiful and cold face. The unique sweet scent of huagu came to his nose with the night wind. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate at all. He reached out and held her cold and soft little hand in his palm, then pulled her and said, Sister Yu, sit for a while. Yu Yao was slightly stiff, and then said coldly, Let go. Not only did Luo Qingzhou not let go, he suddenly exerted force with his arm and pulled her into his arms, saying, No! The girl was in his arms, soft and boneless, but still cold, just opened her eyes, motionless, and was unbelievably well behaved. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and suddenly looked up. A white figure floated above his head, lowering her head and looking at him coldly. Sister Yu, why bother? The other person floated in the air, with a cold expression. Ignoring him, Luo Qingzhou had to leave his body, float up in the air, stand face to face with her, and then sincerely apologize. Sister Yu, I was wrong. Next time, by the way. Sister Yu, business is important. Please help me check it. The white figure looked at him coldly for a while, and then floated down, and her spirit returned to her body. Luo Qingzhou also hurriedly returned to her body. How to check? Do I need to take off my clothes? Yu Yao did not speak, but stretched out a slender jade finger, touched his abdomen through his clothes, and said coldly, Close your eyes. Calm down. Let go of the protection in your body. Let my breath go in. Luo Qingzhou immediately closed his eyes, and did it one by one. Not long after, he felt a cold breath penetrate into his body along the skin of his abdomen. A strange breath appeared. The Yuanli in his Dehai and the energy in various parts of his body were all ready to move, as if they wanted to rush to attack, but he suppressed them. The cold breath meandered all the way, and soon reached his thunder spirit root. After a short pause, the breath suddenly merged into the breath fog that hid his thunder spirit root. After another moment, the breath slowly withdrew and left his body. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and saw that she frowned slightly. and there seemed to be a hint of doubt on her face. He quickly asked, Sister Yu, am I okay? Yu Yao seemed to be still thinking about something, and did not answer. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingzhou felt even more uneasy. After waiting for a while, he couldn't help but ask again, Sister Yu, what happened? Did I practice wrong? Or was there no thunder tribulation at all during this breakthrough? Yu Yao thought for a while, then looked at him and said, Who were you with when you broke through? Luo Qingzhou did not hide it, and said, With my uncle, Linghu Qingzhu of Lingshao sect. I was in the practice room when I broke through, and she was outside. Yu Yao had no expression on her face, and asked again, What did you do with her? Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and said, Sister Yu, are you asking about the time when I broke through? Yu Yao said lightly, When I broke through, and before and after the break. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. However, thinking that this matter was of great importance, he did not dare to hide it, and had to bite the bullet and said, I didn't do anything before the breakthrough. After I went to Lingshao sect, I just practiced boxing, practiced with my soul out of my body, and then ate. When the soul progress reached 100, I started to break through in the practice room, and it took less than 2 hours to break through. Then he paused, lowered his head and said, Then my uncle was about to break through, and she asked me to help her. I couldn't refuse, so I helped her break through. And then she also broke through, and both her soul and body broke through at this point. He suddenly raised his head and said, Sister Yu, could it be that I helped my uncle break through? The powerful energy of my lightning tribulation entered her body, helping her body and soul break through together. So I didn't have the lightning tribulation? Yu Yao stared at him coldly, and suddenly said, How did you help her break through? Luo Qingzhou, that it was like that. It was always like that. And then suddenly it was like that. Sister Yu, don't you know? Yu Yao said coldly, I don't know. You tell me. Luo Qingzhou hesitated and could only say, I input the energy in my body into her body little by little, and then merged with the energy in her body, and broke through the barrier together. Yu Yao said again, How long? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and stretched out a finger. Yu Yao said, A quarter of an hour? Luo Qingzhou immediately raised his head and said, 1 day. A whole day. Plus 2 hours at night. After saying that, he saw her staring at him coldly, and lowered his head again. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Yu Yao said calmly, It should have nothing to do with her. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and looked up at her and said, It has nothing to do with you. But you are asking so much it has nothing to do with you? That's because I didn't have any thunder tribulation when I advanced this time? Yu Yao said, Yes, but it disappeared. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. Disappeared? Yu Yao pondered for a moment and said, Of course, it won't disappear for no reason. That breath and energy should have entered someone else's body. So you can't sense the thunder tribulation. And the thunder tribulation can't capture you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Then why can Sister Yu be sure that it has nothing to do with my uncle? Hearing Sister Yu say this, I think it should be in her body. It's not the first or second time that my uncle has absorbed his thunder and lightning. So it makes sense that he suddenly absorbed his energy to sense the thunder tribulation this time. Your family? Yu Yao suddenly raised her eyebrows. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and didn't react. What? Yu Yao looked at him coldly, and then explained, Although she has a special physique and can absorb your other things, the energy that triggers the thunder tribulation is not something that everyone can absorb. And she can't either, unless she has the cultivation of thunder tribulation. Luo Qingzhou immediately asked curiously, Sister Yu, can you tell me what special characteristics my uncle has? Yu Yao narrowed her eyes and didn't answer, but said coldly, Ranked before your physique? Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his eyes wide. Really? So powerful? No wonder. He didn't dare to say anything more. Yu Yao frowned slightly, as if thinking about something again. Luo Qingzhou also remembered the business, and said, Sister Yu, the energy that triggered the thunder tribulation. Could it be that I accidentally practiced and... Where were you before you went to Lingshao sect? Yu Yao suddenly asked again. Luo Qingzhou said, The palace? Who are you with? What are you doing? The queen. That's Sister Yu. The queen and I are husband and wife. So, at this point, he suddenly raised his head and said, Is it related to the queen? Yu Yao frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked at him and said, You go to the Dragon Palace to practice first, and I will teach you the skills of the transformation realm later. The skills of the transformation realm? When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he was immediately delighted. When he was about to go down, He suddenly looked at her and said, "Sister Yu, do you have anything else to do?" Yu Yao looked at him coldly and said, "It has nothing to do with you." Oh! Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to make her angry again. His figure flashed and fell into the lake. After he left, Yu Yao took out the communication certificate, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message out. At the same time, in the palace, Yaohua Palace, in the practice room, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting in the corner practicing. The communication certificate on her body suddenly moved. After a while, she opened her eyes, took out the communication certificate, looked down, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. It turned out to be sent by her. He broke through the spirit transformation realm, and there should have been a thunder tribulation. But now there is no thunder tribulation. What did you do to him? Nandong Huiyue was stunned and replied, "What can I do to him? He is my husband. I gave him everything. How could I hurt him?" After thinking about it, she replied again, "Did something go wrong in the practice?" "No." "Then did you help him check the cause?" "It is true that there should be a thunder tribulation. What was different when you were with him and before?" Nandong Huiyue froze for a moment, and said, "Senior sister, you are not deliberately trying to pry into the privacy between us? How can I tell you about such a thing?" The other party did not reply. Nandong Huiyue held the message, frowned slightly, and thought carefully about what happened at that time. After a moment, she replied, "I felt like I was floating in the air, and my soul was flying." After the message was sent, she thought about it carefully again, and suddenly her heart was shocked. She stood up suddenly from the ground, and her hand subconsciously placed on her abdomen. "No, it can't be that reason. It shouldn't be. How could it be? It can't be." Her face turned pale, and her body trembled a little. At this time, the message replied, "I'm asking about other feelings, different from the previous feelings. For example, there is a strange airflow entering your body, or there will be pain in the meridians and acupoints." Nandong Huiyue was stagnant for a while, and then her fingers trembled, and she replied, "I seem to know the reason." Chapter 902 Sister Yu is jealous. The Queen's tenderness. In the Dragon Palace, in the training room, Luo Qingzhou sat cross-legged in the corner, seizing the time to practice. The vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth slowly gathered, compared with the heart of the spirit mind under the palace. The speed of absorbing vitality here is naturally much slower. However, this place is close to the spirit mind, which is better than other places. He decided to continue to practice in the palace tomorrow. After getting used to practicing there, practicing in other places feels like not practicing. The speed is outrageously slow. The progress after the Grandmaster is obviously more difficult than the previous realm. Even after practicing for several days under the heart of the spirit mind, his progress as a Grandmaster has only increased by a few points. So far, the progress has only reached 5. It is not known how long it will take to increase to 100 points. Of course, compared with other practitioners, his speed is already amazing. Many practitioners sometimes find it difficult to increase by 2 points even in a year, especially after the Grandmaster. The further you go, the harder it is. However, there are always some amazing geniuses in this world. There should be many who are more amazing than him. For example, Sister Yu and Uncle Master. He has been practicing for a long time. He took out the body judging stone again and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage. Process 5. Spiritual transformation early stage. Process 5. The speed of soul cultivation is really fast. As soon as he broke through the spiritual transformation, the progress has already caught up. No wonder most practitioners start to focus on soul cultivation after breaking through the Grandmaster or Grandmaster. Soul cultivation is really the easiest. However, compared to soul cultivation, he still prefers body cultivation. After all, it is more refreshing in battle, and the strength will be stronger. Moreover, he is unwilling to give up his physical body. When the soul is cultivated to a high level, the physical body is irrelevant and can be abandoned at any time. But he is reluctant to give it up. Instead of giving it up, it is better to cultivate the physical body to a high level, and it is best to be immortal like the soul. While he was thinking about it, the message on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be a message from Sister Yu. "I'm leaving." He was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and rushed out of the practice room with a whoosh. When he flew out of the lake at the fastest speed, the snow-white figure on the boat had disappeared. What happened? Why did he leave suddenly? Didn't you say that you would go down to teach him how to practice? Luo Qingzhou landed on the boat. Looking puzzled, he looked around again and had to send her a message. Didn't you say that you would go down to teach me how to practice? Why did you leave suddenly? Is there something urgent? After waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou stood on the boat, blowing the cold night wind blankly, a little confused. Did he do something wrong again? He didn't seem to have done anything. He stood on the boat for a while and decided to go directly to the underground of the palace to practice. Long Air is practicing in seclusion. The vitality in the Dragon Palace can no longer meet his needs. In the entire Diyin, only under the palace, under the heart of the spiritual mind, can he find the feeling of practicing. I hope that before the heart of the spiritual mind withers, he can grow stronger, and then help the Yin to fight for a larger spiritual mind. There is about 1 year and 2 months before the Jojo conference held by the 3 major immortal sects, and I hope it is still in time. Just as he was about to leave, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated again. Sister Yu finally replied to the message. The technique is on the ice coffin in the Dragon Palace. After a pause, the second message came again, also. Don't talk to me in the future. Luo Qingzhou was even more confused, and hurriedly said, Sister Yu, how did I make you angry? If it is because I just flirted with you, I apologize. I will definitely control myself in the future and never be rude to you again. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou thought about it carefully, and secretly said, could it be about helping the uncle to break through the barrier? Or the love with the queen and her husband? He thought about it for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately went to the bottom of the lake. When he came to Longer's Crystal Palace, he saw that there was indeed a book on the ice coffin. On the cover of the book, there were several distorted and ugly characters written crookedly, the moon-shaking sword controlling technique. Luo Qingzhou, flipping through the book, looking at the first page. On the page, there were first a few lines of small characters written crookedly, and then a picture appeared. In the picture, a person was driving a flying sword. The flying sword was also drawn crookedly, which was particularly ugly, like a crawling earthworm. But the magical thing was that the figure driving the flying sword was drawn quite beautifully and carefully, wearing a white dress, with a slim figure, a long black hair, floating like a fairy, and a cold and arrogant expression on her face. At first glance, she was a cold, arrogant and beautiful fairy. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched a few times. He tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to someone. Sister Yu, the little fairy in the book is really beautiful, but these words and other pictures. The message quickly came back. What's wrong with the words and other pictures? Luo Qingzhou, being different. The way is simple. Returning to the original. It is really the work of a god. The message came back again. Don't talk to me. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, you should tell me why you are angry. Right? Only if you tell me, I can change. If you don't tell me, what if I make the same mistake again next time? After a while, the message came back. Keep making the same mistake? Huh? Luo Qingzhou looked at the message and the exclamation mark at the end. If he remembered correctly, this was the first symbol or exclamation mark that the other party had used at the end since he sent a message to Sister Yu. This should be really angry. Luo Qingzhou, is it because of my helping my uncle to practice? Or because of my relationship with the queen? The other party ignored him. Luo Qingzhou thought carefully. Apart from these two things, there should be nothing else. As for the previous frivolous things, he had apologized before, and the other party did not seem to pursue it. Forget it. I'd better hurry up and go to the palace to practice. Now that Diyin is in a critical situation, he can't delay his practice for these romantic feelings. And Sister Yu will naturally not be really angry with him all the time. Putting away the skills, he immediately left the Dragon Palace and went directly into the Imperial City from the underground. It was already early morning. I don't know if the queen has gone to bed. He went directly to the training room. Just after coming out of the underground, he suddenly heard a smug sneer. Senior sister. Senior sister. I guess you are regretting it now. At that time who? The queen, who was lying on the couch and talking to herself with the message, suddenly sat up, and with a swish sound, a scarlet flame mark appeared between her eyebrows. The temperature in the whole cave suddenly rose. At this time, the cave door suddenly opened. Yuying was wearing a black dress. The sword in her hand had been unsheathed, and she rushed in instantly, with a cold expression on her face. Yuewu also followed in. However, when the three saw the appearance of the person coming, they were all stunned. Yuying and Yuewu looked at him with complicated eyes, and immediately retreated and closed the cave door. Nandong Huiyue on the couch froze, and suddenly covered her mouth. Luo Qingzhou quickly apologized, "Your Majesty. I'm sorry. I thought you had returned to the palace to rest, so I didn't tell you in advance and came directly." The flame mark between Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows had quickly receded, and her face instantly returned to normal. She looked at him majestically and coldly, and scolded, "Next time you come, knock at the door first, and you are not allowed to come in directly." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Yes, I will remember it." Nandong Huiyue's eyes flickered, paused, stared at him coldly and said, Did you hear me just now?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head, looked at her, and said, "I heard it." Nandong Huiyue's face changed immediately. Under the fiery red skirt, a pair of snow-white and delicate jade feet. Her fingers couldn't help but move on the couch, and said, What did you hear?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I heard your Majesty seem to say something about regret and crying it should be about the King of Thailand, or those rebellious princes. Right? Is it right?" Nandong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched slightly, immediately said with a cold face, "Such a national event was heard by you. Although you are my husband, since ancient times, the harem cannot interfere in politics. You must remember it in the future. Some things can't be heard or said casually. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "I will remember it in my heart." Nandong Huiyue's towering chest rose and fell for a while, and she was obviously relieved. Then she slowed down her tone and said, "Are you here to practice? Didn't you just break through?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Although I just broke through, but we can't slack off." Nandong Huiyue looked at him with a cold and arrogant face, and said, "Very good. You are worthy of being my man. Go." Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, Does your Majesty need me to serve you?" Nandong Huiyue's face changed, and immediately said with dignity, "No. It's late. I have to attend the morning court tomorrow. I am a wise king, and national affairs are important. How can I have fun every night? Oh, then I will go down first." Luo Qingzhou didn't tease her anymore and walked towards the wall inside. The wall sensed his breath and slowly opened, and a step appeared inside. Luo Qingzhou walked in. When the wall slowly closed, Nandong Huiyue stroked his towering chest and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qingzhou came to the underground. First, he carefully read all the exercises given to him by Sister Yu, played them several times in his mind, and then his soul left his body and began to practice. However, the underground is not a good place to practice flying swords. After he became a little more proficient, he passed through the passage and came to the spirit mine. Then he sat down under the heart of the spirit mine and continued to practice. A transparent vortex soon appeared above his head. The pure energy in the heart of the spirit mine immediately rushed towards the vortex like a tide. Then, it entered his body. A vast airflow surged in his body. Compared with practicing outside, this feeling is hundreds of times better, and the speed of practice is naturally greatly increased. Continue. A night passed in a flash. After Nandong Huiyue had a simple breakfast after the morning court, she came to the underground. She stood at the door silently and looked at him without disturbing him. The look in her eyes and the expression on her face gradually became complicated, and her hand unconsciously stroked her flat abdomen. "Fortunately, it's okay," she said secretly in her heart. After standing for a while, she felt a little sleepy and left silently. After lunch, she slept all afternoon. In the evening, she met with Dean Bai and the generals of the Kyoto army and prepared everything. After dark, she came to the underground again and stood at the door and looked at him silently. Another hour later, Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes. He put away the skills, took out the body judgment stone first, and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage. Process 6. Initial stage of the spiritualization realm. Process 5. Finally, the Grandmaster's process is a little longer. It looks difficult and slow, but compared to other practitioners, it is already ridiculously fast. What's going on? At this time, Nandong Huiyue, who was standing at the door, dared to speak. Luo Qingzhou put away the body judgment stone, stood up and looked at her and said, "There has been some progress, but it will take a long time to break through to the next level." The expression on Nandong Huiyue's face and the tone of her mouth became particularly gentle, and she whispered, "It's okay. Take your time. I believe you can continue to improve." Luo Qingzhou walked in front of her, stretched out his hand, wanted to touch her face, and then retracted it. I'm going to take a shower. Nandong Huiyue held his hand, took the initiative to put it on her cheek, and whispered, I'm not afraid of you getting dirty. It's not like I haven't been dirty by you before. Luo Qingzhou stroked her smooth and delicate cheek, and his eyes became tender. Your Majesty. If this time, Nandong Huiyue didn't let him say it, stretched out his other hand, blocked his mouth, looked at him with complicated eyes, and whispered, don't say unlucky words this time. No matter what. We must live. Okay? Luo Qingzhou's expression moved slightly, and he couldn't help but stretch out his arms and gently hugged her in his arms, saying, well, I will definitely protect your Majesty, and will never let anyone hurt your Majesty. Nandong Huiyue leaned against his arms, her cheek buried gently in his chest. Her eyes suddenly gradually misted, and she murmured in a low voice, it's not just I. Then she whispered again, there are many people you need to protect. The two hugged for a while before leaving the underground. Luo Qingzhou took a bath, took off his mask, and put on a Confucian robe. He was elegant and handsome, standing in front of the mirror with grace, looking at himself in the mirror. Nandong Huiyue stood behind him, staring at his handsome face in the mirror for a while, then stretched out her arms, gently hugged him from behind, and whispered, if we can get through this disaster, I will give you Meiju and Shui together, and let them help me serve you. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously said, Your Majesty, I only like you. Nandong Huiyue couldn't help but smile and said, are you scared of being deceived by Meijiao? Don't be afraid. I didn't lie to you. I am sincere. The king is not joking. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and before he could answer, Yu Ying suddenly said outside, Your Majesty, Dean Bai has sent a message. They are here. The two looked dignified. Chapter 903 Storm is coming. In the early morning hours, clouds suddenly gathered quickly above the imperial city. Then, they covered the entire sky. The bright moon disappeared into the clouds, and the stars suddenly disappeared. The light of the entire imperial city suddenly dimmed. However, since it was late at night, most of the people in Kyoto were asleep and did not know. The great Yin army gathered in the imperial city had already been ready. Luo Qingzhou and the queen left the palace. The masters of the 5 major sects of Great Yin, as well as the masters of the palace guards, all gathered outside the door. Bai Yishan, dressed in a Confucian robe, was looking up at the sky with a solemn expression. At this time, the voice of Jia Island master of Penglai Fairy Island suddenly came from the thick clouds in the sky. Dean Bai, come up and talk. So as not to disturb the people, Bai Yishan narrowed his eyes, waved his sleeves lightly, released the flying sword, landed on the ground, and then looked at the people and the yin in front of him and said, let's go. Go up together. Everyone knew that the situation this time was more serious than last time. Once the other party took action, I am afraid that the whole Kyoto, and even the whole Yin, would be a river of blood. So this time, they came with the determination to live and die with Kyoto. Everyone walked on the flying sword in silence. Bai Yishan looked around again and said, isn't Miss Yao here? When Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to answer, Nandong Huiyue beside him said in a deep voice, she came a long time ago. The dean doesn't need to worry about her. If there is an emergency, she will naturally take action. Bai Yishan glanced at her and didn't say anything. Then his mind moved, and the flying sword carried everyone and flew into the night sky. Qingzhou, stand behind me. He turned his head and looked again, and said softly. Luo Qingzhou then remembered his identity, and hurriedly left the queen and stood behind him respectfully. The cultural spirit of De Yin was revived. The news that Longhu College had opened a course for practicing Confucianism and Taoism, and that Bai Yishan had accepted disciples, had already spread. When the practitioners of De Yin heard the name of Bai Yishan's disciple, they were a little surprised, but they also felt that it was reasonable. After all, they all knew the name Luo Qingzhou. This young man was very talented, and even the queen and the queen mother had praised him highly. At that time, he was in the limelight at the banquet where the princes of neighboring countries came to celebrate. This young man seemed to have a very good relationship with the queen. When the queen was still the eldest princess, they heard that the young man was called Mr. by the queen and treated him with the courtesy of a student. It can be seen that the other party is indeed very talented and capable. For such a person, practicing Confucianism is probably easier than others. Dean Bai may have taken a fancy to his talent and his loyalty to the queen and the court. although it was heard that he was a son-in-law. It did not have much impact. The flying sword quickly flew high into the sky. Then he passed through the clouds, and came to the night sky covered by the barrier and mist. When the flying sword passed through the barrier and everyone could see the scene above clearly, their pupils shrank, and their faces changed slightly. 3 huge spaceships were suspended in the sky. On the spaceship in the middle stood the strong men from the 3 major immortal sects. And a terrible aura emanated from the spaceship. On the spaceships on the left and right stood hundreds of disciples of the Pyamyu immortal sect. Judging from the oppressive aura they deliberately emitted, the lowest cultivation among them was also a master or a strong man in the spirit realm. Not to mention the spaceship in the middle. Even on the spaceships on both sides. Any disciple who comes to De Yin is a powerful person who dominates one side. You know, the masters of the 5 major sects in De Yin are only at the level of Grandmaster or Divine Realm. Moreover, the elders and disciples who came today are not the full strength of their sects. Just the countries and sects they control are definitely not comparable to De Yin. Not to mention the far ones. Just say the Great Mongolia Empire bordering De Yin. The opponent's strength is much stronger than De Yin. And the actual controller of the Great Mongolia Empire is naturally the Pyamyu Xianzong. It can be seen from this that the Pyamyu Xianzong, one of the 3 major immortal sects in the Jiuzhou continent, is so powerful. De Yin has now provoked them. If it is not handled properly, there is a risk of national destruction. At this moment, looking at the powerful strength displayed by the other party, the hearts of the people in De Yin are extremely heavy. The flying sword fell on the spaceship in the middle. Baishan glanced at the 3 major sect leaders at the bow, stepped forward to greet them one by one, and then politely said, "I wonder why you all came to my Great Yin today." A tall and thin old man from the Pyamyu immortal sect sneered, "Baishan, it's already this time. Are you still pretending? If you hadn't received the news long ago, how could you gather your Great Yin's masters and warriors in this imperial city to wait?" Another red-faced old man from the Pyamyu immortal sect snorted coldly, "It seems that your Great Yin really wants to fight with my Pyamyu immortal sect. Are all the people ready?" Baishan bowed and said, "Bai did get some news, and knew that you were coming to my Great Yin. But what exactly is it?" Bai Mao really didn't know about the situation. Some of the news Bai Mao heard was completely false. So Bai Mao didn't take it seriously. Yayang Tower suddenly said, "Baishan, we left after signing the contract at your Great Yin border. When we were walking halfway, we suddenly remembered that your Great Yin's cultural energy had revived. So several elders discussed it, and wanted to take the disciples to see it. And wanted to communicate with you. Maybe we could exchange some cultivation resources. As a result, the 5 people including Elder Zhou and 20 disciples never returned. And were all killed by you. You Great Yin. You are so bold." As soon as these words came out, everyone in Pyamyu Xianzong was full of cold and murderous aura. Some disciples couldn't help but draw their swords. The people in Pumlai Xiandao and Jiuqian Yaotai also frowned slightly. After listening, Baishan bowed and said, "I don't know what master you said. The other people in my Great Yin are also not aware of it." Then, he looked at the people from Pumlai Fairy Island and Jiuqian Yaotai, and said, "I believe that Master Jia and Fairy Luyun know that I was seriously injured at that time. And the other people in my Great Yin are also mediocre. The elders and disciples that Master you mentioned are all masters of Pyamyu Fairy sect. And those elders are masters of the return to one realm. Even I, Baishan, can never kill one of them casually, let alone 5 elders in the return to one realm. No one, no force in my Great Yin has the strength to kill them." Jiasun nodded slightly. "That's the truth. But Dean Bai, I heard that Elder Zhou and the others died in the Thunder Tribulation. And they were ambushed and trapped in the formation. And were all killed alive by the Thunder Tribulation." Baishan bowed and said, "Master Jia, please understand. There are no experts in Thunder Tribulation and formation in our Great Yin. Even if Elder Zhou and his men were indeed killed by Thunder Tribulation, it has nothing to do with our Great Yin. Baishan, you still dare to quibble." The tall and thin old man from Pyamyu Xianzong suddenly shouted, raised his hand and took out a communication treasure, and said with a sinister face, "I have evidence here to prove that it was you who led Elder Zhou and his men into the formation at that time. You calculated everything. But you didn't expect that there was another disciple in my Pyamyu Xianzong who escaped back. He saw with his own eyes that you drove the flying sword and led more than 30 people from my Pyamyu Xianzong into an ambush. After that, the communication treasure in his hand flashed, and a blurred picture appeared. In the picture, the night sky was illuminated. and a terrible black vortex appeared in the sky. And then thunder and lightning rolled down. At the same time, a formation light shield appeared on a mountain below, and many figures inside fled in panic. The picture was shaking and unclear, and it ended very quickly. The person who filmed it was obviously very scared. After filming for a while, he fled in a hurry. Everyone looked at the thunder tribulation picture shown on the communication treasure, and their faces changed slightly. This thunder tribulation is so powerful. An old man from Ponglai Fairy Island took a breath of cold air. 3-color lightning? What kind of spiritual beast is this thunder tribulation? Diyin actually has such a spiritual beast? Could it be a powerful demon hidden in Diyin? Ordinary spiritual beasts can't cause this kind of 3-color lightning. Others also started to discuss. At this time, the Grand Elder Gong Yongyan of Piamu Xianzong, who had been silent just now, said with a gloomy face, Dean Bai, do you still want to quibble? After reading it, Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and still said calmly, I have indeed seen the scene just played on the message of Elder Yu. But the specific situation is not what you think. Then he slowly explained, at that time, we were flying back on the sword. And when we got there, we suddenly found someone following us. Bai stopped the flying sword and turned around to ask. But the other party did not answer. And the other party had a mask on his face, took out a weapon in his hand, and rushed towards us murderously. Bai thought he had encountered robbers, so he immediately let others go first, and then Bai controlled the flying sword himself, dealt with him, led the other party to the mountain, and then Bai escaped. Everyone knows that Bai was injured at that time, and could not beat the other party. But Bai did not know that there were spirit beasts or other things on the mountain that needed to pass the tribulation. And there was also a formation set up. And he did not know that those masked killers were Elder Zhou of Piamu Xianzong and others. Speaking of this, he cupped his hands again and said, you should have seen that Bai did not lie. Those people in the formation light shield were all masked and wearing black clothes. How could Bai tell them apart? Besides, Piamu Xianzong had just signed a contract with our great Yin under the witness of the 2 major immortal sects and the world's practitioners, and had already left in advance. So Bai always believed that those killers were not from Piamu Xianzong, but other robbers who robbed on the way. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. The fairy Lianqiu of Jiutianyao said, what Dean Bai said is not unreasonable. Since your Piamu Xianzong has signed a contract with them, how could it be possible to suddenly return and attack them? So, those masked people should not be from your Piamu Xianzong, right? The muscles at the corners of Gong Yongyan's eyes twitched a few times. Yu Yangla bowed and said, Fairy Lianqiu, Bai Yishan's words are not credible. One of my disciples from Piamu Xianzong escaped, and saw with his own eyes that it was Bai Yishan who led people into the formation of that mountain without any reason. Elder Zhou and his men did not take the initiative. Then, he took out his own communication treasure and raised his hand and said, everyone can take a look at the pictures recorded in my hand. When Elder Zhou and his men went to Dian, I was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, so I recorded their conversation before they left. After speaking, the communication treasure in his hand flashed, and a picture appeared. On the spaceship, Zhou Yuanshan and his men stood together, and behind them stood the more than 20 young disciples. Zhou Yuanshan said, brother, don't worry. We will talk to Dean Bai when we go. We are going to see the cultural energy of Diyin and discuss future cooperation with them, not to fight with them. If the cultural energy of Diyin is really revived, it will also be a blessing for our Jiuzhou continent. At that time, there will be more and more people practicing Confucianism and Taoism. Naturally, our Piamu Xianzong will take the lead and cooperate with them. At that time, we can send disciples to each other, practice in our respective places, and exchange practice resources at this time. Yu Yangla's voice also sounded inside, if the other party is unwilling. Forget it. Don't force others, lest they say we are bullying others. Zhou Yuanshan said, I know. The scene stopped abruptly. There was silence in the field. Yu Yangla held the communication treasure in his hand and said with a gloomy face, Bai Yishan, if you still insist, then I will let you listen to the words said by Elder Zhou and others after they were attacked after speaking. The communication treasure in his hand flashed again. Then, there was a noisy sound from inside. And then a voice. Dean Bai, what are you doing? We came here to have a good talk with you. Diyin, why are you? No, Senior Brother Zhou. We've been tricked. Bai Yishan has led us into the formation. Dean Bai, what do you mean? If you don't want to, just say it directly. Why do this? At this time, a vague voice like Baishan suddenly came from inside. Elder Zhou. Since you are here, then stay. Your Piamyu Xianzong has made an enemy of our Dehian, and Bai will naturally not show mercy. Kill as many as you can. Dean Bai, we have signed a contract. And our Piamyu Xianzong. Uncle Master. No. Look above your head. Thunder tribulation. It seems to be a thunder tribulation. Bai Yishan. Let us out quickly. We will leave immediately and never step into your Dehian again. Boom. A thunderous sound. The voice and the communication treasure certificate ends here. Yu Yangla put away the message in his hand and looked back at the middle-aged man in white robe in front of him and said coldly, Bai Yishan, what else do you have to say? The others also looked at the great Yin scholar in front of him. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, looked at him and said, it seems that Master Yefeng has prepared a lot of things for today. In the face of these evidences, Bai has nothing to say. But the premise is that they are all true. Bai can raise his palm and swear. I can swear on my literary mind and the reputation of my ancestors. I never said those words just now. I didn't say even a word. Yu Yangla sneered, Bai Yishan. No one will believe your oath. I have evidence here. And my Piamyu Xianzong has witnesses. Even if you quibble and swear again today, it's useless. The tall and thin elder named Yu Changqing also gritted his teeth and said coldly, in any case, the 5 elders and more than 20 disciples of my Piamyu Xianzong are all. You will perish in the Great Yin territory. Bai Yishan. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will make your Great Yin capital uneasy. The red-faced elder sneered, Bai Yishan. Do you think that since you have gathered so many warriors, my Piamyu Xianzong can't do anything to you? If you really want to fight, let alone these warriors below. Even if all the warriors in your entire Great Yin come, I will make sure that none of you will be left alive. Bang! 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 On both sides of the spaceship, the hundreds of disciples of the Piamyu Xianzong drew their swords. For a moment, murderous aura was everywhere. There was silence for a few breaths. Jiaosin suddenly said calmly, everyone, please be patient and discuss how to solve it peacefully. If you can avoid fighting, try not to fight. We are all practitioners, and we all know how difficult it is to embark on this path. Why do we have to fight to the death? Fairy Luyun on the side also said, what Master Jia said is right. You two should discuss it and try to solve it peacefully. Gong Yongyan said gloomily, my Piamyu Immortal sect is not a sect that bullies the weak. But this time, too many of our fellow disciples have indeed died. So we have to mobilize a large number of troops to come here. I want to ask Dian for an explanation. If Dean Bai wants to solve the problem peacefully, our Piamyu Xianzong is naturally willing to discuss it with him. If he still argues and refuses to admit it, don't blame our Piamyu Xianzong for turning against us. After saying that, his robe fluttered, and 2 cold rays appeared in his eyes. He said, the elders and disciples of my Piamyu Xianzong who came today are all determined to avenge their fellow disciples. Even if they all die here, they must get justice for them. Kill! At this time, a disciple suddenly shouted indignantly on the spaceship on the right. Immediately, hundreds of disciples on the spaceships on both sides shouted in unison, with the same hatred and murderous intent. Kill! 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 While they shouted angrily, they struck with the swords in their hands, and their momentum was terrifying. Yu Yangla raised his palm and said calmly, everyone, be quiet first. Let's listen to what Dean Bai of Dian has decided. The shouts around gradually quieted down, but the terrible murderous aura and momentum still gathered together and could erupt at any time. Bai Yishan was silent, and before he answered, Nangong Huiyue on the side suddenly said with a cold face, what do you want to explain? Yu Yangla looked at her and sneered, saying, Bai Yishan doesn't dare to make the decision. So he asked you to make the decision? Well, you are now the Queen of Dian, and this matter should be decided by you. After a pause, he said coldly, the dead cannot be resurrected. And we don't say that killing people will pay for their lives. And let you Dian practitioners pay with your lives. Besides, to put it bluntly, how can you Dian practitioners afford to compensate? So, let's talk about other conditions. First, Elder Zhou and his men consumed a large amount of cultivation resources of my Piamyu Xianzong. You, De Yin, must compensate for these things. Second, my Piamyu Xianzong lost so many people at once, and many of them held important positions. With their sudden departure, my Piamyu Xianzong is losing a lot of profits almost every moment. You, De Yin, must compensate for these things. Third, you, the Queen of Dayin, and Bai Shan. Write an apology and a letter of guarantee. Sign your names on it. And stamp your Dayin seal. Then, you too, take the senior leaders of your 5 major sects. Go to my Piao Xian zone together. Kneel down and kowtow to the dead. Burn incense and offer sacrifices. At least kneel for an hour. Fourth, hand over the spiritual beast that has passed the tribulation. After saying that, he glanced at the people in Dayin in front of him again, narrowed his eyes and said, if you do these 4 things, this matter will end here. My Piao Xian zone will never trouble you again because of this matter. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Dayin clenched their fists, and a surge of anger rose in their hearts. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but curse. You are so shameless. You chased us first, and now you bite us back and put forward these despicable and shameless conditions. You, the Piao Xian zone, are so despicable. You are worse than beasts. Bang! Yang Tower's fist suddenly turned into a dazzling light and hit him. Bai Shan's figure flashed, protecting in front of Zhuang Jian, and with a light wave of his sleeves, a milky white light appeared, instantly blocking the fist light. Bang! There was a loud bang. Bai Shan was shocked and took a few steps back. His face was filled with blood, and blood was about to spurt out of his mouth. He immediately suppressed it. Yu Yangla was also shocked and took a few steps back. Kill! The disciples of Piao Xianzong had long been unable to bear it. Seeing this, they roared and were about to take action. Everyone in Dayin also took out their magic weapons immediately. The elders of Piao Xianzong were also full of murderous intent. Their robes fluttered, and their bodies glowed. The battle was about to start. Waves of terrible auras surged towards the surrounding night sky like a tide. At this time, in the night sky not far away, a ray of moon-white light suddenly appeared. It was like a huge silk net, surrounding all the practitioners on the 3 spaceships from all directions. Luo Qingzhou released the flying snake silently. Then, pollen fell quietly on his body. Chapter 904 The Death of Piao Xianzong. The ancient sacred tree of heaven and earth. In the night sky, the thick clouds were dispersed by the murderous aura and powerful breath. The light shield on the spacecraft flickered continuously. The terrifying aura emitted by several peak masters and more than 20 elders of Piao Xianzong was like a mountain, crushing the people of Dayin, making them almost unable to breathe. What's more, the other side has hundreds of grandmasters and disciples above the level of distraction. The strength of the 2 sides is very different. Just when the 2 sides were about to fight, a cold voice suddenly came from the middle cabin. It is not a gentleman's behavior to bully the weak with strength. This voice was like a clear spring, falling into the atmosphere of the 2 sides about to explode. The atmosphere suddenly eased. Gong Yangyan, the chief of Piao Xianzong, turned around and said with a bow, Very Qiniao. Today we are not bullying the weak. It is really that Dayin does not know what is good for us, and does not take our Piao Xianzong seriously. So many people of our Piao Xianzong died in Dayin at once. Today we come here just to seek justice for them, not to fight to the death with Dayin. But the other party's attitude, I believe the fairy has also seen it. The voice in the cabin said, there is nothing wrong with the other party's attitude. The other party just wants to claim innocence. If someone slanders your Piao Xianzong for murder and arson, don't you speak up to defend yourself? Gong Yangyan paused, and when he was about to speak, the fairy Luyan next to him said, Junior sister, the evidence is conclusive. Piao Xianzong has witnesses and material evidence. Even if Dayin didn't know who those people were, even if those people killed by Dayin with thunder were not from Piao Xianzong, but the elders and more than 20 disciples of Piao Xianzong were indeed killed in Dayin. Logically speaking, Dayin was indeed at fault. Gong Yangyan bowed and said, 2 fairies, please understand that my Piao Xianzong lost so many elders and disciples at once. I invited you here today to have a good talk with Dayin, not to really want to fight and kill. But the other party not only made excuses, but also insulted. How can my Piao Xianzong bear such humiliation? Fairy Luyan suddenly said, Junior sister, you rarely deal with worldly affairs, and don't understand many things. So don't interfere in this matter. The cabin was quiet. Fairy Luyan looked at Bai Shan again and said calmly, Dean Bai, you should discuss the conditions proposed by Piao Xianzong just now. If you really want to fight, it will be the people of your great yin who will suffer. Why bother? Bai Shan was silent for a while and said, the conditions proposed by Master Yafeng just now do not seem to be discussed with my great yin. At this time, Jia Sun from Punlai Fairy Island also advised, If you Great Yin feel that the conditions are harsh, you can discuss them again. Both sides should be calm and give in to each other. There is no need to swear and draw swords at each other when you disagree. Yang Tower suddenly said, "Which conditions do you find unacceptable to Dean Bai?" Bai Yishan looked at him and said, "The third and fourth items are unacceptable to my Great Yin. First, my Great Yin has not deliberately killed your elders and disciples. And we don't have the ability. As for the evidence you produced, it is not enough to prove anything. Second, we don't know where the spiritual beast that has passed the tribulation is, let alone what it is. So we can't hand it over." The red-faced elder of Piamia Xianzong sneered, "How dare you quibble?" The other elders also had cold eyes. At this time, Jiasun said again, "What Dean Bai said is not without reason. The third condition proposed by Master Yafeng is indeed a bit too harsh. The dignity of the country cannot be insulted. You ask the Queen of Deyin and the top leaders of the 5 major sects to kneel down and pay tribute for an hour. This is obviously a bit too much. As for the fourth point, everyone can take a step back. Master Yafeng, you can give Dean Bai more time to let them find the spirit beast." Then he looked at Bai Yishan and said, "Dean Bai, since those elders and disciples of Piamia Xianzong were killed by the thunder tribulation of the spirit beast in your Deyin, then you naturally have the responsibility to help them find it." At this time, the great elder Gong Yangyan of Piamia Xianzong said, "Since Master Jia also said so, then, the third article that Yufeng just said, we can recover. It must not be enough for 2 months. And it takes at least half a year. In this condition." Dean Bai agreed. "Right," Bai Yishan groaned, saying, "The first 2 conditions are compensation. Bai needs to know first. What do you need to compensate us in Deyin? And how much compensation?" Yu Yanglin narrowed his eyes and said, "I believe everyone present knows the approximate amount of cultivation resources consumed by the 5 elders and more than 20 disciples. Therefore, we need Deyin to compensate us with 20,000 low-level yuanshi, 5,000 mid-level yuanshi, and 500 magic tools and treasures." As soon as these words came out, everyone in Deyin's face changed. Bai Yishan clenched his hands in his sleeves slowly, looked at him coldly and said, "There is only one small spiritual mine in Deyin, and the low-level yuanshi produced every year is only a few hundred. We don't have any mid-level yuanshi at all. The 20,000 low-level yuanshi and 5,000 mid-level yuanshi mentioned by Master Yufeng, plus those magic tools and magic treasures. Even if we sell our entire Deyin, we can't get it out." Yu Yanglu said lightly, "I didn't say that you Deyin should take it out now. We can sign a contract. You will give us as much as your Deyin produces every year, and the rest will be paid back slowly. Of course, if the yuanshi is not enough, you can also hire your warrior army to us, so that we can reduce some yuanshi for you every year." As soon as these words came out, everyone in Deyin was extremely angry. It's a foolish dream. This is to completely enslave our Deyin, completely drag Deyin into the abyss. Without yuanshi, how can we, the practitioners of Deyin, practice? Dean Bai, we would rather die than agree." The high-level officials of the 5 major sects were all filled with righteous indignation, their faces livid with anger. Bai Yishan's wide robe fluttered slightly, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Yu Yanglo looked at him indifferently and said, "There is absolutely no room for negotiation on this first condition. As for the second condition, your border cities of Imo, Lu, and Heiyun need to cede them to our Piamia Xianzong for 10 years. In other words, let us use them for free for 10 years. As soon as these words came out, everyone in Deyin was so angry that they trembled all over. "This is too much. This is too much. You actually want us to cede our territory. We would rather die than surrender." Yu Yangli showed a hint of sarcasm on his face, and said, "As far as I know, the 3 cities on your border have long been occupied by the demons. If you agree, our Piamia Xianzong will naturally help you take them back." Bai Yishan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said firmly, "I'm sorry. The 2 conditions proposed by Master Yafeng are both humiliating conditions for our Great Yin. Bai will never agree. No one in my Great Yin will agree." Yu Yanglin narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "It seems that there is no room for negotiation." After speaking, he bowed to Jia Sun and Fairy Luyun and said, "Brothers, fairies, since Great Yin has such an attitude, you can't blame my Piamia Xianzong for being unrighteous. We have given them a chance. And we have also. I gave in to 2 conditions." Jia Sun looked at Bai Yishan and said in a deep voice, "Dean Bai, I have already fought for the 3rd and 4th conditions for you. You didn't agree to any of the first 2 conditions. And you are so determined. It's wrong. It's good that you have backbone. But you should also think about the people of your great yen. If you take action here today, the people of the entire capital of your great yen will not be able to survive. Your great yen regime will naturally collapse immediately. Have you thought about the consequences? Bai Yishan cupped his hands. His eyes were determined. And when he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Sir, I also think that we can reconsider the first two conditions. Both sides should take peace and take a few steps back to avoid bloodshed as much as possible. The people of our great yen have just experienced war. And if they are involved in it again, it is really our fault. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked behind Bai Yishan. Behind Bai Yishan stood a young man, wearing a Confucian robe, handsome and elegant. At this moment, he bowed his head slightly, with a respectful and humble look on his face. Everyone in Dian looked at him in astonishment. Bai Yishan was slightly startled, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Luo Qingzhou continued respectfully, I think we can agree to the first point mentioned by Senior Yu. As long as we work hard, we can definitely pay off those yuanshi and magic weapons. If 5 years are not enough, we will use 10 years. If 10 years are not enough, we will use 20 years. Our Dian is now recovering its cultural energy, and it will definitely develop. As for the second point, I think that since the 3 cities have been occupied by the demon tribe, it is better to rent them temporarily. However, we can only give them 5 years at most. If it takes too long, I am afraid that the people of Dian will scold us. After these words came out, everyone in Dian looked even uglier, and looked at him with complicated eyes. How could they agree to such humiliating conditions? If these contracts were signed today, I am afraid that the people of Dian would curse them for generations to come. Who knew that at this time? Nandong Huiyue beside him also spoke up, Dean. I also think what Luo Qing said makes sense. Dian has just stabilized, and can no longer withstand the turmoil. I am willing to sign today's contract in person. Even if I bear the infamy for 1,000 years, I am willing to bear it alone. The scene suddenly became silent. Bai Yishan looked at the two of them in silence, and his expression changed for a moment before he looked at the people of Piamu Xinzong and said, If my great yen agrees to these two conditions, can you guarantee that you will never enter my great yen territory again, and will not cause trouble for my great yen practitioners? Also, can the great Mongolian Empire army on the border withdraw? Yu Yanglu's eyes flashed, and he said, Of course. Today we can write all these regulations into these contracts. If Dean Bai is still worried, we can ask the fairies of Jiotian Yaotai and everyone in Penglai Fairy Island to help sign as a guarantee. Jiasun nodded and said, The old man and the Luyan Fairy can be guaranteed. Once the contract is signed today, both parties must abide by the regulations on the contract. If there is violations, I will be punished by myself. Dean Bai, never agree. Senior Bai, I would not be willing to accept the conditions of such mourning and humiliating the country. We fight with him. Behind the top of the 5 major doors, some young disciples rushed up and furious. Tao, just by you. I can destroy a few of you alone. The two sides talked again. Bai Yishan said nothing more, looked at Ganji Anjian and Yeyang Tower, and said, We agree to the first two. But for the second one, we can only agree to 5 years at most. After 5 years, we, Dian, must take back our territory. Not an inch of it. Yeyang Tower's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, Okay, 5 years is 5 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiasun waved his sleeves and took out a table, as well as a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. He personally picked up the pen, wrote 2 contracts, and then handed them to both parties, saying, Read them first. If there is no problem, start signing and stamping. Once the blood seal is pressed, you can never repent. Bai Yishan took the contract. His expression was heavy, and he read it carefully word by word. After he finished reading it, he handed it to Nandong Huiyue beside him. Nandong Huiyue took it, frowned, and looked at it carefully. After reading it, he wanted to give it to Luo Qingzhou next to him, but hesitated for a moment and gave it back to Bai Yishan. Jiasu looked at them and said, Since you don't have any extra spiritual or in yen, I have written a lower amount in the contract for the first 3 years. You need to pay back 500 low-level yuanshi and 100 mid-level yuanshi each year. As for magic tools and treasures, you need to pay 50 each year. The deadline is 10 years. And after 10 years, you must pay it all back. If you cannot pay it back by then, all the spiritual or in yen and the 3 border cities will be given to Piao Xinzong. After a pause, he said, if both parties have no objection, they can sign and seal it. Baishan looked at the treaty in his hand and remained silent. Yang Tower on the opposite side sneered and went up to sign and seal it. Gongnan Yin and other elders of Piao Xinzong also went up to sign and seal it one by one. Dean Bai, if you regret it, you can say it. We, Palai Xiandao and Jiutian Yaotai, don't care about this matter. You can solve it by yourselves. Jiasun said indifferently. Baishan remained silent. At this time, Nandong Huiyue next to him suddenly took the treaty from him, walked to the table, signed and sealed it without any hesitation. After doing all this, she raised her head and said, Dean, I decided this. I am the emperor of the Yin, so I will bear the blame. And the dean does not need to sign. Yu Yanglu suddenly said, No. Dean Bai and the leaders of the 5 major sects must sign and seal together. Baishan did not hesitate any longer, walked forward, signed both contracts, and pressed the blood seal. His back suddenly became a little hunched, and his hands were shaking when he pressed the blood seal. Yu Yanglu watched from the side, with a sneer in his eyes. The people from the 5 major sects of the Yin stood in place, with different expressions on their faces. Fairy Zixiao was the first to walk over, signed her own name and the name of Lingxiao sect on the 2 contracts, and then pressed the blood seal. Then, Luo Shan of Xianyan Pavilion also walked over. The master of Qingyun Temple, Yunshang Daoren, also sighed and walked over. Amitabha, Master Ningyuan, the abbot of Jinshan Temple, also lowered his head and walked over. Only Ma Chenzi, the head of Huashan sect, still stood there motionless. His face was ashen, and his lips trembled as he said, although our Huashan sect is the weakest of the 5 major sects, we will never agree to such a thing of selling out the country for survival. I, Ma Chenzi, would rather bleed on the spot than bear the infamy for generations. Yu Yangli glanced at him indifferently and said, It doesn't matter if you are missing. It's not your turn to make the decision in Diyan. After speaking, he picked up a treaty on the table, read it carefully again, and then put it away solemnly, and then bowed to the people from Pengli Fairy Island and Jiutian Yaotai and said, I'm sorry to bother you today. Now that the matter here is over, we will go back. You will also take the treaty back to the sect master and other elders for review. Jia Sun and Luyan Fairy nodded. Yang Tower looked at Baishan again and said, In a few days, we will send people to the border of Dian to take over the 3 cities. So I hope that after Dean Bai returns, he will notify your border troops as soon as possible to avoid misunderstandings. As for repelling the demon clan, you don't have to worry about it in Dian. Baishan didn't say anything, and slowly tightened the treaty in his hand. Yang Tower said lightly, Dean Bai, please get off the spaceship. It's time for us to leave. Baishan waved his sleeves, and the flying sword landed outside the spaceship. Everyone in Dian walked up silently. The 3 spaceships flashed and began to turn around. The people of Piao Xinzong stood on the deck, looking down at the people of Dian, with a sneer on their faces, as if they were looking at a group of poor people who were about to be enslaved by them. The people from Pengli Fairy Island and Jiutian Yaotai also looked indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with it. By the way, Dean Bai, Jiasun suddenly spoke on the deck again. There is less than a year and 2 months before the Jiuzhou conference held every 10 years. You have now broken through to the late stage of Gi. So you from the Yin will also be eligible to participate. If you are lucky, you may be able to obtain 1 or 2 spiritual veins. And then, naturally, it will be enough to compensate Piao Xinzong. Yu Yangli bowed and said, Dean Bai, I hope there will be a chance to learn your Confucian and Taoist skills on the stage. After that, the 3 spaceships whooshed and flew into the sky. In a blink of an eye, they broke through the air and disappeared. The field was quiet. Baishan held the treaty in his hand, his face slightly pale. The top leaders of the 5 major sects also looked gloomy and bowed their heads in silence. They couldn't blame anyone, because in the situation just now, if they didn't sign this treaty, they and the Dian army below, as well as the people of the entire Kyoto, might be slaughtered by the other side. The army of the Great Mongolian Empire on the border is also eyeing the situation. Once something happens in Kyoto, the army of the Great Mongolian Empire will definitely take the opportunity to invade. By then, I am afraid that the entire Great Yin will cease to exist. So, they know that this treaty has to be signed. But how can they explain it to the practitioners of the entire Great Yin and the people of Great Yin? This kind of humiliating treaty will make them bear the infamy for generations. This matter, Bai will take responsibility alone. Bai Yishan looked at everyone. His face returned to calm, and said, whether it is yuanshi or magic weapons, as long as Bai is still alive, he will definitely help Great Yin to collect enough. As for you. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Sir, the student wants to see this treaty. Bai Yishan was slightly startled and handed the treaty in his hand to him. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand, unfolded it, and glanced at it casually, and then swished and tore it in half. Everyone's face changed. Shoo! Luo Qingzhou tore the treaty in his hand several times, until it was torn into pieces, and then he gently scattered it and let it fall down, and then said, It's just a piece of waste paper. Sir, don't worry about it. We will just treat it as if it was not signed. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Only Nandong Huiyue had a calm face. Zhuang Jian couldn't help but say, this treaty was signed in front of the other two major immortal sects, and there are their names on it. You said you didn't sign it. So you didn't sign it? And there is another copy in the Piamu immortal sect. Why did you tear it up? Luo Qizhou looked at him and said, we just don't recognize it. Didn't they also not recognize it when they sent people to attack us? Zhuang Jian's face twitched. Boy, they have the strength to cheat. Can our Yin compare with them? Didn't you see that I just cursed? And that bastard was going to kill me. There is no reason in this world. And fists are the reason. Our Yan's fists can't compare with theirs. So we have been bitten back by them, and can't do anything. Even if you tear up their treaty now, you still have to pay the compensation. Do you think it's okay if you don't recognize it? Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Bai Yishan glanced at him, waved his sleeves, and the flying sword floated down. The army in the imperial city, which was waiting solemnly, began to disperse. After the flying sword landed, the top leaders of the 5 major sects talked for a few more words, and then left with a heavy heart. Soon, only Bai Yishan, Luo Qingzhou, and Nandong Huiyue were left in the field. There was a moment of silence. Bai Yishan looked at the two of them. Nandong Huiyue said, Don't worry, Dean. We will never give up any interests of the Yin. Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and said, Is 1 year enough? Nandong Huiyue also fell silent and looked to the side. Bai Yishan sighed and said, The leader of Piamu Xinzong, Mei Chongqing, had broken through to the Thunder Tribulation realm many years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be higher now. They also have a master uncle and an ancestor, who should be masters above the Thunder Tribulation. The strength of that ancestor is probably at least the strength of 7 Thunder Tribulations. Nandong Huiyue's face changed slightly. There was a moment of silence in the field. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Don't worry, sir. 1 year should be enough. Bai Yishan looked at him with complicated eyes and said, Do we still need to prepare those yuanshi and magic weapons? Luo Qingzhou paused and said, We can prepare some, and show them to the other 2 major immortal sections. We the Yin can abide by the treaty. But whether the other party will come to take it is not something we can decide. Bai Yishan looked at him deeply again, nodded and said, Okay. Okay. He said 2 yes in a row. He looked at Nandong Huiyue next to him again, and suddenly smiled and said, If the late emperor is still alive, he will definitely admire your majesty's vision. After that, he smiled and left, and his back looked much more relaxed. There was a moment of silence in the field. Nandong Huiyue turned her head and looked at someone next to her, her eyes trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou held her hand, then gently held her in his arms, and whispered, It's okay. I'm here. Nandong Huiyue pressed against his chest, hugged him tightly, and her eyes gradually misted. In the night sky, a ray of moonlight fell on the clouds and stayed quietly for a moment. Then, it quietly left. The eastern sky began to turn white. After Nandong Huiyue returned to the palace, she soon fell asleep, and Luo Qingzhou went underground to continue practicing. 3 days later, suddenly, news came from the border that the demon army suddenly increased by tens of thousands. At the same time, a giant tree suddenly grew in Imo City, which was occupied by the demons, towering into the clouds and reaching the sky and the earth. All the demons and monsters on the Jiuzhou continent began to gather there. The 3 major immortal sects and various sects on the Jiuzhou continent also sent people to rush there. A storm began to brew at the border. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had been practicing underground for 3 consecutive days and nights. During the rest, he suddenly found that the mysterious little tree in the storage ring medicine garden had grown more luxuriantly. At the same time, the golden flower on the branch, the petals and stamens, were all blooming. A strange flower fragrance filled the entire storage ring. Debao and Erbao, as well as the little fire fox and the little flying snake, all looked extremely excited, sniffing the flower fragrance with their noses, inhaling non-stop. That night, Luo Qingzhou suddenly received a message from Sister Yu. I'm going to Imo City. That night, Nandong Huiyue also came underground and told him, there are more and more demons gathering at the border. Tomorrow, I will go to the border with Yuying. Uncle Duan will temporarily take charge of the government. Of course, Fairy Fanyo also sent a message. The other party is also going to the border of Dian. In addition to them, the 5 major sects of Dian, including Master and Uncle, are also going. I heard that the ancient sacred tree of the demon clan has been resurrected, and all the demons in Jiuzhou continent have gathered. So the practitioners in our Jiuzhou continent must unite and eliminate them. Of course, most people come for the sacred tree of the demon clan. It is said that if you climb its canopy, you can see real immortals. Chapter 905. Qin Yao took the initiative to it. Friends. The Queen's concerns and secrets. The storm is coming. The news from the border came too suddenly, which caught Luo Qingzhou off guard. Perhaps everyone knew that he was practicing hard. So, whether it was Sister Yu, Master and Uncle, or Dean Bai, none of them asked him to go with them. Nandong Huiyue just came down to tell him and left. This time, the demon race has revived, and the strong men from the Jiuzhou continent have gathered. I am afraid that the border will be in a big storm, because if it is not handled well in the Great Yin territory, I am afraid that the entire Great Yin will suffer. So the 5 major sects of the Great Yin, and even the Queen, hurried there. Of course, he couldn't stay out of it. I wonder if Sister Yu is set off. He first took out the body judgment stone, held it in his palm, and checked his current data. Grandmaster's early stage, process 7. Incarnation of the spirit realm early stage, process 8. For him, this progress is still slow. The border is now full of strong men. Although it is dangerous, there may be more opportunities. He made up his mind, took out the message, and sent a message to Sister Yu first, asking her when she would leave. Then, he sent a message to his master and uncle. He did not wait for a reply. He came out of the underground and came to the practice room. The room was misty and warm like spring. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was lying on the soft couch in the corner and had fallen asleep. Her black hair fell from the edge of the couch, and her reclining figure was slender and graceful, with ups and downs. Under the red dress, there was a pair of slender and beautiful jade feet, white and flawless. She seemed tired and slept particularly sweetly. Luo Qingzhou walked to the couch, gently covered her with a blanket, looked at her quietly for a while, and took out the message. Sister Yu replied, leave tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou, I will go too. We will go together. Sister Yu, are you not at home to accompany your queen? Luo Qingzhou, she will go with me. After a while, the message came back, she can't go. Luo Qingzhou, why? Sister Yu, no reason. Luo Qingzhou, actually, I think so too. She is the emperor. The government is too stable now. It is not appropriate for her to go in person. I will persuade her tomorrow. Sister Yu, if you go, what about the other wives in your family? Luo Qingzhou, when the country is in trouble, every man has a responsibility. If the country is in trouble, how can the family survive? Sister Yu, you didn't say that before. Luo Qingzhou, people will change, and their thoughts will change. I used to only care about my small family, but now I have to care about everyone. Sister Yu, the main reason is that she gave too much. Right? Luo Qingzhou, you can also say that. He quickly replied, Sister Yu gave me more. The other party has gone offline. Luo Qingzhou was a little annoyed that he was too slow to react. When he was about to reply a few more words, a prompt suddenly appeared on the communication treasure. Hello. Qin Yao is adding you as a friend. You can choose to agree or refuse. Qin Yao? Fairy Qin Yao? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, thinking that he might have met a scammer. What kind of person is Fairy Qin Yao? Would she take the initiative to add him as a friend? Even if the other party has something to find him, she will let Fan Yu contact him. Right? Regardless of whether it was true or not. He didn't need to add the other party. He had made up his mind that he would not go to Jiutian Yao again, unless he punched the guy named Liyun to death first. Reject. He did not hesitate and clicked reject directly. A moment later, Fairy Pink You sent a message. What's wrong with you? She asked in a questioning tone. Luo Qingzhou asked knowingly. What's wrong? Fairy Pink You, my master took the initiative to add someone for the first time. And you actually rejected it? Obviously. She and her fellow sisters were stunned. Her master was also stunned. Luo Qingzhou, was it really Fairy Qingyao just now? Sorry. I thought it was a liar. How could Fairy Qingyao take the initiative to add me? It's incredible. Fairy Pink You, it's my master. Not a liar. Luo Qingzhou, oh. Soon. A prompt appeared on the communication treasure again. Hello. Qingyao, who was just rejected by you to add as a friend, is shamelessly asking to add you as a friend again. You can choose to agree or reject. After this rejection, the other party will no longer be able to add you as a friend remotely, and will be warned and marked as a fraudster by the system. Luo Qingzhou. This system is really smart. He stretched out his finger and was about to click agree. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from his ear. Who? He was so scared that his hand trembled, and he directly clicked on reject. Ding! You have rejected the other party. From now on, you will no longer be harassed by the other party remotely. Luo Qingzhou. At the same time, on a spaceship thousands of miles away, in the room, Fairy Qingyao was sitting cross-legged in the corner, closing her eyes to rest. 5 girls surrounded her, looking at the communication treasure in Hong Yuan's hand, and whispering, "Haha, that guy actually thought that Master was a liar. So funny." I said. Master took the initiative to add him. He must be flattered and excited. How could he refuse? Obviously he felt that he was dreaming and couldn't believe it. I guess now that he saw the message sent by Fanfan, he was excited and annoyed. At this moment, the communication treasure in Hong Yuan's hand suddenly dinged, and a message prompt came. Look, the message has come. It should be agreed. And he will definitely apologize. The 5 people's heads immediately gathered together and looked at the communication treasure. Hong Yuan stretched out her finger and clicked on the message. Sorry. Your request to add was rejected by the other party again. Since you have been rejected by the other party twice, you have been temporarily listed as a fraudster by the system, and you will never be able to add anyone remotely again. If you want to appeal, please upload 3 beautiful photos of yourself, as well as family information and identity proof. 5 people. The air suddenly became silent. Fairy Qingyao, who was resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes, looked at them, and said, What's wrong? Hong Yuan rubbed her eyes, feeling unconvinced, and exited the message again, then clicked in to read it again. The result was still the same text. At this time, Lu He suddenly pointed at the image in the upper right corner of the message and said in surprise, Look! Master's head portrait suddenly disappeared and turned into a blank. Also, there are a few more words behind Master's name fraudster. Qingyao fraudster. The faces of the 5 girls were all stiff, as if they were suddenly cast into a spell, with their eyes wide open, frozen in place, motionless. Qingyao, who was sitting in the corner, was slightly stunned for a moment, and suddenly stood up, stretched out her hand to take the message from Hong Yuan, and looked down at the message on it. There was a dead silence in the room. For a long time, Hong Yuan's mouth twitched, and she spoke carefully, Master. You don't be angry. We will go to Dian and beat that kid up. Ziwei also said, Yes. We must beat that kid up. It's too much. He actually made Master. Puff. Huh. Lu He suddenly couldn't help laughing. As soon as she laughed, she hurriedly covered her mouth and turned around and fled out of the room. Others also endured it bitterly. It was simply unprecedented. The first time I saw such a situation. The master who was famous in the entire Jiuzhou continent was rejected twice in a row by a kid, and was even made into a fraudster. It's too much. I'm going to die of laughter. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them covered their mouths and fled the room one after another. Only Fairy Qingyao was left standing in the room, looking at the message in her hand, stunned for a long time. Dian. Yaohua Palace. Training room. When Nandong Huyu woke up, she saw someone sitting next to her, sending messages to other women, and with a rich expression on his face. She took it and took a look, and was stunned for a moment, with a surprised expression on her face. Fairy Qingyao? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I thought she was a liar before, so I rejected her once. This time, Your Majesty, I seem to have gotten into trouble. Nan Donghuyue looked at the rejection prompt, and her eyebrows twitched, although she regretted it in her heart. Her face remained calm. What are you afraid of? She took the initiative to add you twice, so she must have something to ask of you. Just add her again when you meet. Luo Qingzhou thought carefully and nodded. That's right. Nan Donghuyue narrowed her eyes and said, Are you on good terms with that Finyo? Luo Qingzhou immediately took back his communication treasure. The relationship is just SOSO. It's just that the other party is from Jiutianyao, and I want to know more about the outside world. So I will contact him occasionally. Nan Donghuyue said coldly, Occasionally? Why do I think it's so frequent? Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and immediately changed the subject. Your Majesty, I think you should not go to the border. I can go. Now the court is unstable, and the great Mongolian Empire is eyeing it covetously. Your Majesty should stay in the center and deal with some emergencies at any time. Although Prince Duan is good, he has never handled these political affairs after all. And I am afraid that there will be chaos. Nan Donghuyue was silent for a while. When she was about to speak, her face suddenly changed. She covered her mouth and retched. Ugh then. She retched again. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly patted her back gently, and said with concern, What's wrong? Nan Donghuyue covered her mouth, suppressed the feeling in her heart, looked away, and whispered, It's okay, maybe I just slept and caught a cold. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, put one hand on her flat belly, rubbed it gently, and asked in confusion, According to your constitution, you shouldn't catch a cold. Nan Donghuyue's eyebrows jumped, and she looked at him and said, What is my constitution? When Luo Qingzhou was about to answer, he suddenly remembered something and said calmly, I have a constitution with internal heat. Every time I make love with your Majesty, I feel that your Majesty's whole body is warm. Hot. Hotter than other people. He suddenly stopped talking. Nan Donghuyue looked at him coldly. Go on. Why don't you say it? Compared to other people? Or, which other people? Luo Qingzhou, your Majesty. Let's talk about going to the border. Nan Donghuyue said with a cold face. No. I still want to hear about your love with other people. At this moment, the communication treasure on Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly vibrated. Your Majesty, it's over. Fairy Fan, you will probably blame me. Let's talk about the 9 heavens Yaotai. He quickly took out the communication treasure and clicked on the message. No matter what the matter was, just change the subject. Who knew that the message was from Sister Yu? There is something I think I should tell you about your queen. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and turned his head to look. His queen was also looking at the message on the communication treasure at this moment. Luo Qingzhou immediately took the initiative. Your Majesty, are you hiding something from me? Nan Donghuyue's face suddenly showed a panic expression. Pretending to be calm, no. Don't listen to her nonsense. Then he immediately ordered, block her. Now. Immediately. Right away. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 906, The Queen's Dragon Fetus. Block? How is that possible? Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare. He replied immediately. Sister Yu, His Majesty is next to me. Hiss. As soon as he replied, he suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Nan Donghuyue pinched him hard. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the message came back. Oh. The chat stopped abruptly. Luo Qingzhou put away the message and looked at the queen beside him and said, Your Majesty, what are you hiding from me? You are so afraid that I will know. It can't be. No. Nan Donghuyue immediately denied it, and then said bitterly, Don't listen to her nonsense. She is envious of your love with me and wants to sow discord. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Of course it is so. Nan Donghuyue glared at him and said, I have given everything to you. What can I hide from you? Would you rather believe an outsider than me? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course, I am willing to believe your Majesty. Okay, just treat her as nonsense. Block her. This is not good? Will you block her? Your Majesty. In fact, some things are not blocked. It can be solved. Maybe you can talk to her and tell her to stop talking nonsense. Nan Donghuyue suddenly stared at him suspiciously, paused, and said, Do you know what she is going to say? Luo Qingzhou said, How should I know? Nan Donghuyue narrowed her eyes, stared at him for a moment, and then said coldly, Okay, you go back first. Since you are going to the border with me, go back and say goodbye to your other wives first. This time to the border. It may take a long time. I am also sleepy. I have to get up early and attend the court tomorrow. I need to rest. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her hand hidden in her sleeves, nodded calmly, stood up and said, okay. Then I will take my leave first. But I want to say one more thing. Your Majesty had better not leave Kyoto. After that, he turned and left. Outside the cave, Yuewu, dressed in a pink dress, and Yuying, dressed in a black suit, both stood quietly at the door. When Yuewu saw him, her eyes were gentle and she whispered, young master, Yuewu will take you there. Yuying still had a cold expression on her face. Luo Qingzhou said, no, it's too late. I'll leave from underground. After that, he went directly underground and disappeared. Yuewu was slightly stunned. Yuying walked into the training room and bowed to the noble figure on the couch and said, Your Majesty, Yuying also thinks that you can't go. Nangong Huiyue held a message in his hand and sent a threatening message to someone. If you dare to tell him, try it. I have no face to see him. And you have even less face. As his ex-wife and sister-in-law, you secretly go out to date him every night. And you also ask him to call you Sister Yu in a mushy way. If he knows, let's see how you will face him in the Qin family in the future. After sending this message, she raised her head and looked at Yuying and said, Why can't I go? Yuying glanced at her abdomen, lowered her head, and said nothing. Nangong Huiyue was silent for a moment, frowned slightly, and a tangled expression appeared between her brows. She said, I don't want to either. But, Yuying said respectfully, he can go. Nangong Huiyue frowned. And when she was thinking, the message came back. What I want to say is not about good brother and good sister seeing this message. Nangong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched, and she was ashamed and angry. I didn't call you. It has nothing to do with me. You are disgusting. Let him call you Sister Yu. And flirt with him. Vomit. The message came back quickly. Getting angry is not good for the fetus. Nangong Huiyue choked. What does it have to do with you? Humph. You are just envious and jealous. The other party did not reply again. Nangong Huiyue's face changed for a while. Don't tell him for the time being. I don't want him to have too many worries. The burden I gave him is already heavy enough after a while. The message came back. You can't go to the border. Nangong Huiyue. I know what you mean. Whether it is for the country or for him. I shouldn't go. I need to think about it again. Then he replied again, Humph. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. If I don't go, you can go with him and kiss me all the way. Right? Maybe when you come back, you'll be pregnant. Right? I can hear your plan in the palace. The other party didn't reply. Nangong Huiyue frowned and thought for a long time. She reached out and gently stroked her abdomen. Her expression suddenly softened and she murmured, For you, I shouldn't take risks. Right? Then she whispered, Little traitor hum. In the early hours of the morning, Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion. The entire Qin mansion was dark and quiet. In the Meixiang garden, Shuer was still alone, practicing flying knives hard, when Luo Qingzhou suddenly appeared from under her feet. She jumped up from the ground in fright. Just as she was about to scream, Luo Qingzhou covered her mouth. Don't be afraid. It's my son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou whispered in her ear, then let go of her hand and praised, Not bad. The flying knife is getting more and more powerful. The martial artist has refined his bones. Right? Shuer lowered her head and said timidly, Well, Luo Qingzhou did not ask who taught her again. Rubbed her head and encouraged, Keep working hard, little bun. After that, he went into the house. Shuer held the flying knife and stood there with a red face. After seeing him enter the room, she pouted her lips slightly and muttered in a low voice, You call me little bun again. Luo Qingzhou entered the room. A candle was burning at the head of the bed, and it had not been extinguished yet. Miss Qin Air had fallen asleep on the stool at the head of the bed. There were several books, all of which were books on Confucianism and Taoism left by Luo Qingzhou that day. Evidently, Miss Qin Air would read even when she was resting at night. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes, shoes and socks, lifted the curtain, quietly got on the bed, and got into the quilt. Although he was very careful, Miss Qin's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Brother Qingzhou. The surprise in the girl's eyes was beyond words, and she immediately got into his arms. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and kissed her forehead, and then said softly, I didn't intend to disturb your sleep, but I'm going on a long trip tomorrow, so I want to accompany you. Miss Qin's cheek was pressed against his chest, and she rubbed it gently for a while like a kitten. And then she said softly, Where is Brother Qingzhou going? How long will you be gone? Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and said, Go to the border. Marching. As for how long, I don't know yet. Miss Qin raised her cheek. Marching? Isn't it occupied by the demons? Then she came to her senses. Brother Qingzhou is going to fight the demons? Luo Qingzhou said, to resist the demons and defend the country. There are more and more demons on the border. The army of the Yin and the practitioners of various sects are rushing there. If it is allowed to develop, the whole Yin will be in danger. Miss Qin sighed softly. Brother Qingzhou is really hard. Luo Qingzhou stroked her delicate face and said, There are many people who are harder than me. As a Yin person, I naturally have to contribute to the people and land of the Yin. Miss Qin said softly, Daddy and second brother are also there. If Brother Qingzhou goes, remember to see them. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. I will protect them. Miss Qin hugged him tightly, was quiet for a while, and suddenly said, Will sister you go? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes, we will go together. Miss Qin couldn't help but smile and said, Brother Qingzhou said so righteously. It turns out that sister you is going too. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, Even if she doesn't go, I will go. I go there to defend my country. Not for love. Miss Qin smiled and said, Wei Mo knows. Wei Mo is just joking. But if sister you is with him, Brother Qingzhou should be very happy. Right? Luo Qingzhou changed the subject with his hand. Have you read those books? Miss Qin's cheek was slightly pressed against his neck, and she said softly, I'm still reading slowly. Wei Mo thinks the content inside is so magical. Poems and articles can all be transformed into power to fight. I don't know if it's true. Luo Qingzhou said, Of course it's true. I've seen Dean Bai of Dragon and Tiger College perform it. It's very powerful. Miss Qin said, Oh Wei Mo. Wei Mo will read it seriously. Well, go to sleep. Outside the window, the night is as dark as ink. Shuer has put away the flying knife and returned to the room to sleep. At some point, it started to drizzle. The spring moon was long and soft, like a thread, and the empty courtyard was suddenly filled with the sound of dripping. On the house next door, a moon-white figure stood there quietly, drenched in the cold rain, and the expression on that flawless face could not be seen in the dark. The spring rain lasted all night. The next day, the sun was shining, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and flowers. The sky was blue and clear. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er both slept in. At noon, the two got up, had lunch, held hands, and strolled affectionately in the flower garden behind. But Miss Qin Er soon got tired again. Luo Qingzhou sent her back to her room, and after she fell asleep sweetly, he went to Lingchan Moon Palace. He went to Beiling's room, plundered all the medicine powder hidden by the girl, and played with her for a while before going to see Chan Chan. Miss Qin was in her room today and did not show up. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou left the Qin residence and entered the palace. At the same time, he sent a message to Sister Yu, telling her to meet up at the palace, in the study room of Yahua Palace. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a loose and soft fiery red dress, was sitting at the table with a frown, reading the memorial in her hand. Luo Qingzhou did not report and walked in directly. Nandong Huiyue looked at him coldly and said, As you wish. I will not go. Dean Bai and the others have left first. You can go alone with someone. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, Isn't there Lord Yuing? Nandong Huiyue narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Isn't the someone I'm talking about Yuing? Who do you think I'm talking about? Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue glared at him fiercely and said, Yuing is still leading troops. Are you satisfied? Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, Your Majesty. Why did you suddenly figure it out? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said in a light tone, I am. As the ruler of a country, it is natural for him to put state affairs first. It is okay for you to go. You are my husband and can represent me. I have already issued an order that you can dispatch and command the troops on the border at will. I will help you after the moon shadow passes. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, In fact, I am not good at dispatching troops and fighting. Nandong Huiyue immediately rolled his eyes at him and sneered. You are indeed not good at it. It was Mr. Luo who devised a plan to disintegrate and defeat the Seven-Nation Alliance and defeat the Tai King's army. Right? Luo Qingzhou. Don't pretend in front of me. Her Majesty the Queen's mood today does not seem to be very good. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to provoke her. He looked out the window, and the setting sun was about to set. After dark, he should set off. Come here. Nan Donghuyue suddenly ordered in a cold voice. She seemed to find that her attitude was not very good, and her tone softened again. Then she stretched out her long legs and said, "Help me take off my socks. I allow you to help me massage my feet for a while." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, walked over, knelt down at her feet naturally, lowered his head, and held up one of her slender feet, and slowly helped her take off the snow-white silk stockings on it at the same time. In a forest somewhere on the border, several human soldiers were fighting fiercely with a group of monsters. The group of monsters waved their claws with ferocious faces, surrounded them, and rushed over with roars. "Qin Chuan, you go first. Go and notify the army behind you." Among the humans, a tall silver-haired woman was waving the big knife in her hand, chopping the monsters that rushed over, and shouting loudly behind her. The young man behind her waved his fist and roared, "You go first." Boom! He smashed the chest of a monster with one punch. Not far away, a terrifying giant tree that was hundreds of feet tall, like a huge ancient beast, stood between heaven and earth. The huge tree canopy almost covered the entire sky. Chapter 907 Kissing Sister Yu. The holy tree in the storage ring. Outside the window. Night fell. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, Nan Donghuyue suddenly grabbed him, and the expression and tone on her face suddenly became extremely gentle. "Come back early." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and nodded, "Yes." Nan Donghuyue still held his hand and refused to let go, with a reluctant look in her eyes. At this moment, her queen's majesty and coldness had melted away. Luo Qingzhou looked at her quietly for a moment, then slowly lowered his head, kissed her on the lips, and whispered, "Don't worry. I will come back soon." Then, he whispered again, "The Piaomiao immortal sect has not been destroyed, and De Yin has not become strong. So of course I will come back. Besides, there is a gentle and lovely majesty who can be high above and weak below waiting for me." Nan Donghuyue raised her cheeks, and her eyes were already misty. "So do you like the high above me, or the weak below me?" Luo Qingzhou bit her lips gently, rubbed her forehead gently, and said, "I like both." The queen looked at him gently for a moment, suddenly bit her lips, slowly knelt down, and whispered, "Then I will be weak again." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sky outside the window. It was getting late, and he should leave. Although he was reluctant, he did not hesitate. The turmoil on the border might be a good temper for him. He must become stronger as soon as possible to completely destroy the Piaomiao immortal sect, and let De Yin truly stand up. Charge. Keep charging. 1 year is a wishful thinking for others, but for him, it is enough. Yayang Tower. Danan Yin. Lan Ling. Jia Sun. Lu Yunyi wait. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, his blood boiling, as if there was a vast energy bursting out of his body, and his eyes became more determined. He must turn the tide for De Yin. "Your Majesty, when I return victorious, I will repay your Majesty's favor." He was full of fighting spirit and left quickly without staying any longer. The study became quiet. Nan Donghuyue's red skirt spread out like petals, and she knelt on the ground in a trance. She stayed there for a long time, and suddenly vomited again. Yuewu appeared at the door and said with concern, "Your Majesty, go to bed early. The imperial physician said that your stomach." She suddenly froze, looking at the empress kneeling on the ground in the room in astonishment, looking at her noble and majestic but frosty cheeks. "My stomach is fine." Her Majesty was in a trance for a long time before she regained her composure. Luo Qingzhou left the palace, took out the communication token, and sent a message to Sister Yu. While he was in a daze, recalling the tenderness of Her Majesty the Queen just now, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the night sky. In the night sky, a bright moon was hanging high. In the bright moon, a flying boat was floating there. On the flying boat, a snow-white figure, dancing in a white skirt, was floating like a fairy. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, stepped on the strong wind, and jumped into the air. Then his mind moved, and a flying sword fell at his feet, carrying him quickly into the sky. Under the clouds, the flying boat floated quietly. Yu Yao, wearing a white dress, stood quietly at the bow. She was still a fleshy body. Sister Yu was cold, still had a pure and charming cold face, and still had a sweet and tempting but cold taste. Luo Qingzhou looked at her a few more times, landed on the flying boat, put away the flying sword and said, "Sister Yu, are we the only two?" Yu Yao looked at the sea of clouds in the distance with cold eyes, and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "It's good for the two of us." who knew that as soon as the words fell, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was sent by the master. My beloved disciple, are you going to the border? If you want to go, come and pick us up. We will go together. Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, Master, I won't go for the time being. You go first. It's not easy to be alone with Sister Yu. Of course, I can't be disturbed by the improper master. Fairy Zixia, are you sure? Luo Qingzhou, yes. I will continue to practice hard in Kyoto. Fairy Zixia, evil disciple. How dare you deceive me? Your Majesty just sent me a message saying that you are on Miss Yue's spaceship and are ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou. Fairy Zixia, come quickly. Your uncle is still waiting for you pitifully, as well as your Aunt Luo and the little saint. Luo Qingzhou, why don't you take the ancestor spaceship? Where is Senior Luo Ling? You can take her spaceship. Fairy Zixia, they have already gone away with Dean Bai. Come quickly. You don't want others to know that you bullied your uncle. Right? Luo Qingzhou. He had no choice but to put away the communication treasure and look at the cold girl in front of him. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he had to speak up. Sister Yu. Master just sent me a message saying that they want to come with us. Do you think is it convenient? Yu Yao turned her back to him, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, and said lightly, not convenient. Luo Qingzhou said, oh but, they don't seem to have a spaceship. Yu Yao looked into the distance and ignored him. The spaceship under his feet flew into the sky and began to fly quickly. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to reply to the master, Master, the spaceship is too small to carry so many people. Otherwise, you should think of other ways. The message came back quickly. Fairy Zixia, can't carry it? Well, it seems that we can only walk through mountains and rivers. It doesn't matter to me. But your uncle seems to have his period these 2 days. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he had to say, Master, then I will pick you up. My flying sword can also become bigger, but there is no house on it, so be careful when sitting on it. Fairy Zixia, yeah, I'll wait for you. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. He put away the communication treasure and looked at the cold girl in front of him. When he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed and he looked down. After the spaceship left the city, it actually arrived above the Yumu Mountains. While he was stunned, the spaceship had already begun to slowly descend towards Lingxiao Peak. Sister Yu. Just as the spaceship landed halfway, there was a whoosh sound on Lingxiao Peak, and a light shield appeared, blocking the spaceship outside. At this time, in the pool on the main peak of Lingxiao Sect, water suddenly splashed and a huge monster flew up. With a flick of its iron tail, it was about to flee in a hurry down the mountain. At this time, Luo Qingzhou's voice suddenly rang out in the air, Master, open the door. It's us. The light shield of the mountain protection formation opened with a whoosh. The huge monster that was about to flee immediately turned around and jumped up, roaring, who dares to trespass into my Lingxiao sect? I am the evil bully Tianlai. After saying that, the iron tail swung violently again, driving the waves and bravely rushed into the air. Then, it suddenly cried out awe and cried with joy, Master, it's you? I miss you so much. Whoa. Then it flattered him in an exaggerated tone. Wow. The girl next to you is so beautiful. Is she your new wife? Master is so powerful. Any woman can't escape your clutches under your seduction. My admiration for you is like a surging river. Endless. And like the yellow river flooding. All at once awe. Before it finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou slapped it and flew it down, shouting, Shut your crocodile mouth. A crocodile can't spit out ivory. Wow. The bully fell into the pool and dared not show his head again. The spaceship landed on the square of the main peak. Fairy Zixia had been waiting below with a group of people. Miss Yu Yao. Thank you politely with a smile on her face. In front of outsiders, she was still a very serious leader of a sect. But when she looked at someone, she glared at him again. Luo Shang and Lu Li also thanked him. Linghu Qingju lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Yu Yao glanced at her, nodded slightly, with a cold expression, and did not speak. Several people boarded the spaceship together and entered the canopy. Sister Yu, you go in and rest first. I will drive it. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he immediately released his powerful soul power and divine consciousness, ready to lift the flying boat. But the flying boat did not move at all. Yu Yao glanced at him, and then removed the restrictions of the flying boat, allowing his soul power and divine consciousness to be integrated into the flying boat. The flying boat finally flew up slowly. Luo Qingzhou was a little unfamiliar at first, but slowly mastered the rhythm of the flying boat, and the speed became faster and faster. It was as fast as lightning, freely shuttling between the clouds. A night passed in the blink of an eye. After dawn, Luo Qingzhou just entered the boat tent and saw that everyone was sitting in silence. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward and depressing. He had to take the initiative to chat about the topic. Have the three major immortal sects of Jiuzhou continent and other sects gone to the border? Luo Shang smiled slightly and said, some have gone, and some are still on the way. After all, many sects are very far away and need some time. Luo Qingzhou said, is it because of the sacred tree of the demon clan? Luo Shang's expression was slightly condensed, and said, that is called the holy tree of heaven and earth. It is said that it once grew in the capital of the ancient demon clan and has mysterious magical powers. It is said that there were immortals sitting on the tree canopy to discuss the Tao. If someone climbed the tree canopy, they might be able to glimpse the secret of becoming an immortal. It is also said that the holy tree of heaven and earth is full of treasures. Because of that holy tree, many powerful people suddenly appeared in the demon clan at the beginning. Luo Qingzhou listened carefully, and after she finished speaking, she said, isn't cultivation all based on one's own talent, hard work, and opportunities? It's just a tree. No matter how powerful it is, how can it make people immortal? Luo Shang smiled and said, maybe that's the best opportunity? In fact, for us practitioners, opportunities should be the most useful and convenient. Many practitioners who are not talented and not very hardworking may accidentally eat an elixir one day, or get the inheritance of a great power, and they may suddenly soar into the sky. But practitioners who have talent and hard work but cannot encounter good opportunities may not catch up with others even if they practice hard for a lifetime, Luo Qingzhou said. That's right. He thought of his sun and moon mirror and sister Yu. These are all opportunities on his path of cultivation. Without the spiritual fluid of the sun and moon mirror and sister Yu's teaching and help, even if he is talented and has the physique of the thunder spirit root, it will be difficult for him to move forward. At this time, Lioli said, Brother Chu, I heard that the sacred tree of heaven and earth of the demon race has been resurrected in Mo City. The demon race, which was gradually weakening, relied on the sacred tree and quickly became strong again. The border guards were killed one after another. Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly and said, if this is true, then our great yin is probably in trouble this time. The demons and cultivators of the entire Jiuzhou continent are swarming here, and it will definitely affect the innocent. I have already told His Majesty to evacuate the people in the nearby cities to the inland. I hope it's not too late. Luo Shang sighed and said, in the past few years, my great yin has been in constant war, and many people have been displaced and miserable. I thought that His Majesty had quelled the rebellion and life would gradually get better. Who knew that such a thing would happen again now? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, it will be fine. This time we go to the border. No matter what, we must resist the demons and prevent them from invading the country again. Luo Shang nodded and said, I hope so. Fairy Zixia suddenly said, since it is all caused by the sacred tree of heaven and earth. When we go there, can we find a way to destroy the tree? Luo Shang smiled bitterly and said, that's not easy. The demons will probably protect it with their lives. And, Luo Qingzhou said, moreover, the three major immortal sects and other sects probably don't want it to be destroyed. Luo Shang sneered and said, that's natural. They don't care about the lives of our people in Dian, let alone whether our land in Dian will be swallowed by the demons. Several people felt heavy in their hearts. After dark, Luo Qingzhou stood up and walked out, saying to the cold girl standing at the bow, Sister Yu, it's my turn. You go in and rest. Yu Yao looked at the night sky in the distance, was silent for a while, turned her head and looked at him, and said, where is your storage ring? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and quickly took out the storage ring and handed it to her. Yu Yao took it in her hand, looked down, and then looked up at him and said, the small tree inside may be related to the sacred tree of heaven and earth of the demon race. Or even, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he whispered, in fact, I also suspected it before I found it in the underground of Mo City, in a battlefield in the ancient space. It may be the capital of the demon race, and there are many human and demon skeletons in it. Everything there is destroyed. Only a piece of tree roots, and some vitality. After I went back, I planted it in the storage ring, watered it with spiritual liquid, and then it came to life and grew into the small tree now. By the way, Sister Yu, A flower has bloomed on the tree, and the petals are golden. Take a look. Yu Yao's mind moved and fell into the storage ring. The restrictions in the storage ring did not hinder her at all. As early as when Luo Qingzhou gave her the storage ring, she had already cracked it. Or it could be said that it was connected with her mind. Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful and cold face, smelled a familiar sweet scent on her body, and couldn't help but think of the dream he had in the ancient ruins. He turned his head and looked into the cabin. There was a curtain covering it, and the people inside were either asleep or resting their eyes. The bright moon in the night sky was also hiding in the clouds. The bow of the ship was pitch black. He hesitated for a while, and then he mustered up the courage to quietly move to the side, approaching the girl next to him, almost sticking to her body, and then quietly stretched out his hand and embraced her slender waist. Before she could react, he suddenly kissed her on the mouth. The girl in his arms trembled suddenly, and when her fingertips were about to touch his body, he suddenly bit her mouth, even if she was frozen. So what? He thought to himself. At the same time, he used his soul power to prevent the other party's soul from escaping from Huagu's body immediately. That slender jade finger had already touched his chest, but for some reason, it did not immediately freeze. He was delighted and immediately took the opportunity to hug her tightly and continue kissing and invading her. The girl in his arms began to weaken. He soon couldn't help himself, and his hands began to be dishonest. The result? Crack. When he was too proud, he was suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. The figure of the girl in his arms flashed and fell to the stern, and then her figure was covered by the boat awning in moonlight. The curtain was quietly lifted. Fairy Zixia poked her head out from inside, looked outside, and was stunned and opened her eyes wide. There is an ice sculpture on the bow. Luo Qingzhou was covered with frost, standing there, with his hands stretched out, motionless, and the expression on his face looked particularly rich. Qingzhou, come and see. There is a sculpture. Fairy Zixia suddenly turned her head and whispered to the inside. As a result, the people in the cabin suddenly opened their eyes and came to watch. But at this time, the ice sculpture on the bow had disappeared. Only a young man in a black robe stood there with his back to them, looking at the dark night in the distance and thought. Zixia, where is the sculpture? Isn't that Fei Yang? Luo Shang asked in confusion. Fairy Zixia opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. Another day later, the spaceship finally arrived at the border city. Many people appeared along the way, bustling and merging into a vast stream of people, dragging their families and moving towards the inland exhaustedly. All kinds of shouting, crying, and shouting mixed together. Some people took the opportunity to rob and bully the weak. Some people fought for a little food and water. Most people had numb faces, took heavy steps, and staggered forward like zombies. The road was littered with various clothes, items, broken carriages, and even lost children, as well as injured old people and some lifeless corpses. Several people stood at the bow, silently watching the miserable scene below. And in the distance, a terrifying giant tree shrouded in black fog, towering between heaven and earth, suddenly appeared. Chapter 908 Love Talk in the Courtyard. Sister Yu's monologue. The flying boat slowed down. The further it went, the more it could feel the strong sense of oppression brought by the giant tree in the distance. As thick as a pillar, it towered over the sky and the earth. The black crown of the giant tree was like a huge black cloud, covering the sky and the three cities of Mo City, Lu City, and Black Cloud City. The thin black fog covered the three cities, making them look weird and terrifying. The people in the nearby cities all fled in panic with their families. The animals, birds, and even the fish and shrimp in the nearby mountains and forests disappeared. The people on the flying boat looked at these silently, and their expressions were particularly solemn. Luo Shang couldn't help but wonder, according to the records in the book, the sacred tree of heaven and earth of the demon race should not be black. Why is this tree? It looks like a demon tree. Luo Qingzhou looked at the black giant tree and spoke. Luo Shang nodded and said, Indeed, there must be something strange. Or maybe the demons used their magic and concealed themselves. The flying boat stopped on a hillside. Not far ahead was another city on the border of the Yin, Linqiu City. Dozens of miles in front of Linqiu City, the army of De Yin was stationed. So this city was relatively safe for the time being. There was a constant stream of vendors at the city gate, some carrying shoulder poles, some pushing carts, coming in and out, most of which were filled with food. In a place like this where war broke out, food was the most scarce, although the vendors took great risks. The rewards were also very generous. The people in the city were bustling. And in addition to the garrison, there were many civilians who had not evacuated. Of course, there were more practitioners from all over the Jeojo continent. Moreover, more practitioners came every day. Many practitioners also appeared in some nearby villages and forests. There were soldiers guarding and questioning the city gate. But there were too many practitioners coming from all over the place. And many of them were unwilling to explain their origins. The conflicts continued to escalate in the past few days. At the suggestion of Baishan, the city lord Zhang Yin had to withdraw the gatekeepers and open all the city gates. At the same time, ordinary people in the city began to be evacuated. Luo Qingzhou and his companions followed a group of vendors into the city. Zhuang Jian had received the news in advance and was waiting on the street at the city gate. When he saw them, he hurriedly asked them to follow. There were too many people on the street, and it was not a place to chat. Without saying a word, they followed him, crossed several streets, turned into an alley, and then came to a dilapidated mansion. On the plaque of the mansion gate, there were two big characters, Yang Mansion. On both sides of the door, there was a team of soldiers guarding. Zhuang Jian led them into the mansion and explained, "The people in the mansion have fled with their families, so we will stay here temporarily. Dean Bai and others are discussing things with City Lord Zhang in the City Lord's mansion. You just arrived, so rest for a night, and don't go out casually for the time being. There are more and more cultivators in the city, and many of them are from other countries. They are under the guise of resisting the demon clan together, so it is inconvenient for us to drive them away. People from the three major immortal sects will also be here soon. I don't know where they will live when the time comes." At this point, he snorted again and said, "I heard that the Pyamyu immortal sect brought a lot of people this time, including disciples from their sect and practitioners from other countries. The great Mongolian Empire also has 50,000 cavalrymen rushing here. Mo City, Lu City and Heiyun City have been temporarily leased to them. I guess they are going to attack the demon clan seriously. That's good. We don't have to worry about it. Dean Bai also said that we only need to hold on here, as long as the demon clan does not continue to invade our other cities. We don't have to worry about them for the time being. Let's see what the three major immortal sects do first." Luo Shang sneered. "With the temptation of the sacred tree of heaven and earth, it is estimated that they will attack the demon clan more actively than anyone else." Zhuang Jian said, "Anyway, our great Yin army should not move for the time being. We must maintain sufficient vigilance and strength to prevent other accidents." Several people came to the backyard. Zhuang Jian pointed to two courtyards and said, "There are two courtyards left. You can live in any of them. In the past few days, it's best not to run around. Just practice in the mansion. When the three major immortal sects come, let's see what they decide." He gave a few more instructions and then left in a hurry. The few people flew all the way, but they just closed their eyes and rested on the road, and did not rest well, so they were a little tired. Fairy Zixiao walked to one of the courtyards and said, "There are exactly 6 of us. 3 people live in one. I, Xingzhu, Fei Yang, we live in this courtyard. Aunt Luo, you, Lioli, and Miss Yao live in the one next to it. Is that okay?" Before Luo Shan spoke, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Master, these 2 courtyards are quite large, enough to accommodate many people. Otherwise," Fairy Zixiao immediately glared at him and said, "Don't even think about it. Men and women should not be intimate. It's okay for your master and your uncle to live with you, but you let Aunt Luo, Lioli, and Miss Yao live with you. How can it be? 6 people live in a small courtyard, and you are the only man. Do you think it's appropriate?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and said, "Master, what I mean is that you 5 women live together, and I live alone. You also said that men and women should not be intimate, didn't you?" Fairy Zixiao paused for a moment. After a while, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "You wishful thinking. You live in such a big yard by yourself, and let the 5 of us squeeze together, and you are not honest. What if you sneak out without your master watching you?" Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Master, I want to practice quietly by myself. I won't sneak out. At least not in the next few days." When Fairy Zixiao saw him bring up the reason for practicing, her momentum weakened immediately, and she said, "Fei Yang, your master and your uncle will also practice, and they will be very quiet and will not disturb you." Luo Qingzhou shook his head firmly. "No, my whole body will get hot when I practice, and I may take off my clothes. It's very inconvenient for you and your uncle to be here. Fairy Zisha's eyes lit up. And she immediately said righteously, "What's inconvenient? I am your master. Qingzhou is your uncle. Can I still take advantage of you?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two of them, without saying a word, nor giving in. At this time, Luo Shan said, "Zixia, let Feiyun live alone. He has already reached the level of a grandmaster, so there is no need for you to control him. Since he wants to practice hard, as his master, you should naturally support him unconditionally." Fairy Zixia felt a little aggrieved, but she had no choice but to give up because of her beloved disciple's firm attitude. She sighed and said, "Alas, other people's disciples are so filial and obedient to their masters." Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear it, turned around and went into the courtyard, closed the door and said, "Disciple will go in and rest first." After that, he locked the door and went into the house. Fairy Zixia muttered a few more words at the door, and then reluctantly followed Master Luo Shang and his disciple to the next room. Linghu Qingzhou and Yao also went to the next room. Luo Qingzhou went into the house and stayed in the room on the right. You can see the front yard from the window, which is naturally safer. He cleaned the room first, and threw the old quilts and furniture into another room. Then, he took out his quilts and other items from the storage ring. Miss Jean Eyre had prepared these things for him a long time ago, and usually put them in the storage ring, so he could use them no matter where he went. After doing this, he took out the sun and moon mirror and placed it on the table in front of the window. At this time, it was dark outside. He got on the bed, took out the spiritual liquid, dripped 2 drops of it on his palm, then sat cross-legged and began to practice. The vitality in the air here is extremely scarce, and there are some strange smells brought by the demons, which are not suitable for practice. But fortunately, he still has the spiritual liquid. The energy contained in the mutated spiritual liquid is more refined and more powerful. As soon as the spiritual liquid entered the body, a burning energy rose from the abdomen and then quickly refined in the Danhai. A blurry silver moon appeared in the night sky, but it was soon covered by gloomy clouds. The giant demon tree looked more ferocious at night, and the breath it exuded was even stronger. The black mist was everywhere between heaven and earth. Under the blowing of the night wind, it was like a ferocious monster, baring its fangs and claws, wreaking havoc everywhere. On the hillside outside Lucheng, several cultivators who had just come from nowhere, relying on their powerful strength and treasures to protect themselves, quietly entered the area covered by the giant tree canopy, but were soon discovered by the demons. When they took out their weapons and prepared to kill the demons, several branches suddenly appeared above their heads silently, piercing their protective light shields with a puff sound, and pierced directly into their bodies from the top of their heads. Several people were shocked and froze in place. Then, wisps of black air climbed up their bodies with fangs and claws, and drilled into their mouths, noses, and even pores. Not long after, several people's eyes suddenly turned red, their bodies stiffened, and they took steps together, staggering towards the city. And in the night sky, the huge tree canopy was still growing rapidly around. At the same time, in Luo Qingzhou's storage ring, the golden flowers blooming on the mysterious little tree seemed to feel something, and all the petals had opened. The tree continued to grow quietly, and Luo Qingzhou was still immersed in the state of selfless cultivation. A night passed quietly. In the morning, a servant brought food. After eating, Luo Qingzhou continued to cultivate. Fairy Zixia and others next door knew that he was cultivating, so they did not dare to disturb him. Soon another day passed. After dark, Luo Qingzhou woke up from his cultivation. He took out the body-checking stone and checked the progress of his cultivation. Grandmaster's early stage. Progress 8. Spiritual transformation early stage. Progress 9. Although the progress was difficult, he was still making progress. And he also knew that his cultivation speed was already very amazing. This should be all due to the spiritual liquid. After dinner, he rested for a while and checked the communication treasure. The queen sent a message in the afternoon. "Have you arrived? How is the situation at the border?" The specific situation at the border had naturally been reported to her a long time ago. She obviously wanted to talk to him. Luo Qingzhou replied patiently, "I arrived yesterday, and the situation is not optimistic. But for the time being, it's okay. The demon clan has no signs of invasion. We are still waiting for the 3 major immortal sects to come and see how they solve it. After all, the 3 cities occupied by the demon clan have been leased to the Pyamyu immortal sect. Let them take the lead." After the message was sent, It was quickly replied. Well, let's not act rashly for the time being. Who do you live with? Luo Qingzhou. I live alone in a small courtyard. And they all live next door. The queen, when you go out, remember to protect yourself. Remember to lock the door and wear clothes properly. Don't give some bad women a chance to take advantage of you. Luo Qingzhou, I will remember this. The queen, well, I miss you. How about you? Luo Qingzhou, I miss your majesty too. The queen, how much do you miss me? Luo Qingzhou, every day and night. Day and night. The queen, do you want to continue to insult me? Continue to make me kneel on the ground humbly to please you? Luo Qingzhou, both. The queen, traitor. By the way, let me tell you. Today I went to the Qin mansion with Magia to see your second Miss Qin. I talked to her for a long time. And her complexion looks much better than before. Luo Qingzhou, what did you talk about? The queen, don't be nervous. Just casually chat about your affairs with women and your perverted hobbies. And look at the illustrations you hid under your pillow together. Luo Qingzhou froze. I didn't hide anything under my pillow. Someone must have framed me. The queen, Wei Mo said that you gave it to Xiaodai and Qior before. Luo Qingzhou, your majesty. Do you know? The big tree in Maching is so big. And the black fog is so dark. It looks scary. The queen, oh. By the way, I also went to visit your sister-in-law today. Luo Qingzhou, did she see you? The queen, she was very arrogant. She didn't even open the door. And directly asked the maid to drive me away. I was very angry. Luo Qingzhou, your majesty. Calm down. Bailing is just that kind of temper. It shouldn't be the eldest lady's order. But the eldest lady never likes to see outsiders. No one is an exception. Then are you an outsider to her? When Luo Qingzhou was about to reply, he suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Yu Yao was standing there silently in a white dress, looking at him quietly with her cold and charming eyes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly put away the message, and said, Sister Yu, is there anything? Yu Yao was silent for a moment, and said, I want to take another look at the tree. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the storage ring. And when he was about to get out of bed and hand it to her, he suddenly said, Sister Yu, come to the bed and watch it. We can watch it together. I just happen to have some questions to ask you. Yu Yao looked at him coldly, without moving or speaking. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed for a moment, and said, I was wrong on the way here. I apologize. I swear, I will never flirt with Sister Yu again tonight. I really have a problem with cultivation, and I want to ask Sister Yu for advice. The air was quiet for a moment. Yu Yao turned around coldly, walked into the courtyard, stood under a pear tree, and said coldly, Come out. Luo Qingzhou said on the bed, Come in. Yu Yao stood under the tree for a few seconds, then walked to the door coldly, ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to tease her anymore, and quickly got out of bed and said, Wait! Then the figure flashed and rushed out of the window. Yu Yao stopped, and her beautiful face was still as cold as snow. Luo Qingzhou handed over the storage ring and said, The flower seems to have bloomed completely. Does Sister Yu know what it is used for? Yu Yao did not answer, and took the storage ring in silence. When she was about to look inside, she suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He had to take a few steps back and said, I said I won't flirt with Sister Yu tonight. Why doesn't Sister Yu believe me? Yu Yao ignored him, and her mind entered the storage ring. The small tree in the storage ring has grown to a height of 4 meters. And the only flower on the branch has opened its petals, and is in full bloom. The petals and stamens are all golden. Yu Yao's mind fell on it, feeling the fragrance and breath of the flowers on it. And her eyes moved slightly. After a while, she returned the storage ring in her hand. Luo Qingzhou took the storage ring and said, Is there anything wrong? Yu Yao did not answer, raised her head, and looked at the huge tree crowned like a black cloud in the sky in the distance. Luo Qingzhou also raised his head and followed her gaze, then moved his feet and stood with her, asking, Sister Yu, do you think the tree in Maching is the real sacred tree of heaven and earth? Perhaps there were more living tree roots buried underground there, and the demons found a way to revive them. Yu Yao turned her head and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou stood side by side with her, and he had already stuck to her body without knowing when. There was silence in the field for a moment. A layer of frost gradually condensed on Yu Yao's slender fingertips, and there seemed to be a layer of frost in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou still did not retreat, but directly reached out his hand and gently held her cold fingertips. He looked at her calmly and said softly, Sister Yu, I have never thought of taking advantage of you. Nor do I really want to be frivolous with you. I just want to know whether you have even the slightest feeling for me. I know that the technique you practice makes it impossible for you to express anything. So I want to get even a little bit of answer from your body. Yu shook the frost on her fingertips and paused slightly. Luo Qingzhou held her fingertips and gently touched his heart, and said softly, Sister Yu, you can try here. In front of you. It is always hot and fiery. No matter how cold your frost is. It will always beat for you. Your coldness cannot freeze it even if you practice for thousands of years. The courtyard was silent. It seemed that there were only the breathing sounds of the two people and the beating of their hearts. Yu Yao looked at him and was silent for a long time. And then she said lightly, How many wives do you have at home? Luo Qingzhou. Crack. There was an ice sculpture in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou froze in place, still looking at her, motionless. Yu Yao stood there, looking into his eyes. It took a long time. She left quietly, but after taking a few steps, she stopped again, turned her back to him, paused, and said softly, Practice well when you have a high level of cultivation. I can't resist. Also, I don't like you sticking out your tongue, although it's not my body. After saying that, she suddenly turned into a ray of moonlight and disappeared. Chapter 909 Sister Yu's Emotions. The Demon Clan's Conspiracy. The night was silent. In the courtyard, the frost on someone's body had melted, but he was still frozen there, motionless. When you have a high level of cultivation, I won't be able to resist. I don't like you sticking out your tongue. The implication is, when you have a high level of cultivation, you can bully me next time you kiss me. Please don't stick out your tongue. Sister Yu is reserved, cold, and arrogant. So, she can only be passive, forced to be bullied by him. She can't take the initiative, can't resist, and can't be gentle and submissive. Otherwise it doesn't fit her personality and image. So, this is already hinting at him. She has feelings for him, but her personality or skills don't allow it, and he needs to force. So, keep working hard. Work hard to practice. Work hard to become stronger. Try to make the cold and arrogant Sister Yu melt weakly in his arms. Practice. Keep practicing. He returned to the room with high morale, drank 2 more drops of spiritual liquid, and prepared to practice. However, the 2 words of Sister Yu just echoed in his mind, which made him unable to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. If your heart is as clear as ice, you will not be startled even if the sky falls. And your tongue, Ba? Stay calm in the face of change. Be happy and calm. Tongue. Don't get out. Damn it. Women are really the source of trouble. I'll kill. 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 Forget yourself and keep oneness. Keep the 6 roots stable. Abstain from nourishing qi. Be selfless and in action. After a long time, he finally calmed down, and all the complicated and messy thoughts in his mind were finally emptied. Soon, a wisp of heaven and earth energy began to surge towards his head. At the same time, the vast energy transformed from the spiritual liquid in his body began to flow along the meridians and rush to his limbs. Outside the window, the night was quiet. In the small courtyard next door, a room, on the bed covered by the curtains, a girl in a white dress was sitting quietly in the corner with her head down, hugging her knees, looking dazed, and replaying the sweet words someone had just said to her in her mind. She took out the communication certificate and stared at the bits and pieces of him and her on it. But suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and turned to another page. On the other page, there were densely recorded chat messages between him and his queen, Xiao Meiju, Zhu and others. Scumbag. She narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her white fist. Outside the window, the night quickly faded. At this time, the communication certificate in her hand suddenly lit up. But it was not her news. Fairy Pink, we will be there soon. Have you arrived? Luo Qingzhou, we arrived a long time ago. Thanyo Fairy, where are you? We'll go find you. Luo Qingzhou, Fairy. If you have something to say, just send me a message. Thanyo Fairy, senior sisters all want to see you. Luo Qingzhou, is it because of Fairy Qi now adding me as a friend? I was busy at the time and accidentally pressed the wrong button, so I rejected it. It wasn't intentional. I apologize. Thanyo Fairy, apologies are useless. Master has never been bullied and humiliated like this in his life. The senior sisters are all very angry and want to come over and beat you up. Luo Qingzhou. Thanyo Fairy, of course. If you become one of us, this matter will naturally be forgotten. Luo Qingzhou, what do you mean by one of us? Fenyo Fairy, become our junior apprentice. Fenyo Fairy, also. I didn't make it clear before. Master will not personally accept you as a disciple. We have many uncles and uncles on the Jade Maiden Peak. If you are willing to come, you can choose anyone you like. Luo Qingzhou, didn't you say before that Fairy Qin Yao is willing to accept me as a disciple? Fenyo Fairy, Master only accepts women, not men. I was wrong before. Master just wants to accept you into the Jade Maiden Peak. But who will accept you as a disciple has not yet been decided. Luo Qingzhou, oh. Fenyo Fairy, haven't you thought it through yet? Luo Qingzhou, I can't go yet. Fenyo Fairy, I didn't ask you to go now. As long as you agree, you can go anytime. It's up to you to decide. No one will force you. Luo Qingzhou did not reply. Fairy Pink, you are blaming us for not helping you. De Yen, that day. Right? Or is it because of Master Lu Yun? Luo Qingzhou, it's my own fault. I want to practice. No more talk. Yu Yao looked at the conversation on the communication treasure, frowned slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Next door. In the room, Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and continued to practice. If it was before, Jiutian Yao I still had a great attraction to him. As for now, sorry. He is extremely disappointed. Of course he won't go again. Besides, he has the root of Thunder Spirit. The fewer people know, the safer. And there are many women in the Jade Maiden Peak. If everyone knows that he has the root of Thunder Spirit, what will happen? Will he still practice seriously? At that time, maybe he will become a tool of those people in Jiutian Yao Tai, working hard for 24 hours a day until he is exhausted to death. It's scary to think about it. It's too dangerous outside. So stay at home. There is everything at home. And he doesn't lack anything. As for cultivation resources, with the Sun and Moon Treasure Mirror and the Heart of the Spirit Mine, and the help of Sister Yu, he believes that he will continue to make rapid progress. When he becomes stronger, what cultivation resources can he grab? Therefore, no matter how tempting the Nine Heavens Yaoi is, he will not be interested. Continue to practice. The next day, just after dawn, there was a faint noise on the street outside. Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the skills and left the room. As soon as he went out, he suddenly saw two huge spaceships and a huge divine tortoise appear in the sky. The people from the three major immortal sects finally came. However, only a few figures flew down from above and landed in the city lord's mansion. After a while, they flew back to the sky again. Then, the two huge spaceships and the divine tortoise started to leave and landed in the village closest to the giant tree. Seeing this scene, the practitioners from various countries gathered in Lingqiu City also rushed out of the city and settled around the three major immortal sects. Only by following the three major immortal sects, maybe there is a chance to get a share of the pie. In the evening, Bai Yishan and Zhuang Jian, as well as people from the five major sects, all came to Yang Mansion. Luo Qingzhou and his companions went to the hall together. Bai Yishan nodded to them and talked about the three major sects. This time, the three major sects brought many disciples, especially the Piamu sect. In addition to more than 500 disciples, they also called in 50,000 cavalry from the great Mongolian Empire, ready to repel the demons in one fell swoop and take back the three cities. Of course, they did not do this because of my great Yen. It is said that the giant tree in Imo City was once the sacred tree of heaven and earth of the ancient demons. The three major sects came for that giant tree. They seem to have discussed the distribution of interests. In the morning, they came down and said a few words to us. In fact, they were reminding and warning us Great Yin that the three cities have been rented out by us, and they are qualified to mobilize troops there. At the same time, they warned us Great Yin that without their permission, we are not allowed to cross the border. Zhuang Jian snorted coldly and said, relying on power, bullying. Those three cities were just leased to them, not given to them. Master Ning Yuan put his palms together and said, Amitabha. This is good. With them in front, we have less pressure here. If they can repel the monsters, it will be a good thing for our great Yen. As for the tree of the monsters, we are not interested in it. The Taoist Yunshang of Qingyun Temple sighed and said, it's not that we are not interested. Many practitioners of our great Yen have secretly gone there. But with the three major immortal sects, it is estimated that others will not be able to take advantage of it. Ma Chinzi of Huashan sect also sighed, who is not interested in becoming an immortal. But with our strength, We should not go there to die. Just guard this land well. Others also expressed their opinions. The crowd discussed for a while before dispersing. Bai Shan was the last to leave. After everyone else left, he looked at Luo Qizhou and said, Fei Yang, you should actually stay in Kyoto and practice well. The vitality here is thin, and it's probably difficult for you to practice. I don't know how long it will take for things here to calm down. Let's see how things go in a few days. If the three major immortal sects really repel the demons, you should return to Kyoto as soon as possible, and don't waste time here. Luo Qingzhou nodded and agreed. Bai Shan gave a few more instructions before leaving with a serious look. After dark, Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard and continued to practice. 3 days later, he took out the body judgment stone and checked it. The data finally changed again. Grandmaster's early stage. Progress 9 initial stage of the spiritualization realm. Progress 10 although the progress was slow. The progress of the physical body and the soul increased a little. Now it seems that even if the vitality here is thin, as long as he has the spirit liquid, he can still practice and make progress. However, it's not good to always breathe in and out in the house. The cultivation of the physical body must be assisted by powerful exercises and external stimulation to temper the physical body more perfectly. He needs to go out to practice boxing and temper himself. At noon, news came from outside that the three major immortal sects had failed to attack Lucheng and lost more than 100 disciples. Of course, many members of the demon clan were also killed or injured. Lucheng and Haianqing are each other's horns, protecting Maching in the middle. Only by taking down these two cities can they attack Maching without any scruples. The demon race can make the three major sects suffer, so you can imagine how powerful they are. When everyone in Diyan heard this, they were secretly glad. If the three major sects had not stationed their masters in front, it is estimated that Linqiu City would be in danger now. The practitioners in the city were all discussing this battle. However, the three major sects were obviously just trying to test the strength of the demon race, so they did not use all their strength and only sent disciples to go. After dark, they launched a second attack. This time, the attack was led by the elders of the three major sects, and one of the city gates was quickly captured. However, in the city, they immediately encountered fierce resistance from the demon army. The two sides fought fiercely on the streets, alleys, roofs, and walls in the city. The demon race suddenly sent tens of thousands of reinforcements and poured into the city. The number of practitioners in the city was too small, and they were gradually outnumbered, so they had to retreat again. The loss of Lucheng made the top leaders of the three major immortal sects very angry. Soon, 50,000 cavalrymen from the Great Mongolia Empire and thousands of cultivators from other countries arrived. The next day, the three major immortal sects organized a third attack. This time, the demon garrison was finally unable to resist and fled in defeat. The cavalrymen of the Great Mongolia Empire, who had been waiting outside, took advantage of the victory and pursued them all the way to the Black Cloud City. Another 5 days passed. The three major immortal sects paid a greater price and finally occupied Black Cloud City. Of course, the disciples and elders of their three major sects suffered few casualties. Mainly the troops and cultivators transferred from various countries, who suffered heavy casualties. In this continent, they controlled hundreds of countries and sects, and naturally there was a steady stream of troops to fill in. Those practitioners and soldiers who died tragically almost filled the streets of the two cities. When everyone in Diyan saw the scene, they were both shocked and fortunate. If Diyan had also become a puppet of Piao Miao Xianzong, I'm afraid that now these people and Diyan's army would probably serve as cannon fodder to die. Now the demon race only has one city left, as well as the nearby villages and forests. And I believe the resistance will be even more tenacious. Besides, there is their sacred tree there. The three major immortal sects rested for half a day, and immediately ordered the practitioners of various countries to start attacking the last stronghold of the demon race, Macheng. This attack lasted for a whole day and night, but not even a piece of the opponent's wall could be climbed. Countless practitioners died and wounded, and the demon race was also full of corpses. Many practitioners began to get scared and hesitated in the open space outside the city. Piao Miao Xianzong had to order several elders to lead hundreds of their disciples to lead the charge and boost morale. At the same time, the three major immortal sects sent a total of more than 50 masters of the Gi realm to cover and kill the demon masters. This fierce battle lasted another night. At dawn, dozens of masters of the three immortal sects, who had reached the Unity realm, finally broke through the barrier protecting the city and rushed up the city wall. The city gate below collapsed with a bang. Seeing this, the cultivators outside the city immediately gained courage and rushed into the city. At the same time, several masters of the three immortal sects, who had reached the Unity realm in the late stage, were in midair, trying to break the barrier of the giant tree. The crown of the giant tree covered 3 cities. Although they had occupied 2 of the cities, the air was still occupied by the huge crown of the giant tree. They tried all kinds of methods, but could not break it. We have been attacking for so long, but this barrier is still motionless. It seems that we can only wait until we take down Imo City and find a way from the roots of the giant tree. From this powerful barrier, this giant tree may really be the sacred tree of heaven and earth in the legend of the monster race. When we get under the tree, everything will come to light. Let's go. Kill those monster kings together. As long as they die, those monsters will naturally dare not continue to resist. Several figures flashed and flew towards Imo City. At this time, under the roots of the giant tree in Imo City, several figures wearing black robes and covered with black mist were gathering together and talking in a low voice. It should be almost done. No matter how cunning human cultivators are, how can they resist the temptation of the holy tree of heaven and earth? I guess what is coming has come. We deliberately resisted desperately. But the other party obviously did not have any doubts. They were obviously blinded by this magic tree. Humph. I have seen the desire and greed of human beings thousands of years ago. This time we deliberately used the magic tree to attract all their masters and catch them all in one fell swoop. I believe that it will not take long before we will retake this continent. Golden Eagle King. I am always a little uneasy. You used the blood sacrifice method of the demons to make the remaining soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth grow into this model. Look at the deep evil spirit. Will it be out of control and swallow all of us monsters? What a joke. My Qiankuan prison demon cauldron is a treasure of Xiantian. And the demon soul is in the cauldron. Even if its body grows bigger, I can destroy it with just a demon fire. What's there to be afraid of? It's a pity that the sacred tree of heaven and earth of our tribe was completely destroyed in that war, and no part of its body can be found. Otherwise, with this soul, it might be able to revive again. It's no pity. Let it be destroyed. The remaining soul is also a good use of it, which has helped us a lot. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. The whole ground shook suddenly. Humph. It seems that all the human masters have arrived. Quickly notify the God Armor King and the Silver Snake King to activate the formation immediately and surround all 5 cities around. Humans have also arranged many formations and practitioners underground to guard. Unfortunately, they encounter the God Armor King, who has lived underground for thousands of years. I guess those underground practitioners don't even know how they died. It should be dark outside. Prepare to let the magic tree emit poisonous fog. Humph. Now it's our turn to hunt. At the same time, on the ground, the whole Imo city was ablaze with flames and swords. Human practitioners have occupied half of the city and are rushing to attack the super giant tree that is shining with golden light and towering into the sky. When they saw this giant tree outside the city, it was pitch black and shrouded in black fog. When they came to the city, they found that this giant tree was actually shining with golden light, and even the branches and leaves in the air were shining like gold. The holy tree of heaven and earth. It is indeed the holy tree of heaven and earth. It turns out that the demons use black fog to cover it up and deliberately confuse us. I heard that even a leaf of this holy tree of heaven and earth is priceless and contains extremely powerful power. Charge. Kill. The human cultivators all had red eyes and were extremely excited. They rushed towards the giant tree frantically. At this time, in the depths of the dark underground, countless thick black roots, like black giant pythons, began to spread rapidly around. Soon, the sky of the 5 cities of Imo City, Heiyun City, Lu City, Linqiu City, and Luoshi City suddenly began to darken. In the sky, the crown of the giant tree had covered the entire 5 cities without knowing when. And under the ground of the 5 cities, thick black trunks began to crawl rapidly towards the ground. Next to the wall of Linqiu City, a soldier guarding the city was relieving himself in the corner of the wall. As soon as he opened his pants, a dark tree root suddenly jumped out from the ground like a sharp sword. And with a puff, it pierced his entire body. He was immediately shocked. His eyes widened, and he froze in place. Soon, his eyes began to turn red, and a black aura began to float on his body. His whole face suddenly became twisted and hideous. Lao Vong, what are you dawdling here? The boss is calling you over. At this time, Another soldier came over, shouting while reaching out to push him. Ouch! Who knew that at this moment? The soldier named Zhang Chung suddenly jumped up, screamed, and bit his neck. Crack! Directly biting his throat off. At the same time, a black branch suddenly flew out from his forehead like a sharp arrow. And with a puff, it pierced into the eyeball of the soldier who had just arrived. At the same time, in every dark corner of Linqiu City, more and more tree roots kept coming out from the ground. Someone even tripped over a tree root. And just as he was cursing, another tree root that came out from the ground pierced his head. In the city, in Yang's house, Luo Qingzhou was still sitting in the room, cultivating himself. And on the mysterious tree in his storage ring, the golden flower in full bloom had already formed this small fruit. Chapter 9-10 Monsters are rampant. Luo Qingzhou's golden finger. It was dawn. The three major immortal sects that were fighting fiercely in Mo's city finally found something wrong. The golden light on the giant tree disappeared, and black fog rolled. A black light shield suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, like an iron cage, surrounding them in the city. Many sharp tree roots grew on the ground at some point. Many practitioners and soldiers following them were silently pierced through the body and fell to the ground. Dense monsters began to crawl out from the ground. The people behind them were dying strangely, and in large numbers. Roars came from all directions. At the same time, the crown of the giant tree above their heads had covered the entire sky. Many black branches fell from the sky, like sharp swords, piercing the bodies of the soldiers on the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Jia Sun, Gong Yongyan, and others who had already attacked the giant tree together, and finally found out the truth. It's demonic energy. It's the blood sacrifice method of the demon clan. This giant tree is fake. The faces of the masters of the three major immortal sects suddenly changed, and they were shocked and angry. At this time, there were more and more demons in the city. Retreat! Jia Sun immediately roared, and swung the sword in his hand violently, chopping off the large branches that fell rapidly from the sky. The masters of the three major immortal sects immediately gathered together, roared and opened a bloody road, and rushed to the city gate. Seeing this, all the practitioners followed in panic. Want to run? Since you are here, stay. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, flapped its wings, and dense ice blades covered the sky and the sun, falling from the sky. At the same time, several huge monsters suddenly jumped out of the ground, and in a blink of an eye, they tore hundreds of practitioners to pieces. Several powerful demon kings suddenly appeared at the same time. In all directions, there were still countless monsters coming out from the ground, roaring and rushing towards human practitioners. Those practitioners from various countries, who followed the three major immortal sects into the city, were all fleeing in panic at this moment, without any intention of fighting. Thousands of practitioners, and more than 20,000 soldiers, who rushed into the city soon suffered heavy casualties. Many people fled to the city gate, but were blocked by the black light curtain of the formation, and could not get out. And the practitioners outside the city, who had not had time to enter the city, were also being attacked by monsters, and fled in fear. At the same time, in Lucheng and Haianqing, which were recaptured by the three major immortal sects, the same thing was happening. The practitioners in the city began to be slaughtered crazily by the monsters that emerged from the ground. The situation in the other two cities behind, Linqiacheng and Luoshicheng, was much better, although they were also surrounded by the demon clan's formation. Only the roots of the magic tree were killing people, and a small number of demons were quickly killed by the cultivators of the two cities. The main targets of the demon clan were Lucheng, Haianqing and Mocheng, because most of the cultivators in Jiuzhou continent had been designed by them to be led into these three cities. In Linqiu City, Bai Yishan, wearing a Confucian robe, stood in the void, holding a scroll, and reciting more words in his mouth. The densely packed fonts turned into strands of golden light, falling from in front of him, shooting at the black tree roots that were growing wildly and killing people in the city, as well as the scattered demons. When his righteous spirit turned into a stream of light, the roots of the magic trees were smashed and stopped growing. But the falling stone city on the other side fell quickly. The cultivators, defenders, and a small number of civilians living inside were soon pierced by the roots of the magic trees, or had their throats bitten and their bodies torn apart by the demonized humans. The whole city soon turned into a purgatory on earth. The 5 cities covered by the crowns of the giant trees were soon covered by the black fog. From the outside, the black fog was rolling, and nothing could be seen. The Great Yin army stationed on the plain outside Linqiu City wanted to rescue, but was blocked outside by countless roots and branches of the magic trees. In the sky, the branches of the magic trees were like ferocious claws. Hanging down, densely packed, on the ground, roots broke out of the ground, twisting non-stop. And the magic energy was sinister. The whole scene looked extremely terrifying. Yuying and Yuchi Ling, who led the army, immediately reported the news to Kyoto. At the same time, they commanded the army to chop the roots of the magic tree on the ground. Linqiu City has temporarily returned to peace. The roots of the magic tree that emerged from the ground have stopped growing and twisting, as if they have died, and as if they are accumulating strength again. The gates on all four sides have been tightly closed. The demon army rushing from Luoshi City and the front Lucheng were stopped outside and roared angrily under the city wall. The practitioners in the city all went out together to clean up the roots of the magic tree in every corner. Baishan and the city lord Zhang Yan stood on the city wall with heavy expressions, looking at the demon members gathered below and the fallen Lucheng in the distance, and discussed in a deep voice. We can't abandon the city. There are still people in the city. Besides, Linqiu City is the last pass to enter the inland. No matter what, we must defend it. If it falls, the demon army will have a smooth journey, and the inland will be in danger, Zhang Yan said with a determined face. Baishan looked at Lucheng in the distance and sighed. I'm afraid that even if we want to abandon the city now, we can't get out. The city was surrounded by a powerful formation. What's more terrifying is that there are tentacles of the magic tree waiting on the ground and in the sky. The generals on the side also sighed. I thought the three major immortal sects had already won the victory, and we didn't have to work hard to repel the demons. Who would have thought that this sacred tree of heaven and earth? Hey, Baishan raised his head and looked at the huge tree canopy in the sky and said, this is a magic tree, not a sacred tree of heaven and earth. But the demons are too well hidden, and they have already figured out the greed of our human beings. As the few people were talking, the black fog suddenly dissipated above the distant Mo city, and a golden light appeared. Then, the airwave pushed the black fog away like a tide. Dazzling rays of light illuminated half of the sky. The earth shook suddenly. Even Linqiu City was shaken. Obviously, the masters of the three major immortal sects were fighting fiercely with the masters of the demon clan in midair. It was obviously impossible for them to leave from the air. There were not only masters of the demon clan in the air, but also powerful branches of the magic tree, as well as the formation and poisonous fog created by the magic tree. What's more, there were their disciples, and even relatives below. They should try to break the formation from midair. But the demon clan's air control strength should not be underestimated. There are two demon kings, who are called the overlords of the air, Zhang Yan said with a serious look. We can't protect ourselves now. Otherwise we can go to rescue them. After all, we are all human cultivators. Lucheng and Haianqing should have been occupied by the demons. Even if we want to go, we can't get through. Alas, if they are wiped out, we will naturally not be spared. I just hope they can hold on. There should be reinforcements on the way. In the city, Luo Qinzhou and Fairy Zixia are looking for the remaining demons and clearing the tree roots on the ground. Several people are walking around in the streets and alleys. Master, you go over there. Luo Qinzhou walked into an alley full of garbage alone. When he was about to reach the end of the alley, he suddenly found a section of tree roots that had drilled out from the ground. At the same time, he also found a pool of blood next to the tree roots. Boom! He directly shot out a ball of fire, instantly burning the tree roots to ashes. After checking around, when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a scream from the closed wooden door next to him. He immediately flashed and jumped in. In the courtyard, a girl in a coarse cloth dress was huddled in a corner, her face full of fear and trembling. In front of her, a woman holding a sickle walked towards her stiffly. On the woman's back, a shocking blood hole appeared, and a faint black mist lingered on her body. Swish! Luo Qinzhou did not approach, but stretched out his hand and pointed, and the flying sword shot out, instantly cutting off the woman's head. It was not that he had to kill people like this, but that humans polluted by the devil's energy could only stop killing completely by cutting off their heads. He had met several others in other places in the city just now. This woman looked like the mother of this girl. Seeing her mother fall to the ground and die completely, the girl burst into tears. Luo Qinzhou looked at other places in the courtyard vigilantly. Since the woman was pierced by the devil's energy, there should be roots of the devil tree in the courtyard. But he searched carefully several times and didn't find it. He entered the house carefully again and searched the house again, but still didn't find it. Could it be that she had sensed the righteousness of the master and had fled underground? He walked out of the house and looked at the girl who was still shivering and crying in the corner, and said, "She died a long time ago. It was the devil who controlled her body just now. Not that she really wanted to kill you. Let's go. It's not safe here. I'll take you somewhere else." The girl was trembling and seemed unable to stand up. Luo Qingzhou walked over and was about to reach out to help her, but suddenly saw a touch of scarlet in her pupils. Swish! At this moment, a sharp black tree root suddenly flew out of the girl's mouth and pierced his throat. Luo Qingzhou easily avoided it, without any hesitation, and smashed her head with a punch. Then he smashed her chest with another punch. At this time, several tree roots quickly crawled out of her body like black snakes, as if they wanted to escape underground. Purple lightning flashed on Luo Qingzhou's fist, and with one punch, he turned them into ashes. He was secretly surprised. These tree roots can not only control human bodies, but now they seem to be able to disguise and deceive. Could it be that these evil spirits have other consciousnesses besides killing? Or can they capture some memories of the girl and then use the girl's emotions to disguise themselves? If this is true, it would be terrible. Just as he was secretly guessing in his heart, he suddenly found that a stream of air appeared on the girl's body and rushed towards him. He was startled, and a flash of lightning flashed on his fist, and he punched up. But strangely, the airflow was not opened by his fist light, but instantly merged with his fist light, and then entered his body. The cold airflow flowed quickly into his Danhai along his meridians. Then, it turned into a pure vitality. He was stunned. If he guessed correctly, the airflow just now should be the evil spirit lingering on the girl. But how could it suddenly enter his body unimpeded and turn into pure vitality? When he was in doubt, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a faint airflow on the woman behind him, rushing towards him. Soon, the airflow entered his body and turned into another pure vitality. The demonic energy floating in the air in the courtyard disappeared instantly. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes turned back to the bodies of the mother and daughter on the ground. The faint black air lingering on them had disappeared, and the woman's hideous face had returned to its original state. What happened? At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill coming from the storage ring. His heart suddenly moved, and he immediately looked at the medicine garden in the storage ring. The mysterious little tree planted in the medicine garden was now shrouded in a light golden light, looking mysterious, and the petals of the blooming flower on the branch had begun to wither. A golden fruit suddenly appeared. Chapter 911, Practice with Demons. The Unique Sacred Tree and Sister Yu. Bang! In a shop, Luo Qingzhou killed another demon who was killing. The airflow appeared again. After entering his body, it immediately transformed into a wisp of pure energy. Then, it fell into his Danhai. Could it be because of the mysterious little tree? He guessed secretly in his heart, and continued to search carefully in the city. After killing more than a dozen demons, he suddenly felt that his energy was overflowing and his whole body was hot and unbearable. He immediately found an unmanned house, and began to sit down to practice. The pure energy absorbed in the body was quickly refined. Then it flowed along his meridians to various acupuncture points and internal organs throughout the body, and began to temper the body. An hour later, he opened his eyes, was stunned, took out the body judgment stone, and checked his data. Grandmaster's early stage. Progress 11. Initial stage of the spiritualization realm. Progress 11. Sure enough, rapid progress. In less than a day, and he had not actively practiced at all. He just killed dozens of demons. And the progress of the Grandmaster suddenly went from 9 to 11. You know, he had practiced hard for several days before, and with the help of spiritual liquid, he could only make a little progress. The vitality given to him by these demons was so powerful. He clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. Then, he got up and walked out of the house, raised his head, looked at the huge crown of the demon tree in the sky, and his heart suddenly became excited. If he could always transform those demonic energies into pure vitality for his own practice, then this gloomy area covered by the demon tree would be his holy place for practice. If he practiced here, why would he worry about not being able to advance? Thinking of this, he didn't waste any more time, and immediately left the house to continue looking for the roots of the demon trees, and the demons controlled by the roots. Night fell quickly. He went around the entire city again, but only found 2 demons. Other practitioners were also looking everywhere. The troops in the city were also searching house to house. The entire city had been searched several times, and was already clean. Luo Qingzhou stood on the street, feeling a little disappointed. Without the demonic energy, he could not practice quickly. He thought for a while, and suddenly looked outside the city. Then, he quickly climbed up to an attic, stood on the roof, and looked outside the city. The open space outside the city was full of dark tree roots. Further away, there were zombie-like demons walking around aimlessly in groups of 3 or 2. On the other side of the open space, the army of De Yin was beheading those demons, and the roots of the demon trees on the ground. In the distance, Lucheng was filled with black fog, and it was obviously occupied by the demons. Groups of demons were swaying in the black fog, but they did not come out. The demons seemed to be able to control them, but for some reason, they did not drive them to attack Linqiu City. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou actually selfishly thought that he hoped those demons could come here. In this way, he could kill enemies and practice happily. He looked out for a while, his eyes looking at the black light shield covering the outside of the city wall. The light shield seemed to echo the huge black tree canopy in the sky, and it looked difficult to destroy. While he was thinking secretly in his heart, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. Message from the master. Where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet? Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, flew down from the attic, and returned to the dilapidated mansion. Fairy Zixia and others were talking about things in the hall with worry. After those people are controlled by the tree roots, they will go crazy and bite others. And then others will also go crazy. If those people in the city are not found and killed, I am afraid that the entire Linqiu city will become a dead city. I don't know what kind of magic the demon clan has used. It is so powerful. I heard that the 3 major immortal sects and thousands of practitioners are trapped in Mo City and cannot get out. Dinbai seems to say that those people are controlled by demonic energy. After Luo Qingzhou walked into the hall, Fairy Zixia looked at him with concern. Said, Feiyang, Dinbai just said that you should not run around, especially after dark. We should not go out these few days. The army in the city will go door to door to search for suspicious persons again. Luo Qingzhou asked, did Dinbai say where we should go? Should we continue to defend here or retreat? Luo Shan said, we should not retreat. This is the last pass to the inland. If we retreat, the demon army can march straight in, and then the people in the inland will not be able to escape. Fairy Zixia sighed and said, I guess we have to fight with. Linqiu City is doomed to die. Fortunately, the demons did not attack us immediately, and Lord Yuing is gathering other reinforcements. Luo Qingzhou glanced at a few people and said, how many demons did you kill today? What demons? Those controlled by demonic energy? Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment and said, I think I killed 8 in total. But I killed the most tree roots? Luo Shan said, I killed about a dozen. Feiyang, why are you asking these questions? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, it's okay. Just asking casually to see how many people are in the city. Was controlled. Luo Shan thought for a moment and said, it is estimated that there are at least hundreds of them. Fortunately, Dinbai discovered it early and directly used his great magical power to suppress the demon tree roots underground. At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly said, why haven't you sent dinner yet? I'm so hungry. Luo Qingzhou looked outside the gate and said, I guess they won't send it. Now the city is surrounded. Food is scarce, and there are dangers everywhere outside. Those servants probably don't dare to come out. In the future, we will have to rely on ourselves for food. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart sank. Fairy Zixia touched her storage ring and said, fortunately, I brought some food with me. But it shouldn't last for a few days. Everyone fell silent. I'm going back to practice. Luo Qingzhou didn't waste time here. He said something to a few people and left alone. Back to the courtyard. He closed the door, entered the room, took out the spiritual liquid, dripped 2 drops, and continued to practice. Others can waste time, but he can't. He now has a heavier burden on his shoulders, and must seize every moment to make himself stronger. The spirit liquid entered his body, and quickly turned into a stream of burning energy, flowing into his Danhai. Then, it was refined in the Danhai, and then flowed through the meridians to all the acupoints and internal organs of the body. The body was still being tempered repeatedly. The night soon became deep. It was early in the morning. He opened his eyes, looked out the window, and then took out the message and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, come here. I have something to ask you. If what he guessed today was true, then he decided to take the risk and go out of the city to kill demons and practice. The opportunity was rare and must not be missed. Even if there were dangers, it was worth it compared to the huge rewards. Moreover, He just needed external training. After waiting for a while, Sister Yu did not reply. He had to send another message. It's about the little tree and the demonic energy. I found a very magical thing today and need Sister Yu's help to answer it. I swear, I will never touch Sister Yu tonight. The message finally came back. If you touch it, what will happen? Luo Qingzhou certainly didn't dare to say anything about being struck by lightning or being burned by fire. After thinking for a while, he could only say, if I touch it, Sister Yu can punish me as she pleases, and I will never complain. Suddenly, he added, if I touch it, let me be besieged by those demons and become a demon. The other party didn't reply. A moment later, Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Under the big tree in the courtyard, a snow-white figure was standing there silently, with a pair of cold eyes looking at him through the window. Luo Qingzhou immediately rushed out of the window, handed her the storage ring first, and said, Sister Yu, take a look at the small tree first. The whole body of the small tree suddenly flashed with golden light, and the flower also formed a small golden fruit. Yu Yao's eyes moved slightly, took the storage ring, and her consciousness fell into it. Luo Qingzhou stood quietly in front of her, not daring to disturb her. A moment later, she raised her head, still with a cold expression, and looked at him and said, anything else? Luo Qingzhou approached her, his expression solemn, and whispered, when I was killing those demons outside today, I suddenly found that after those demons died, the demonic energy on their bodies would suddenly enter my body. Speaking of this, Yu Yao's eyes suddenly condensed. Luo Qingzhou continued, the magical thing is that after those demonic energies entered my body, they did not cause any harm to me. Instead, they immediately turned into strands of pure vitality and sank into my danhai. I can actually use them to practice. Yu Yao was slightly stunned. Really? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, of course it's true. Absolutely true. I killed more than 20 demons today, and destroyed the roots of many demon trees. And then a lot of vitality accumulated in my body. I found a place, refined and practiced for an hour. And the body judgment stone showed that the progress of the Grand Master was directly increased by 2 points. Even if I practiced for several days in a row before, there was no such effect. Yu Yao listened quietly, staring at him in a daze. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu, do you know what's going on? Is it because of the small tree in the storage ring? Yu Yao was silent for a moment and said, it should be. As for the specific reason, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou said, then whoever gets the small tree in the storage ring can practice like me. Yu Yao shook her head slightly, looked at him quietly and said, only you can do it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and asked in confusion, didn't Sister Yu say that you don't know what's going on? Yu Yao lowered her head slightly, looked at the storage ring in her hand, and said, this little tree has your breath, and even your blood essence. It has become your unique spiritual object. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Yu Yao looked at him and said, do you remember that I asked you to drip your blood essence into that mirror before? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I always remember that I will drip a drop every once in a while. Maybe it's because of this that it will mutate, and the spiritual liquid will become more powerful. But this is different from that little tree. Suddenly, his heart was shocked, and he seemed to have guessed something in his heart. Yu Yao said softly, the spirit liquid contains your breath and blood essence. You have been watering it with the spirit liquid, so it has recognized you as its master. Luo Qingzhou. Suddenly, he said with a strange look, Sister Yu, does the spirit liquid really contain my breath and blood essence? If it is true, then you have also used it. Will your body also have my cough? Will you become my unique? He opened his mouth and stopped talking. A slender jade finger, at some point, had touched his chest. He instantly turned into an ice sculpture that could not speak. No, Yu Yao said lightly. She looked cold, and then said, people are different from trees. It was just a dying tree root before, and you saved it, and then raised it with your own blood essence. So it will be your unique. Crack. Luo Qingzhou melted the frost on his body, looked at her deeply and said, but, Sister Yu, I also want you to become my unique. Chapter 912 Sister Yu's Ultimate Move. Master Uncle is about to advance again. The night sky was dark. In the small courtyard, the two faced each other in silence. Is it okay? Luo Qingzhou asked again. Yu Yao was silent for a moment, and said lightly, yes. Luo Qingzhou was shocked, but Yu Yao did not finish her words. The premise is that you also become my exclusive one. Luo Qingzhou. Yu Yao's cold eyes seemed to reveal a little teasing. And she also asked, "Is it okay?" Luo Qingzhou froze. And when he didn't know how to answer, a loud boom suddenly came from the north wall. Then, the whole Lingqiu city shook suddenly. He was startled. And immediately his figure flashed, flew to the roof, and looked at the city wall in the distance. A crack appeared in the black light shield surrounding the city wall. Outside the light shield, several figures were bursting with dazzling light, attacking the crack fiercely. Outside the city wall, there seemed to be fierce fighting and shouting. Bai Yishan arrived quickly, and then used his Confucian and Taoist magical powers to help the figures outside attack the crack on the light shield. In the sky, the huge black tree canopy shook continuously. Boom! Another loud noise. The crack on the light shield was finally torn apart and turned into a gap. Go in quickly. Luo Qingzhou heard a familiar voice. It was the voice of Jia Sun from Penglai Fairy Island. Many figures began to rush into Lingqiu City from the gap. There were people from the three major immortal sects, as well as practitioners from other countries. Bai Yishan stood on the city wall, using his skills to help stop the chasing demons outside and buy time for the last group of practitioners. Luo Qingzhou stood on the roof and counted carefully. There were about 1,000 practitioners who escaped in. When the last few figures jumped in from the gap, the fairy Luyun of Jiutian Yaotai suddenly took out a feather fan and waved it gently at the gap. A stream of colorful light shot out and instantly knocked out several demon masters who had chased to the gap. At this moment, the huge black tree canopy in the sky suddenly shook. Then, countless branches fell from the sky like sharp arrows, attacking not only the human cultivators on the top of the city, but also the demons outside. Someone in the demon clan seemed to roar. Then, the demon masters and the army retreated like a tide. Bai Yishan and others cut off the fallen branches on the wall, and the gap in the light shield was closed in an instant and restored to its original state. At this time, the tree canopy in the sky became quiet, after the human cultivators on the wall cleared all the fallen branches. They temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. After all the demons had retreated, they walked down the city wall exhausted. Most of the practitioners were injured. Even the masters of the three major immortal sects looked a little embarrassed. Luo Qingzhou looked on the roof for a while, and when he was about to go down, he suddenly found that Sister Yu had come up at some point, standing quietly beside him in a white dress, looking at the city wall in the distance. A sweet smell came to his nose. Luo Qingzhou looked at her cold and charming cheeks, smelled the sweetness of the girl on her body, and unconsciously moved closer. A slender jade finger suddenly pressed against his chest. The pair of cold eyes also looked at him. Luo Qingzhou paused, stared at her pure and charming eyes for a few seconds, and said, "Sister Yu, you are pressing against my breast hole." Yu Yao narrowed her eyes, not only did not let go, but also suddenly exerted force on her fingers. At the same time, a layer of frost condensed on her fingertips. Hiss. Luo Qingzhou took a breath of cold air, and before she completely froze herself, he suddenly hugged her slender waist, held her in his arms, and then lowered his head and kissed her sweet little mouth. There was a first time, and there was a second time. There was a second time, and there were countless times. He didn't believe that his flame could not melt her coldness. The girl struggled in his arms. But soon, the strength of the struggle became weaker and weaker. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but stretch out again. Ah! He suddenly squatted on the ground and covered his eyes. This time it really hurt. Stars in my eyes. Dizziness and tinnitus. I really can't see. The girl put away her fist, looked at him coldly, and then her figure flashed and disappeared on the roof. Luo Qingzhou squatted on the roof for a while with his eyes covered. And then he let go of his hands, then took out the mirror and looked at his eyes. His eyes were dark blue, and had turned into panda eyes. He stuck out his tongue, punched his tongue, and said angrily, "I told you not to be honest. Ah! It hurts." Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the eaves next to him. Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was standing there quietly looking at him. The air suddenly became very quiet. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, "Uncle Master, when did you come?" Linghu Qingzhu did not answer, but walked to sit beside him, looking into the darkness in the distance, and said coldly, "I'll tell you something." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and said, "You say?" Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, still looking into the distance, and said, "I'm about to break through again." Luo Qingzhou. Silence for a few breaths. Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and looked at him, saying expressionlessly, "Really?" Luo Qingzhou immediately said. I don't believe it. Uncle Master. You just broke through continuously. How could it be possible? Linghu Qingzhou slowly stretched out his hand, and a body judgment stone appeared in his palm. The body judgment stone flashed with light, and her data appeared. Grandmaster late stage. Progress 100. Divine Realm late stage. Progress 80. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. Linghu Qingzhou looked back at the knight in the distance, and said lightly, I have no other intention. Just come to tell you. Luo Qingzhou, Uncle Master. How did you practice? Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, using your spiritual fluid? And the Jiang lay linked in the body. It's gone. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, you refined it. Linghu Qingzhou said lightly, yes. Then he added lightly, the energy contained in it is a lot. Luo Qingzhou. On the roof. There was silence for a while. Linghu Qingzhou sat there, his black hair slightly raised, his eyes still looking into the distance, and said lightly, don't think too much. I have no other intention. I just came to tell you. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. If you really had no other intention, would you repeat this sentence again and again? Uncle Master. The situation is critical now. We are waiting. I know. So I have no other intention. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, expressionless, paused, and said, I will work hard to break through the Grandmaster with one more Grandmaster. Our strength will be much stronger. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou. The roof was quiet for a while. Uncle Master. There is no soundproofing here. And if the demons come to attack the city, you will faint again. I have a soundproof treasure. And I am no longer afraid of thunder and lightning. It's okay. I can practice by myself. Although she said so, she still sat there and did not leave. Luo Qingzhou sighed, rubbed his still painful eyes, stood up and said, okay. I will help my uncle to advance. Uncle is right. With one more Grandmaster, our strength will be much stronger. And uncle can at least protect himself. Linghu Qingzhou still sat there, expressionless, and said, you seem very reluctant. I didn't force you. If you don't want to, forget it. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Uncle, I am not unwilling. I am so happy to be able to help Uncle practice. How can I be unwilling? The reason I hesitated is that I am worried about Uncle. Linghu Qingzhou stood up and said lightly, thank you. I can do it. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Let's go. When Luo Qingzhou was about to take her into the house to help her break through, he suddenly saw a figure hurriedly coming from outside the mansion. It seems to be the ancestor. The two of them stared at each other and immediately flew down the roof. Soon, Fairy Zixia and Luo Shan from next door also came out of the house. As soon as they arrived at the hall, Zhuangjian walked in and said angrily, I knew they had bad intentions. Dean Bai shouldn't have helped them escape. They are just a bunch of ungrateful people who repay kindness with hatred. When they heard this, they hurriedly asked the reason. Zhuangjian said angrily, the people of the three major immortal sects have escaped and brought more than 1,000 practitioners. They just discussed with us in the city lord's mansion and asked us to send troops to continue attacking the demon tribe and recapture the 3 cities. They are so powerful. They brought thousands of practitioners and 100,000 troops. What happened? Only a few people came back now. They want to let my warrior army of Diyin be the vanguard. Isn't this trying to kill us? Luo Shan frowned and said, we just don't agree. Zhuangjian snorted coldly and said, of course we won't agree. We quarreled with them in the city lord's mansion. And Dean Bai's attitude was also very firm. Luo Qingzhou said, then what? Zhuangjian glanced at him and said, then there is no then. Everyone dispersed. They were all injured. I guess they went back to heal their wounds and rest first. But the matter is definitely not over yet. Fairy Zixia said, Master Uncle, there are so many masters from the 3 major immortal sects, and so many masters in the return to one realm. How can they be so embarrassed? Zhuangjian showed a solemn look on his face, and said, it is said that there are 2 demon kings who have experienced 5 thunder tribulations in the demon clan, and Maching has also set up many demon formations. The poisonous fog of the magic tree is also very powerful, and the strength of many practitioners is greatly reduced anyway. They were ambushed by the other party. They were able to escape, which is already very powerful. If we went, we would have turned into a pile of bones. Luo Shan sighed and said, now the 3 major immortal sects have brought more than 1,000 practitioners to Lingqiu City, and they are probably calling for other reinforcements. By then, We in Diyin may have a hard time saying anything in our own city, Zhuang Jian said with a gloomy face. Dean Bai is also worried about this problem. Now Lingqiu City has been occupied by them, and they are in charge. But if they want us to die, we will never agree. Lingqiu City is the last pass of our Diyin border, and we must not give up. We can fight against the demon clan with them, but it is definitely impossible for us to be dead soldiers. The few people chatted for a long time before dispersing worriedly. Before leaving, Zhuang Jian reminded again, now there are more and more cultivators in the city, from all over the Jiuzhou continent, and it is very unsafe. If you don't have urgent matters, it's best not to go out. After he left, several people walked towards the backyard while talking, who knew that just as they arrived at the backyard, a loud voice suddenly came from the front gate. Friends in the mansion, please open the door. We are disciples of Piamu Xianzong and Pengli Xiandao. We have just entered the city and have not found a place to live yet, so we want to stay in the mansion for a few nights. Another woman's voice sounded, we can pay gold coins. Any amount is fine. Chapter 913 The Immortal Sect Disciple Who is Looking for Death. The Crisis of the Second Brother and Sister Dao. Squeak. As Luo Shang and his friends walked to the front yard, the gate was pushed open. The bolt behind the door was also broken into 2 pieces. A tall young man walked in first. When he saw Luo Shang and his friends, he showed a hint of surprise on his face. Hey, I thought there was no one in this house. Why didn't you respond? At this time, a group of people followed in. Luo Shang couldn't help but sneer. There is no formation to cover here. With your cultivation level, can't you feel whether there is anyone inside? The tall young man smiled faintly and bowed. I am Ren Xiong, an inner disciple of Piamu Xianzong. The people behind me are all disciples of Piamu Xianzong and Pengli Xiandao. We just entered the city today, and we are all injured. So we urgently need to find a secluded place to recuperate. If it is convenient, please help us vacate 3 small courtyards. As for the housing fee, he took out a bag of heavy gold coins from his body and threw it directly to Luo Shang. Smiling, there are not many gold coins, but I hope you can help me. Pa! Luo Shang took a step back, and the gold coins fell directly to the ground. Ren Xiong's smile faded slightly. Luo Shang said coldly, sorry, this is not our mansion. Even if we want to charge money, it is not us. As for the place to live, the courtyards in the mansion are full, and there are no empty courtyards. A tall woman in a blue skirt behind Ren Xiong said coldly, this mansion is so big. How could there be no courtyard? And the atmosphere inside is thin. Obviously not too many people live there. It should be just you guys living there. Right? Another round-faced woman in a blue skirt said, since it is not their mansion, then we will find the owner of the mansion. Or maybe the owner of the mansion has fled away, and they may have moved in by themselves. Let's go. Let's go to the back and take a look. A group of people ignored Luo Shang and the others and went straight to the backyard. As elite disciples of the Immortal Sect, they were warmly entertained in any country they went to. Even if someone was dissatisfied, what could they do? Besides, they had just broken out of Mo City. They were all injured and exhausted, and they wanted to find a place to rest for a few days quickly. So they didn't talk nonsense with the people in front of them. Only a couple came from Pengli Fairy Island, wearing light blue clothes, and the decorations were obviously different from those of the group of people from Piamu Fairy Sect. The couple seemed a little embarrassed, and they bowed to Luo Shang and the others, and then walked to the back surrounded by a group of people from Piamu Fairy Sect. The man's leg was obviously injured, and he walked unsteadily. Luo Shang was about to say something, but she held back, and had to look at Fairy Zixia and the others before following them inside. A total of 12 people from Piamu Fairy Sect came in. Soon, they found 2 empty courtyards. The 2 courtyards were originally reserved for disciples from the 5 major sects, but no one came to live there. The 12 people from Piamu Fairy Sect were very polite to the couple from Pengli Fairy Island, even flattering them, and enthusiastically let them live in a courtyard alone. Brother Wu, Sister Zhang, you are all injured. Go in and heal your wounds quickly. We will look for someone else somewhere else. Ren Xiong was full of smiles, and even helped them close the courtyard door himself. Every cultivator has his own secrets, especially when he is injured. He doesn't want to live with others. Ren Xiong arranged 5 more female disciples to live in another courtyard. There were 6 male disciples left. They walked directly to the courtyard of Luo Shang and others. Seeing this, Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia immediately went over to block the door and said, this is the courtyard where we live. There is no room inside. Ren Xiong glanced at the few people and looked at the courtyard next door. Fairy Zixia hurriedly said. Someone lives there too. Ren Xiong ignored them and walked over directly. He used his divine sense to explore the door, turned his head and looked at them and said, Who lives inside? Luo Qingzhou walked out from behind Fairy Zixia and said, Me. Ren Xiong glanced at him and said, Are you alone? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Ren Xiong didn't say anything else. He pushed the door open and walked in with his people. Another short young man walked into the courtyard, looked around, and sneered, Such a big place. It's such a waste to live here alone. Then he turned his head, looked at the door and said, Little brother, we live here. You can move to another place. After that, he walked into the house with a swagger. Fairy Zixia clenched her fists. Her face was ashen. And when she was about to go in to argue, Luo Qingzhou whispered, Master, forget it. He followed him in, entered the house, put away his sheets, quilts and other items, and then left silently under the gaze of the 7 people from Piamu Xinzong. Seeing that he was so sensible, the short young man couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, and said to the young man carrying a sword next to him, Junior brother Yuan, the 2 of us live here. After that, he went directly into the room and took out the futon, quilt and other items from the storage ring. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the courtyard and looked back again, his face still as calm as before. Damn it! It's too much. Fairy Zixia seemed to be wronged, her face full of anger. Luo Shang sighed softly and said, They are disciples of Piamu Xinzong. We really can't afford to offend them. Let's go. Zixia, you and Qingzhu live in one room, and make room for Fei Yang. Fairy Zixia didn't say anything else. She glanced at her beloved disciple, and walked silently to the small courtyard next door. What's the use of being angry? It will only make things difficult for yourself. Now Lingqiu City has been occupied by the 3 major immortal sections. They have dozens of masters in the Gi realm alone. They are no match for Dine at all. Besides, there are more than 1,000 practitioners from all over the Jiuzhou continent, most of whom are attached to the 3 major immortal sects. So, no matter how angry they are, they can only bear it. Fei Yang, let's go. We have enough room. You practice well. No one will disturb you. Luo Shang said softly. Luo Qingzhou nodded and followed behind. After entering the small courtyard, he raised his head again and glanced at the huge crown of the magic tree in the night sky. Fei Yang, you can live in this room. Qingzhu lived in this room before. You will definitely not dislike it. Fairy Zixia entered the room, smiling and adjusting the atmosphere, as if she was afraid that her disciple would feel depressed and uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou looked at his uncle and said, Uncle, is this okay? Linghu Qingzhu did not answer, entered the room, put away his things, and then came out and went to the next room. Fairy Zixia wanted to tease a few more times, but seeing that the atmosphere was still a little heavy, she had to give up. Master, Senior Luo, I'll go into practice. Luo Qingzhou greeted, then entered the room and closed the door. Then, he took out his own things. The footsteps outside faded away, and he heard the master's sigh and Luo Shang's low voice. A wave of Yuanli suddenly came from the small courtyard next door. Someone arranged a formation. Of course, Luo Shang had also arranged a formation in this small courtyard, which could at least isolate the outside sight and the inside and outside sounds. Luo Qingzhou sat down on the bed, took out the spiritual liquid, and drank 2 more drops on his palm. Wait for 2 more days, and see the situation. When the situation outside is a little more stable, he can sneak out to kill the demon in practice. The formation restrictions outside should be useless to him. As for the grievances he had just suffered, to be honest, he didn't take it to heart. After all, those people were also pitiful people. They were so young and were going to die in a foreign land. If you can tolerate them, you should be more tolerant. Unfortunately, Lan Ling was not among them. But Lan Ling should also come. As long as he is in the city, there will be no problem. He thought for a while, and then closed his eyes. He held his breath and concentrated his mind, and soon entered the state of cultivation. It was early in the morning. In the next room, Fairy Zixia was wearing a red dress and sleeping on the bed. Linghu Qingzhu, who was practicing in the corner, slowly opened his eyes in the dark, stared at her for a while, then quietly got up and walked to the door. Her footsteps were silent. Just as she was about to open the door, Fairy Zixia on the bed suddenly turned over and looked at her and said, Qingzhu, it's so late. Where are you going? Linghu Qingzhu froze for a moment and said, Well, Fairy Zishu immediately got off the bed, put on her shoes and said, "It just so happens that I want to go too. Let's go together." As he said that, he went over and pulled her. Linghu Qingzhu paused, opened the door, and walked out. Fairy Zishu yawned, looked at the door next door, and said, "I don't know if Fei Yang is asleep. He is probably still practicing. Alas, Fei Yang is so tired. I wanted to go over to talk to him and comfort him, but I was afraid to disturb him." Linghu Qingzhu didn't say anything, and also glanced at the closed door. The two went to the garden in the backyard. Linghu Qingzhu stopped there and said coldly, "You first." "What do you mean I first?" "You first? We are sisters. Why are you still shy? Let's go together." Fairy Zisha pulled her directly into the flowers. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was still practicing, and the energy transformed from the spiritual liquid in his body was washing his meridians and acupuncture points over and over again, tempering his internal organs. The room opposite, on the bed covered by the curtains, a girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in the corner, quietly flipping through a book. On the cover of the book, the words "Demon Tribe's Strange Stories" were written in large letters. After finishing the book, she pondered for a while, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message. "Can demonic energy be transformed into vital energy?" The message came back quickly. "It shouldn't be possible. The two are completely different." "Sister, have you encountered it?" "Just asking casually." "Have you found the snow sunflower?" "Not yet. I will continue to work hard." "Sister, the snow sunflower seems to be a medicinal material for refining high-grade elixirs. Are you using it yourself or giving it to others?" "Myself? I don't believe it. Sister's physique can't use it at all." "Sister, don't you have someone you like?" The girl put away the communication treasure and didn't reply again. She was stunned and looked out the window. After a while, she took out the communication treasure again and looked at someone on it. But until dawn outside, someone didn't send a message. She put away the communication treasure, took out a porcelain bottle, dripped a drop of spiritual liquid on her fingertips, and prepared to practice. But when she saw the spiritual liquid disappear at her fingertips, she couldn't help but think of what he said last night. "Sister, I also want you to become my unique." There was a trance in her eyes. After a long time, she closed her eyes and put aside these thoughts. The world is boundless, and all things are one. After dawn, the whole Linqiu city suddenly seemed particularly peaceful. The demons did not attack again. The crown of the giant tree above did not move again. The previously injured practitioners of the three major immortal sects took this opportunity to heal their wounds and recuperate. Luo Qingzhou and his companions did not go out either, and they all practiced in the room. After dark, Luo Qingzhou took out the spiritual liquid again, dripped 2 drops, and prepared to continue practicing. Just as he entered the state, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It turned out to be from Yuying. "Are you okay in the city? His Majesty is very worried about you." Luo Qingzhou replied, "No. How can your message be sent in, since the entire city was surrounded by the black light cover?" The message of the communication treasure seemed to have been unable to be sent out. "Yuying, it's okay if we are close. We are just outside the city." Luo Qingzhou, "Oh, tell your Majesty. I'm fine. Don't worry. By the way, are my second brother and father-in-law okay?" "Yuying, I sent you a message today. Actually, I want to tell you that your second brother and your senior sister are trapped in the swamp forest 50 miles away. I sent several waves of people to rescue them, but they couldn't get through. The road is now blocked by tree roots, and there are many demons and some hidden demon masters. Now the sky, the ground, and the ground are all blocked, and I have no way to go for the time being. As for your father-in-law, he is safe and is still in the logistics department." Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. "How long have my second brother and others been besieged?" "Yuying, about 6 or 7 days. I couldn't rescue them, so I told you." Luo Qingzhou, "Lord Yuying, which direction are you now?" "Yuying, Wangyu Slope in the south." "What are you going to do?" Luo Qingzhou, "I will come to you later. Tell me their exact location, and I will rescue them." "Yuying, Linqiu City is surrounded by tree roots. There are demons outside. You can't get out?" Luo Qingzhou, "What about underground?" "Yuying, it's the same underground. There are more tree roots underground. It's more dangerous." Luo Qingzhou, "It's okay. Just wait for me." "Yuying, can you not take risks? If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain to His Majesty." Luo Qingzhou did not reply. He got off the bed, went over and opened the window, and looked outside. For him, those formations, tree roots, and demons were not only not very threatening, but also contained rich demonic energy that could be transformed into pure vitality, which was a good thing for him to practice quickly. He was originally planning to wait and see the situation before going out, but now it seems that he can't wait any longer. I hope my second brother and sister Dao can hold on. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu and Uncle. I have something to do and need to go out. After sending it, he went directly underground. There were indeed formations arranged underground. But for him, it was the same as nothing. Just as he was about to leave from the underground, he suddenly looked to the right. The 7 disciples of Piaomyu Xinzong lived up there, and they were probably resting at this time. After all, they were all injured and needed to rest well. He thought about it, moved his figure, swam over from the underground, and decided to go and see the situation first. After arriving at the underground, he swam up carefully. When he was about to reach the ground, he saw the formation set up by the other party. The faint golden light, like a layer of golden liquid, covered the entire ground of the small courtyard, preventing the things underground from getting out. Luo Qingzhou ignored it and swam up directly. Just as he passed through the layer of golden liquid silently, he suddenly heard a voice from above his head. Senior Sister Lan. I didn't see you, Yao. I only saw people from Li Xiao's sect and Xianyan Pavilion, and the kid named Chu Feiyang. Chapter 914 An Invincible and Ordinary Son-in-Law. Lan Ling? A cold light flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes. Then, he quietly got out of the ground and hid at the base of a wall. In the room, a tall and thin young man from the Piaomyu Immortal sect was talking to the communication treasure in his hand. Bai Yishan and the others are not here. Senior Sister Lan. Should we take action directly? At worst, we can just push it to the demon clan, and it won't leave any traces. At this time, the communication treasure in his hand suddenly vibrated. Lan Ling's voice rang out. Brother Yuan, don't act rashly for the time being. Keep an eye on them. The strength of Chu Feiyang should not be underestimated. And Yu Yao? She knows all kinds of formations. We must first investigate clearly. You guys take care of your injuries first. I still need to discuss with Uncle Yu. Okay. At this time, a short young man walked out of the inner room of the room and sneered. Sister Lan is too cautious. My Piaomyu Xinzong wants to kill people. Why do you hesitate like this? Isn't it said that the kid named Chu Feiyang is powerful? Humph. It turns out that he is more cowardly than anyone else. Today I will drive him out of here directly. And he dare not fart. The tall and thin young man named Yuan Jie put away the communication treasure in his hand and said, Brother Wu, it's better to be careful. I heard that in the competition at the border of Dian, the guy named Chu Feiyang defeated 5 of our Piaomyu Xinzong in a row. The masters on the Misty ranking. So what? Wu Ding sneered and said, didn't Senior Sister Lan say that the guy won with conspiracy and trickery? Even if he is really powerful, how powerful can he be? He is just a grandmaster. This time, so many elders from our Misty Immortal sect came, and any one of them can kill him. What are you afraid of? Yuan Jie said. It's not that I'm afraid, but I have to put the overall situation first. After all, this is the city of Dian, and people from Jiutian Yaotai and Penglai Fairy Island are also here. We can't act rashly for the time being. When the time comes, it won't be too late for us to take action. Anyway, they can't run away. Wu Ding shrugged and said, Okay, listen to Senior Sister Lan. Anyway, this Lingqiu city is already ours. And no matter how many people from Dian there are, they can't make any waves. The two talked about the monster clan again. Didn't they say that the holy tree of heaven and earth is fake? Why do we need to gather reinforcements and prepare to attack? I heard from Master Chang that there should be some real and some fake. Otherwise, they wouldn't grow so similar and powerful. And that should be the ruins of the ancient demon clan's capital. And there are probably a lot of good things in it. Luo Qingzhou listened in the wall for a while, and did not act rashly, and sank silently into the ground. Then, he left from the ground. Killing them is easy, but it's not easy to deal with the aftermath. They are right. Lingqiu City has changed its owner now. Piaomyu Xinzong has so many masters, and many practitioners are coming from all over the Jiuzhou continent. If their disciples get into trouble here, they will definitely not let it go. Moreover, they happen to live next door, and they can't get rid of suspicion no matter what. So, they must not be killed here. It doesn't matter, as long as they still want to attack those demons. There will be many opportunities. The most urgent task is to rescue the second brother and the senior sister first. Shuttle underground. Unimpeded. Those demon tree roots seem to have all retreated from the underground of Linchio City. He did not see any tree roots along the way. He took out the communication treasure. Sister Yu and Uncle Master both replied to the message. Sister Yu, oh. Uncle Master, where are you going? I'll go with you. Luo Qingzhou replied to Uncle Master. No. I have some family matters to deal with. And I will be back soon. Think about it. He added another message, when I come back. I will help Uncle Master practice. Zhu Zhu, oh. Luo Qingzhou reminded again, Uncle Master. Remember to tell Master and Senior Luo not to go out alone for the time being. And don't have any conflicts with the people of Piamuxianzong. Zhu Zhu, well. Come back early. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and looked ahead. He should have arrived at the bottom of the city wall. A black light curtain appeared in the soil in front, which was obviously the formation that surrounded the entire Linchio city. For safety reasons, he took Debao and Erbao out of the storage ring and held them in his arms. The two little white rabbits were sleeping just now. They seemed a little dissatisfied when they were suddenly held out. They cried a few times in his arms. Puff! Luo Qingzhou easily passed through the black light curtain and arrived outside the city. Many black tree roots immediately appeared underground outside the city. Some were very thick, and some were slender and sharp. They all looked evil and particularly ferocious. Luo Qingzhou put away Debao and Erbao, took out his black and white sword, and swam forward. Shwa! A slender tree root seemed to sense his breath, and suddenly flew over like a sharp arrow. Luo Qingzhou raised his sword and split it in half. At the same time, a purple arc flashed on the sword blade, and climbed up the remaining part of the tree root with a sizzle. A burnt breath came. The violently twisting tree root was instantly turned into ashes in the purple arc. Swish! 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 As he swam forward quickly, more black tree roots crawled over from all directions, like hideous tentacles. Luo Qingzhou waved the black and white sword in his hand, his body wrapped in lightning, and he moved forward and killed all the way, unimpeded and without pause. Once those evil tree roots touched the lightning on his body and sword, they immediately shrank back in pain and were burned to ashes, as if they had sensed the breath of his lightning. The tree roots in front of them, which were originally bearing their fangs and claws, began to avoid him and retreated 3 steps when they saw him swimming. Luo Qingzhou held the sword in his hand, covered with lightning, like a killing god. He was invincible underground and moved forward rapidly. Strands of pure vitality gathered from those dead tree roots and drilled into his body. For some reason, the evil spirit contained in these tree roots was not as much as that contained in those demons. But a little bit adds up to a lot, which is still considerable. He actually had a guess. Those demons were all transformed from cultivators. Could it be that after the demonic energy entered their bodies and controlled them, it directly contaminated their cultivation and the energy in their bodies into demonic energy? And then after they were killed by him, because of the small tree, they all entered his body and transformed into pure vital energy. This is very possible. As he was thinking, he swam out of the encirclement of the tree roots unimpeded. In the underground air ahead, a very obvious and powerful blood force suddenly appeared. It should be the place where the Great Yin army was. He was afraid of causing misunderstanding. So he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Yuing. I'm here. Yuing quickly replied, Where? I didn't see you leave the city. Luo Qingzhou, below you. After sending it, he immediately swam upwards. When he was still several meters away from the ground, he could already sense the situation through the soil. He continued to swim forward. After reaching under a tent on a hillside, he immediately flashed and drilled out of the ground. Ah! A scream. In the tent, a girl who was cleaning the table screamed in fear, jumped up from the ground, and then fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou crawled out from under her skirt and apologized quickly. Bang! Yuing, who was standing at the door and watching, immediately drew the sword from her waist and returned to the tent. When she saw him, she was stunned for a moment. At this time, the other guards at the door also rushed in. Yuing said coldly, It's okay. Everyone retreat. The female guards looked at the person who suddenly appeared in the tent in astonishment, and then retreated. The girl in the yellow skirt was still sitting on the ground, frightened, and said in a trembling voice, Sister, he came from under my skirt, under my skirt. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and explained, I came from underground using the earth walking technique. I thought there was no one above, so I got out directly. Sorry. Ewing looked at him again, walked to the girl, helped her up, and said softly, Aya, you go out first. The girl named Aya whimpered, Sister. But he came from under my skirt. His name is Chu Feiyong, and he is your Majesty's husband, Ewing suddenly said with a cold face. Aya was stunned for a moment when she heard the words. Then her eyes widened. And then she lowered her head and said weakly, Oh, then it's okay. After that, she glanced at someone with a red face, and then lowered her head and left. Ewing also looked at someone coldly. Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, Lord Ewing, I really didn't mean it. Ewing stared at him for a while and said, How did you get out? I was standing outside just now, staring at Lingqiu City. There was no fluctuation in the formation there, and the tree roots outside the city were intact. Luo Qingzhou said, Didn't I just say it? From underground? Ewing frowned slightly. I know from underground. But there are also formations and magic tree roots underground. Luo Qingzhou said, I can break the formation. As for those tree roots, I killed them all the way and came here easily. Ewing. Luo Qingzhou walked to the table, looked at the map on it, and said impatiently, Lord Ewing, tell me where the swamp forest is exactly. Ewing looked at it with complicated eyes for a few more times, then walked to the map, stretched out his finger, and fell on a place that had been marked on the map, saying, It's here. There are roots and poisons of magic trees on the road, and some monsters that specialize in hunting humans. You'd better not go underground this time. Those monsters seem to be very good at moving underground. The 3 waves of reinforcements I sent were all attacked by them from underground, and suffered heavy losses. Luo Qingzhou stared at the marks on the map, looked at them carefully for a while, and memorized all the marks on the road clearly in his mind. Ewing looked at him and said, I can't go with you. I can only send 2 people to go with you. With your strength. If I send more people, it will only drag you down. Luo Qingzhou looked at the map and said, No, I can go alone. Ewing said firmly, No, you must take them both. Although they are not very strong, they both have their own strengths. The first one is Aya. She is my cousin, who is born to identify directions and break illusions. The road is full of poisonous fog and the formation of the magic tree. After you enter, you may lose your way. Take her with you. You will never get lost, nor will you be confused by the illusion. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Then take her. What about the second person? Ewing said, The second person is ordinary and has no outstanding skills, but his luck has always been good. He is a lucky general in our army. Every time he goes out on a mission, no matter how dangerous he encounters, he can turn danger into safety and come back safely. Oh! Luo Qingzhou immediately became interested. There is such a person. Ewing nodded, looked at him meaningfully, and said, He knows your senior sister, and he is also from Moqing. He seems to have joined Li Xiao's sect for a short time. His current cultivation level is the late stage of the great martial master. His cultivation speed is not as fast as yours, but it is also very fast. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, What's his name? Ewing said lightly, Zhou Boyue. I heard that he is a son-in-law. Chapter 915. Son-in-law and son-in-law. The nemesis of the devil. Not long after, the door curtain moved, and a familiar figure walked in with his head down. Then, he bowed to the moon shadow, wearing silver armor, with an ordinary figure, ordinary appearance, and ordinary temperament. It really looks ordinary. Boyue? Luo Qingzhou's tone was a little friendly, and his expression was a little complicated. Zhou Boyue was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. Then, he raised his head and looked at him, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Senior brother Chu. Luo Qingzhou walked over with a smile, patted his shoulder with his hand, and said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhou Boyue also smiled and said, I really didn't expect it. Boyue, have you been okay during this period? Very good. How about senior brother Chu? I'm fine too. Both of them seemed to have a lot to say, but they held back for the time being. Ewing glanced at the 2 of them and said, Zhou Boyue, go change your clothes and go to the swamp forest with the young master to rescue Dao Ling and the others. When Zhou Boyue heard this, he immediately bowed and said, Yes. Then he looked at the young man in front of him and said, Senior brother Chu, I will go change my clothes first. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Zhou Boyue lowered his head slightly and left quickly. The tent was quiet for a while. Ying said. You have a good relationship with him? Luo Qingzhou seemed to remember something in the past, and said, he once risked his life to save me and my mother-in-law. He is very loyal. Ying looked at him and said, I heard that his mother-in-law treated him badly, either beating or scolding him. He came to join the army because his mother-in-law forced him. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, in fact, many things cannot be judged by appearances. Ying's eyes moved, and she looked at him and said, just like you. You look like a humble son-in-law. But in fact, you can walk sideways in the Qin mansion and in the whole Inn. Right? Luo Qingzhou, Lord Ying. I'm not a crab. Ying's eyebrows moved, and her face was still cold. You are much more powerful than a crab. Yue said that even His Majesty is afraid of you. Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, not knowing what she was referring to. As the two were talking, the curtain at the door moved, and Aya, wearing a black dress, walked in and whispered, Sister, I'm ready. Ying glanced at her and said, be careful on the road. Aya secretly glanced at someone, nodded, and said, oh. After a while, Zhou Buiyue also changed into a black suit and walked in with his head down. Let's go. Luo Qingzhou didn't delay any longer and walked out of the tent directly. The two followed behind. Ying also followed them out, looking at their backs, and said, if you really can't get through, come back immediately. You can try your best to save people, but don't try to be strong when you know it's impossible. Then he looked at someone and said, His Majesty is still waiting for you in Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou waved at her without saying anything. The three of them went down the hillside, past the military sentry post, and walked towards the north. Buiyue, why did you suddenly come to join the army? Luo Qingzhou had the opportunity to ask. Zhou Bui showed a touch of tenderness in his eyes, and said, I had not thought about coming here originally, but Her Majesty the Queen issued a new decree, saying that those who have made meritorious contributions in the army can be awarded a title. I want to earn a title for my child, so I came. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Did everyone in your family agree? Zhou Buiyue smiled bitterly and said, When I first proposed it, my wife disagreed, but she is very reasonable. I discussed it with her, and she agreed. But my mother-in-law didn't agree. She scolded me for several days. My father-in-law said a few words for me, and was also scolded at this point. He showed a gentle smile on his face and said, But in the end, under the persuasion of my wife, my mother-in-law finally agreed. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, It seems that your mother-in-law still cares about you. Zhou Buiyue smiled and said, She is just unreasonable, but she is still a good person. Luo Qingzhou said, By the way, where did you and Xiao Xiao Jr.'s sister go after the Kyoto branch was disbanded? Zhou Buiyue heard this, and showed an uncomfortable expression on his face. He said, The situation in Kyoto was not very good at that time. The Jinui went to our house every few days to make trouble. I was afraid that the child, frightened, he left with his family, and went to live in the countryside. Senior brother Chu, I know it was difficult for you at that time, but I really didn't dare to risk my family's lives. So I left without saying goodbye and didn't dare to go to Ling Xiao sect. I'm sorry. Luo Qingzhou patted his shoulder and said, I should say sorry. It's me who hurt you. In fact, he lowered his voice. I did kill those Jinui. And Luo Yanyan and Luo Changtian of Zhongwu Bo's mansion were also killed by me. I had to kill for my mother's revenge. Zhou Buiyue smiled and was not surprised. In fact, I guessed it a long time ago. Luo Qingzhou apologized. It's just that you and Xiao Xiao Jr.'s sister and the others were harmed. And Sister Dao was also harmed. Zhou Buiyue smiled and said, The matter has passed, so I won't mention it. Later, you became the princess's consort, and I didn't dare to go to congratulate you. I thought I would never see you again. As for Xiao Xiao Jr.'s sister, it seems that she has returned to her hometown, and I don't know where she went. The two chatted for a while. Zhou Buiyue suddenly said, Brother Chu, I heard that you have broken through to the level of a grandmaster, and you turned the tide in the border contest with the Piaomio Immortal Sect. To be honest, it feels like a dream. When I first met you in Maching, you were only a martial artist. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Weren't you the same at that time? Now, I heard that you have reached the late stage of a grandmaster. Zhou Buiyue smiled and said, Of course, I can't compare with Brother Chu. Luo Qingzhou stared at him for a few more times and said, Buiyue, based on my understanding of you, if everyone knows that you are a late-stage grandmaster, Then your real level should be. He didn't continue. The two looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Zhou Boyue showed an unnatural expression on his face. But he didn't deny it. Of course. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more. There are many geniuses and people with good luck in this world. In addition to him, the person in front of him is obviously one of them. Zhou Boyue was silent for a while and whispered, I am lucky, and have encountered many good opportunities. Luo Qingzhou whispered, me too. The two smiled at each other again. And everything was said without words. Aya followed silently behind, and saw the two whispering, but did not dare to go up. At this time, a gloomy breath suddenly came from the front. The three looked up. In the open space in front, many twisting black branches suddenly appeared. At the same time, many branches hung down from the top of their heads. They seemed to smell the breath of the three people, and they all swayed and twisted ferociously. Between the sky and the earth were dark branches like tentacles, which looked creepy. Aya said with some fear, there are so many, how should we get through? Zhou Boyue clenched his fists, surrounded by strong winds, and his pupils faced those twisting branches crazily, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. The main reason was that there were too many, and there was poisonous fog. The front looked endless, and there was no way out. Luo Qingzhou took out the black and white sword, walked in front and said, follow me. Just go straight over. At the same time, on the hillside far behind, Yuying was wearing a silver armor, standing on a high rock, looking at this place. A female guard beside him worriedly said, Sir, if they just walk in like this, I'm afraid. Yuying frowned slightly, and suddenly ordered to the side, Lan Ruo, go and inform Zhang Dong and others on the front line. If Aya and others. She suddenly stopped talking, because the three figures in the distance were suddenly wrapped in lightning. The young man walking in front, holding a sword, was wrapped in lightning all over his body, while chopping the black branches and roots. He walked forward quickly without stopping. At first, the branches in the sky and the roots on the ground rushed to attack the three people. But soon, they began to retreat and flee in panic. The three people had a smooth journey, and soon disappeared in the thick black fog in front. After the three left, many black roots grew above the road again. Yuying looked at this scene, stunned, and didn't say anything. The female guard next to him also saw this scene, and said in disbelief, Sir, that man is so powerful, the branches and roots of those demon trees seem to be very afraid of him. And they all gave way. Yuying looked at the black fog in the distance. His eyes flashed for a moment, and ordered in a cold voice, don't tell anyone about what happened just now. Yes, sir. Although Lang Ruo was confused, he didn't dare to ask more. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was holding a sword, leading Zhou Boyue and Aya in the black poisonous fog. But the three of them had strong winds and protective light shields on their bodies, and the poisonous fog could not invade their bodies. On the ground and in the sky, black tentacles attacked them from time to time, but soon they were blown away by lightning. Luo Qingzhou quickly lost his direction. Fortunately, Aya worked, pointing to the right and saying, Sir, it's on the right. Those tree roots just now deliberately confused us. There is also an illusion array here. It feels like we are moving forward, but in fact, we have changed direction. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, I heard from Lord Yuying that this is your innate skill. Aya saw him looking at her, and said a little embarrassedly, Well, I have it since I was born. Luo Qingzhou praised. Awesome. Under Aya's leadership, the three of them quickly walked out of the thickest black fog area and entered a forest. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped and whispered, Something is coming ahead. Zhou Boyue and Aya stopped immediately and looked ahead vigilantly. Swish. A rustling sound suddenly came from the black fog ahead. Then, a disgusting fishy smell came to the nose. At the same time, two scarlet eyes, as big as lanterns, suddenly appeared in the black fog. The three of them stood still, holding their breath, and did not move. The scarlet eyes quickly approached this side, and at the same time, the disgusting fishy smell became stronger and stronger. Soon, the three saw the true face of the other party. It turned out to be a huge python with a black body, as thick as a pillar, and a long tail. The python spit out scarlet snake tongue and continued to twist its body to crawl forward. Suddenly, it stopped. Swish. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and passed by it. The python was startled, and just as it was about to raise its head to spit out venom, its entire head suddenly split open. And then, with a hiss, The crack quickly crawled towards its body. In an instant, its entire body, from head to tail, suddenly split into two. Pa! Its two halves fell to the ground. And then it sprayed blood and twisted on the ground. Luo Qingzhou stood at its tail, holding a sword, and said to the two people behind him, "Go!" Zhou Buiyue and Aya were shocked when they saw this scene, and hurriedly followed. The three of them continued to move forward in silence. Luo Qingzhou found that after killing the giant python, no vitality entered his body. Obviously, the giant python was not controlled by the demonic energy. The demonic energy had no effect on him, and it was not as good as the roots on the ground and the branches in the sky. After the killing just now, he had gathered a lot of vitality in his body, and it was very pure. Young master. Behind. At this time, Aya suddenly spoke. Luo Qingzhou immediately stopped, clenched the sword in his hand, and looked back. I thought there was a monster behind me. But Aya said, we went in the wrong direction. The back is the front where we were going before. The back is north. If we go forward, we will go back the way we came. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and looked around. It was all covered with black fog, and he couldn't see clearly. But it was a bit weird that he couldn't tell the front from the back. Fortunately, he took the girl with him. The three of them immediately changed direction, and continued to move forward quickly. At the same time, in a forest more than 20 miles away, the middle of a big tree was hollowed out, and a figure hid inside, revealing only a pair of eyes. And in the mud pit under the tree, a human face covered with mud was revealed. Next to the mud pit, a stone was located there, and it looked like a person squatting there. In the surrounding woods, dark tree roots were slowly retreating. After a long time, it was quiet here. The face in the mud pit suddenly whispered, "Gone?" The stone suddenly opened its mouth and made a sound. "Gone? Brother Qin, are you okay?" The face in the mud pit said. "No." The voice of the stone said again, "Sister Dao, how about you?" The figure hiding in the tree whispered, "Not bad." The three of them were silent for a moment. The man in the stone said, "We can't move forward. As long as we reveal our presence a little, the other party will be able to catch us. The monsters around us are also narrowing the encirclement, and we will soon be discovered." The man in the mud pit said, "Then let's go out and fight them. It's better to die gloriously than to hide and die like this." The man in the stone said, "But we are all injured now, and we can't fight even if we want to. Let's hold on a little longer. Maybe reinforcements will come." The man in the tree sighed and said, "They probably can't come. The magic tree probably has blocked the road. Let's rest for a while, and try to move forward later." The three of them didn't speak again. Not long after, another rustling sound came. The dark branches, like dense long snakes, twisted and crawled along the ground from the surrounding woods. The three of them held their breath immediately. Suddenly, a branch crawled into the mud pit, twisted a few times, and crawled towards the muddy face. Chapter 916. The Shock of the Second Brother. Double the training. Swish. A flash of sword light. A monster with fangs that looked like a human and a pig instantly split into two halves. Luo Qingzhou held the sword and continued to move forward. The three encountered many monsters along the way. The most dangerous time was when they encountered a pack of dark night wolves. There were more than 50 of them. All of them were strong, powerful, and extremely fast. They came and went silently like ghosts in the black fog. Aya was almost taken away. Fortunately, Luo Qingzhou killed the head wolf with some demon lord strength in time and scared away the remaining demon wolves. Luo Qingzhou also got a demon pill in the body of the head wolf. The quality looks very good. The three continued to move forward and soon came to the edge of the swamp forest. Aya carefully checked the direction again, and then pointed to the right and said, "Go this way." As soon as the three entered the swamp forest, they suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the front, which was very dense and creepy. Not long after, in the forest ahead, black branches suddenly appeared, densely packed, like pythons, crawling towards the three people. As if they smelled the breath of the three people, the branches suddenly sped up. Moreover, more voices came from all around. "Follow me." Luo Qingzhou held the sword, and the arc flashed on the sword tip, and he went straight up. Z. The purple lightning quickly accumulated energy on the sword tip. When those branches scrambled to crawl over, the sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand swished into the ground. The lightning suddenly exploded on the ground. Randomly, it turned into countless tiny arcs, climbed up those branches, and spread in all directions. A sizzling sound suddenly sounded in the air. and a strong smell of burning came. The dense branches turned into ashes in an instant. A wisp of cold air gathered from all around, drilled into Luo Qingzhou's body, and turned into a wisp of pure vitality in his body. He held the sword and continued to move forward. The branches that were just so aggressive smelled his breath and the lightning, and began to retreat. At the same time, in the deep swamp forest several miles away, Qin Chuan and the other two were surrounded by dense branches and a group of monsters in the middle of the open space. The monsters all had exposed fangs, ugly faces, and bodies like humans and beasts, looking particularly ferocious. Awoo! They roared and jumped around the three people in the middle, looking particularly excited. Dowling held the broadsword in both hands. Her face was pale. She was panting, and her body was covered with blood. She didn't know whether it was her own or the monsters lying on the ground. Qin Chuan and the young man named Ren Xiaobei were also covered in blood, pale, and looked exhausted. Brother Qin, I can't do it anymore, you guys go first. The young man named Ren Xiaobei leaned on the ground with his long sword in his hand, breathing heavily, and seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Qin Chuan clenched his fist, and a shocking blood hole appeared on his arm. He said with red eyes, I can't leave either today. I'm afraid that all three of us will. Then he gritted his teeth and said, fight with him. The broadsword in Dao Ling's hand flashed. Her chest rose and fell, and she gritted her teeth and said, kill one if you kill one. The monsters around approached with ferocious faces. Behind the monsters, there were dense black branches, like black pythons, twisting and shaking their heads, and began to approach quickly. The eyes of the three people were full of determination. Zizi. At this moment, a purple lightning suddenly lit up in the black fog not far away. Then, a burnt smell filled the air. At the same time, the black branches crawling on the ground suddenly seemed to feel something terrible, and began to retreat quickly to both sides. Seeing this scene, the monsters surrounding the three people all stopped and looked over there with doubtful eyes. Qin Chuan and the other two also looked over there. In the thick black fog, purple lightning flashed from time to time, approaching this side quickly. Not long after, a vague figure holding a sword gradually appeared. As he walked forward, the scary black branches quickly retreated one after another, then stopped not far away, twisting and swaying, making various movements, as if demonstrating and threatening, but not daring to get closer. The figure gradually became clearer. Behind him, there were two other figures. It's a human. A green-faced monster roared immediately. The other monsters roared. And then, led by a bald monster, they raised their weapons and rushed towards the human figure in front. Kill! Dozens of monsters roared and rushed over together. Z! A black lightning ball suddenly appeared on the sword in the figure's hand. Then, the black lightning ball became bigger and bigger. When the group of monsters rushed to the near side, the black ball suddenly shot out and fell into the middle of the monsters, and then exploded with a boom, turning into countless black lightning, instantly submerging all the monsters in it. There was a loud crackle. Dozens of monsters were torn apart in the wildly dancing black lightning, screaming miserably, and then fell to the ground, their bodies charred and dead. Only the bald monster, with a slightly stronger cultivation, escaped the lightning and fled in a panic. But just when it escaped a distance of dozens of meters, a sword flashed, and its whole body suddenly broke into two halves. Luo Qingzhou put away the sword and walked towards the three people. Dao Ling saw his appearance clearly and froze in place. Qin Chuan opened his eyes wide and said excitedly, Chu, brother Chu, why are you here? At this time, Zhou Buiyue and Aya also came over. Aya said, Sister Yuing sent us here. Where are the others? Qin Chuan and the other two fell silent. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the black fog in front and the black branches that still refused to retreat, and then looked at the injuries on their bodies, and said, let's leave here first. He directly reached out and supported Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment, staring at him blankly. Zhou Buiyue hurried over to support the young man named Ren Xiaobei. Ren Xiaobei survived the disaster and said excitedly, Brother Zhou, I didn't expect you to get through. I thought the three of us would die here today. Aya went over to support Dao Ling and said, Sister Dao, are you okay? Dao Ling came back to her senses, shook her head, and said with a complicated expression, It's okay. The few people did not dare to stay, and immediately supported each other and left. The dense branches around were still twisting and swaying, looking ready to move, but seemed to be afraid, taking a few steps forward, then a few steps back, repeatedly testing. After the few people left, They quickly crawled over, gathered together, and immediately chased from behind. Not long after the few people left, the dozens of monster corpses killed by lightning were soon wrapped in thick black fog. Suddenly, they trembled, and their eyes lit up with scarlet light. Then, they slowly stood up from the ground. Shua! Luo Qingzhou held the black and white sword, supported Qin Chuan, walked forward, and chopped the branches that blocked the road. Under the sword light and lightning, the few people had a smooth journey. Qin Chuan endured the pain and turned his head from time to time to look at the boy who supported him, and then at the sword in his hand. When he reached a safe place, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Chu, what is your current cultivation level? Luo Qingzhou held the sword, looked ahead vigilantly, and said lightly, Grandmaster. Qin Chuan froze and looked at him with his mouth open. Silence for a long time. He said with a complicated expression, I remember that when you were in Maching, you were only at the level of a martial artist. The first time he saw this boy was in the Blackwood Forest outside Maching, helping Meiju to vent his anger. At that time, this boy was only at the level of refining flesh or bones, and his cultivation level was much lower than his. However, now he could never have imagined that in just 2 years, this boy had become the top cultivator in the entire Dian. A grandmaster. Looking back now, it was like a dream. He is a demon at this time. Dao Ling behind him suddenly spoke in a complicated tone. Obviously, she was also deeply shocked by the words grandmaster. Although they were talking, they did not slow down. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and led the way in front, rushing all the way without daring to stop. Fortunately, except for some blind branches on the road, no other monsters were encountered. Several people were a little confused. Rustle! Rustle! After walking for a distance, the branches in the sky and the roots on the ground became more and more numerous, and they seemed to be bolder and stronger, constantly attacking them. Fortunately, Luo Qingzhou's lightning had a restraining effect on them. Although he was surrounded several times, he successfully broke out. Every time Luo Qingzhou killed, he would feel a wisp of cold air rushing into his body, and then quickly turned into pure vitality. If there were no wounded people around him, he would have wanted to rush directly into the place with the most tree roots, constantly killing and absorbing vitality. This kind of practice is really cool. Not only can he kill enemies and absorb pure vitality, but he can also practice martial arts to hone his body, taking care of both the inside and the outside, as if it was tailor-made for him. When the sky was hazy, several people finally walked out of the cover of the magic tree root finger. Ahead is the Dian military camp. Through the black fog, looking at the flag on the hillside in the distance, the tense hearts of several people finally relaxed. Luo Qingzhou quietly took out the body-checking stone, held it in his palm, and looked at the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 16. Early stage of the spiritualization realm, progress 15. Sure enough, he was suddenly excited. In just one night, the progress of the Grandmaster's early stage increased from 11 to 16. A full 5 points. You know, when he was practicing under the heart of the spiritual mind under the palace, he didn't have such a fast speed. This is indeed his treasure land for practice. If he continues to practice like this, I believe it won't take long for him to break through again. Even reaching the late stage of the Grandmaster, or even a higher realm, is not a luxury. At this time, Qin Chuan finally couldn't help it, and cried out in pain. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, and hurriedly said with concern, Second. Qin Chuan turned his head, and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou immediately turned his head, and looked at the most seriously injured boy behind him, and said calmly, Are you two okay? The boy named Ren Xiaobei was sweating all over his head, and he forced a smile and said, No. It's okay. Qin Chuan endured the pain and said, Fortunately, I can still bear it. Luo Qingzhou secretly sweated. At this time, Dao Ling behind him suddenly deliberately said, It's obviously 3 people. Why are you only asking 2 people? Chu Feiyang, didn't you see that your senior sister was also injured? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Senior sister's injury is obviously lighter. It's not serious. Dao Ling raised his eyebrows and said, Don't you care if it's not serious? Luo Qingzhou had to perfunctorily say, Senior sister, are you okay? Dao Ling snorted immediately and ignored him. A few people walked out of the black fog, and the sentry on the hillside immediately found them. Not long after, a group of people rode horses and ran over quickly. Yuying was dressed in silver armor, and was surrounded in the middle with a heroic look, riding a horse and galloping over. Several people stopped. The horse soon stopped steadily in front of them. Qin Chuan immediately broke away from Luo Qingzhou's support, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, lowered his head, and said with shame on his face, Qin Chuan has failed the adult's high hopes. Not only did he fail to spy on the military intelligence, but he also lost so many brothers. Please punish me. Dao Ling and Ren Xiaobei also lowered their heads and knelt on one knee on the ground. Ying got off the warhorse, looked at them coldly and said, It's not your fault. I was too careless. Get up. Qin Chuan knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Suddenly, his eyes were red, and he said, There are only 3 of us who came back out of 52 brothers. Qin Chuan is incompetent and willing to be punished. Luo Qingzhou pulled him up directly and persuaded him gently. Lord Yuing has already said that it's not your fault. It's good to be able to come back alive. Try harder in the future and continue to serve Lord Yuing. Yuing glanced at him and said, It's for your majesty and for Dian. Luo Qingzhou didn't argue with her and said, They are all injured. Take them back and help them heal. Someone came over immediately, helped the 3 people onto the horse, and walked towards the military camp. Zhou Boyue also bowed and said, Senior brother Chu, I have to go back first too. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Zhou Boyue and the others walked in front and left. Yuing and Luo Qingzhou walked behind, and seemed to have something to say. Aya followed beside them. After a moment of silence, Yuing looked at the young man beside him, and said with a complicated expression, Even the masters of the 3 major immortal sects in the city can't come and go freely in the encirclement of the magic tree and the monster tribe. To be honest, every time I see you, I feel that you have become more powerful and more mysterious than before. Luo Qingzhou said lightly, Master Yuing is too kind. This time, thanks to Miss Aya's help. Otherwise, I would have lost my way long ago. Aya, who was standing aside, felt a little embarrassed when she heard it, and said, Young Master is really powerful. Those powerful monsters and branches were solved by Young Master in one move. The eyes of the girl were full of admiration. Yuing was silent for a while, and then said, Your Majesty asked me to tell you that the situation in Linqiu City is not good now. The monster tribe and the magic tree may soon attack the city. You can live in the barracks and don't have to go back to the city. Luo Qingzhou looked at the city in the distance and the roots of the magic tree on the road, and said, No, I like living in the city. Is the magic tree going to attack the city? Very good. Yuing glanced at him and said, His Majesty said that the border troops are under your command. It would be better for you to live in the barracks. After a pause, he added, And you can see your senior sister, your second brother, and your father-in-law at any time. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Why should I see them? One time is enough. After that, he walked quickly towards the distant Linqiu city and said, It's almost dawn. I should go back to the city. Lord Yuing, if there is anything, I will send you a message. After that, the figure flashed, drilled into the ground, and disappeared. Yuing stopped where he was, with a dazed look on his face. Chapter 917 Breakthrough Grandmaster. Hill! 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 Underground. As Luo Qingzhou advanced towards Linqiu City, he continued to kill the tree roots that blocked his way. All the way was smooth. When he returned to the mansion, he felt that his vitality had already overflowed. He immediately sat down in the room and began to practice the technique to refine it. Then, the refined energy began to flow along the meridians to the acupuncture points and internal organs of the whole body, continuing to temper the body. The internal organs, bones, muscles, and even blood vessels and hair began to become hot. It was as if they were being calcined by a fierce fire, and they kept calcining. Soon, his whole body was red, sweating, and his muscles and bones were sore. At noon, he rested for a while, and took out 2 drops of the spiritual liquid. Continued to practice. That day, he stayed in the room, repeatedly tempering his body. Fairy Zixia came to the door several times, but did not dare to knock. Fei Yang is really hard-working, she sighed softly. Back in the room, she looked at Linghu Qingju, who was also practicing in the corner, and said, Qingju, you are also very hard-working. In the evening, there was a knock on the door outside. At the same time, the voice of a disciple of Piamu Xinzong came. Is anyone there? Fairy Zixia and Luo Shan walked out. Opening the door, the tall young man named Ren Xiong appeared outside. Behind him, there were other disciples of Piamu Xinzong. What's the matter? Luo Shan looked at a few people with vigilance and asked coldly. Ren Xiong glanced at the courtyard and said with a smile, Nothing. I'm just hungry. I want to ask if you have anything to eat here. Luo Shan said directly. No. Even we don't have anything to eat. Behind Ren Xiong, the short young man named Wu Ding who occupied Luo Qingzhou's room sneered and said, We came to Linqiu City to help you defend the city and resist the monsters. Don't you even care about food in Dian? This is not the way you treat guests in Dian. Luo Shan said sarcastically, It seems that we didn't take the initiative to invite you. Obviously. You were beaten by the monsters and fled here in a mess to save your lives. Now you say you are here to help defend the city. How shameless. At this time, a woman wearing a golden flower next to Wu Ding raised her eyebrows and said angrily, What is your attitude? If it weren't for our 3 major immortal sects helping you to cripple the monsters would have attacked long ago. Luo Shang smiled faintly and said nothing more. Fairy Zixia said, The food supply in the city is tight now, and we have been hungry for several days. Ren Xiong looked at the two again and said nothing more. He turned around and said, Let's go out and take a look. The other people in Piamu Xinzong all looked at the 2 people in the door coldly and turned to leave. The short young man named Wu Ding looked at the 2 people meaningfully and deliberately laughed in a voice that the 2 people could hear. Brother Ren, I didn't expect that there are so many beautiful women in a small place like Dian. It's rare. Ren Xiong smiled and said nothing. The few people walked away quickly. Luo Shang cursed with a gloomy face. What a shitty Xinzong. They are all shameless villains. I am really enlightened. Fairy Zixiao looked at the few people who walked away, and her eyes flashed, saying, They should be deliberately testing our bottom line, or deliberately want to provoke us. They came here last night, probably to find out in advance. Luo Shang's face was slightly cold, and he said, Should we go find Dean Bai? Then he smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. Dean Bai is probably in a dilemma now. The masters of the 3 major immortal sects all live in the city lord's mansion, and they will probably find ways to make us to Yin Sin troops. Fairy Zixia sighed and said, So, we can only tolerate it for the time being, and we can't let them find any reason. Luo Shang nodded solemnly. The 2 chatted in a low voice for a few more words, then locked the door and returned to the house. It got dark quickly. In the sky, the crown of the magic tree was still like a huge black cloud, covering the entire city, making the entire area particularly gloomy and terrifying. At night, the entire Linqiu city was terribly silent. In the distance, Lucheng was still filled with black fog and dead silence. The demon clan and the magic tree fell into a strange calm. But this calmness made everyone in the city feel deeply uneasy. A bigger storm seemed to be brewing. In the early morning hours, Luo Qingzhou woke up from his training state. His upper body was naked, soaked in sweat, and the air in his body was hot and restless, as if even his blood was boiling. There seemed to be a ball of fire in his abdomen, which would not dissipate for a long time. He was full of strength, as if a dam filled with rainwater wanted to pour out. He slowly clenched his fist. A powerful force instantly surged into his arm, and a vortex fist light flashed on his fist, flickering continuously, as if he couldn't wait to burst out. But this is not a place to practice boxing. This house can't bear the fist light he is now. He looked out the window at the dark night sky covered by the crown of the magic tree. He thought about it. He took out the body checking stone and checked the current data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 18. Incarnation of the spirit early stage, progress 16. 2 more points have been added, in addition to the effect of the spirit liquid. These 2 points are naturally due to the demonic energy during the day. He needs to continue to kill demons, while practicing boxing and honing his skills. He absorbed the demonic energy that could be transformed into pure vitality. This opportunity is rare. He must not miss it. Thinking of this, he put away the body judging stone. And when he was thinking about which direction to go, the communication disc on his body suddenly vibrated. Uncle Master sent a message. Are you still practicing? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. And then, he suddenly remembered another important thing. Uncle Master is about to break through. From the late Grandmaster to the Grandmaster. Once Uncle Master breaks through to the Grandmaster, his strength will be greatly enhanced. This way, he can feel more at ease when he goes out to kill demons. It just so happens that he has been practicing non-stop for many days, and the energy accumulated in his body has overflowed. It is time to learn from Uncle Master and use external force to temper his body. The energy accumulated this time is more and more powerful than before. I hope Uncle Master can bear it, he replied. Just finished practicing? Lenghu Qingzhu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, Yeah. By the way, Uncle Master, is it convenient to take a shower outside? I am all sweaty. Ling Hu Qingzhu, not very convenient. Luo Qingzhou, then I will take a shower underground. Under the well water in the yard. Ling Hu Qingzhu, Luo Qingzhou put away the communication disc and looked at the mysterious little tree in the storage ring again. The tree seemed to grow taller. At the same time, the golden fruit on the branch had grown to the size of a cherry tomato, and the petals around it had all withered. He observed carefully for a while, took out the spiritual liquid, and dripped 2 drops at the root of the tree. I hope this fruit will not disappoint him. After eating so much of his precious spiritual liquid, it should at least be of some use. Look at how powerful his uncle is. Thinking of his uncle's cultivation speed and cultivation method, he couldn't help but envy him. He can quickly advance while lying or sitting. Unlike him, not only does he have to practice hard at home every day, but he also has to go out in danger to kill demons and gain experience. It's simply incomparable. Wait for a moment. He got off the bed and went directly underground, and swam quickly from underground to the well in the courtyard. Just as he was about to dive into the cold well water to take a good bath, a figure suddenly appeared in the water in front of him, floating in the water and looking at him quietly. She was dressed in green, with her hair loose and her figure slender. Her chest seemed to have been untied, and was tall and straight. Under the fluttering skirt, a pair of bare jade feet were white and tender, slender and charming. The two looked at each other. Ling Hu Qingzhu swam out of the water, with a flash of light on her body, and drilled into the ground beside him. Luo Qingzhou looked at the green light shield on her body, and said in surprise, Uncle Master, do you also have a treasure that can drill into the ground? Ling Hu Qingzhu's face was stained with water. Her hair and clothes were soaked. Her tall chest was slightly heaving, and she looked at him silently without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Master, why don't you use the light shield to isolate the well water? Look at you. Your whole body is wet. You will catch a cold. Of course he knew that his uncle did it on purpose. And not wearing shoes and socks was also intentional. Uncle Master, please wait for a moment. I need to take a shower first. I haven't taken a shower for several days. Smell me. I smell it everywhere. Uncle Master, wait. I'll take a shower first. It stinks. Uncle Master is really about to break through. The breath of his whole body is flowing faster than before. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to waste time. After washing, he began to accumulate strength quickly to help her break through. He closed his eyes, felt the state of the meridians and acupoints in his whole body, and began to accumulate energy. Soon, his fist flashed and the energy surged. Boom! He punched out, and the narrow underground passage was immediately illuminated by the fist light. The powerful force instantly expanded the entire passage several times. Ling Hu Qingzhu was shocked all over, and immediately operated the skills, opened all the acupoints in his body, and began to receive his energy. Then, it merged with his own energy and began to rush towards the pass in the distance. That was the pass leading to the Grandmaster. Bang! 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 The surging energy, like a flood, began to hit the solid pass. The air waves spread out, and the well water rolled and shook. Charge! Keep charging! Chapter 918 Another Breakthrough. Boom! Late at night, deep underground. I don't know how long it has been. A huge roar suddenly sounded in Ling Hu Qingzhu's body. She was shocked all over. The energy like a tide suddenly surged and gushed out, instantly occupying all the acupoints in her body. The solid pass leading to the Grandmaster realm was finally broken through. It was as if the darkness was torn apart, and as if the chaos was split open. The world in front of her suddenly became clear. She broke through. From the late Grandmaster to the Grandmaster. She didn't even use a knight. Moreover, there was no obstacle. She broke through easily. The breakthrough seemed to have consumed all her physical strength. Under the impact of the Grandmaster's energy, her body softened and fell down. Fortunately, there were formations arranged around her, and she was deep underground, so the energy fluctuations did not spread out. The breath of the Grandmaster permeated the underground space. Luo Qingzhou's face was full of envy. The breakthrough of the Master's uncle was not only easy and simple, but also without any abnormal phenomenon. Even the fluctuation of energy was in a very small range. Such an easy and low-key breakthrough was what he had always dreamed of. Unfortunately, he sat for a while, then put away the skills and left with the Master's uncle. He swam all the way up from the underground and returned to his room. He put the Master's uncle on the bed. He walked to the window and looked at the night outside. It seemed to be early morning. The opportunity was fleeting. He didn't know when the demonic energy outside would retreat. So, he had to hurry up and practice. Master, I have something else to do. So I'll go out first. You can rest in my room, he said to the bed. And his figure flashed and went underground again. Linghu Qingju lay on the bed, eyes open, motionless. After a long time, her eyelashes trembled and she woke up. At this time, the communication treasure on her body suddenly vibrated. Fairy Zixia sent a message, Qingju. Where have you been? She did not reply. Still lying there motionless. In a trance? As if she was still recalling the wonderful feeling when she had just broken through the Grandmaster level. Luo Qingzhou shuttled through the underground. Soon he left the city and came to the wilderness in the east of the city. Under the dark night, the wilderness was shrouded in black fog, and stiff figures in the fog were walking swayingly, aimlessly, wandering back and forth, like zombies. Those pairs of scarlet eyes were gloomy and terrifying in the black fog. Not long after Luo Qingzhou left the city from the underground, many evil tree roots crawled out of the soil around him and quickly entangled him. He raised his fist directly, rushed left and right underground, and fought back and forth. Tree roots turned into ashes, and wisps of evil entered his body, turning into pure vitality and storing it in his Danhai. An hour later, the tree roots around were dead and wounded, and no one dared to come again. He drilled out of the ground directly, deliberately exuding the breath of human beings. Ah! The two nearby demons roared immediately and pounced. Originally, they seemed to be walking slowly, but the speed of the pounce was extremely fast. But Luo Qingzhou was faster. Boom! He punched out, without using lightning, and with the power of a grandmaster, he smashed the head of one of the demons. He then punched another demon on the neck, breaking its neck directly. The fist was as sharp as a knife. The demon's head was chopped off. He did not stop, and his figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the third demon. After the two demons died, the demonic energy in their bodies immediately turned into two wisps of breath, drilled into his body, and instantly transformed into two extremely pure vitality. The vitality brought by killing demons is more than that brought by killing tree roots. Ah! At this time, another figure rushed over. Luo Qingzhou punched out with lightning, hitting its head accurately, and knocked it directly to the ground. But when he saw the demon's body on the ground clearly, he was stunned. The corpse lying on the ground had a big belly, green skin, scales all over the body, and extremely sharp claws on both hands. It turned out to be a member of the demon clan. Demonic energy has also invaded the demon clan? Is it a living creature that invades? Or a corpse that was killed by human practitioners? He didn't have time to think about it. More demons smelled his breath and began to gather here. Boom! 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 He went straight to meet them, waving his fists, killing one by one, and killing them heartily and happily. Unknowingly, the sky was almost dawn. There were fewer and fewer demons around, and the distance was getting farther and farther. He didn't dare to stay. After killing a few more demons, he immediately drilled into the ground and walked towards the city. There were tree roots in the ground that didn't know how to stop them, but they were all smashed by his punches. At this time, his Danhai was full of pure vitality. After returning to the room, Uncle Master had left at some point. He didn't think much, and immediately sat cross-legged in the corner and began to refine. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When it was getting dark, he woke up from the state of cultivation. Huh? He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling full of energy and spirit. Almost every bone, every muscle, and even every acupoint was full of strength. He took out the body judging stone and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 25. Spiritual transformation early stage, progress 20. After a night of fighting and a day of practice, his Grandmaster's progress went directly from 18 to 25. A full increase of 7 points. Too fast. This kind of practice is really twice the result with half the effort. He was excited and seemed to have seen the hope of rapid promotion. Very good. Continue tonight. At the same time, in the next room, Linghu Qingju had slept for a whole day and woke up at this time. Fairy Zixia was now sitting by the bed, staring at her blankly. Linghu Qingju opened his eyes, and after a while, he woke up and looked into her eyes. The room was quiet for a moment. Fairy Zixia said quietly, Qingju, where did you go last night? Linghu Qingju said calmly, I was practicing. Fairy Zixia pouted and said, Where did you practice? How did you practice? Ling Hu Qingju did not answer. Fairy Zixia looked at her deeply and said, I didn't find you last night. So I went to Fei Yong's room. But I found that he was gone. Ling Hu Qingju was in a trance for a moment, and sat up from the bed. Fairy Zixia looked at her with a faint gaze and said, You and senior sister were the closest. Now that you have Fei Yong, have you forgotten senior sister? Ling Hu Qingju was stunned, looked at her and said, I went to practice last night. Fairy Zixia snorted in dissatisfaction. Do you still want to lie to senior sister? You obviously went to date someone secretly. Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a moment, slowly stretched out a slender jade finger, and the fingertip suddenly swished and a green sword light lit up. The sword light kept swallowing at the fingertips. At the same time, a strong breath emanated. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment, and when she felt this strong breath, her whole body was shocked, staring at her with wide eyes, and her lips trembled and said, You. She said you for a long time, but stuttered and couldn't say it, as if she had been scared silly. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the sword light on her fingertips, her face still without any ripples, and she said lightly, I really went to practice last night, and then I broke through to the realm of Grandmaster. Fairy Zixia. The room suddenly fell silent. Silence for a long while. Fairy Zixia looked at her in disbelief and said, How did you do it? After asking this question, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have asked this question several times. Just because of him. Fairy Zixia had a stiff expression on her face, and her mind was still buzzing and chaotic. Grandmaster. It has only been a few days, and he has broken through again, and directly broke through a great realm. The great uncle who has lived for hundreds of years is only a mid-stage grandmaster. Qingju. Senior sister kneels to you, tell senior sister quickly. Fairy Zixia knelt directly on the bed, with a pleading expression on her face. She was really envious and jealous. Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a moment, and a complex expression also appeared in his eyes, as if he was dreaming, and whispered, It's him. Fairy Zixia froze for a moment, and then suddenly covered her face and cried, Wu Qingju. I am so upset originally. He should have been your disciple. And it should have been me who fainted every time Wu. Ling Hu Qingju. Outside the window. Night fell quickly. Linqiu City was still calm. More practitioners came from farther places on the Jiuzhou continent, and the demon clan was still strangely silent. But the practitioners in Linqiu City found that the crown of the magic tree in the sky was even bigger, and it looked even more gloomy and terrifying. The top leaders of the three major immortal sects were all discussing countermeasures. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou had no interest in what was happening outside, and was still practicing in the room. After dark, he went out from underground again and began to kill the roots of the demon tree and the demons in the wilderness east of the city. There were suddenly more demonized monsters tonight. Luo Qingzhou suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, because he found that the bodies of several demonized monsters seemed to be fresh. Not the monsters killed by human practitioners before. Can't the monster control the magic tree? How did he get hunted by the magic tree? But he didn't waste time thinking about it. The more it was at this time, the more he had to seize every minute and every second to practice. After 3 days of continuous killing of monsters and demons, he refined all the vitality in his body, then took out the body checking stone and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 50. Initial stage of transformation, progress 22. In 3 days, the progress of the Grandmaster has increased by a full 25 points. Only half is left, and he can break through the barrier and advance again. The speed of this practice is faster than before. Thinking carefully, it should be because of those demonized monsters. When killing those monsters, the absorbed demonic energy is obviously much richer, and the transformed vitality is also more. Several times more than when killing demons. Could it be related to their previous strength? The stronger the strength, the more demonic energy will be in the body after death? If this is true, then if he kills a demon at the level of Demon Lord in the future, the vitality he will obtain in an instant will probably be more and more pure. It may even be a terrifying amount. Just as he was secretly looking forward to it, a burst of shouting and cursing suddenly came from outside. Bitch! Don't be shameless. Do you want to fight with our Piao Miao Xian sect? It was the voice of the short young man named Wu Ding from the Piao Miao Xian sect. Chapter 919 Hunting down the disciples of Piao Miao Xianzong. At the gate of the courtyard, the short man named Wu Ding was swearing and cursing. He was obviously angry. Behind him, there were several other young men. Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia stood in the doorway. both with cold faces. Saying nothing, Luo Qingzhou walked out of the house, came behind the two, and asked, "What's wrong?" The two hadn't answered yet. The man named Wu Ding suddenly sneered and said, "No wonder you don't want to go out. I forgot that there is a pretty boy living in your house. TSK. You hide in the house every day, making love with this boy day and night. Right?" Fairy Zixia suddenly said coldly. "So what? Why? Jealousy and hatred?" The muscles on Wu Ding's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. "You are really a shameless bitch. Are all the women in Dian so lewd?" Fairy Zixia sneered. "At least not as shameless as you. Twist and ugly. Look like a toad. Do you want to ask the master to go shopping?" In the words, Luo Qingzhou held her fist and said, "Master, forget it. Say 2 less words." The fist on the fist suddenly went out of the fist. "You are really eye-opening." The young people behind him looked at the young masters and apprentices in front of him. Bang! Luo Qingzhou closed the door and inserted the door bolt. TSK. The sex in Dian are really good at playing. That's right. They all look serious. But I didn't expect them to be so lewd. Not even sparing their own disciples. Ha ha ha. That kid really enjoys the best of both worlds. There are many beautiful women living in that small courtyard, but he looks so cowardly. Not daring to say a word. Uh-huh. Brother Wu. Let's go. There are so many women outside. Bah! Such a shameless lewd bitch. I'm afraid she's already as dirty as a toilet. I don't like her. Let's go to Xiaoyao Tower to play. The discussions and shouting outside gradually faded away. The door was quiet for a moment. Luo Shan couldn't help but say, "Fei Yang. Although we are weakened to yen, they just went too far and kept insulting Zixia. We can't." "I know." Luo Qingzhou looked at her with a calm face. "There is no need to argue with them. After all, forget it. Just pretend that this thing never happened." He didn't say anything more and turned to walk into the house. When he turned his back to the two people, 2 cold rays appeared in his eyes. "How can that be?" At this time, Fairy Zixia suddenly said behind him, "It obviously happened. How can we pretend that it didn't happen?" Luo Qingzhou paused. Fairy Zixia said, "Fei Yang, you just held your teacher's hand. Everyone saw it. It's useless for you to quibble." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and walked into the house quickly. Luo Shan was stunned in the courtyard and said, "Zixia, are you not angry at all?" Fairy Zixia looked at her and said, "Who are you angry with?" Luo Shan said, "Your disciple. He doesn't seem to care about you at all." Then he whispered, "If it was Qingzhu, he would have already taught that bastard a lesson." Fairy Zixia heard her mention Qingzhu, and her head drooped immediately. Sighing, "Hey, I can't compare with my junior sister after all. She is fierce and unstoppable." After a while, Luo Shan also sighed and said, "In fact, Fei Yang did the right thing. At this time, we really have no other way but to tolerate. If we really act impulsively, I'm afraid we will be even more embarrassed." Fairy Zixia didn't say anything and went into the house. In the room, Linghu Qingzhu sat alone in a corner, practicing quietly. Fairy Zixia closed the door, looked at her, and said faintly, "Junior sister, a bad guy just bullied me. Why didn't you go out to help me? You are a grandmaster now." Linghu Qingzhu still closed his eyes, and after a moment, he said, "Didn't he go out?" Fairy Zixia pouted, "But he didn't help me vent my anger, and advised me to forget it." Linghu Qingzhu slowly opened his eyes, looked at her and said, "I also think it's time to forget it." Fairy Zixia immediately walked to her side and squatted down, saying, "But that bad guy scolded me for being shameless, and also slandered that Fei Yang and I were hiding in the house every day and making love every night." Speaking of this, she felt a little aggrieved. "It's obviously not me. It's obviously you get the benefits. But I have to bear the stigma. I don't accept it." Linghu Qingzhu closed his eyes again. Expressionless, "I didn't." Next room. After Luo Qingzhou locked the door, he went underground and disappeared. Wu Ding led 5 young men from the Piamu immortal sect out of the mansion, and then walked through several streets with ease and came to a brothel. Whether in peace or war, the business of brothels is always the best. Whether they are ordinary people or disciples of the immortal sect, they all have desires and needs. Especially the energetic practitioners who practice every day. They are also human beings and need to vent. Of course, there are not only things between men and women in brothels, but also many interesting programs. These days, it is difficult to stay in a brothel without some talent. After all, there have been years of war and chaos. And there have been invasions by demons on the border. Many people have long been unable to eat. Many people are eager to have a place to eat. After entering the brothel, they were immediately greeted by the heavily made-up old procuress. Wu Ding said something to the others, and couldn't wait to go up to the second floor. Several women on the second floor had already seen him, and immediately greeted him at the stairs in fancy clothes. Wu Ding went upstairs, glanced at the women, cursed them in his heart. A bunch of rouge and vulgar women. And continued to walk forward. He walked straight through the corridor and entered the innermost room. After a while, a woman's cry came from inside. Mr. Wu, why are you here? I'm really sorry. I have other guests today. Ah, what are you doing? I'm from Sanshan sect. Ah. Another man's scream suddenly rang out in the room. And then a big man covered his face and staggered out. Hack your uncle. I just started, wait for me. The big man put on his clothes and left angrily. In the room, Wu Ting looked at the woman on the bed and shouted with a gloomy face, go take a shower. Wash it clean. After that, he raised his hand, and a bag of gold coins fell on the bed. The woman immediately picked up the gold coins, got off the bed naked, put on her clothes, and said flatteringly, Mr. Wu, wait a moment. I'll be there soon. After that, she hurriedly hugged the gold coins and ran out happily. Wu Ting looked at her back. His eyes showed a trace of contempt. And then he sat down on the chair, and couldn't help cursing, a bunch of bitches. The women of Dian are all so lewd and dirty. If I hadn't been so impatient to practice these days. He picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a glass of wine. When he was about to drink the wine glass, he threw it away in disgust. Bang, the wine glass fell on the table, and the wine immediately flowed out. His face was gloomy, and his heart was irritable. Thinking of the rejection and humiliation by the female sect leader in public in the mansion just now. He clenched his fists. Bitch. You dare to call me an ugly and short-toed. You wait. As long as you are still in Linqiu City, you can't escape from my palm. Who? Suddenly, his face changed, and he stood up from the chair abruptly. A strong wind appeared on his body instantly, and his eyes looked at the window. But the window was empty. Nothing. He was stunned for a moment. And just as he was about to raise his feet and walk over, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Isn't it good to live well? You have to seek death. Wu Ding's face changed drastically, and the vitality in his body surged out instantly. His figure flashed, and he was about to rush out of the window. Who knew that at this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind him, ignoring his body-protecting wind and body-protecting light shield, and directly pinched his neck. His feet were already off the ground, and he was only half a second away from rushing out. However, at this moment, he was frozen there, unable to move forward. He roared suddenly, turned around and punched. Crack! At this time, the hand pinching his neck suddenly exerted force, and with a crisp sound, it directly broke his neck bone. A sharp pain suddenly hit. Wu Ding was immediately shocked by the pain, and the surging vitality in his body instantly began to become disordered and subsided. And the fist he was about to punch suddenly lost its strength and fell down. You. He could still make a sound, but he could no longer speak a complete sentence. The person who was pinching his neck took him directly underground and came to the empty room below, and then went underground again and entered the dark soil, running fast all the way. Wu Ding opened his eyes wide, trying to see the person who attacked him, but his neck could not move. He wanted to resist, but he had no strength. He was so frightened that his pants got wet very quickly. Luo Qingzhou took him all the way, and soon left the city, and came to the wilderness underground outside the city east of Linqiu City. At this moment, there was a rustling sound all around. The dense tree roots, like black pythons, crawled out of the darkness around them, and quickly crawled towards the two of them. Luo Qingzhou stopped and threw him to the ground. Wu Ding had just landed on the ground when he immediately jumped up. Just as he was about to run away in pain, Luo Qingzhou punched him in the face with a bang, and his head was raised, and he fell to the ground. Even greater pain came like a heart-wrenching blow. Wu Ding opened his mouth and let out a shrill and hoarse scream. His entire cheek collapsed. Ah! He endured the severe pain and slowly climbed up from the ground again. Who knew that he had just stood up trembling? And Luo Qingzhou suddenly kicked him on the knee. Bang! Crack! Wu Ding's knee shattered, and he knelt on the ground. He let out another hoarse scream from his throat, looked up, and finally saw the attacker in front of him. It's you. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched him again, and directly smashed his entire chest into a dent. Ah! Wu Ding opened his mouth wide, and his eyes went black in pain, and he almost fainted. Bang! Luo Qingzhou kicked him again, directly breaking the knee of his other leg, and then grabbed his arm, and with a crack, he twisted his entire arm off. Ah! Wu Ding screamed miserably, opened his mouth and eyes in pain, and trembled all over. At this time, the black tree roots around had already twisted and crawled over. They seemed to smell the smell of blood, and suddenly became more excited, and quickly crawled closer. Luo Qingzhou took a few steps back, and suddenly an arc of electricity lit up on his body. Several tree roots crawled towards him without knowing whether to live or die, and were instantly struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Seeing this, the other tree roots retreated in a hurry. The tree roots that were crawling towards Wu Ding were so excited that they began to wrap around his body. Wu Ding opened his mouth in fear, and a terrified and desperate ho-ho sound came out of his throat. The sharp tree roots began to drill into his body, even through his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and directly penetrated his entire body. Then, a wisp of black demonic energy began to rise from him. He suddenly shook all over. His eyes widened, and he began to tremble violently. But a moment later, the tree roots that penetrated his head made him extinguish his last trace of consciousness. A large amount of demonic energy began to be released from the tree roots. The demonic energy quickly occupied his body, even his soul that he didn't have time to escape. In his eyes, nose, mouth, and every pore of his body, black demonic energy began to float out continuously. Suddenly, his wide-open eyes turned scarlet. Then, his body trembled a few times. And then, he actually climbed up slowly from the ground with stiff limbs. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly, and released his aura. Ah! He suddenly roared and pounced on him, like a wild beast. Zizi! A purple lightning flashed on Luo Qingzhou's fist. The moment he pounced, he suddenly hit his chest. The fist light with lightning penetrated into his body, and exploded in his body instantly. Boom! His whole body and soul were turned into ashes in the exploding lightning. At the same time, a powerful demonic energy appeared where he disappeared, and then quickly penetrated into Luo Qingzhou's body, instantly turning into a surging pure energy. The demon transformed by the late stage of the spiritual separation realm cultivator is indeed extraordinary. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and happily felt the surging energy that had just increased in his body. Cool! At this moment, he secretly decided in his heart. Such a cultivator? What is the difference between a demon? So, what are you waiting for? Kill! Continue hunting. Chapter 920 Sister Yu, Shameless. Night fell. Underground outside Linqiu City. Fists flashed, and demons turned to ashes. Zizi. Lightning flashed from time to time. After killing people, Luo Qingzhou did not go back immediately, but continued to kill demons and accumulate vitality underground. One night passed quietly. When it was almost dawn, he collected the skills and returned to the city. Back to the room. He immediately sat down, calmed his mind, practiced the skills, and began to refine the vitality gathered in the Danhai. Strands of pure vitality quickly turned into his own energy. Then, along the expanded meridians, it flowed to all the acupoints and internal organs of the body, repeatedly washed and tempered. After dawn, he felt warm and comfortable all over, as if he was full of strength. He immediately took out the body judgment stone and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 65. Early stage of transformation, progress 25. In just one night, the Grandmaster's progress actually increased by 15 points, from 50 to 65. Before, he had been killing demons for 3 consecutive days and nights, and he only increased by 20 points. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the quantity and quality of the vitality brought to him by the disciple of Piaomyu Xianzong is. It seems that the level of strength and the vitality brought by being demonized are indeed different, whether it is human or demon. If he continues to increase at this speed, I believe that in a few days, he can be promoted again. Very good. Continue tonight. Without stopping, he took out the spiritual liquid and dripped 2 drops on his palm. Then, continue to practice. The energy in the body soon surged like a tide. At noon, there was a sudden knock on the door and shouting outside. Luo Qingzhou woke up from the state of practice, changed his clothes, and walked out. Coincidentally, Luo Shan also came out of the room with Liuli. Fairy Zixia had already walked out first. It should be someone from Piaomyu Xianzong again. I wonder what trouble they are going to cause us this time. Luo Shang's face darkened, and she walked out quickly. Fairy Zixiao went over and opened the gate and looked outside. The young man named Ren Xiong stood outside the door. Behind him stood the other disciples of Piamu Xinzong. Luo Shang walked to the door and said with a gloomy face, "Is there something?" Ren Xiong's face lost its smile. He stared at them coldly and said, "Have you ever seen my junior brother Wu?" Luo Shang was stunned for a moment and said, "Which junior brother Wu?" At this time, a male disciple with stubble behind Ren Xiong said, "Wu Ding, the one who quarreled with you yesterday." Then, he looked at the two of them with suspicion and said gloomily, "He disappeared." As soon as these words came out, Luo Shang was stunned and asked, "Missing? What does that mean?" Ren Xiong looked at her expression carefully for a few seconds, then said in a deep voice, "He has not come back since he went out last night, and he has lost any trace." Luo Shang frowned, paused, and said, "So what? What does it have to do with us?" Ren Xiong narrowed his eyes, glanced at the courtyard, and said gloomily, "We need to go in and check." Luo Shang's face suddenly showed a hint of anger. "Why?" At this time, the woman with a golden flower on her head behind Ren Xiong said angrily with a cold face, "Just because we are disciples of Piamu Xinzong. Just because you insulted senior brother Wu yesterday. If you didn't do anything shameful, why don't you dare let us search?" Fairy Zixiao suddenly said, "When he left yesterday, there were other people around him. You should ask them where he went yesterday." As soon as this was said, Ren Xiong's face suddenly showed an unnatural expression. He naturally asked a long time ago. Yesterday, several of them went to the brothel, and they didn't find something wrong until dawn today. The disciples who went with Wu Ding couldn't find him anywhere. The woman in the brothel said that Wu Ding left on his own last night. But no matter how they looked for him, they couldn't find him. So they had to come here to look for him. After all, there was a conflict between the two sides yesterday. Although they also felt that these people from Dian definitely didn't have the courage to do it. The woman with the golden flower on her head said coldly, "No matter where he went yesterday, we are going to search you today. If you don't let us search, it means you are guilty." Ren Xiong also said, "You too. We must search today. Not only here, but the entire mansion. We will search it once." When Luo Shang was about to get angry, Fairy Zixiao said, "You can search, but female disciples must come in to search, and men are not allowed to enter." Ren Xiong stared at her, turned his head and said, "Junior sister Zhang, junior sister Wang, junior sister Su, you guys go in to search. Remember to bring your things, and don't miss any corner." "Yes, senior brother Run." The woman with the golden flower on her head, named Zhang Ying, was the first to enter the door after hearing this. "Get out of the way." She looked at Luo Shang who was blocking the door, and shouted arrogantly. Luo Shang glanced at her coldly, and made way to the side. The three female disciples entered the house together, holding a piece of jade in their hands, and began to search every room carefully. Luo Qingzhou followed in. The female disciple of Zhang Ying entered the room of Fairy Zixiao and Linghu Qingzhu first. At this time, Linghu Qingzhu was sitting in the room practicing. Zhang Ying glanced at her, smiled contemptuously, and searched every corner of the room with a jade in her hand. When she searched Linghu Qingzhu, she immediately said coldly, "Get up." Linghu Qingzhu opened his eyes, glanced at her, stood up slowly, did not speak, and walked to the side silently. Zhang Ying kicked the futon she had just sat on with her feet, and put the jade on the ground to explore. After a while, she snorted coldly, left the room, and went to the room opposite. Yu Yao lived opposite. After Luo Qingzhou silently helped his uncle put the futon, he glanced at her, and then followed. Zhang Ying stretched out her hand to push the door, but did not push it open. She immediately stretched out her hand and slapped the door heavily, shouting, "Open the door!" The door slowly opened. Yu Yao was wearing a white dress and stood in the door with a cold expression. Zhang Ying's arrogant momentum suddenly weakened for some reason. She didn't know the girl in front of her, but when she looked at her with her cold eyes, she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her whole body was cold, and even her soul seemed to be trembling. "You get out of the way." She was stunned for a moment, and said in a timid way, to encourage herself. A strong wind appeared on her body, and she said coldly, "I want to search your room." Yu Yao walked out of the room without saying anything. Zhang Ying looked at her again, and then pushed open the door and walked in. Luo Qingzhou walked over, stood with a cold girl in a white dress, and looked into the room. Zhang Ying seemed to be venting her anger, and deliberately rummaged through the boxes and cabinets inside. even turning over the pillows and quilts. Soon, the room was in a mess. After a while, she walked out of the room without finding anything, looked at the cold girl in front of her with a cold face, and interrogated, "Why is there a smell of medicine in your room?" Yu Yao did not answer. Luo Qingzhou said directly, "It's none of your business." "You?" Zhang Ying's face suddenly sank, stared at him angrily, clenched her fists, and seemed to want to take action. Luo Qingzhou looked at her expressionlessly and said, "Want to fight? You can try, if you think you are stronger than Shang Wanting, Hua Yu, Xiao Yao, Fang Ming and Fang Renjie." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Ying's face changed immediately. These 5 people are the top 10 on the Piamia list of their Piami Xianzong this year. They are well known in the sect. How can she compare? It is said that these 5 brothers and sisters were all killed on the ring in the competition at the border of the Yin, and they died miserably. Even their souls were destroyed. And the person who killed them was a teenager from Diyin. Obviously, it was this person in front of him. Zhang Ying's face turned pale, and she was scared. When she didn't know how to get off the stage, the other 2 female disciples came out from another room. "Senior Sister Zhang, did you find anything there?" one of the female disciples asked. Zhang Ying looked at them and shook her head with an unpleasant expression. "Let's go." Another female disciple saw that no one had found anything, so she didn't stay any longer and walked out directly. Zhang Ying followed behind, and when she walked to the corridor, she suddenly turned her head and sneered, "Now Linqiu City is under the control of our Piamu Xianzong, and the elders of our Piamu Xianzong are all here. No matter how powerful you are, what's the use? Isn't it just the cultivation of a grandmaster? Humph! Let's see how long you can be arrogant." After that, she left quickly. The 3 of them left the courtyard and said a few words to Renxiong and others outside, indicating that they had not found anything. Renxiong didn't say anything else, glanced at Luo Shang and Zixia Fairy in the door, and turned to leave. "Brother Ren, the people of Sanshan sect are seriously suspected. When we went to the brothel to inquire before, someone said that the Sanshan sect disciple who was driven away by Brother Wu," a famous male disciple whispered. Renxiong nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." The group left quickly. Bang! Luo Shang closed the door and bolted it, saying angrily, "This is too much. You can come in if you want, and search if you want. What do you think of us? Look at how arrogant they are. What a shitty immortal sect." Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "Aunt Luo, don't be angry. Just treat it as a dog bite." Luo Shang looked at her, stunned for a moment, and said, "Zixia, you are bullied like this, and you can still laugh?" Fairy Zixia smiled and said, "If I can't laugh, should I cry? And the bastard who bullied me yesterday suddenly disappeared from the world, so of course I have to laugh." Luo Shang was slightly startled when she heard this, and asked in confusion, "Yesterday we saw them leave together. Why is it that only he is missing?" Fairy Zixia smiled, and said nothing more, turned and went into the house, with brisk steps, and she even hummed a song unconsciously. Looking in a good mood, Luo Shang frowned, and a look of doubt appeared on her face. At this moment, she seemed to suddenly catch something in her heart. Fei Yang, are you going to practice again?" Fairy Zixia went into the house, and went directly to the innermost room. Seeing that the door was open, she shouted a few times at the door, then poked her head in and looked around with wide eyes. But the room was empty, and there was no one inside. She was startled, and suddenly remembered something, and immediately turned back to her room. "Qingzhu, in broad daylight, what are you 2 doing hiding in the room?" She rushed into the room and immediately questioned. But in the room, only Linghu Qingzhu was sitting alone in the corner, practicing quietly, without the figure of her beloved disciple. "Huh? Not here?" Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment, her face full of confusion. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was in the room opposite, silently helping Sister Yu to clean up the messed up things. Yu Yao stood at the door, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou quickly finished cleaning up, looked at her and said, "There is indeed a smell of medicine in the room. Is Sister Yu refining the elixir?" Yu Yao did not answer. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Refining for me?" Yu Yao paused, and said expressionlessly, "Shameless." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. In the past, Sister Yu would never pay attention to him, let alone say such words. "I'm going back to my room to practice. Send me a message if you have anything." Luo Qingzhou didn't stay for long and prepared to leave. There was a figure outside the door sneaking around. and it was obvious that he was an unserious master. When he walked out of the room, Fairy Zixia had already slipped into the corridor. When he returned to his room, Fairy Zixia hurried over to the door and said, Fei Yang, can I go in and talk to you? Luo Qingzhou locked the door and said, Master, I'm going to practice. I'll talk to you when I have time. Fairy Zixia pouted at the door, but didn't dare to disturb him again, and left unhappily, back to his room. She became happy again, squatted beside Linghu Qingzhou and whispered, Qingzhou, let me tell you something. The bastard who insulted and bullied me yesterday suddenly disappeared. Linghu Qingzhou still closed his eyes and ignored her. Fairy Zixia seemed a little proud. Qingzhou, could it be that someone knew that I was bullied? So they secretly helped me vent my anger? Linghu Qingzhou's eyelashes moved, and finally opened his eyes, saying expressionlessly, It might be Aunt Luo. The next room. Luo Qingzhou did not practice, but went directly underground and quickly left the mansion. All the formations underground were like nothing in front of him. Soon, he caught up with the footsteps above. Ren Xiong led his men through several streets, and soon entered an alley. Right here? Yes. Yanhua Lane. That's it. Several people stopped in front of the door of a small courtyard. One of the disciples was about to kick the door, but Ren Xiong stopped him and said, Ask about the situation first. After that, he went forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the courtyard door opened. A middle-aged man stuck his head out and looked at them vigilantly. Ren Xiong bowed and said, We are disciples of Piamu Xianzong. We have something to ask Brother Zhang Kui of your sect. Disciples of Piamu Xianzong? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then took a look at the clothes and temperament of several people. He quickly opened the door and said with a smile on his face, Come in. Come in. Ren Xiong and his friends went straight in. The man named Zhang Kui quickly walked out of the house. Ren Xiong glanced at him a few times and briefly told him about his junior brother's sudden disappearance after going to the brothel. Zhang Kui was shocked when he heard it, and said hurriedly, It's none of my business. It's really none of my business. I didn't know he was a disciple of your sect, and I came back after he drove me away. Behind Ren Xiong, the woman named Zhang Ying suddenly snorted coldly, But someone in that brothel heard you leave, and said you would come back to find someone to take revenge. Zhang Kui immediately cried and said, Aunt, how dare I tell others about such a shameful thing when I come back? And that brother has such a high level of cultivation. I am just angry. I can't say it with my mouth. How dare I really go back? Ren Xiong frowned and said, When did you come back? Zhang Kui hurriedly said, I came back yesterday evening, before it was completely dark. Ren Xiong said, Can anyone testify? At this time, the middle-aged man who just opened the door hurriedly bowed and said, I can testify. And they can testify. Junior brother Zhang did come back in the evening yesterday, and then he never went out again. The other disciples behind him also spoke up and agreed. Ren Xiong was silent for a while after listening. Zhang Ying immediately said coldly, Senior brother Round, let's search it. Ren Xiong looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, We need to search this house. Do you think it's convenient? The middle-aged man frowned, but didn't dare to say anything. He smiled reluctantly and said, Everyone, just search. It's not inconvenient. Ren Xiong didn't say anything else and walked in with his people. Junior brother Zhang. Junior brother Ning. Go to the backyard. Junior sister Zhang. Junior sister Wang. Go to the right. After entering the house, several people immediately separated and searched a room each. Someone went to the kitchen, woodshed, etc. in the back. The sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets soon rang out in the room. The middle-aged man saw the scene. His face darkened for a moment, and he turned to a disciple behind him and whispered, Go, inform Uncle Shangwan, and let him tell Uncle Nia Penglai Xianzong. Yes. The disciple left immediately. Junior sister Wang, you go to that room. I'll go to this room. After Zhang Ying came out of the first room, she immediately went into the second room. She held a piece of jade in her hand, searching in every corner of the room while exploring with the jade in her hand. Just as she walked to the bed, a slight sound suddenly came from under the bed. Her heart condensed, and she immediately squatted down, bent over and looked down. Shwa! The moment she looked down at the bottom of the bed, a hand suddenly stretched out from under the bed, grabbed her neck, and then whoosh, pulled her directly into the ground. Zhang Ying had almost no power to resist, and her eyes went black, and she was already deep underground. She immediately opened her mouth and wanted to cry for help. Bang! who knew that the moment she opened her mouth, a fist suddenly hit her mouth, directly smashing her teeth. Severe pain came. She trembled all over and wanted to scream, but her throat was pinched, and she couldn't spit out her mouth full of teeth and blood, which immediately blocked her throat. She was taken deep underground and then swam quickly out of the city. Not long. She had been taken out of the city and thrown into a passage underground. As soon as she landed on the ground, she immediately jumped up. Her whole body flashed with light, and she took out her flying sword. When she was about to activate her soul power, a huge fist flashing with black fist light, bang, hit her chest with a punch. Bang! She flew backwards and hit the cave wall behind her heavily, and her towering chest suddenly caved in with a click. The excruciating pain came. Her eyes went black, and she almost fainted from the pain. Her flying sword fell to the ground, and the soul power surging in her body suddenly collapsed. She spurted out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. She opened her mouth in pain, unable to scream, and tried her best to open her eyes and look at the attacker in front of her. The attacker walked slowly in front of her and revealed his face. Zhang Ying suddenly shuddered, opened her mouth. Blood gushed out of her mouth, and said in a trembling voice, "I am." Bang! Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched her chest again, smashing her body to pieces. Then, he slowly stepped back. Zhang Ying lay on the ground, eyes wide open, blood still gushing out of her mouth, and a desperate ho-ho sound came out of her throat. She seemed to be unable to understand why she, a proud daughter of heaven, an inner disciple of Piamu Xianzong, who had a promising future, died tragically here. Rustle, rustle. In the darkness around her, strange sounds suddenly came, dense and creepy. Her pupils suddenly dilated. At this time, on the ground in the city, in the house of Sanshan's sect, Ren Xiong and others were coming out of each room one after another and gathering in the courtyard. Soon, they found that one person was missing. "Where's Ju, your sister Zhang? She just entered the side room on the right." "I'll go check." A female disciple immediately ran back into the room. Soon, she came out with a suspicious look on her face, looking around, and said to the people in the yard, "She's not in the room. Did she go to the back again?" "Go to the toilet." Another female disciple immediately went to the toilet at the back. Not long after, the two came back together. "She's not even in the kitchen, and would room at the back. She's not even in the toilet." We shouted at the back, but no one responded. When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately felt something was wrong. Ren Xiong hurriedly said, "Separate and look again." The disciples of Piamu Xianzong hurriedly ran to each room, searching and shouting, and the people of Sanshan's sect standing in the front yard looked at each other. The middle-aged man's expression changed for a while, and suddenly whispered, "She's not deliberately framing us. They coveted our spiritual mine at the beginning." Chapter 921 Sister Yu's Little Girl State. Breaking into Sister Yu's boudoir. Zhang Ying is missing. The whole house was searched inside and outside, front and back, but she couldn't find it. It was even more impossible for her to leave alone. The people of Piamu Xianzong were anxious, and immediately came to the front yard to ask the people of Sanshan's sect for an explanation. At first, the people of Sanshan's sect still held back their anger and defended themselves. But soon, they were also aroused and began to argue angrily. Then they quarreled fiercely. "Slander! You are slandering! Frame up! I guessed it as soon as you came in. At the beginning, you Piamu Xianzong coveted the spiritual veins of my Sanshan sect and went to cause trouble several times." The two sides quarreled and cursed at each other, and soon they were about to fight. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly walked in from the gate with a few people. "What are you doing? Sanshan sect is a sect under the command of my Penglai Fairy Island. Who dares to be presumptuous?" The man in the white robe shouted sternly. As soon as these words came out, Ren Xiong and others all changed their faces. But suddenly two inner disciples disappeared, and they couldn't explain to the sect, so they had to bite the bullet and tell the whole story in a good tone. At the same time, after killing people, Luo Qingzhou did not stay and went back to the city directly. After entering the underground of the mansion, he first took a bath at the bottom of the well, changed his clothes, and then returned to the room to continue practicing. In the evening, Zhuang Jian suddenly came to the mansion, seeing that Piamu Xianzong occupied several other small courtyards. He was naturally very angry and couldn't help cursing a few words. However, this mansion was indeed not their Lingxiao sect, and now the city was overcrowded. Many people had no place to live. And Piaomi Xianzong was powerful. So he didn't say anything more. You have a small courtyard to live in. So just bear with it for now. Don't go out recently. There are too many cultivators living in this city. And there are all kinds of people. Fights happen every day. The demon clan has not made any movement yet. Which is very strange. The people of the three major immortal sects are also beginning to feel uneasy. Also, just now, all the members of the Piaomiao mortal sect went out to search the city. I heard that their two inner disciples suddenly disappeared. They suspected that it was the work of the Songshan sect. But the Songshan sect has the background of the Penglai Immortal Island. So both sides are worried. The troops refused to give in to each other. And finally even the elders of Penglai Fairy Island were alarmed. Luo Shang immediately said angrily, "Today, those people from Piaomiao Xianzong came to search us. Yesterday, a bastard named Wu Ding from Piaomiao Xianzong wanted to take advantage of Zixia, but was scolded by Zixia. Then, after leaving the mansion, he suddenly disappeared. Piaomiao Xianzong actually suspected us." "Oh!" Zhuang Jiyan was stunned when he heard this and said, "What happened?" Luo Shang immediately told everything that happened yesterday and today. Zhuang Jiyan's face sank after listening. And he sneered, "You really know how to bully people. I heard that the disciple went to a brothel after leaving the mansion, and suddenly disappeared after a conflict with the people of Songshan sect in the brothel. Another missing female disciple also went to trouble the people of Songshan sect today, and suddenly disappeared in the house of those people from Songshan sect. I guess Songshan sect is not unrelated to this matter. However, they have the support of Penglai Island, and Piaomiao Immortal sect has hit a snag this time. If there is no solid evidence, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck." Luo Shang said very happily, "This is called self-inflicted evil. Who let them like to bully others? They deserve it." Zhuang Jiyan paused, and then said with a serious expression, "It is said that even if Songshan sect has the background of Penglai Island, it would not dare to be so bold. It is obviously not right to kidnap a female disciple in front of those disciples of Piaomiao Immortal sect. Or maybe those people of Piaomiao Immortal sect are too arrogant and annoyed them." Fairy Zixia suddenly said, "Master, uncle, is that female disciple pretty?" When this was said, Zhuang Jiyan was stunned for a moment, and looked at her with a puzzled look and said, "Zixia, why are you asking this?" Fairy Zixia smiled awkwardly and said, "No. I just asked casually." Then she whispered, "If she is pretty, maybe she is still alive." Zhuang Jiyan looked at her strangely, and then said solemnly, "So you have to be careful these days. Even in the house. You have to be careful." Luo Qingzhou suddenly said beside him, "Ancestor, could it be that the demon clan sneaked in and did it?" Fairy Zixia couldn't help turning her head and glancing at him. Zhuang Jiyan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and said, "It is also possible that the demons in the city may not have been completely eliminated." Luo Qingzhou added, "It is also possible that the demon tree did it. After all, it has tentacles in the sky and on the ground." Zhuang Jiyan frowned, nodded, and said, "It is indeed possible." Then he reminded, "Anyway, you should be careful recently. If you have something, go to the city lord's mansion to find us immediately. You can also send messages. You can send messages in the city." Several people nodded. Zhuang Jiyan was about to leave. After walking a few steps, he turned back and said, "In the next few days, the three major immortal sects are expected to send people out of the city to investigate the situation of the demons. We in Dian will also have a part. This kind of thing cannot be refused. After all, this is my Dian territory. And those cities are also my Dian cities. We also need to spy on military intelligence. So, maybe you guys will be picked at that time. I'll tell you first so that you can be prepared." After speaking, he hurried away. The courtyard was quiet for a moment. Luo Shang frowned slightly and said, "To investigate the situation of the demon clan, we must go out of the city and pass through the places occupied by the demon trees. Oh, I am afraid of the branches and roots of those demon trees. They are sharp, thick and ugly, twisting and swinging all the time. More disgusting than snakes. It's creepy to think about it." Fairy Zixia quickly echoed, "I am afraid too. They are pitch black. There are so many of them. And those things are so cruel. Not only can they strangle people to death, but they also like to get into people's bodies." For some reason, the two of them couldn't help trembling when they thought of that picture. Luo Qingzhou glanced at them and turned to go into the house. When passing the next room, he hesitated for a moment, walked to the door, and gently pushed the door. The door was ajar, and it was pushed open with a creak. In the room, Leng Qingzhu, dressed in green, was sitting alone in the corner practicing quietly. When he looked over, she seemed to sense something immediately. Her eyelashes moved, and she opened her eyes and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou made eye contact with her and asked with concern, "Uncle Master, are you okay?" Leng Qingzhu did not answer, but paused, stretched out his hand, holding a body discerning stone in his palm, and looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Soul, progress is 100. Luo Qingzhou, last time it was only 80. And it has only been a few days? His progress is fast because he goes out to fight and hone himself, and constantly absorbs demonic energy, while Uncle Master just sits in the house and doesn't go anywhere. How can he progress so fast? Why? Just because of the spiritual liquid he gave? And the energy burst out by the Grandmaster? This is too easy. Too amazing. Uncle Master, you are too fast." He couldn't help but say faintly. Leng Qingzhu looked at him quietly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "You are too fast. Luo Qingzhou. Uncle Master, don't say that." Leng Qingzhu whispered again. "Didn't you notice? Not long after you advance, I will advance. My breakthrough speed increases with your speed." Luo Qingzhou was stunned. "Really? Really? Is it because of your physique, Uncle Master? Maybe? And your spiritual fluid? And energy? Uncle Master, I'm so envious." "What do you envy? I want to. Your master is here." Leng Qingzhu suddenly interrupted him. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and found that the unruly master in a red dress was standing behind him stealthily, with both little ears erect. "Master, Fei Yang, you guys continue." Master was practicing last night and suddenly became deaf and couldn't hear anything. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and quickly returned to his room. Fairy Zixia stared at his closed door for a while before entering her room. "Qingzhu, tell me more." Leng Qingzhu closed his eyes and ignored her. His cold and fair cheeks were quietly stained with 2 light blushes. Outside the window, night fell. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, he quickly refined the pure energy in his body. Then he took out the body-checking stone and checked the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 70. Initial stage of transformation, progress 25. The progress of body refining increased by 5 points at once. The progress of soul cultivation remained unchanged. It seems that using magic energy to cultivate can only refine the body. It's already 70 points. And there are only 30 points left before he can start to break through. According to the previous speed, even if there are no disciples of Piaomu Xinzong, it is estimated that at most 5 days will be enough. If you encounter some powerful monsters that have turned into demons, the time will naturally be shorter. This speed of cultivation is really cool. Of course, I can't compare with the happy woman of my uncle, but I can compare with others. Continue hunting tonight. The people of Piaomu Xinzong have been alerted, and even the elders of the Gi realm have been dispatched. Therefore, he can only hunt the roots of the demon tree and those demons outside for the time being. Enough. In the early hours of the morning, he was about to drill into the ground, but suddenly remembered that his uncle's soul seemed to be about to break through. He hesitated. He took out the communication certificate and asked, "Uncle, when are you going to start the breakthrough?" The message came back quickly. Zhu, a few days later. Luo Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, put away the communication certificate, and went underground. When he was about to leave the underground, he suddenly raised his head and looked at another room not far away. Sister Yu has been hiding in the room these days. Moreover, there was a faint smell of medicine in the room. Is she refining the elixir? Or is she not feeling well and refining the medicine? He hesitated for a moment, swam towards the room over there, took out the communication certificate, and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, what are you doing? Can I go see you?" After a while, the message came back, "Sleeping." Luo Qingzhou looked above his head and immediately felt a hot breath clearly. It was obviously the smell of the flames of refining the elixir. Luo Qingzhou, obviously refining the elixir. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a long time underground. He wanted to go up, but he was afraid that it would be impolite. Moreover, if she was refining the elixir, he might disturb her. After thinking about it, he decided to leave. It was more important to go out of the city to kill demons and accumulate experience points. Just as he was about to leave, the communication treasure moved suddenly, and Sister Yu replied to the message. She was obviously sleeping. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw the message. Sister Yu's tone is a bit wrong. Why is it a bit like the tone of a little girl being coquettish or angry? Luo Qingzhou looked at the message on the communication treasure, hesitated again, and suddenly swam upwards. He decided to go see Sister Yu. What is not allowed to enter the room without permission? What is offensive or not? He is not someone else. Swish. He drilled out of the ground directly, and appeared in the room. Huh? He found that there was no cauldron or flame for refining elixir in the room. A red candle was burning on the candlestick at the head of the bed. The dim light reflected the thin figure on the curtain. On the bed. In the curtain. A girl in a white dress was sitting in the corner with her knees hugged, holding a message in her hand. Her long hair loose. Quiet. Looking like a well-behaved, weak and thoughtful little girl. Under the soft skirt, a pair of slender feet in snow-white stockings were looming. Luo Qingzhou froze on the bed, staring at the figure in the curtain in a daze. The girl in the curtain was also looking at him quietly. The room was silent. Pop! The candle at the head of the bed made a slight crackling sound, and the flame exploded slightly. Luo Qingzhou woke up, feeling a little embarrassed and a little throbbing, and said with difficulty, Sister Yu. The girl on the bed was still looking at him quietly, and there seemed to be no change in her expression. But the pair of originally cold eyes seemed to become soft. I miss you, he suddenly whispered. Then he walked over and slowly parted the curtain that exuded the fragrance of a young girl. Chapter 922 Yu Yao's husband. Outside the window, it was as dark as ink. There seemed to be a humming sound of wind in the air. In the room, there was silence. The girl on the bed hugged her knees, still looking at him calmly. After a moment, she said, Oh! Luo Qingzhou could really see her, and could clearly smell the familiar girl's fragrance on her body. At this moment, he struggled in his heart, but he didn't dare to go any further. It's not that he was afraid of Frust. He just didn't want to break the beauty of the moment. He was already very satisfied to be able to stand here and look at her like this. What about you? He asked softly. Do you miss me? The girl on the bed paused and shook her head slightly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while and talked about business. I went out to kill demons these few nights. Those demonic energy will enter my body and turn into pure vitality. My cultivation speed is much faster than before. I killed those 2 people from Piamu Xianzong. I found that the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator or monster, the more vitality they will bring to me after becoming a demon. I feel this method of cultivation is like the practice of evil demons. But I don't want to give up this opportunity. I want to break through as soon as possible and become stronger as soon as possible. Only in this way can I protect Dian, protect my home, protect the queen, and protect you. Sister Yu, do you think I can do it? The room was quiet for a moment. The girl on the bed looked at him softly and said softly, Do it according to your own ideas, whether it is right or wrong. I will help you. She paused and said, I am helping you to make pills. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and looked at her and said, What pill? The girl did not answer. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, From the early stage to the middle stage of the Grandmaster, and from the middle stage to the late stage. With my current speed and situation, I think that elixir should not be needed. The girl still did not speak. Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply and said, It seems that it is the elixir needed to break through the martial king. I have read in the book that if it is an elixir from the transformation realm to the unity realm, or an elixir from the Grandmaster to the martial king, it needs to be refined 9,981 times. And new medicinal materials must be added each time, and a large amount of soul power must be consumed. Moreover, each medicinal material is a natural treasure. Sister You? The girl said lightly, You think too much. It's just an ordinary elixir. Luo Qingzhou said, What ordinary elixir? The girl did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, and did not speak again. Silence for a long time. Luo Qingzhou slowly let go of the curtain in his hand and said, I should go out to practice. Paused. He looked through the curtains at the hazy figure inside, and said, When I reach the level of Martial King, Sister Yu won't be able to resist. Right? By then, I will kiss Sister Yu's real body. At least, I will kiss her for a whole night. After saying that, his figure flashed, sank into the ground, and disappeared. The room was quiet for a long time. The girl on the bed looked dazed, and murmured in a low voice, Real body? I'm afraid that by then you won't dare. Boom! Luo Qingzhou quickly arrived outside the city, and began to hunt monsters. There seemed to be more demons transformed from monsters tonight, and there were many high-level monsters. After dawn, he returned to the room, and began to refine the pure vitality stored in the Danhai. It was not until the afternoon that the refining was completed. He opened his eyes and woke up from the state of cultivation. Then immediately took out the body judgment stone and checked the latest data. Grandmaster's early stage. Progress, 90. Initial stage of transformation. Progress, 26. Very good. Another 20 points have been added. Obviously, these 20 points are not only brought by the demons outside the city, but also by the female disciple of Piaomyu Xianzong. 10 points are left. He is only 10 points away from a breakthrough. Keep working hard. He took out the spiritual liquid again, dripped 2 drops on his palm, and prepared to continue practicing. When he was about to put away the spiritual liquid, he suddenly remembered the small tree in the storage ring and hurriedly checked it again. The small tree is still growing vigorously, and the golden fruit on the branch has grown a circle bigger. At the same time, there seemed to be some strange patterns on the fruit's skin, which looked like runes. Mysterious and wonderful. This fruit is indeed not simple. Luo Qingzhou took out the spiritual liquid again and dripped 2 drops on the roots of the small tree. After doing this, he began to practice. In the evening, there was a sudden knock on the door outside, and the disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong shouted, "Open the door." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stood up and walked out. At this time, Luo Shang, Zixia Fairy, and Liuli all came out of the room. Luo Shang's face sank and said, "It's those bastards again." After that, he walked out quickly and opened the courtyard door. Ren Xiong, with the disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong, stood outside the door and said sternly, "We need to search your house again." When Luo Shang heard this, she couldn't help showing a trace of anger on her face. "Didn't we search it yesterday?" Ren Xiong said with a gloomy face. "Yesterday, another disciple of ours disappeared. Now every household in the city is being searched, so we have to search here again." Luo Shang sneered and said sarcastically, "It should be because you have done too many bad things? Otherwise, why are the disciples of other sects fine, but the disciples of your Piaomyu Xianzong disappear one after another? How dare you?" Behind Ren Xiong, a young man suddenly shouted, "Who are you? Dare to insult my disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong?" Luo Shang sneered, "Why? Can't you tell the truth?" The young man was about to get angry, and suddenly a woman's cold voice came from behind him. "Is Yu Yao in there?" As soon as this was said, Luo Qingzhou, who was standing behind Luo Shang, looked over. The disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong and Ren Xiong all stepped aside. A woman in a blue dress, with a cold face and extraordinary temperament, came from behind and looked at the people in the door. When her eyes met Luo Qingzhou's, her pupils suddenly shrank. Luo Shang said coldly, "Are you here to search or to find someone?" Lan Ling glanced at her indifferently and said, "It has nothing to do with you." Right? After that, her blue dress fluttered. Her aura suddenly emanated, and the wind around her body whistled. She has reached the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Luo Shang's face changed slightly, and she was pushed back a few steps involuntarily by the powerful air wave. Lan Ling glanced at him with contempt and said coldly, "Go in and search." "Yes, Senior Sister Lan." Ren Xiong and the disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong agreed and were about to step into the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou flashed and blocked the door. Lan Ling narrowed her eyes, her long hair fluttering behind her, and said, "What? Are you going to stop us?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Women can come in, but men can't." Ren Xiong sneered. His chest flashed, and he rushed directly to him, saying, "I want to go in today." "So what?" Bang! He rushed fiercely and with great force, and a light shield armor appeared on his chest. Even a stone can be smashed by him. But after a muffled sound, he suddenly shook all over, and took a few steps back, almost unable to stand steadily. Luo Qingzhou still stood there, motionless. Ren Xiong's face changed suddenly. The other disciples of Piaomyu Xianzong all drew their weapons with a swish. The 3 fairies Zixia flashed with light, and they all began to accumulate strength. Linghu Qingzhu appeared in the courtyard silently, with sword shadows flashing in his eyes. His green dress and long black hair seemed to be carrying sword energy and fluttering slightly. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Both sides were on the verge of a fight. Lan Ling narrowed his eyes, tightened his scabbard in his sleeves, and stared at the boy in front of him for a moment. Then said coldly, "Junior brother Ren, you male disciples just wait outside." Ren Xiong clenched his fists and said gloomily, "Yes. Senior Sister Lan." He glanced at the boy at the door with a sinister look. and his eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. Luo Qingzhou ignored him, and calmly stepped away from the door. Lan Ling narrowed his eyes, and looked at him again. Then held the sword and stepped into the courtyard first. The other female disciples followed in with weapons. Search carefully. Don't miss any place, Lan Ling ordered coldly. Then, she walked into the house, and suddenly looked at the room next to her. The door was open. In front of the window in the house stood a snow-white figure, looking at her quietly. I don't know why. At this moment, her heart suddenly shrank, as if it was suddenly frozen. It was like the feeling of standing in the audience and watching her shine on the stage and become famous in one battle. She suddenly felt ashamed and angry for her cowardice. She is a disciple of Piamyu Xianzong. She is a famous genius disciple on the Piamyu list. She has now broken through to the late stage of the God transformation realm. And what about her in the house? A poor creature who left the sect, homeless, and even unable to use any sect skills, and can only hide in the house every day to feel sorry for herself. By the way, she also degenerates and marries another poor creature who has no parents and is humble and lowly. What is her identity now? What qualifications do she have to be compared with her? Thinking of this, Lan Ling's face suddenly turned cold, and he walked directly into the room, looking at her coldly and proudly. There was silence in the room. Luo Qingzhou came to the door, and his fists in his sleeves slowly clenched. Lan Ling suddenly smiled sarcastically, looking at the cold girl in front of him and said, Last time I went to the border, I used this body, and now I use this body again. Why? That body is too embarrassing. Or too dirty. So you don't have the face to use it? Yu Yao looked calm, still looking at her quietly, as if she had no emotion, and said lightly, It has nothing to do with you. Lan Ling sneered and said, Of course it has nothing to do with me. I just care about you. After all, you are the most dazzling saint of my Piamyu Xianzong and my good junior sister. Yu Yao did not speak again. Lan Ling looked at her body mockingly again, and said sarcastically, Although this body is not bad, it is far worse than your original one. After all, even the saint of Pengwai Fairy Island can be fascinated by that one. Yu Yao, I really can't understand why you rejected him at the beginning. Of course, what I can't understand even more is that after you rejected him and paid a heavy price to return to Dian, you actually fell into depravity, gave up your lofty fairy status, and married a. You can go. Yu Yao looked at her coldly. Lan Ling narrowed his eyes, suddenly turned his head, and looked at the door. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, looking at her expressionlessly. Lan Ling suddenly sneered, turned around, looked at the cold girl in front of him, and showed a playful expression on her face. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is interested in you, right? He married the Queen of Dian, and he still wants to possess you? Really interesting. It seems that your charm is still as good as before. Even the servants of the Queen of Dian have fallen at your feet. She suddenly sneered again, but, does your husband know about this? Or does he already know? But because of this boy's identity, he dare not say anything? Or you have also cheated on him and fallen in love with this boy? She was full of mockery, and there was a hint of playful malice in her tone and eyes. Chapter 923 The Queen's Hidden Surprise. Sister Yu's silent contribution. Very boring. It was as if a fistful of power hit a ball of cotton. No response. The girl in front of him still showed no emotion on her face. Lan Ling hated him even more and sneered, Why? After practicing that kind of technique, you can't even speak? Yu Yao was still quiet and silent. When Lan Ling was about to continue to ridicule, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said at the door, Do you know how your brothers and sisters died in the last border competition? Lan Ling froze, and turned to look at him. Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly, They were beaten to death by me because they talked too much nonsense. Lan Ling clenched the scabbard in his hand, and his eyes twitched constantly. At this time, the voices of several other female disciples came from outside. Sister Lan, we don't have it there. What about you here? Lan Ling's momentum gradually subsided, and he didn't say anything else, and walked out quickly. When she passed by Luo Qingzhou, she suddenly smiled coldly, Pay your debts, and pay your life. Don't worry, it will be your turn. After that, she walked out of the door and left quickly. Several people quickly left the courtyard and left with the people outside. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl in the room. When he was about to help her close the door, she suddenly said, What she said is not right. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and looked at her with doubtful eyes. Her eyes were also looking at him. Her face was still as cold as snow, and she said lightly, I didn't have an affair. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, of course you didn't. After a pause, he looked at her deeply and said, you have already divorced your husband. So even if he didn't say anything else. But the next words, both of them understood. I will make her shut up, Luo Qingzhou said softly, and then helped her gently close the door. When he turned around, he suddenly found that his uncle was standing behind him silently. Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, and said, she is in the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, I know. He thought his uncle was going to persuade him. But she suddenly said, if you want to go, take me with you. There should be no problem with two great masters. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and didn't speak. Lan Ling is not another disciple of Piamu Xianzong. He must do it himself. Also, he won't let her die so easily. Not only for Sister Yu, but also to avenge the princess and the people of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. So, he must be alone. This is his own responsibility. And he doesn't want his uncle to see some cruel killings. Wait a little longer. He couldn't refuse his uncle's kindness. So he had to perfunctorily. Piamu Xianzong has lost 2 disciples in a row. And now they must be very vigilant. And the other party is a disciple valued by the sect, and has the cultivation of the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. So he must not be impulsive. Once he fails or is discovered by Piamu Xianzong, he will harm the entire Diyin. So, let's break through first. Night fell. Luo Qingzhou entered the room and prepared to continue practicing. At this time, Yuying outside the city sent a message, are you okay? Luo Qingzhou replied, I'm fine. Is Lord Yuying okay? Yuying, His Majesty is worried about you. So he asked me to ask about your current situation. His Majesty also said that she missed you. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. With the arrogant temperament of Her Majesty, would she say such things to her subordinates? Did something else happen in Kyoto? Everything is fine here. Tell His Majesty for me. I miss her too. Also, please ask His Majesty if there is anything wrong? Yuying, nothing. It's just that you have been away for too long. And His Majesty misses you. Luo Qingzhou felt a little strange. Is everything really fine? Yuying, His Majesty also said that she went to Qin's house yesterday. And Miss Qin was very good. Xiaoer and Xiao Dai were very good. But Bailing was very annoying. His Majesty said that you should ignore Bailing in the future. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh. And he could imagine how annoying Bailing was. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little homesick. Yuying, Your Majesty also said that Xia Chan's swordsmanship is so superb that even the Grand Master may not be her opponent. He asked if you could borrow Xia Chan to the palace to serve His Majesty. Luo Qingzhou, no. Yuying, why? Luo Qingzhou, Chan will not serve anyone except Miss Qin. At this time, in another room, a girl in a white dress was standing quietly in front of the window, looking down at the message in her hand. The conversation between the two appeared clearly in front of her. Yuying, Your Majesty asked you. Is she not as good as Miss Qin? Luo Qingzhou, this is not a question of being better or worse. Xia Chan was originally Miss Qin's person, and she will not leave. Yuying, Your Majesty said that King Qin has a stupid son who is a good match for Miss Qin. Your Majesty is going to grant Miss Qin a marriage. Luo Qingzhou, tell Your Majesty to let her manage the country well, and not meddle in other people's business. The affairs of the Qin mansion do not need her to worry about. Yuying, how can you talk to His Majesty in this manner? You are a minister. His Majesty is the monarch. Even if you are husband and wife, you cannot be so presumptuous. Luo Qingzhou, Lord Yuying, calm down. I think I am very presumptuous in front of His Majesty. And His Majesty has also expressed that she likes my way. Lord Yuying, just send the original words I just said to His Majesty. And the affairs of the Qin mansion do not need her to worry about. After a while, Yuying, His Majesty is very angry, and said that he will come to the border to find you and give you a surprise. Luo Qingzhou, no more chatting. I want to practice. Yuying, why don't you ask what the surprise is? Luo Qingzhou, it's nothing more than some punishment. And His Majesty can't come here. The country needs her. Yuying, but she needs you. Luo Qingzhou, I will go back when things here are settled. Yuying, Chu Feiyang, I hope you don't let His Majesty down. Luo Qingzhou, do I dare? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and continued to practice. Another room. The girl in a white dress still stood quietly in front of the window, looking down at the communication treasure in her hand. After a while, She moved her slender fingers slightly, and sent a message. The message came back quickly. Sister. It has not been found yet. It is difficult to find 100-year treasure, let alone 1,000-year treasure. Such a treasure cannot be bought with money. The girl put away the communication treasure and looked out the window. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. In the sky, the crown of the magic tree was still gloomy and shrouded the sky all day. She suddenly turned into a ray of moonlight and disappeared. Deep underground, the moonlight shuttled. Soon, the moonlight left the city and flew directly to the primitive jungle in the west, which was full of demonic energy. Boom! In the early morning, Luo Qingzhou left the city from underground again and began to kill demons and accumulate vitality. That night, the entire Linqiu city was searched, but the 2 missing disciples of Piamu Xinzong were still not found. The 2 seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace. Not only did the people of Piamu Xinzong become nervous, but the practitioners of other sects also became nervous, suddenly disappeared in the city, and there was no trace. Could it be done by the demon clan? Or the demon tree above? Some people thought of the underground. So, several masters of the 3 major immortal sects immediately went underground to check. But the formation underground was intact, and there was no sign of damage. After they entered Linqiu City, they reinforced a new formation underground. No matter whether it was the demons, monsters, or human practitioners, it was impossible for them to travel freely underground. So, they looked at the distant Mo city shrouded in black fog again with suspicious eyes. After so many days, the demons were still so quiet, which was really weird. So, at dawn, they set a team led by a cultivator in the transformation realm and composed of 6 cultivators in the divine realm to go out of the city to explore. The black light shield covering the outside of the city was torn apart by Fairy Luyun and Jia Sun with powerful force. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had returned to the room and began to refine the accumulation in his body overnight. At night, he went out of the city to kill demons and accumulate vitality. And during the day, he refined vitality and used spiritual liquid to practice at home. The later it was, the harder it seemed to increase the points. In the evening of the 5th day, after he refined all the vitality accumulated in his body, he took out the body judgment stone to check the data. Grandmaster's early stage, progress 100. Early stage of transformation, progress 30. Finally, the progress reached 100. The hard work of half a month day and night was not in vain. He can finally break through again. Joy must be shared. He left the room and came to the door of Sister Yu's room first. Knocking gently. There was no response from inside. He reached out and pushed the door, and it seemed that there was a bolt inside. He had to take out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. But the other party did not reply. Are you refining the elixir? Or, tired and resting? Luo Qingzhou thought about it. Did not dare to disturb him again. Turned around and went to the room opposite. Just when he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door suddenly opened with a creak. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, appeared in the door, glanced at him, and said coldly, "Is it okay?" Luo Qingzhou. "Where's the master?" He went out with Aunt Luo to the city lord's mansion. "Oh, yeah." Luo Qingzhou could only whisper, "Uncle Master, I'm going to start the breakthrough." The middle stage of the Grandmaster. Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a while, and said, "Oh." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her fair and cold cheeks, and glanced at her towering chest, and said, "But it doesn't matter. I still need to prepare. Besides, I have been practicing for several days in a row, and the energy in my body is overflowing, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Linghu Qingzhu looked at him again, said nothing, and went into the house. Luo Qingzhou looked around, followed him in, then closed the door and bolted it. At this time, in the primitive jungle thousands of miles away, several huge monsters were roaring, frantically besieging a snow-white figure in the middle. A ray of moonlight passed by, and several monsters suddenly froze in place. Then, they turned into ice sculptures, motionless. The snow-white figure held a moon-white ice blade in his hand, and the sharp blade was flashing with ice-blue light. She stood there, panting slightly, and crystal sweat oozed from her forehead. Her snow-white dress was stained with a few drops of scarlet blood, as if plum blossoms were blooming in the snow. She walked to a rock in front of her and carefully dug out a purple grass under the rock. She squatted there. Her beautiful face became more and more moving under the nourishment of sweat. Soon after she put away the grass and left. The ice on the monsters suddenly broke with a click. And the monsters actually blinked their eyes, and suddenly came back to life. She did not kill them. She was just collecting herbs. When she climbed over another high mountain, there were suddenly several more monsters in the surrounding woods, quietly surrounding her. In the sky, a huge golden eagle, which was as golden as if it was made of gold, seemed to have discovered her, and was circling in the air. Its golden pupils flashed with a cold light. It suddenly made a piercing cry that could penetrate gold and stone. Then, it swooped down with its claws like knives. At the same time, the ferocious monsters around immediately drew their weapons, and rushed towards the snow-white figure that looked particularly thin and delicate. Chapter 924, Master and Disciple Unite. Missing Sister Yu. It was almost dawn. Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia were just coming back from the city lord's mansion in the night. They returned to their own rooms. Fairy Zixia had just entered the room, and suddenly smelled an unusual scent. She stopped and sniffed carefully. Then, her eyes turned to Linghu Qingju, who was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. A look of suspicion appeared on her face, and she walked to the bed. In the thin curtains, Linghu Qingju was wearing a thin green dress, with messy hair, closing her eyes, sleeping very deeply, and looking very tired. The proud chest made the green dress bulge high. Under the green skirt, a pair of snow-white jade feet were not wearing stockings as before, but were completely exposed. Fairy Zixia stood in front of the bed and looked at her quietly for a while. Then she closed the door and got on the bed. She lay sideways, legs together and hips raised, lying gracefully with her, staring at her blankly. I don't know how long it took. Linghu Qingju's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The two looked at each other. Fairy Zixia then whispered, "Are you tired?" Linghu Qingju did not answer. Fairy Zixia sighed faintly, stretched out her hand, gently stroked her cheek, and whispered, "There is no need to make yourself so tired, and there is no need to always bear it alone. Next time, you can ask your senior sister for help. We are senior sisters, closer than real sisters, so we should share happiness and difficulties together." Linghu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, What's wrong with you? I broke through again. The room was silent for a long time. Suddenly, Fairy Zixia covered her face, and began to whoo again. Wow, I'm so upset. So upset. Qingju, how can you be so cruel? Wow. Damn it. I'm the Fairy Zixia, but I've turned into a crying fool. I'm so jealous. So hateful. Linghu Qingju. Fairy Zixia took her hand away and said, What is your current level of cultivation? Linghu Qingju said, Early Grandmaster. Early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Ah. Fairy Zixia sighed. Qingju, next time you advance, don't tell me again. I'm afraid I can't help it. Linghu Qingju didn't say anything. Fairy Zixia sighed again, and then talked about business, and Luo and I just came back from the city lord's mansion. We need to send 2 people, at least a Grandmaster and a Grandmaster, to form a team with other sects to go out of the city to investigate the news and rescue people. Before, the 3 major immortal sects and other sects all sent people out, and several disciples were trapped outside Lucheng. During this period, the demon clan has not made any movement. I don't know if they have left or have other conspiracies. Dean Bai is also worried. After all, this is our Diyin territory, so we need to investigate it clearly. Master Uncle was originally going to go in person, but was ridiculed by the people of Piamu Immortal Sect for not having young practitioners in Diyin. In the end, they directly named Fei Yang to go, and I happened to be a Grandmaster, so I decided to go with Fei Yang. Linghu Qingju slowly stood up. A sword flickered in her eyes, and said, I'll go. Fairy Zixia glanced at her body. Then her eyes fell on her legs, and said, We have to leave tomorrow morning. Are you sure you can do it? There was silence in the room. Fairy Zixia said, I'll go. Don't worry. The unity of master and disciple is the best. Master and disciple work together. At this time, Luo Shang said at the door, Zixia, have you discussed it? Fairy Zixia got off the bed, went over to open the door and said, Aunt Luo, Fei Yang and I will go. Luo Shang frowned slightly and said, How can you let 2 people from your Lingxiao sect go? I'll go. I'll go with Fei Yang. It just so happens that he cultivates the body and I cultivate the soul, so the 2 of us are a better match. Fairy Zixia smiled and said nothing. Luo Shang glanced at her and said, Let's go. Let's go tell Fei Yang first so that he can prepare. Fairy Zixia followed her, and said with a smile, Aunt Luo, there will be plenty of opportunities next time. You can go next time, Luo Shan said. Let Fei Yang decide for himself. As she said that, she went over and knocked on the door, shouting, Fei Yang, are you free now? Your master and I have something to tell you. Luo Qingzhou was in the room, preparing to break through. Hearing this, he immediately went over and opened the door. Luo Shan told everything that was discussed in the city lord's mansion today. Other sects, including the 3 major immortal sects, have sent people to form teams to explore from other directions. So our Great Yin also needs to send out practitioners. Yu Yanglu of the Piamu immortal sect said that you know lightning skills, so you should be able to restrain those monsters. So I directly designated you to go. After listening, Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed and asked, when do we leave? Luo Shan said, tomorrow morning. Gather in the east of the city. Luo Qingzhou said, it just so happens that I am also uncomfortable at home, so I can go out to hone my skills. Luo Shan smiled and said, it's good if you are willing. In addition, we still need to send out another cultivator who is at least a grandmaster or spiritual severing realm will go with you. You will go to Lingxiao sect, so I will go to Xianyun Pavilion. Is that okay with you? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and was about to speak when Fairy Zixia suddenly said, Fei Yang, I will go with you. It just so happens that I am tired of staying in the house and want to go out for some training. Luo Shan smiled and said, Fei Yang, I think it will be better if we work together. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two of them and said, such a dangerous thing. Do you still need to rob? Both of them smiled and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, then I will go with my master. Fairy Zixia smiled immediately. Luo Shan sighed and said, okay, then you have to be careful. Then she showed a solemn look on her face again, and said, the 3 major immortal sects and other sects will send several disciples to form a team with you. Other sects are fine, but you must be careful of the people of Piamu immortal sect. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he secretly looked forward to it. It just so happens that maybe they can be used to break through. Luo Shan gave a few more instructions, then glanced at the two of them and turned back to her room. Fairy Zixia said with a smile on her face, Fei Yang, don't sleep in tomorrow morning. It's best not to lock the door. The master will come to call you. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, well, master, go back and rest early. Well, you too. Fairy Zixia left happily. When she returned to the room, she immediately got on the bed and said proudly, Xingju, Fei Yang chose me. Linghu Qingju frowned slightly. Fairy Zixia said, why? Are you unhappy? Linghu Qingju was silent for a while, then said, he is about to break through, and should be about to break through. As soon as these words came out, Fairy Zixia was shocked, her face full of disbelief. Another breakthrough? Physical body or soul? Linghu Qingju said, physical body. Middle stage of Grandmaster. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a while, and suddenly her expression became solemn again. How could it be such a coincidence? When Fei Yang was about to break through, he was actually designated to go out for adventure at this time. The energy in the body is turbulent, and all the acupoints and organs in the body are preparing for the breakthrough. If it is a battle, I am afraid. Then she was puzzled again, but when we told him just now, he agreed very readily. Linghu Qingju suddenly asked, who are the people from Piamu Xinzong going? Is there the one named Lanling? Fairy Zixia was slightly startled, shook her head and said, I don't know. What happened to the one named Lanling? Linghu Qingju didn't say anything. Next room. Luo Qingzhou did not go out to hunt monsters tonight, but set up the formation taught to him by Sister Yu in the room. Then dripped 5 drops of spiritual liquid on his palm and started to break through. Although one night should not be enough, but every impact should make the pass leading to the middle stage of the Grandmaster weaker. Boom! The energy accumulated in the Danhai suddenly surged out like a tide. Then, it rushed up along the meridians and began to rush towards the solid pass in the distance. Boom! 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 Once, twice, 3 times. He sprinted hard all night. The pass began to shake, but at this moment, he needed to accumulate more energy again. Outside the window, it was almost dawn. Time should not be enough. He put away his skills, went underground, took a bath under the well water, and changed his clothes. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Sister Yu for several days. He sent a message to Sister Yu a few days ago, but Sister Yu didn't reply. Even if he was refining the elixir, It couldn't be that long. Right? He thought about it. Took out the communication treasure again. And sent a message to Sister Yu. This time, the other party still didn't reply. He suddenly became a little worried and immediately swam over from underground. When he came to the bottom of Sister Yu's room, he slowed down and swam up slowly. When he was about to reach the ground, he did not go out immediately, but shouted softly above. If Sister Yu was seriously refining the elixir, he would definitely scare her if he suddenly appeared. However, there was no response from above. He was stunned for a moment, and without hesitation, he immediately got out from underground. The room was empty, and there was no figure of Sister Yu. I don't know why. At this moment, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He hurried to the bed and lifted the curtain. There was no quilt, no pillow, no futon, nothing. There were no clothes or other items of Sister Yu in the room. Only the snow-white curtain hung alone on the bed. Luo Qingzhou frowned in front of the bed, stayed for a while, and said secretly, Sister Yu's things are gone. She didn't leave secretly. Right? But why? Even if she wanted to leave, she should tell him. Right? Even if she didn't want to say it, she should reply to him. Right? Could it be that she encountered some danger? Thinking of this, he became more anxious and worried. But at this time, the sky outside was almost bright, and he had to go out of the city with his master. He took out the communication treasure and sent Sister Yu another message. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room facing the outside, and the master's voice, Fei Yang. Are you up? He didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately went underground, preparing to return to the room from underground. Who knew that when he was shuttling through the underground, he suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood in his nose. He was startled and sniffed the soil around him. The smell of blood seemed to come from deeper underground. Swish! His figure flashed, and he continued to drill down. It seemed to be the well? He was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly swam over through the wet soil. Chapter 925 Sister Yu's blood. Luo Qingzhou's violent killing. The smell of blood is getting stronger. Luo Qingzhou looked solemn, slowed down, and swam over silently. Is someone injured and hiding underground? Or is there something else that suddenly passed through the underground? Or is it Sister Yu? He has been to this piece of land many times, and he is already familiar with the smell below. With his great master's cultivation, he would not smell wrong even through the soil. What's more, this piece of ground has been loosened by him many times. When he came closer, he suddenly found that the smell of blood began to fade again. He immediately sped up and rushed over. But there was nothing under the well, in the soil around the well, and in the passage he had opened when he practiced with his uncle before. He immediately searched the underground of the entire courtyard again. Then, he searched the underground of the two small courtyards next door. But still nothing was found. Have you left? Just as he was in doubt, the communication disc on his body suddenly vibrated. The master sent a message. Fei Yang, where have you been? It's time to set off. He explored the surroundings again, then put away the communication disc and swam upwards. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly had an idea and turned around and swam towards Sister Yu's room. Just as he was about to get out from the ground, a white light suddenly flashed above his head, and a light curtain appeared, blocking him. He was stunned for a moment, not surprised but happy, and hurriedly shouted to the top, Sister Yu. When he came just now, he did not touch this formation. Obviously, Sister Yu is back. However, there was no response from above. Just as he was about to take out Debao and about to force his way in, he suddenly found that there was only Erbao left in the storage ring, and Debao was missing. Huh? He hurriedly searched the entire storage ring space, but couldn't find it. He had to take out Erbao to ask. Erbao nodded, shook his head, and squeaked, looking very sad. Debao. I'm going to find Debao. It even wiped away tears. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou already had a guess in his heart. The person who could take Debao from his storage ring silently could not be anyone else except Sister Yu. Sister Yu secretly took his Debao, and must have broken through the formation and left the city. Judging from this formation, Sister Yu may have just returned. And the bloody smell just now. Sister Yu was injured? His heart suddenly snapped. And when he was about to rush up, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Sister Yu. Don't come up. Sister Yu knew he was underground. Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, Sister Yu, are you injured? I just smelled blood underground. Sister you, no. I killed a few monsters. Luo Qingzhou, then I'll go up to see you. Sister you, no. I'm tired and need to rest. Luo Qingzhou, I'll just take a look. Sister you, I've taken off my clothes. Luo Qingzhou saw her firm attitude and thought of his master who was still waiting. So he could only say, then I'll come back to see you. I have to go out of town now. The other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou thought it was getting late. So he didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately returned to his room. Fairy Zixia was anxiously wandering in his room. When she saw him suddenly come out from underground, she quickly grabbed him and said, Fei Yang, hurry up. We may be late. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed her out of the room. When he walked out of the house, he found that it was already dawn outside. Because of the shade of the crown of the magic tree, the light was dim, so it was not clear in the house. The two of them quickly left the mansion and walked quickly towards the east of the city. At this time, in the room, a girl in a white dress sat on the bed. After a moment of silence, she gently untied the gauze on her body. The snow-white gauze had been stained red with blood. Her face was also extremely pale. Judging from the look in her eyes, her soul seemed to be injured. She took out a bottle of medicine powder from the storage ring. At this time, a snow-white little rabbit in the storage ring suddenly cried. She looked at it with soft eyes. Debeo seemed to smell her blood, and his face was full of concern and anxiety. The girl looked at it gently for a while, and murmured in a low voice, You still have a conscience. When Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia arrived at the agreed city gate, they found that many people were already standing there. There were people from the three major immortal sects, as well as people from other sects. Baishan, Zhuang Jian, and the top leaders of the three major immortal sects were all there. Fairy Zixia quickly let go of her hand. Okay, everyone is here. Let's start breaking the formation. Jiasen glanced at the two of them indifferently, then walked out of the city gate with Fairy Liyun and others, stood in front of the black light curtain outside, and began to cast a spell. A tall woman from the Piaomiao immortal sect looked at Luo Qingzhou and the others coldly, and said in a cold voice, You are so arrogant that you made us all wait. The faces of the others were not good. Fairy Zixia apologized quickly. It's too dark. I forgot the time. Sorry. Baishan came over, looked at the two people gently, and said, This time, in addition to investigating the enemy situation of the Lucheng demon clan, we also have to save people. 2 people from Pomlai Fairy Island, 3 people from Piaomiao Fairy Sect, 2 people from Qiang Sect, 2 people from Tianqing Sect, and 2 people from Ardian. You form a team and set off from here. There are also teams going out from other city gates. In the past half month, the demon clan has not made any movement. I don't know if it is still there. So we need to investigate clearly. The teams that went to investigate several times before all found nothing, and suffered heavy losses, with casualties. Then he said, Do your best. If there is danger, come back. At this time, the long-bearded old man named Sun Ming from Pomlai Fairy Island snorted coldly. This is your Dian city. If you are afraid of death, why bother to pretend to defend the city here? It's better to go home and sleep. Baishan didn't say anything else. At this time, a tall middle-aged man in a white robe looked at Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia and said, My name is Yuan Song. I am the steward of Pomlai Fairy Island and the leader of your team this time. This time we go out to investigate the enemy and rescue people. And we need you to unite and cooperate. You two come over first. Get to know the others. And report your cultivation and the skills you are good at, so that I can assign them according to your abilities. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia immediately walked over and looked at each other with the disciples of other sects. A young man in a white robe bowed and said, I am Yang Fan, a disciple of Pomlai Fairy Island, in the late stage of the God Transformation realm, and good at swords. At this time, another burly young man in a blue robe bowed and said, I am Zhou Yang, a disciple of Piaomiao Fairy Sect, in the middle stage of the God Transformation realm, and good at flying swords. Then, another young man in a blue robe bowed and said, I am Zhui Yang, a disciple of Piaomiao Fairy Sect, in the great perfection of the God Transformation realm, and good at swords. Shui Yang? The genius disciple ranked first on the Piaomiao list this year? When this name came out, the other disciples around whispered. At this time, the tall woman who had just ridiculed Luo Qingzhou and the others said in a cold voice, I am Yu Wushuang, a disciple of Piaomiao Fairy Sect, in the middle stage of the God Transformation realm, and good at swords. The two people from Chiang sect seemed to be a pair of brothers. Both of them were short and had full beards. I am Wuda, a disciple of Chiang sect, a mid-stage grandmaster, and good at sticks. I am Mu'er, a disciple of Chiang sect, an early-stage grandmaster, and good at fists. These names. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but take another look at the two. The two people from Tianqing sect were a young man and woman. The man's name was Wan Jiaoyi, and his cultivation was in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The woman's name was Chen Ruoshui, and her cultivation was in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. When it was Luo Qingzhou's turn to introduce the two, Fairy Zixia felt a little embarrassed. It turned out that she had the lowest cultivation level in his team. If I had known earlier, I would have let Qingzhou come. She gritted her teeth and finished the introduction, muttering to herself. After everyone had finished their introductions, the elders of both sides gave them some careful instructions. At this time, the black light shield outside the city gate had been broken open, and a gloomy atmosphere suddenly poured in. Jiaosun immediately shouted, "You can go out." As soon as possible, everyone looked over. Yuan Song from Palmlai Fairy Island immediately walked over with 10 people. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia followed at the end. When they were about to leave, Baishan suddenly said, "Fei Yang." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked. The people from the three major immortal sects seemed to be looking at him. Baishan looked calm and said only 2 words. "Be careful." Luo Qingzhou understood his look, nodded slightly, followed the team, and left quickly. The group quickly passed through the gap under the black light curtain and arrived outside the city. The sky outside the city was even darker. Looking around, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Countless black branches hung in the air, like ferocious claws, which made people's scalps numb. And on the ground, dense tree roots broke out of the ground, and black fog lingered, almost occupying the entire earth. Yuan Song stopped outside the city, looked at Lu Cheng in the distance with a serious expression, and said, "The team sent a message yesterday, saying that they were hiding in a pile of rocks less than half a mile away from Lu Cheng, trapped in the cave below by the magic tree, and temporarily supported by a magic shield. Let's rescue them first, and then continue to Lu Cheng to explore the news." The several teams sent out during this period of time, no matter which direction, have not found the figure of the demon clan. This situation must be a problem. We must know whether there are still demons in Lu Cheng. Where have they gone? Several people stood behind and listened to his plan quietly. After he finished speaking, Zhou Yan of Piaomu Xianzong bowed and said, "Senior Yuan, I heard that the message for help was received yesterday morning. Have you received it again later?" Yuan Song shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No more messages were received. No one responded when I sent them a message." There was silence in the field, as if everyone had guessed the fate of that team of practitioners. No matter what, we still have to look for it. After Yuan Song finished speaking, he glanced at a few people and said, "I'm in front. You look left and right and behind. Those who are good at flying swords, look up. As for the underground, everyone should be careful." Everyone agreed respectfully. Yuan Song said no more, holding a red sword, and walked directly towards the black fog in front. Swoosh! As soon as the few people entered the black fog, a branch suddenly shot down from midair. Yuan Song gently waved the red sword in his hand, and the raging fire burned the branch directly into ashes, and the flames continued to spread upwards. At this time, the sound of tree roots crawling quickly came from the ground around them. At the same time, the branches hanging above their heads also bared their teeth and claws, and stretched out densely towards the few people. "Go! Keep moving forward. Don't stop." Yuan Song waved the sword in his hand and walked quickly in front, killing the tree roots that were crawling up while walking. Others protected the left and right and above. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia dealt with the tree roots that were chasing from behind. Everyone fought and walked without stopping, the sharp branches piercing from the air, and the tree roots that crawled from the ground or drilled out from the ground were just a large number for them. Not a big threat. What they were most worried about was the sudden appearance of demons and monsters. But the strange thing was that they killed all the way, but only the demon trees were blocking them, and none of the demons and monsters appeared. The Willow City in front was shrouded in black fog, silent and eerie. "Senior Yuan, look, there is a pile of rocks over there. Will those people hide there?" At this time, Yu Wishwang of Piaomu Xianzong suddenly pointed to the right not far away. Yuan Song took a look, waved his sword, drew a flame, and repelled a thick tree root, saying, "Let's go and take a look." Several people immediately walked quickly towards the pile of rocks. "Uncle Master, there is blood here." As soon as they got close, the young man named Yang Fan from Pomlai Fairy Island immediately flashed and squatted beside a half-person high stone. Several people hurried over and saw some blood on the stone chips on the ground. At this time, those dark tree roots continued to crawl towards them and seemed to be increasing. "You defend the surroundings, and I will find the entrance to the cave," Yuan Song said, and immediately held the sword in his hand. His figure flashed, and he carefully searched in the pile of rocks. Others were killing the crawling tree roots. Not long, Yuan Song suddenly waved the sword in his hand, and boom slashed a rock in front of him. The rock turned into powder immediately. Under the rock, a dark cave suddenly appeared, and the bottom could not be seen. At the same time, there were still a few drops of blood at the entrance of the cave. Yuan Song stood at the entrance of the cave, released his divine sense to explore, and immediately said, "Come, two people. Go down with me. The others, guard the entrance of the cave to prevent the monsters and demons from appearing." Yang Fan from Pomlai Fairy Island and Zhui Yang from Piamu Fairy Sect all rushed over together. Yuan Song's figure flashed, and he jumped directly into the cave. Yang Fan and Zhui Yang followed without hesitation. The others slowly retreated and surrounded the cave entrance, killing the tree roots that were crawling over while paying attention to the situation around them to prevent the sudden appearance of the demon army. 1 hour. 2 hours. Until the afternoon. There was still no movement in the cave. Yuan Song and the two disciples did not come out. At this time, the tree roots and branches around them also stopped attacking. The people around them became anxious. "Why hasn't Senior Yuan come out yet?" Yu Wishwang said solemnly, holding a short knife. "Did something happen down there?" Wan Jiao of Tianqing Sect frowned. Waited for another hour. Zhou Yang of Piamu Xianzong finally couldn't help but said, "Let's go down and take a look together." Wu De of Qiang Sect said, "If we all go down, what should we do if the demon army or demons suddenly come? Otherwise, leave two people on top to guard and keep watch?" Yu Wishwang immediately said, "If the demon army and demons really come, what's the use of two people? The cave is so deep that I guess they can't hear us even if we shout. We must not separate. When we go down later, we can block the cave entrance with stones." After discussing it, several people nodded in agreement. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "I don't know what's going on in the cave." Even Senior Yuan went down, but there was no response. "I think we should continue to wait here, or send a message to ask. If we go down rashly, it will be troublesome if we are all trapped inside." Zhou Yan looked at him and said, "I just sent a message to ask." But there was no response. "There should be a formation underground to isolate us. We have been waiting for a long time. It will be dark soon. If we don't go down, it will be dangerous to stay here. After dark, the attack of the magic tree will be more crazy. And we are too conspicuous here. If we attract the demons, it will be troublesome." Wu De and Wu Er also nodded and said, "We agree to go down." Wan Jiao and Shinrua Shui of Tianqing Sect also said, "Let's go down together. Maybe Senior Yuan and his team have been attacked and need our help." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Yu Wushuang of Piamu Xianzong looked at him and sneered, "If you are afraid of death, just stay here and wait alone." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said calmly, "I am indeed afraid of death. My master and I have decided to wait here. You go down. If there is any situation up there, we will sound the alarm at the cave entrance." As soon as this was said, everyone else frowned. Zhou Yang said seriously, "When we came out, Senior Yuan had already said that we are a whole. We must unite as one. It is best not to disperse. Be careful not to be defeated by the monster tribe one by one. Brother Chu, if you are afraid, you can follow us, but you two must not stay up there alone." Yu Wishwang said with sarcasm, "Are all the men of Dian so cowardly? It's really shameful." Others also persuaded, "Brother Chu, let's go together. It's safer together." Luo Qingzhou pondered again and said, "Then let's go together." Yu Wishwang snorted coldly, walked to the side, held up a huge rock with one hand, and said, "You go down first. I will block the cave entrance." Zhou Yang walked in front and jumped down first. Then, the two brothers Wu De and Wu Er from Qiang Sect followed closely. Then, Wan Jiao and two people from Tianqing Sect also jumped down. Luo Qingzhou stood at the entrance of the cave and looked down. Fairy Zixia held his hand and comforted him. "Fei Yang, don't be afraid. It's okay. Master will protect you. And Master will jump with you." Yu Wushuang, who was standing behind him holding the stone, said with a mocking face, "You are still a grandmaster. But you are not even as good as a woman. You are as timid as a mouse." Luo Qingzhou still stood at the entrance of the cave without moving. Fairy Zixiao looked at him, and said nothing. Yu Wushuang behind him finally couldn't help but said angrily, "Are you going to jump or not?" Luo Qingzhou still stood at the entrance of the cave, looking down, motionless. Yu Wushuang immediately said angrily, "If you don't dare to jump, go back. Don't do it here." Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. Luo Qingzhou's huge fist burst into black fist light and red lightning, without any warning, and suddenly hit her face heavily. Crack! The strong wind and protective light shield on Yu Wushuang's body surface broke open instantly. At the same time, the treasure light shield activated on her body was also vulnerable and broke instantly. The huge fist hit her face heavily with terrifying power. Yu Wushuang was completely unprepared, and her head was directly raised and flew backwards. And she didn't even have time to put down the stone in her hand. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou followed him like a shadow and hit 3 more punches in an instant. The power of the Grand Master and the God Transformation Realm, the power of the Bull Demon Fist, and the power of lightning, all fell on the face and head of the female disciple of Piaomyu Xinzong in a short moment. Pop! Yu Wushuang fell heavily to the ground, and the stone in her hand finally fell to the ground. On her neck, her entire face and head were bloody and shattered. She didn't have time to resist, and she died instantly before she could even react. Her soul was also destroyed in the purple lightning. The strong smell of blood soon attracted the roots of the magic tree. Puff! A dark tree root suddenly jumped out from the ground and pierced her body. The magic energy quickly enveloped her whole body. Since she had lost her head, she didn't stand up, but the energy in her body was still fused by the magic energy, turning into a stream of air and pouring into Luo Qingzhou's body. Luo Qingzhou loosened his fist, walked to the entrance of the cave, and looked down again. Fairy Zixiao on the side opened her mouth slightly and looked at him blankly. At this time, Luo Qingzhou's voice sounded in her ears, "Master, when you go down later, you will immediately get underground and hide under me, just like the last time I was in your cave. Remember, you must be under me, so that those magic trees or demons will not dare to attack you." They came out this time not to save people or spy on military intelligence, but to kill me. Fairy Zixiao's face changed and said, "Fei Yang, then why are we still going down? Are we going to run?" Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed, and he said, "Run? This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can I run?" He clenched his fists, and the energy in his body surged, and began to rush towards the pass along the meridians. The pure energy that the woman from Piaomyu Xinzong had just given him immediately turned into a stream of energy and replenished his Dehai. The last time he broke through to the Grandmaster level, he had the intermediate level Yuanshi that Sister Yu gave him, as well as the low-level Yuanshi that Master gave him. And this time, it just so happens that I need new energy, external stimulation, and the tempering of life and death. And here, I have both. He took out the second treasure and handed it to Fairy Zixiao, saying, "Master, it's dangerous for you to be alone up there, so come with me. With it on you, you can shuttle freely underground. As long as you are under me, you will be fine." Fairy Zixiao immediately took the little white rabbit and stuffed it into her chest, nodding her head with a serious face, saying, "Well, Master will definitely stay under you obediently, no matter how long it takes." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her bulging chest, and without saying anything else, he pulled her down and jumped. At the same time, he used the object control technique to lift up the huge rock and block the entrance to the cave. At this time, in the cave, after Zhou Yang and the others came down, they stopped not far away, stood apart, and looked up. "What's going on? Why haven't you come down yet? Wouldn't that kid notice it? How is that possible? We didn't do anything, and we didn't say anything along the way, and those bloodstains are real. And the messages for help are also real. Humph. Unless that kid can read minds." At this time, Zhou Yang suddenly asked, "Brother Yang, where is Senior Yuan?" At this time, the voice of the young man named Yang Fan from Penglai Fairy Island came from the darkness. Uncle Yuan went to explore ahead. Then he whispered, "For such things, he is unwilling to intervene without the permission of the sect. As for the things you promised before, Uncle Yuan probably won't want them. Uncle Yuan only did it for elder son's face." At this time, the man and woman from Tianqing sect suddenly pointed up and said, They are coming down. When everyone heard it, they stopped talking immediately. Chapter 926 Promotion. 1 kills 8. Golden lightning. Schwa. The cave entrance darkened. 2 figures were wrapped in strong winds and floated down lightly. Zhou Yang and the other 5 stood still, motionless, in a dark corner. Shui Yang and Yang Fan from Penglai Fairy Island, who came down first, also restrained their breath and hid there, ready to go. Motionless. In the dark cave, there was a strange silence. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia fell to the ground, both with calm faces. Where is junior sister Yu? Zhou Yang glanced at the two and looked up. Fairy Zixia also looked up and said, Miss Yu wants to find a few more stones to pile up all around the cave entrance. Zhou Yang didn't say anything else. The others clenched their weapons and began to accumulate strength, just waiting for Yu Wishwang to block the cave entrance and come down. Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at the narrow passage ahead and asked, Have you found Senior Yuan and the others? Wuda smiled and said, Senior Yuan and the others are fine. They are going to look for the previous team first. Let's wait for Miss Yu to come down and follow them later. Oh! Luo Qingzhou said oh, and suddenly pulled Fairy Zixia and flashed through the middle of the people. When they arrived at the passage ahead, he said lightly, Then you continue to wait for Miss Yu here. We will go to help Senior Yuan find someone first. The faces of the people changed. Wan Zhaoyi and Chen Ruoshui of Tianqing sect almost drew their swords subconsciously when they saw the two passing by. Yang Fan and Zhui Yang, who were hiding in the dark, almost took action. Zhou Yang hurriedly said, Don't worry. Wait for junior sister Yu to come down, and we will go together. Luo Qingzhou ignored him and walked quickly into the passage ahead. Fairy Zixia followed closely behind. Brother Chu. Zhou Yang suddenly became anxious and immediately winked at the others, shouting and chasing after him. Wuda also held a stick, walked quickly, and shouted, Brother Chu, slow down. We are together. Be careful of the danger ahead. Shui Yang and Yang Fan, who were hiding in the dark on both sides, also came out immediately and chased after him. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia suddenly flashed and disappeared at the corner of the narrow passage. Not good. That kid may have noticed it. Chase! Zhou Yang immediately flashed and was the first to chase into the passage. Others followed immediately. When several people just rushed to the corner, they suddenly felt a terrible high temperature in the air. At the same time, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly came from the front. Not good. Retreat quickly. Zhou Yang was walking in the front and had already reached the corner. He was the first to find something wrong, because he suddenly saw that the dark passage in front was instantly illuminated by fire. And at the same time, a terrible high temperature swept in like a tide. His face changed drastically, and he turned around and hurriedly tried to leave. However, because the passage was too narrow, the 6 people behind him were very fast and followed him closely. When he suddenly stopped and shouted, the people behind him had no time to react. Several people collided with each other. Yang Fan and Zhui Yang, who were at the back, also felt something was wrong at the first time and hurriedly retreated from the passage. The others also turned around immediately and prepared to withdraw. However, at this moment, the terrifying high temperature had already rushed over in an instant. Boom! A huge torrent of flame suddenly rushed out from the passage at the corner with a soul-shaking phoenix cry, occupying the space of the entire passage. Zhou Yang was terrified and hit Wuda behind him with a bang. Just when he was about to squeeze through regardless of everything, he suddenly felt the strong wind and the protective light shield on his body disappear in an instant. At the same time, his raised footsteps suddenly froze and fixed in place. His whole body melted and disappeared in an instant. Wuda, who had just turned around and escaped 2 steps, suddenly froze and melted into ashes in an instant. Wu Er suddenly screamed and rushed back at the fastest speed in his life. Boom! A huge torrent of flames instantly passed through the narrow passage and continued to rush forward with a roar. The phoenix cry in the flames was deafening and filled the entire cave. Shui Yang and his men were horrified and hid in the front corner at the fastest speed, instantly activating all the defensive magic weapons on their bodies. Fortunately, the terrible flames moved forward a few meters and gradually weakened. Then, they began to go out. Wu Er's scream shrilly sounded in the corner next to him. Several people turned their heads and found that his clothes and hair were all burned to ashes, and the back half of his body was charred. Even the spine on his back was exposed and also charred. He lay on the ground and howled miserably, and the sound was creepy and frightening. Everyone's face was pale, Shui Yang looked at the golden flames that were disappearing quickly in the passage ahead, and said in a trembling voice, "The Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan." It turned out to be the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan. Yang Fan, who was standing by, said with lingering fear, "Isn't the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan a spiritual treasure of your Piao Miaoxian sect? I heard from Master that it was said to be made of the feathers and blood of the ancient Fire Phoenix, and it is extremely powerful." Shui Yang gritted his teeth and said, "It was stolen by the people of Dian. I didn't expect that it was in his hands." The two people from the Tianqing sect hiding on the other side were both frightened. Chen Ruoshui's face turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice, "Grandmaster plus spiritual treasure. And the passage is narrow. What should we do?" Shui Yang showed a look of doubt on his face, and said, "Master said that the Fire Phoenix Spiritual Luo Fan can only be activated by soul power, and it consumes soul power very much. He mainly cultivates the body, and the soul is only at the level of the spirit realm. How can it be so powerful? Ah! Save me! Save me!" In a corner not far away, Wu Er was still screaming on the ground. Shui Yang hurriedly said, "Brother Wu, quickly get your soul out of your body, and save your soul first. The flames of the Fire Phoenix Spiritual Luo Fan will devour the soul as soon as it enters the body." Wu Er's body was only half charred just now, but now it has become completely charred. The internal organs, bones, muscles, etc. inside are being quickly devoured by the powerful fire poison. Wu Er hurriedly tried to get his soul out of his body, but because his body was destroyed, his soul was also severely damaged. He swayed in the air, fell down again, sat on the ground, and cried, "Brother?" Wu De and Zhou Yang, who had just walked in the front, had already turned into ashes in the passage, their bodies and souls destroyed. Yang Fan immediately took out the communication treasure and said solemnly, "Ask Uncle Yuan to come back and help." Then he looked at Shui Yang beside him and said solemnly, "The Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan." Shui Yang immediately said, "If Senior Yuan is willing to help, the Fire Phoenix Spirit Luo Fan will naturally belong to Senior Yuan. I will explain the situation to the sect after I go back." Yang Fan said nothing more, lowered his head, and began to send the message. At this moment, Chen Ruoshui next to him frowned and said, "What's the smell?" When the others heard it, they also smelled it, but none of them smelled it. After Yang Fan finished editing the message and was about to send it, bang! A golden fist light suddenly flew out from his feet, instantly covering his entire body. At the same time, a loud cow mooing sound came from the ground. Yang Fan's face changed drastically. He didn't have time to take back the message. He hurriedly jumped up, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, and chopped down with all his strength. Bang! The dazzling fist light and sword light collided with each other. His body suddenly shook and hit the top of the cave. Then, enduring the pain, he hurriedly flashed and rushed to the side. His message was broken into pieces in the collision between the fist and the sword. "Kill him!" Yang Fan fell to the ground and felt his arm go numb. His heart was shocked, and he shouted immediately. At this time, Shui Yang and the two people from Tianqing sect also rushed up immediately. Luo Qingzhou flew up from the ground. His spine suddenly tensed and bent, like a bow with power. And then he made a loud cow moo again. His figure flashed, and he rushed to Yang Fan, who was not far away. The demon bull charged, as fierce as a mad bull, as fast as lightning. Yang Fan had no time to avoid it, and he roared angrily, trying his best to swing his sword and chop. Bang! Luo Qingzhou, with the shadow of the demon bull, instantly smashed the sword light and hit him heavily. Yang Fan's whole body shook, and he flew backwards. The protective light shield on his body was also flickering due to the impact. Before he landed, Luo Qingzhou had rushed up again. His fists instantly turned into countless fist shadows, with red lightning, sizzling, and smashed towards him like a storm. At this time, Shui Yang, who was at the peak of the transformation realm, had already come like lightning, and the sword in his hand suddenly drew a scorching sun, slashing down at Luo Qingzhou's back with a chi sound. The terrifying sword light, the scorching air sizzled. The moment the scorching sun appeared, the air seemed to be suddenly distorted. The man and woman from the Tianqing sect also rushed over quickly and attacked fiercely together. But at this moment, Luo Qingzhou did not care about what was behind him, and instantly burst out all the power of the Grandmaster and the transformation realm, carrying lightning and black fist light, and fiercely smashed towards Yang Fan, who had been knocked unconscious. Boom! 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 Hundreds of fists fell like a storm in an instant. the protective light shield, treasure light shield, etc. on Yang Fan's body were vulnerable to such a fierce attack and broke apart in an instant. The huge fist with purple fist light, like falling raindrops, mercilessly smashed on his chest, face, and head. At this moment, Shui Yang's scorching sun sword light carrying the peak power of the spiritual transformation realm also chopped heavily on Luo Qingzhou's back. Crack! A few crisp sounds. Yang Fan's chest, face, head, neck, etc. were instantly shattered, bloody and blurred. The fist light, with lightning, penetrated his body. This elite disciple of Pumlai Fairy Island, who possessed the strength of the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm, had no time to resist, and his body was instantly destroyed. His soul was annihilated, and he died. Boom! Shui Yang slashed with a terrifying sword, directly slashing Luo Qingzhou out, and hit the cave wall in front heavily. The whole person was almost embedded in it. His body-protecting wind and body-protecting light shield were all shattered by this sword. But the powerful sword light did not penetrate his body, but was blocked by a layer of golden dragon scales on his body. His figure flashed, and he flew out of the wall and fell to the ground. Although the sword light did not pierce his body, the powerful force made his vitality in his body turbulent, and his blood and chi surged. As soon as he stood firm, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his fists. His eyes became brighter, and his spirit was radiant. The energy accumulated in the Danhai surged like a tide, becoming more restless and excited. Yang brother Yang Shui Yang held a sword that was still emitting sword light, and froze in place, looking palely at Yang Fan, who had turned into a bloody mess on the ground. The two people from Tianqing sect were also shocked by this scene. The elite disciples of Pumlai Fairy Island, who were masters of the late stage of the incarnation realm, were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, and even their souls did not have time to escape. The two Tianqing sect disciples who were only in the middle and early stages of the incarnation realm were frightened at this moment, and the weapons in their hands were shaking. At this time, Wu Er's soul in the corner screamed, "Kill him! Kill that little beast!" Noisy, who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist with a red glow suddenly flew out from the wall behind him, and hit his soul with a bang. A scream. His entire soul was smashed to pieces, and then turned into ashes in the fist light. Fairy Zixia, in a red dress, came out of the wall. Her red dress fluttered, her fists gleamed, and her two huge fists, like hammers, formed a sharp contrast with her slender body. Shui Yang and the other two changed their expressions, but after seeing who was coming, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Zhao immediately said in a stern voice, "Junior sister, go and kill her. She is only a late-stage master." Qin Ruoshui's sword hummed, and her figure flashed and swept directly over. At this time, Shui Yang had no way to retreat. He roared and rushed towards Luo Qingzhou again. Wan Zhao followed closely with a spear in one hand. Yang Fan of Pumlai Fairy Island was killed, and the others also died tragically. If they did not kill the man in front of them, they would be blamed. What's more, they had no way to retreat at this moment. Luo Qingzhou was not afraid of two people alone, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Z! Lightning flashed on his fists. This time, it was red, purple, and black lightning. Boom! The black fist light with three-color lightning collided violently with the scorching sun sword light chopped out by Shui Yang. The fist light was split apart, but the lightning penetrated through the exploding sword light. A huge air wave exploded. The two of them were shocked and suddenly felt a huge force coming. Shui Yang's robe fluttered as he took 2 steps back. The protective light shield in front of him flashed and blocked the blast, and the three-colored lightning also disappeared along with the sword light. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help himself and took more than 10 steps back. When he was about to get close to the wall behind him, he stood firm. However, just as he stood firm, a cold light suddenly flew out from the darkness beside him and pierced his throat. The powerful force was concentrated at one point, and a piercing whistle sounded in the air. It was like a venomous snake attacking at a very fast speed. Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to punch or dodge, so he had to activate the vitality in his body, so that all the defense was concentrated on the throat. Zheng. The spear light pierced his protective light shield and landed on the golden dragon scales on his throat, making a piercing metal collision sound. And sparks flew. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help himself again and took a few steps back, ready to punch at any time. The fist light shot out. Wan Zhao, who was hiding in the dark and attacking, did not stop at all. He retracted his spear and his figure floated out, retreating to the side in an instant. At this time, Zhui Yang's sword had accumulated enough power, and slashed again. Luo Qingzhou felt a slight pain in his throat, and was secretly surprised by the power of the spear. But at this moment, he had no time to think about it. The energy in the Danhai swooshed and surged into his fists. A demon bull suddenly appeared behind him, and with a moo, it rushed directly towards the dazzling sword light. Boom! The power of the Grandmaster and the God Transformation Realm collided with the power of the peak of the God Transformation Realm in the most violent way. Luo Qingzhou's body shook and flew backwards again. In midair, he spit out a mouthful of blood again. And the power that burst out of his body, as well as this violent collision, made the path leading to the middle stage of the Grandmaster suddenly shake and become weaker. It's almost there. He had just landed on the ground, and had not yet stood firm. In the darkness beside him, a little cold light appeared again, and with a hiss, it pierced his eyes. And when this little cold light approached him, it shook instantly and turned into hundreds of cold lights, directly covering his entire body. Luo Qingzhou punched out, and the black fist light with black lightning instantly swallowed those gun lights. But there were still a few gun lights that fell on him. He retreated a distance again, and then stood firm. He reached out and touched his chest. There was a blood hole only an inch away from his heart. The bright red blood rushed out. Pain came. His eyes looked into the darkness beside him. Wan Jiaoyi succeeded in his moves one by one, without any pause, and his figure flashed again, hiding behind Zhui Yang, continuing to coil like a venomous snake, waiting for the opportunity. Shua! Zhui Yang did not give Luo Qingzhou any time to repair his wounds or rest. The sword in his hand suddenly hummed and instantly grew larger. Then he held the hilt with both hands and slashed forward. The terrifying energy burst out. The huge sword light instantly turned into countless sword shadows, densely packed, almost occupying the entire cave in front, like a torrent of giant dragons, with a piercing whistle that cut through the air, directly covering Luo Qingzhou. When Wan Jiao saw this, he immediately shook the spear in his hand, and the light burst out. A long silver dragon roared and shot out, and also pounced over. The two of them worked together. One was at the peak of the Incarnation Realm, and the other was at the middle stage of the Incarnation Realm. How terrifying was the power of the explosion! But suddenly, a huge black lightning vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the dense sword shadows, instantly swallowing all the sword shadows and sword auras, as well as Wan Jiaoyi's long dragon spear aura. The terrifying energy that was thought to be overwhelming suddenly disappeared. Zhui Yang and Wan Jiaoyi were both stunned for a moment. Somewhat unbelievable. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was holding the rapidly rotating black lightning vortex in his hand. So full. At this moment, the energy in his body was overflowing again. All the meridians, acupoints, even muscles and bones, internal organs, all felt full and full of power that was about to explode. He clenched his fists and looked at the pass in his body. Very good. At this moment, boom, the energy in his whole body suddenly rushed to his fists. And then, he suddenly punched forward. The black fist light, with three-color lightning, with the countless sword shadows and sword lights that Zhui Yang had just slashed out, and the silver dragon that Wan Jiao had stabbed with all his strength, all burst out at this moment. And the moment this terrifying energy burst out, the powerful energy of the recoil and the remaining energy rushed to the gate leading to the middle stage of the Grandmaster in his body with a whoosh. Boom. Two explosions. One outside, one inside. The huge energy, like a flood that broke through the dam, rushed to Zhui Yang and Wan Jiao in front of him, and directly rushed them out. At the same time, there was a sudden explosion in Luo Qingzhou's body. The gate leading to the middle stage of the Grandmaster was finally broken. The powerful energy torrent, surging, rushed through the gate and rushed to the new acupoints in front. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's whole body, the aura suddenly surged. More powerful energy began to rush in his body, rushing to all the acupoints in his body, giving him new power. His whole body seemed to be renewed. That more powerful force began to surge towards his fist like a tide. His eyes looked forward. The light dissipated. Zhui Yang and Wan Jiaoyi were both blown away by the force and hit the cave wall behind them heavily. The two hurriedly endured the pain and climbed up from the ground. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and swept past. Buzz. Zhui Yang was worthy of being at the peak of the spiritual transformation realm. After a pause, he immediately raised his sword and regained his fighting power. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wang Jiao immediately raised the spear in his hand. And then his figure flashed and retreated to a farther corner, ready to continue the sneak attack. Luo Qingzhou's figure rushed towards Zhuiyang. Zhuiyang held the hilt with both hands, and all the soul power in his body poured into the sword. Swoosh! When Luo Qingzhou was only 4 or 5 meters away from him, he suddenly turned around, and his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Wang Jiao. At this time, Wang Jiao was accumulating strength, preparing to continue to stab a fatal shot from behind when the two of them were fighting fiercely. He suddenly saw the other party appear in front of him, and was immediately startled. He didn't have time to continue accumulating strength, and hurriedly stabbed out. Swish! The spear light flashed, and the gun flowers bloomed. Boom! A huge fist with red lightning actually smashed his spear light directly, and hit the protective light shield on his chest. A terrifying force suddenly attacked. His protective light shield shattered with a click sound. Then, the treasure shield on his body was also vulnerable and broke instantly. Bang! The huge fist light with lightning suddenly hit his chest. The black fist light smashed his chest with great power and knocked him out. A shrill and painful scream suddenly came out of his mouth. Boom! Before he could shout a second time, Luo Qingzhou's second fist had already landed, hitting his neck heavily, breaking his neck directly. He suddenly widened his eyes and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Luo Qingzhou's third fist had begun to enlarge in his pupils. He opened his mouth, his eyes wide open with fear and despair, as if he wanted to beg for mercy. But he couldn't make any sound. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's third fist smashed his head into a bloody mess. Brother Zhua, save me! His soul hurriedly wrapped in the light shield and escaped from the broken body. He shouted for help and tried to escape to Zhuiyang. But Luo Qingzhou's hand grabbed his neck. Z! A flash of purple lightning. His entire soul instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. At this time, Zhuiyang's sword light slashed over with a swish. Luo Qingzhou did not avoid or give way. A demon bull suddenly appeared behind him. With a moo, his whole body shot out, instantly passed through the sword light, and hit Zhuiyang heavily. Zhuiyang was knocked back and flew out. He was horrified and wanted to retreat. As soon as he landed on the ground, he endured the pain in a hurry, and his figure flashed, rushing towards the narrow passage in front. Who knew that just when he was halfway through the distance, he suddenly felt dizzy. His legs softened, staggered forward a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly found that the soul power in his body began to become disordered. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already clenched his fist and came behind him. Zhuiyang's face was pale, and he suddenly turned his head to look at him, saying in disbelief, You poisoned. ZZ. 3 colors of lightning lit up on Luo Qingzhou's fist at the same time. The energy in the Danhai began to rush towards his arm, like a surging torrent. Seeing this, Zhuiyang hurriedly said in a trembling voice, Brother Chu, don't at Yang Tower. Gonjianjian, Lanling, Sun Ming. It's them I don't want to do it either. I want to refuse like junior brother Zhu, but I'm the first on the misty list. I can't help myself Boom! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched out and hit him hard. The exploding fist light with 3-color lightning instantly smashed his body into a ball of meat. And his soul, which was about to escape, was suddenly entangled by lightning, and screamed and turned into nothing. ZZZZ. The lightning flashed and jumped in the dark cave. After a while, it was quiet again. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at another corner not far away. The woman named Chen Ruoshui from Tianqing sect and Fairy Zixiao were all sitting there limply, obviously poisoned. Chen Ruoshui's face was pale, and her whole body was trembling. Seeing his eyes looking at her, she cried hurriedly, I was forced. Luo Qingzhou walked over step by step. Chen Ruoshui cried hurriedly, Brother Chu, please, spare me. I am willing to do anything. I am willing to surrender to Dian. I am willing to be a spy in Piamu Xinzong. I am willing to be a cow and a horse for Brother Chu. I am willing. Swish. A cold light flashed. The flying sword circled around her neck and cut off her head in an instant. The words in her mouth also stopped abruptly. Puff. Blood spurted out. The headless corpse sat there for more than 10 seconds. And then the body tilted and fell to the ground. As soon as her soul came out, it was also killed by a sword. Fairy Zixiao looked at the scene and said weakly in a hurry, Fei Yang, Master is also willing to be your slave. Luo Qingzhou put away the flying sword, went over to help her up, let her lean on his arms, and said, Master, Smell the smell on my body. He had something with a little lark on him. As long as there was the smell of the little lark. These pollens were just pure pollens. Not poisonous powder that could even affect the Gi realm. Fairy Zixia was stunned for a moment when she heard the words. And quickly put her cheek against his arms and sniffed deeply. Sniffing his chest. His armpits and his neck. When Luo Qingzhou was about to push her away, there was a burst of rustling sounds in the darkness around him. Ah! The tentacles are coming! Fairy Zixia explained immediately. And her whole body was directly pressed against his arms. At this time, dense black tree roots crawled out from the ground. They seemed to smell the smell of blood and corpses. And looked very excited. Several corpses on the ground were soon pierced and contaminated by them. Soon, they turned into powerful air currents, poured into Luo Qingzhou's body, and instantly turned into extremely pure vital energy, sinking into his Danhai. He has broken through to the realm of the middle stage of the Grandmaster. Now, he needs more pure vital energy. Ah! At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from the narrow passage in front. Luo Qingzhou's heart condensed, and he looked intently. In the passage, a figure appeared at some point. He was dressed in a white robe, tall, and had an unfathomable aura, looking at him with a complicated expression. It was the deacon of Pengli Fairy Island and the leader of this team, Yuan Song. The dark cave suddenly became quiet. There was only the sound of the tree roots, rustling, swallowing the corpses. At this time, Yuan Song sighed again, looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "They underestimated you, I also underestimated you, everyone underestimated you. Even in our 3 major immortal sects. You are definitely an amazing genius. What a pity." He raised his feet and walked out of the passage step by step. With every step he took, his aura suddenly surged, and his figure seemed to grow taller. "It's a pity that you killed my disciple from Pengli Fairy Island. I will not spare you." Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly. His fist slowly clenched, and the arc on the root of the thunder spirit in his body flickered continuously. He had just broken through the realm of the middle stage of the Grandmaster. But he did not use the skills taught by Sister Yu to cover the root of the thunder spirit. He was waiting for this moment. His aura of the middle stage of the Grandmaster emanated, and the root of the thunder spirit seemed to suddenly establish a connection with something in the sky outside. "Master! Below!" "Oh!" Fairy Zixia did not hesitate at all. And the red shadow flashed, drilled into the ground, and hid under him. The sky outside was suddenly covered with dark clouds. But due to the cover of the huge crown of the magic tree and the shroud of black fog, no one could see clearly. Soon, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. Zizi. A lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the black vortex. It was not red, not purple, nor black. It was gold. Chapter 927 4-Color Lightning Scares the Demon King. I just want to sleep with Sister Yu for a while. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the night sky. The huge crown of the demon tree seemed to sense something and took the initiative to spread out a space. In the black vortex, a thick golden lightning, like a roaring golden dragon, rushed down. This terrifying vision of heaven and earth did not disturb the dreams of the people in Linqiu City far away. The black light shield blocked the sound outside. The thick black fog and the black branches hanging from the sky blocked their sight. Only Lu Cheng, which was nearby, felt the terrifying power of heaven and earth. Inside the city wall, the dense figures that were swaying and walking like zombies suddenly froze in place and stopped moving. In the red light shield in the center of the city, the demon members trapped inside also raised their heads in astonishment. Outside the city, in the underground cave, Yuan Song seemed to feel something was wrong. But at this moment, he had already raised the red flame axe in his hand and chopped it fiercely forward. The huge power seemed to split the air. The air in the entire cave suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the world seemed to suddenly become silent. Except for the falling axe. Everything around seemed to suddenly solidify. Luo Qingzhou also stood there without moving, because he could clearly feel that a more powerful energy had fallen from the night sky. And the root of the thunder spirit in his body was also eager. Swish! A golden lightning suddenly passed through the soil above his head and fell on his head. Then, it wrapped around his whole body. At this time, the giant axe had already carried a terrifying force and chopped down. He raised the black wooden stick in his hand. The wooden stick was sizzling and was also wrapped with golden lightning. Boom! The huge and sharp axe blade fell heavily on the wooden stick above his head, and a red light burst out. The terrifying power came. It was as if the 5 mountains were pressing down on him. On the wooden stick and above his head, golden light suddenly burst out. The lightning seemed to have put on a set of golden armor for him, and the wooden stick in his hand. Under the chopping of the giant axe, his body only shook slightly. No damage. The golden lightning seemed to help him resist all the destructive power. Yuan Song, who knew the power of the giant axe, was shocked when he saw this scene. The ominous premonition suddenly became stronger. Was the lightning just now a skill? But before he could think about it, Luo Qingzhou had already rushed towards him with the wooden stick in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, 3 more lightnings suddenly rushed down from the top of his head. Red, purple, black. Then, another golden lightning rushed down. The 4 colors of lightning instantly fell on Luo Qingzhou's body, wrapping up his whole body. And he was unharmed. Thunder tribulation? At this time, Yuan Song finally reacted, and his face changed drastically. Shua! Without any hesitation, he chopped the axe in his hand again. And then his figure flashed and rushed to the passage ahead. Ready to leave here first. Is this kid trying to use the thunder tribulation to die with him? However, the other party was only a grandmaster. How could there be a thunder tribulation? And how could the color of this thunder tribulation be? Suddenly, he stopped. His heart clicked, and looked forward. At the corner of the passage ahead, black fog suddenly filled the air, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared silently. Then, a monster with 2 horns on its head and green skin walked out of the passage. Demon clan? No. The monster was wrapped in demonic energy. And it was not a living thing. Yuan Song was shocked. And when he was hesitating, the terrifying breath behind him was already rushing like a wave. Countless thunder and lightning rumbled down. His soul trembled, and he had to bite the bullet and continue to flee into the passage. Compared with the thunder, these monsters are naturally less threatening. He just needs to delay. When the thunder tribulation is over, it will be the death of the kid behind him. Get out of here. He waved the red flame giant axe in his hand and chopped at the monster in the passage. Shua! The monster was instantly chopped in half. Yuan Song felt relieved and immediately continued to rush into the passage. Who knew that just as he rushed to the corner, a golden claw suddenly stretched out from the darkness and grabbed his neck. And the protective light shield on his body and the giant axe in his hand seemed to have no defense power and were pierced in an instant. Yuan Song was horrified and hurriedly raised the giant axe in his hand, wanting to cut off the strange golden claw. But suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest, looked down, and froze. Another golden claw, at some point, had silently penetrated his chest, because the speed was too fast and too sharp. At this moment, he didn't feel any pain at all. He opened his mouth. His face was dull, and he was a little confused. The soul power gathered in his body quickly dissipated. The giant axe in his hand also wailed and fell to the ground weakly. He raised his head tremblingly and looked at the darkness in front of him. A pair of golden pupils flashed a cold light in the darkness. The thin face was covered with scales. On the forehead, there was a short golden horn. The mouth was as sharp as a bird's beak, and the body was covered with golden feathers. Golden Eagle King. Yuan Song's face was pale and trembling. But at this moment, the Demon King was entangled with black demonic energy, and the aura seemed to be stronger than when he fought with Jia Sun and others in Maching before. Pop! Yuan Song's heart suddenly burst in his chest. He was shocked and his eyes widened. He wanted to escape from here, but a wisp of demonic energy suddenly invaded his body and entangled his soul. He struggled desperately, but couldn't get away. Those demonic energy were like living creatures, cruelly devouring his body and soul. He was terrified and desperate, regretting and unwilling. And the thunder tribulation behind him seemed to be continuing. And the power seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha. He opened his mouth and let out a few last desperate cries, like a dried fish. Then, he died completely. The black evil spirit swam in his body and entered every organ in his body, even his soul. After a moment, his scattered pupils suddenly flashed with light. Then, his body trembled, as if he suddenly came alive. He was surrounded by demonic energy and stood up again. He slowly turned around and looked at the thunder tribulation behind him. Boom! Countless thick lightning bolts fell from midair. Luo Qingzhou was wrapped in lightning, staring at him and the pair of golden pupils behind him. Both sides stood still, as if they were afraid of each other. After another cup of tea, Luo Qingzhou welcomed the last wave of lightning. These lightning bolts not only struck and tempered his body, but also entered the root of the thunder spirit in his body, and were all absorbed. And on the root of the thunder spirit, the golden arc had grown up at some point. At this time, 4 arcs of different colors were jumping on the root of the thunder spirit. Looking extremely excited, Luo Qingzhou's eyes continued to look at the pair of golden pupils in the passage ahead. He was also frightened by the scene just now. A master of the Ponglai Fairy Island, who was in the early stage of Gi, was actually grabbed by the neck by the monster's claws, and then a claw pierced through the chest. He had almost no power to resist, and died tragically on the spot. This shows how terrifying the monster's strength is. At least it is at the level of the Demon King, who has experienced one thunder tribulation, and has even experienced multiple thunder tribulations. So, he dared not move forward or retreat. However, he had to make a choice. Otherwise, after the thunder tribulation is over, he and his master will die here. He may even become a demon and attack Lingqiu City. Boom! 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 4 colors of lightning fell from the top of his head again. The speed began to slow down. Seeing that the last wave of thunder tribulation was about to end, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately roared, waved the wooden stick in his hand, and rushed into the passage like a thunder monster. At this moment, he must scare the other party with his momentum. Otherwise, with the strength of him and his master, they could not escape at all. He rushed into the passage with a sizzling sound of lightning, and his face looked particularly ferocious under the entanglement of lightning. The monster with golden pupils was indeed scared, and suddenly disappeared at the corner. But Luo Qingzhou still rushed up fiercely. Bang! He waved the wooden stick in his hand, and smashed the head of Yuan Song, who had turned into a demon, and fell to the ground. Then, a strong airflow flew out of Yuan Song's body, drilled into his body, and turned into a vast and pure energy. He continued to rush forward. In the passage, the black shadows were all retreating quickly, and soon disappeared at the corner in front. At this time, his thunder tribulation had ended. There was no more thunder and lightning falling in the sky. Luo Qingzhou continued to pretend to roar at the corner in front, as if he was going to rush over. But after roaring, he immediately retreated quickly and exited the passage as quickly as possible, shouting, "Master, come out!" Shua! Fairy Zixiao got out from the ground at the first time. Luo Qingzhou snatched her bow from her chest, then held her and flew up to the cave entrance, instantly passing through the stone blocking the cave entrance and flew up. When the two reached the ground, they were shocked to find that the ground around them was full of black demons. Not far away, the gate of Lucheng opened wide, and more demons came out from inside. And those demons were not only humans, but also monsters. As soon as the two landed, the demons around them screamed "Awa!" and rushed towards them. "Master, go!" Luo Qingzhou punched out, and the black thunder ball suddenly exploded, turning into countless arcs, shooting towards the two people. The demons rushing around were all trembling all over and turned into ashes. Bang! 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 Zixiao Fairy's 2 pink fists also suddenly became bigger, punching one by one, rushing forward and hitting the demons flying. The two did not dare to stop, and fought and walked. Those demons were fearless and rushed towards them with roars. The tree roots on the ground and the branches in the sky also joined the battle to besiege the two. At this time, it was already dark. The surroundings were shrouded in black fog, and the demons were so dense that it was unclear how many there were. Luo Qingzhou took out a pitch-black wooden stick, swept away the demons blocking the front with one blow, and then continued to rush forward. Fairy Zixiao followed behind. Her fists swish swish swish. Countless fist shadows flashed around her, and the glow lingering on her body protected her body. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou held the pitch-black wooden stick and performed the bull demon stick technique, covering the two of them tightly, and the demons and demon trees around them could not invade. The two walked and killed, one after another. The demons fell to the ground, turned into streams of air, and poured into Luo Qingzhou's body. But he did not linger in the fight, and continued to rush forward. There was a master following behind him, and there was also the terrible Demon King underground. The demon army was marching towards Lingqiu City again, so at this time, he had to leave here as soon as possible and return to Lingqiu City. Fortunately, the demon army seemed to have just set out. After the two killed for a while, there was no one in front of them. The demons in the back were densely packed, and there were more of them. They were going to attack Lingqiu City. Luo Qingzhou picked up his master, and his figure flashed, passing the first wave of demons, and then turned around, and the black wooden stick in his hand swept out a lightning, killing the demons in the front. Master, enter the city. The two took this opportunity and immediately ran towards the gate of Linqiu City. The guards on the city wall finally found them through the black fog and immediately reported to the city lord's mansion. Not long after, Linqiu City Mayor Zhang Yan, as well as Bai Yishan and the masters of the three major immortal sects, all rushed over. At this time, Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia had already passed through the thick black fog and ran to the nearby area. Dean Bai, Lucheng has been occupied by demons, and those monsters seem to have all turned into demons. Now they are walking towards Linqiu City. And there are a lot of them. Fairy Zixia shouted to the city wall. When the people standing on the city wall heard it, their faces suddenly changed. Senior Jia, Fairy Luyun, please help open the light shield and let them in, Bai Yishan said hurriedly. Jia Sun and Fairy Luyun immediately went over to cast a spell and directly tore open the black light shield covering the outside of the city on the city wall. Gongong Yin and Yeyang Tower of Piamu Xianzong were all shocked when they saw Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia below. And they looked at each other. Then, they looked at the black fog behind the two people, as if looking for their disciples. The black light shield was quickly torn open. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia flashed, jumped into the air, swept in through the gap, and landed on the city wall. Jia Sun was holding a magic treasure and expanding the gap. Seeing the two people coming in, he immediately asked in a deep voice, "Where are the others?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I don't know. When we arrived at the cave below Lucheng, we were dispersed by the demons." Then he said, "We only saw Senior Yuan being strangled by a monster." Jia Sun's face changed. "Impossible." At this time, Yeyang Tower suddenly looked over and said gloomily, "Deacon Yuan is a master of the Gi realm. How could he be strangled by a monster?" Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, "We saw it with our own eyes. The monster has two golden eyes, a short golden horn on its forehead, and a mouth like a bird's beak, sharp and sharp. Golden Eagle King." Before he finished speaking, Jia Sun on the side exclaimed. Then he said, "Its claws are also golden, and it is covered with golden feathers." "Right?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." When these words came out, the pupils of the masters of the three major immortal sects around him all shrank. Yu Yangla's face changed for a moment, and he said in a deep voice, "Then how did you two escape back?" Fairy Zixia said on the side, "We saw that Senior Yuan was so powerful, and we were all strangled by the neck. So we ran away immediately. There were many demons along the way, and we killed them for a long time before we escaped back." Yu Yanglu's eyes flashed, and when he was about to continue asking, a cultivator who was looking out on the tower next to him suddenly cried out in surprise, "Look! There are so many demons!" Everyone was startled and immediately looked towards the black fog in front of them. Suddenly, the black fog shook, and a group of dark demons, shaking their bodies, walked out of the thick black fog, like a black torrent. It is endless and endless. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. "Prepare to defend the city," Linqiu City Mayor Zhang Yan shouted in a deep voice. The leaders of the three major immortal sects also immediately issued an order to let all the practitioners in the city gather here. The practitioners of various sects of Dian also rushed over immediately. "Where is the demon army? Aren't those demons controlled by them? How come so many demons have become demons? Will they all be attacked by the demon tree? Impossible. Those demon kings are so powerful. How could they be attacked by the demon tree?" The leaders of the three major immortal sects all looked surprised. Soon, the dark army of demons arrived outside Linqiu City. And in the black fog in the distance, there were still a steady stream of demons. Staggering out of it, as if they had lost their minds, they stopped on an open space 100 meters away from the city. Behind them, the demon army occupied all the open space around. The number is so large that it makes people's scalp numb. The human cultivators on the city wall, seeing this scene, all had ugly faces and chills in their hearts. At this time, all the demons stopped, in deathly silence, and the human cultivators on the city wall were also silent. The two sides looked at each other silently, which was even more weird in this dark night, and under the sky covered by the crown of the demon tree. Roar. At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the demon army. Then, all the demons roared with ferocious faces. The roar shook the world. The people of Linqiu City were all frightened. On the city wall, Zhang Yan, the mayor of Linqiu City, drew out the sword at his waist with a clang and roared, "Kill!" Then, the roars of the soldiers and practitioners of Dian sounded on the city wall. under the city wall, and other places in the city. Kill! 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 The momentum was like a rainbow, and the murderous aura was soaring. The demon army suddenly roared and rushed towards Lincio City. At this moment, their bodies no longer shook. Their eyes were no longer dull, and their bodies were full of violent and bloodthirsty murderous aura, as if they were reinfused with life. High in the sky, the huge crown of the demon tree was shaking gently. The leaves rustled, as if beating drums. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbows on the city wall began to shoot. Flying swords and blades, like dense arrows, shot down quickly. The human practitioners, each showing their magical powers. For a moment, the city was ablaze with flames and roars like thunder. The demons fell one after another, but there was still a steady stream of demons to replenish them, as if they were endless. They were not afraid of pain or death, even if they were covered with wounds and broken limbs. They continued to rush down the city fearlessly. They began to hit and bite the city gates and climb the city walls. Their claws were the best siege weapons. Soon, a team of flying demons rushed out of the black fog and directly attacked the city wall. The human practitioners on the city wall fought bloody battles. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Underground! There are demons underground too!" Baishan immediately took people and flew down the city wall and drilled into the ground. Soon, news came from underground that 2 demon kings appeared underground. And those demon kings seemed to be full of demonic energy. The high-level leaders of the 3 major immortal sects immediately drilled into the underground together. Luo Qingzhou and others were still fighting on the city wall. Linghu Qingzhu had also arrived long ago and was standing beside him, killing the demons climbing up the city wall with sword energy. Fairy Zhixia's fists, one by one, were amazingly powerful. Luo Shan also took a sword and killed everywhere. Amitabha. The monks of Jinshan Temple killed the demons while chanting Buddhist words. The Taoist Yunshan of Qingyun Temple drove a sword to kill the flying demons in the sky. The practitioners of other sects were also distributed in various corners of the city wall, constantly beating down the demons climbing up the city wall. There were vibrations from the ground from time to time, and it was obvious that the battle was also extremely fierce. The night passed quickly. The demon army continued to attack the city in an endless stream. The city gate finally couldn't bear the weight and was broken open by the demons. But the soldiers of the Yin used their bodies to block the doorway. And when one fell, another rushed forward, constantly filling the gap. The battle lasted for another day. The demon army rushed into the city gate and climbed up the city wall several times, but was beaten back again. The dead soldiers of the Yin had their heads chopped off and died in a very miserable way, because if the head was still there, the body would be contaminated by the demonic energy, and then it would become a demon, stand up again, and become an enemy. Therefore, their teammates could only bear the pain and cut off their heads. In the evening, after repelling another wave of demon attacks, the demons outside the city suddenly stopped and stopped moving forward. Then, they began to retreat and soon disappeared in the black fog not far away. The ground was full of corpses with broken heads. The human practitioners in Lincio City were panting heavily in every corner of the city wall. The whole city gradually became quiet. After a long time, they gradually relaxed and fell to the ground tiredly. And the practitioners underground also came out with scars all over their bodies. The 2 demon kings retreated because of injuries. So the demon army retreated. After Baishan came up, he told everyone. His snow-white Confucian robe was full of blood and holes everywhere. And his back and arms were also full of scars. The high-level leaders of the 3 major immortal sects also had scars and looked quite embarrassed. Golden Eagle King and Giant Rat King, with such powerful strength, how could they also be invaded by the devil's energy? Although they still seemed to have their own consciousness, they seemed to have gradually gone crazy. I cut off their claws with a sword, but they didn't feel anything. Their strength is stronger than before. Could it be that they practiced the magic skills of the demon clan and deliberately led the devil's energy into their bodies? That's also possible. But the other members of the demon clan have all become demons, which is obviously not right. It seems that the demon tree in Imo City may really be out of their control. Could the demons in other cities have all become demons? If so, it would be too terrible. We can't defend this place at all. Everyone stood on the city wall, looking at the black fog in the distance outside the city, and discussed it solemnly. In this battle to defend the city, the practitioners of various sects suffered heavy losses. Of course, the soldiers of Dian suffered the most casualties. Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia were exhausted and their faces were particularly ugly. The two had fought for a long time when they fled back. And now they fought fiercely for a day and a night. They were exhausted both physically and mentally. Bai Shan came over and said, "You should rest quickly. The two demon kings are injured, and will not attack the city again for the time being." The two agreed and stood up with the help of Linghu Qingju and Luo Shang. When the few people were about to walk down the city wall, Yu Yanglu suddenly came over and said in a deep voice, "Wait! The previous things have not been explained clearly. 11 people went out, and only 2 of you came back. Don't you want to explain it?" As soon as this was said, the eyes of others all looked over. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "There's nothing to explain. Some people are lucky. Some are unlucky. Isn't that normal?" Yu Yanglu snorted coldly. "Why are you too lucky among so many people?" Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, "Master Yu, there are so many people in Piamu Xianzong. Why are you the only one who is the master of Lucian Peak? So many people died defending the city this time. Why are you still alive?" Yu Yanglu's eye muscles twitched, and his face gloomy said, "No need to quibble. Tell me everything that happened after you left the city." Facing his aggressive momentum, Luo Qingzhou said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I'm very tired now, and want to go back to sleep. If Master Yu really wants to know, I'll come over and tell you when I wake up." After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense with him, and turned around to leave. Yu Yanglu's eyes suddenly flashed with coldness, and his robes fluttered. Bai Shan stood in front of him and said calmly, "Master Yafeng, Fei Yang and the others were able to escape back because of their ability. Do they have to die there like others? Master Yafeng will feel satisfied?" At this time, Jia Sun on the side also said in a deep voice, "Forget it. With the enemy at hand, let's discuss how to deal with those demons first. The other demon kings and some demon lords have not appeared yet. Maybe they will attack the city together next time by then. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend this place." When these words came out, everyone's heart sank. Gong Nongyan was silent for a while, and said, "Our Piamu Xianzong has lost 17 elders and hundreds of disciples." Jia Sun looked at him, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't speak. Fairy Luyan suddenly asked, "Does the demon clan's tree really have the tree soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth in that magic tree?" Jia Sun's eyes flashed, and he nodded. "Of course there is." Everyone had different expressions, and no one spoke. They had come all the way here just for the holy tree of heaven and earth. Who knew that the holy tree of heaven and earth was actually a conspiracy of the demon clan? There is no holy tree, only a magic tree. However, the tree soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth was hidden in that magic tree. With the tree soul, perhaps the holy tree of heaven and earth can be resurrected. Even if it cannot be resurrected, the value of that tree soul is inestimable. Perhaps it can be planted on other spiritual trees, to grow another spiritual tree with some attributes of the holy tree of heaven and earth. Or perhaps, it can be used to refine things. No matter what it is used for, the effect is absolutely unparalleled. So, if there is really a tree soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth there, they are naturally willing to continue fighting here. For cultivators, any great opportunity is accompanied by great risks. It depends on whether it is worth it. Open up the road to the west, so that the cultivators outside can come in continuously to supplement the city defense force. And the army of De Yin can come in. It's time to open it up. There are too many demons. After all, the number of us is too small. It's not enough to have cultivators alone. And we also need the army. Dean Bai, everyone is helping you to protect the city. If Lingqiu City is breached, your inland De Yin will be in danger. So, don't be stingy with your warrior army. Bai Shan was silent for a while, nodded, and said, "Thank you. Bai will notify them now." Everyone nodded with satisfaction. After Luo Qingzhou and his friends returned to the mansion, they went back to their rooms to rest. After fighting with the demons for a day and a night, everyone was exhausted. They just washed and changed their clothes and fell asleep on the bed. After Luo Qingzhou and others had washed, he went out to take a shower and change clothes. After he entered the house, he did not return to his room immediately, but came to the door of Sister Yu's room and knocked gently. After a while, a response came from inside, "Go and rest." "I want to rest too," Luo Qingzhou said. "Sister Yu, I want to go in and see you. Also, I have some questions about cultivation that I want to ask you." Pause. He said again, "I'm injured and I have no strength. So don't worry. I won't do anything else that's rude, let alone bully you." There was silence inside for a while. Squeak. The door opened. A girl in a white dress stood in the door, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her cheeks and eyes for a while, and said softly, Sister Yu's face is pale. Her pupils are sluggish. Her breath is unstable. And her body and soul are injured. Right? Yu Yao was silent for a while, and said, What's your problem? Luo Qingzhou said, I want to go in and talk. Yu Yao pushed the door and said coldly, Let's talk here. Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, suddenly pushed the door open, and rushed in. Yu Yao swayed and almost fell. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly grabbed her slender waist and held her in his arms. His heart sank, and he said, Sister Yu, you are seriously injured. Right? The room was filled with a faint smell of medicine and the fragrance of a young girl. Yu Yao stood firm in his arms and wanted to leave, but he held her waist tightly and couldn't break free. She really had no strength left. Her body was soft and her breath was unstable. After a little struggle, she began to pant rapidly, and her chest kept rising and falling. Loosen, she panted. Luo Qingzhou reached out to close the door and put the bolt on it, then bent down to pick up her delicate body and walked to the bed. You just said you won't bully me. The girl in his arms struggled weakly, and even her voice became weak and powerless, like a little deer that had lost the power to resist. Looking at him pitifully with her eyes, Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed, looked down at her and said, Of course I won't bully Sister Yu. And I don't want to bully her. I just want to sleep with Sister Yu for a while. Chapter 928 Sister Yu's First Kiss. The curtain slowly fell. The girl, who was no longer able to struggle, was placed on the bed. Someone also shamelessly got on the bed. Outside the window, the sky was dark and silent. The room suddenly fell into silence. The two of them lay on the bed, looking at each other, clearly feeling each other's breathing and heartbeat. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou said, Look, I didn't bully you. Did I? The girl looked at him quietly for a while, and then whispered, Bullying. Luo Qingzhou said, Where did I bully you? The girl said, I bullied you everywhere. Luo Qingzhou stared at her clear eyes for a while, and suddenly reached out to hug her, saying, Okay, since you slandered me, then I really bullied you? The girl's fingertips pressed against his chest. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. You can't even stand steadily, and you still want to freeze me? Then he gently stroked the soft hair on her back, raised his eyebrows and threatened, Now, you can only beg me and say nice things to me. Threats are useless. By the way, I have broken through again, and now I have reached the middle stage of the Grandmaster. The girl fell silent, and the fingertips on his chest slowly fell down. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingzhou immediately regretted being too frivolous and hurriedly said, Sister Yu, I was joking with you. He had to change the subject and talk about business. By the way, I saw a lot of demons when I went out this time. And I also saw a demon king underground. And there was also demonic energy on his body. Those powerful demon kings, wouldn't they also be controlled by the demon tree? But it seems that the demon king is different from other demons. It has its own consciousness, and seems to have become more powerful. He told everything he encountered underground outside the city, without missing a single detail. Then he talked about his own cultivation. This time, there is an extra golden lightning in the thunder tribulation. But the power seems to be smaller than before, and the duration is much shorter. There is also an extra golden arc on the root of the thunder spirit in my body. Sister Yu, what is the use of the golden lightning? Yu Yao was silent for a while, and then said, It should be able to condense the golden thunder armor and enhance the attack power. Luo Qingzhou said in surprise, Both offensive and defensive? How is the defense of the golden thunder armor compared to the dragon scale armor given by Long Air? Yu Yao said, It is stronger, and you can use both together. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, Great. If I have another thunder tribulation in the future, I will immediately condense these two armors, and then just rush directly into the enemy group. Yu Yao was silent for a moment, and said, In the future, your thunder tribulation will become weaker and weaker, and may even disappear. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said, Why? Yu Yao looked at him and said, What was the thunder tribulation originally for? Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and seemed to suddenly understand. The cultivator goes against the will of heaven. The thunder tribulation was originally a tribulation for the cultivator when he breaks through a certain key realm, in order to eliminate the weak and evolve the strong. But now that it has fallen on me, it seems to have lost its original intention, and is not a tribulation at all. So God is not willing? Yu Yao said, This explanation is also okay. Luo Qingzhou said, what if I break through to the real Thunder Tribulation realm in the future? Will there be Thunder Tribulation at that time? Yu Yao pondered for a moment and said, there should be. But it should be different from ordinary Thunder Tribulation. How different? Stronger. At least you will suffer some damage. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile, with a touch of confidence on his face, as long as it is thunder and lightning. No matter how strong it is. It just helps me recharge. Yu Yao said, recharge? Luo Qingzhou explained, it means that the energy in your body is insufficient. And it helps you replenish energy. Whatever you need. It helps you replenish. Yu Yao's eyes moved, looking at him and said, just like you and your uncle. You always help her recharge. Right? Luo Qingzhou. Yu Yao said again, right? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister Yu. How should we deal with those demons? The demons seem to be increasing. Endless. I feel that Linqiu City may not be able to defend. Yu Yao ignored him again. Luo Qingzhou showed a touch of embarrassment on his face. He wanted to hug her and kiss her. But now, he didn't dare to do so. He could only say, Sister Yu, I'll go back to sleep. After fighting for a day and a night, he was indeed sleepy. And his chest was injured and he needed to rest. Although he didn't break any bones. It was indeed a bloody hole. Yu Yao still ignored him, and even closed her eyes. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, he suddenly looked at her closed eyes again, paused, and whispered, Sister Yu, how about I sleep here? It just so happens that you want to sleep. And I want to sleep too. Let's sleep together. Yu Yao still didn't speak. As if she had fallen asleep. Luo Qingzhou seemed to understand something, and didn't say anything else. Just laid down and closed his eyes. The room was quiet. After a long time, Yu Yao slowly opened her eyes, looked at him and said, Why haven't you left yet? Snoring. Luo Qingzhou was snoring and ignored her. Yu Yao stared at him quietly for a while, didn't say anything, and closed her eyes again. Luo Qingzhou seemed to be sure of something, and he became bolder, and he held her in his arms. Let go. Hulu hulu. The room fell into silence again. Luo Qingzhou smelled her fragrance, felt her warm breath, and couldn't help but put his cheek close to her again, and pressed it against her delicate little face. The girl struggled for a while, but didn't break free. Luo Qingzhou didn't push any further, and soon fell asleep tiredly. After a long time, the girl in his arms, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, feeling his warmth and breath. Her eyes were dull, and her fair cheeks, I don't know when, have been stained with two light blushes, beautiful as a flower. Linqiu City outside the window was still silent. Soon, night fell. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, the person in his arms was gone. He was stunned for a while, raised his head, and looked outside the curtain. A slender figure in a white dress was standing quietly in front of the window, staring blankly at the darkness outside. Luo Qingzhou recalled the beautiful dream for a while, before opening the curtains and reluctantly getting out of bed. Sister Yu. He walked behind the girl, smelled the fragrance emanating from her body, felt her kind breath, and couldn't help but stretch out his arms and gently hugged her from behind. Then, he buried his whole cheek in her soft hair, rubbing gently and sniffing greedily. The girl stood in front of the window, motionless, did not resist, did not speak, but there was a rare tenderness in her eyes. Woo! At this time, a low horn sounded suddenly from outside. Then, a rapid bell sounded. The roar of the soldiers of Dian also sounded at the city wall. The demon attacked the city again. Luo Qingzhou let go of her and whispered, Wait for me to come back. The girl slowly turned around and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked into her clear eyes, and suddenly said, Sister Yu, please give me strength. The girl paused, suddenly tiptoed, and gently kissed him on the lips. A trace of coldness, extremely gentle. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's heart seemed to stop beating suddenly. He stayed where he was. His mind was blank for a moment, and he was a little at a loss. Come back soon, the girl said softly. Her eyes were gentle, like a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Luo Qingzhou's heart was filled with blood, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly broke out at this moment. He hugged her, and when he was about to respond to her with the most passionate kiss, the master's voice suddenly sounded outside, Fei Yang. Fei Yang. At the same time, hurried footsteps sounded on the street outside the mansion. He woke up instantly, took a deep look at the girl in front of him, and without saying anything, he turned around opened the door, and left the room. At this time, Fairy Zixiao was about to knock on his door. Luo Shang, Liu Li, and Ling Hu Qingzhu all seemed to have just woken up, and the fatigue on their faces had not completely faded. It should be the demon attack again. Let's go! Luo Shang rushed out immediately. Luo Qingzhou followed behind. Fairy Zixiao glanced at him and hurriedly followed him out. When she passed Yue's room, she looked inside. After leaving the house, she couldn't help but ask, Fei Yang, why didn't Miss Yue come out to help? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said she was injured. Both her body and soul were injured. Fairy Zixiao was stunned for a moment, nodded, and expressed her understanding. Originally, Miss Yue was only possessed by her soul, and her strength was greatly reduced. Now that she is injured, the soul can only come out at most. But if the soul leaves at this time, the injured body will not be able to repair the wound, and it may destroy this body. She was actually explaining to Luo Shang and his apprentice, so that they would not think that someone was lazy. Luo Shang suddenly asked, by the way, Fei Yang, why didn't Miss Yue use her original body? It was the same when she went to the border last time, and it is the same now. Her original body, did something happen? Luo Qingzhou's mind was still a little confused. He was stunned for a moment and said, I don't know. Luo Shang seemed to want to say something, but there was a sudden boom from the city wall in front of him. The demon army is already attacking the city. The hearts of several people gathered, and they immediately rushed over at the fastest speed. When several people came to the bottom of the city wall, Bai Shan, who was wearing a Confucian robe, just floated down from the city wall. After seeing them, he said in a deep voice, you continue to guard up there, and we will go underground. The demons are attacking the city up there, and the demon king and the demon army may be underground. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he had already drilled into the ground. The masters of the three major immortal sects also entered the ground one after another. Luo Qingzhou immediately flew up to the city wall and prepared for battle. It just so happened that he also needed demons. In the previous day and night of fighting, he killed countless demons and had accumulated a lot of vitality. But there was no time to refine and check. Wait until this time to kill some more, so that we can refine and practice together. After he was promoted to the realm of the middle stage of the Grandmaster, he would definitely need more vitality, and the progress might start to slow down. So, for him, the more demons, the better. Demons are his energy, his electricity. So, he has to continue to charge until it is full. Thinking of charging, he couldn't help but glance at the uncle who had just come up next to him. Ling Hu Qingzhu also glanced at him. Shua! Two sword shadows suddenly appeared in her eyes. And then, her green clothes fluttered, and sword energy entangled her body. She stretched out her slender fingers, and a green sword energy flew out with a swish sound, instantly splitting a big-headed monster that was using its claws to climb the city wall into two halves. Chapter 929 Sister Yu's first guilty feeling. Ah! Under the city wall, the demon roared and rushed to the city gate and climbed up the city wall. On the city wall, arrows rained down and swords flew like locusts. The demons were fearless and kept coming one after another. The cultivators shared the same hatred and never gave in. The battle lasted from night to day, and from day to night. It lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Under the city wall and on the city wall, there were piles of demon and human corpses. When the giant rat king underground was killed by the masters of the three immortal sects, the demon army finally retreated. It was already early morning. The remaining demons retreated like a wave, leaving the ground full of corpses. The human cultivators stood on the city wall, watching the demons gradually disappearing in the black fog in the distance, all panting heavily, their hands shaking uncontrollably. Some people's swords were already full of gaps. Some people's fists were already bloody. Some people just collapsed on the ground. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous fighting had exhausted them. The underground practitioners also came out in a mess. The leaders of the three major immortal sects came to the city wall silently and looked at the black fog in the distance. Gong Yin, Jia Sun, Luyan Fairy, and others also had scars on their bodies. On Baishan's shoulder, there was a bloody scar that was deep enough to see the bone. Some young practitioners seemed to have disappeared. The evening breeze blew, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire city. On the city wall, there was a deathly silence. Half an hour later, all the casualties this time were counted. The people who counted the people from each sect all walked up to the city wall and reported in a low voice with a solemn expression. The atmosphere was particularly depressing. After a while, Jiasun looked at the direction of marching in the distance and suddenly said, "In 2 battles, we only killed 1 giant rat king. In addition to the golden eagle king, there should be 3 more demon kings, none of which have appeared yet. The elite soldiers of the demon clan that we met in marching last time have not appeared yet." Everyone was silent for a moment. Fairy Luyan said, "There are more than 200 people from my Jiotian Yaotai this time. But now there are only more than 30 people left. And 2 elders have also fallen underground." Gong Ongyan smiled bitterly and said, "My Piaomu Xinzong has suffered even more heavy losses." Sun Ming, a long-bearded old man on the side, said gloomily, "More than 300 people from my Penglai Xiandao have fallen. All of them are elite disciples. And there are 5 elders and deacons. Several sects under our command have lost more than 2,000 people." Several people looked at Lu Cheng shrouded in black fog, and all told their losses in a deep voice. Bai Yishan and Zhang Yan, the mayor of Linqiacheng, stood aside in silence. The practitioners and soldiers of Dian suffered even more losses. There was no place to pile up the bodies at the city gate. At this time, a woman from Jiotian Yaotai suddenly sighed and said, "Is it worth it just for a tree soul that may not exist?" Everyone was silent. After a while, Yeyang Tower of Piaomu Xianzong suddenly bowed to the people from Jiotian Yaotai and Penglai Xiandao, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. My Piaomu Xianzong has really tried its best. If it continues like this, I'm afraid that the remaining disciples will all be buried here. So we decided to withdraw." There was a moment of silence in the field. Jiasun of Penglai Fairy Island sighed and said, "Knowing that it is impossible, why insist? We, Penglai Fairy Island, have also decided to withdraw." Fairy Luyan of Jiotian Yaotai also said lightly, "We, Jiotian Yaotai, have also withdrawn." Hearing the 3 major immortal sects say this, the sects affiliated with them also said, "We will withdraw too." For a while, people on and under the city walls expressed their intention to withdraw. Only the people of Dian were silent. What they said was to withdraw. But in fact, they meant to give up this city, leave, and go back to their own homes. They can, but the practitioners and soldiers of Dian cannot. Because this is Dian's territory, Dian's city, and Dian's last pass to the inland. Ma Chinzi of Huashan sect could not help but said angrily, "Everyone has the responsibility to kill the demons. If our great yin falls, and the demons grow stronger, the entire Jiuzhou continent will be devastated. Since you are an immortal sect, how can you leave like this?" Yeyang Tower looked at him and said, "If you don't leave now, will you wait until all of us die in battle and become demons before leaving?" Sun Ming sneered, "With this little strength, do you think we can defend this city? When other demon kings come with their armies, everyone here will be buried with them. If we leave now, at least we can save some strength and fight again later." Jiasun also said, "Dean Bai, it's not that we don't want to continue to help you defend the city. It's just that the demons are so powerful that this city can no longer be defended. Rather than being annihilated, it is better to retreat in time, retain some combat power, and then make long-term plans. There is no need for you and Dian to defend here. Retreat first and save your lives." Bai Yishan was silent for a while, and bowed his hands and said, "You have helped to defend the city during this period, and lost many disciples. Bai and everyone in Dian will remember it in our hearts, and are grateful. The demons are indeed powerful, and Bai also knows that this city may not be able to be defended. So it is natural for you to leave now." And Bai has no complaints. However, Bai and all the soldiers of Dian will never leave. Linqiu City is the last pass on the border of Dian. If it is lost, all parts of Guanzhong will be devastated. Therefore, we will never evacuate." Jiasun was silent for a while, and did not speak again. Sun Ming also sneered, and said with a face full of sarcasm, "Literati are pedantic. Do you think that you have served your country if you die in battle? It's ridiculous." Then he said to others, "Let's go. Don't worry about them. If they are willing to wait for death here, then let them go. We won't accompany them anymore." Everyone else nodded. The people of Piaomu Xinzong left first. Then, people from Penglai Xiandao, Jiotian Yaotai, and other national sects also left one after another. On the city wall and under the city wall, only the practitioners and soldiers of the Yin stood there without moving. In the dark night, they stood there like sculptures, although they were covered in blood and exhausted. The look in their eyes was still firm and resolute. The practitioners of the 3 major immortal sects and other countries walked to the street, turned their heads and looked at them, and fell silent. "Let's go! They are determined to die. It's useless to persuade them." Everyone left quickly with mixed feelings. Several people from Jiutianyao looked at the figure on the city wall and seemed to be hesitating about something. Fairy Luyun looked at them and said coldly, "It's time to go." Several people bowed their heads slightly, turned around and left without saying anything. The road out of the city in the west has been opened. They did not stop at any time, gathered the remaining people, and quickly left the city. When they left the city, the army of Deyin lined up neatly and entered the city silently from outside. The soldiers of Deyin stationed nearby all came. There were also some cultivators from all over Deyin. Men, women, old and young, and even some ordinary people holding hoes and sickles. Seeing this scene, the cultivators of the three major immortal sects became more silent and silently quickened their pace. Some cultivators did not even dare to look at these Deyin people, and walked hurriedly with their heads down. After walking out of the range covered by the crown of the magic tree, they immediately released the spaceship and left by boat, silent all the way, because on the land below, more people from Deyin were rushing towards Linqiu City. Even some of the people who had fled began to return. The weak Deyin was going to use the power of the whole country to fight to the death with the demon army here. Humph! You are trying to hit a rock with an egg, overestimating your own strength. On the spaceship, someone said something, but no one echoed it. They looked back and saw that Linqiu City had been shrouded by a huge black tree canopy and black fog, as if it had been swallowed by a giant, and nothing could be seen. At this time, in Linqiu City, a large number of soldiers entered the city one after another. Yuying and Yuchi Ling, who were stationed nearby, brought all their troops. The cultivators and soldiers who had fought in the city for 2 days and 2 nights finally had time to go back to eat and rest. Bah! They came for the sacred tree of heaven and earth of the demon race. But now that they can't get it, they immediately ran away. What the H.L. are the three major immortal sects? When they discussed opening the road to the west a few days ago, I guessed that they might run away. And it turned out to be true. Even if our great yin is destroyed, they can't escape. It is said that in the ancient war between human cultivators and the demon race, the humans of the entire continent were united and shared the same hatred. So they destroyed the demon race. I didn't expect that now. It's really embarrassing. The cultivators of Great Yin went back with injuries, walking on the road and cursing angrily. After Luo Qingzhou and his friends returned to the mansion in silence, they took a shower one by one. Then, they all had a full meal and went back to their rooms to sleep. At this time, no one had the energy and mood to chat anymore, and they fell asleep tiredly on the bed. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, although he was tired, he did not fall asleep immediately. The pure energy accumulated in his body was about to overflow. It would be too slow to refine it by himself. He sat down on the bed and silently recited the Qingxin Ju for a while. After his mind was calm, he began to practice the exercises to refine the pure energy in his body. The pure energy soon turned into energy, flowing through the meridians to the various acupoints and flesh in his body, and began to nourish his thirsty body. When it was almost dawn, he slowly exhaled a breath of white air and opened his eyes. After calming down the restless energy in his body, he took out the body judgment stone, held it in his palm, and looked at the data on it. Grandmaster mid-stage. Progress 45. Early stage of transformation. Progress 30. Sure enough, the power brought to him by those demons was extraordinary. In just 4 or 5 days, his progress after the breakthrough has increased to 45. This was unimaginable before. At this speed, I believe he will advance again soon. At this time, he felt that his physical strength had recovered, but his spirit was still a little tired, and he still needed to rest. He put away the body judgment stone and looked at the small tree in the storage ring again. The small tree was lush and leafy, still growing vigorously, and the golden fruit on the branch was bigger than before, with more rune patterns on it, looking more mysterious and complex. What kind of fruit is this? Will it continue to grow? Is it for eating or for refining things? He was full of questions. At this time, he looked at Erbao in the other space. At this time, Erbao was in low spirits, and the little fire fox kept provoking it beside him, but it ignored him. Luo Qingzhou then remembered that he had forgotten to ask Sister Yu if Tabeo had been taken away by her. With a reason, he naturally became bolder. He left the room, came to the door of Sister Yu's room, and knocked gently. There was no response from inside. Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Sister Yu, it's me. I have something to ask you." There was still no movement inside. Luo Qingzhou had to knock on the door again and said, "Sister Yu, My debate was missing. Is it with you? Also, can you help me look at the small tree? The fruit seems to be ripe. Can I pick it? There was still no response. Luo Qingzhou pretended to leave, muttering to himself, okay. Sister, you may still be sleeping, so I won't disturb her. I'll pick the fruit myself, eat half myself, and give the other half to my uncle. After saying that, he had just taken a few steps when the door suddenly opened. Luo Qingzhou turned around, looked at the person in the door, and pretended to be surprised. Sister, did you just wake up? Yu Yao did not answer, stared at him coldly for a while, and then said, not mature yet. Oh! Luo Qingzhou walked over. The door was closed immediately, before the bolt was inserted inside. Luo Qingzhou suddenly flashed, pushed the door open, rushed in, and said, Sister, I haven't finished talking. After that, he helped her close the door and put the bolt on. The room was quiet. Silence for a moment. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Sister, you kissed me before. I didn't. Yu Yao immediately denied it, turned around, and walked to the window. Luo Qingzhou spread his hands and said, No. Then who kissed me before? Yu Yao said lightly, Hua Gu. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 930. Sister Yu's sweet dream on her bed. Luo Qingzhou guards the city gate with a stick. Outside the window, the night gradually recedes. However, under the cover of the magic tree, the entire Linqiu city is still dark. Darkness is accompanied by gloom, and gloom brings chills. Linqiu city in early spring is still chilly. The soldiers who entered the city were silently carrying corpses, cleaning blood, and repairing damaged city gates and walls. The soldiers who had fought for 2 days and 2 nights fell asleep tiredly. Luo Qingzhou also fell asleep. He lay on Sister Yu's bed, holding Sister Yu's quilt in his arms, and slept soundly. Originally, he wanted to continue to sleep with Sister Yu, but was rejected by the other party's soul out of body. Just sleep by yourself. Some things really can't be rushed. There has been a qualitative leap between him and Sister Yu. No hurry. He was really sleepy, and he fell asleep soon after lying down. Linqiu City was exceptionally peaceful during the day. It was dusk. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. He had just had a nightmare. In the dream, when he was bullying Sister Yu, Her Majesty the Queen suddenly appeared with a flaming gun, cut off his weapon with one shot, and then sneered and said, Eunuch Chu, today I will appoint you as the chief eunuch of the palace. Luo Qingzhou was frightened and sweated coldly. He reached out and touched it, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's a dream, it's a dream, he murmured a few times, suddenly sat up, and looked at the window. A cold girl in a white dress was standing in front of the window, looking at him quietly. Her eyes seemed a little strange. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, Sister Yu, I just had a dream. A very beautiful dream. Yu Yao looked at him and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, I dreamed of getting married with Sister Yu. It was not Hua Gu's body, but Sister Yu's own body. Yu Yao looked out the window. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but talk about the scene in the dream. Sister Yu in the dream looked very gentle, wearing a bright red wedding gown. Holding my hand, we crossed the fire basin together and worshipped the heaven and earth together. After worshipping the heaven and earth, we went into the room and drank the wedding wine. I helped Sister Yu take off the red veil, took off the phoenix crown, and then helped Sister Yu take off the wedding gown. I lay on the bed with Sister Yu. While he was talking, he got off the bed and came behind her. There were red candles burning at the head of the bed, a red carpet on the floor, and the quilt, sheets, and pillows on the bed were all red, with big wedding characters embroidered on them. The room smelled good, but Sister Yu smelled better. Although Sister Yu smelled good and was beautiful, I just hugged Sister Yu gently and said a lot of things. Then we both fell asleep. That night, although nothing happened, it was me. He reached out and gently hugged her slender waist from behind. Just as he was about to continue his affectionate confession, a message treasure suddenly appeared in front of him. A light flashed on the treasure, and a picture appeared. On the bed, he was lying there alone, holding a pillow in his arms, with his legs between the quilts, dreaming, twisting his body like a maggot, and excitedly saying, Sister Yu, be good. Be obedient. Let me kiss your feet. Sister Yu, I want. Swoosh. Before the video in the message was played, Luo Qingzhou suddenly rushed to the door like a sharp arrow, opened the door and rushed out, saying outside, Sister Yu, I want to go back to practice. He immediately fled back to his room, locked the door, got on the bed, and covered his head with the quilt. After a long time, he slowly came out of the quilt and murmured, "It's over, it's over." "What's over?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from his ear. He was startled and looked up hurriedly. Master didn't know when. Sitting on his bed, covered with his quilt, with his hair loose, blinking, looking at him with a puzzled look. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, "Master, why are you here?" Fairy Zixia sighed. "Oh, it's all your uncle's fault. He was too fierce and squeezed me so hard that I couldn't sleep well. So I wanted to come and talk to you. As a result, you were not here. So I wanted to wait for you here. Who knew that I fell asleep unknowingly?" Then she looked at him seriously and said, "Fei Yang, when you just got into the quilt, your head was in my skirt." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he quickly got up from the bed and said, "How is it possible? How is it impossible?" Fairy Zixia said. And then she lifted the quilt and said confidently, "Look, the place where you just got in is exactly where my legs are. Did I deliberately wrong you?" Then she pouted again and muttered, "My skirt was messed up by you." Luo Qingzhou was sure that he didn't touch her just now. Otherwise he wouldn't have noticed it. But at this time, arguing was obviously useless. So, he remained silent. Fairy Zixia stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "Fei Yang, don't be afraid. I won't let you be responsible. It's inevitable for a master and a disciple to have conflicts. Even if you really do something to me, I won't blame you." Luo Qingzhou continued to remain silent. Fairy Zixia suddenly said, "By the way, Fei Yang, didn't you get hurt in your chest that day? There's a big bloody hole. Take off your clothes quickly and let the master take a good look. The master has a good golden wound medicine here, and I'll help you apply it." Luo Qingzhou then said, "Master, the wound is healed. So fast? It shouldn't be." Fairy Zixia was stunned when she heard this, and her face was full of doubt. Such a big wound. How can it heal so quickly? The master doesn't believe it. Unless you take off your clothes and let the master take a look. Or let the master touch it. Luo Qingzhou quickly stepped back and said, "It's really okay. The body of the Grandmaster has been tempered by thousands of times, with its own recovery ability, plus the assistance of spiritual liquid. As long as it is not fatal or some special injuries, it will recover quickly." When Fairy Zixia was about to speak, there was a sudden sound of a horn and a bell outside. Luo Qingzhou's expression froze, and he rushed out immediately. "Fei Yang, wait for the master." Fairy Zixia immediately got off the bed and chased out. Master and disciple Luo Shang and Linghu Qingshu also came out of the room. Several people left the house together and ran towards the eastern city wall. Along the way, many practitioners were running. "The demons are coming! Go and defend the city!" Someone was shouting loudly. Luo Qingzhou and his companions quickly came to the city wall and rushed up. Bai Yishan and Zhang Yan, the city lord of Linqiu City, were standing there with solemn expressions, looking out of the city. Next to them stood Yuing in silver soft armor, and Yuqi Ling in heavy armor. Luo Qingzhou had no time to say hello and looked out of the city. The dark demons, led by several giant monsters, were walking out of the black fog, like a black torrent, rushing towards Linqiu City. In the sky not far away, there were hundreds of giant birds wrapped in demonic energy, forming an air team, and they were also flying here quickly. The traps set up underground, and the formations rearranged by Miss Yu Yao. The giant rat king has been killed, and they should not be able to attack from underground for the time being. What we have to block now is the sky and the ground. There are magic trees in the sky. We can't fly. We can only attack with flying swords and other weapons. But fortunately, the opponent's air team is not large. Master Yunchang, you soul cultivators, use flying swords to defend the sky. Brother Zhuang, you warriors, defend the top of the city. General Yuqi, you lead the soldiers to defend behind the city gate below. City Lord Zhang, you lead the others to patrol other city gates and underground. Be careful of the magic trees taking the opportunity to cause chaos. Brother Zhuang, you who have a slightly higher cultivation level will be responsible for reinforcing various places and killing the stronger demons. Bai Yishan looked solemn, and assigned them one by one. Looking calm, everyone took the order and left. Luo Qingzhou looked at the army of demons rushing down, and secretly said in his heart, "It turns out that Sister Yu took advantage of my sleep to come out to help set up the formation underground. With Sister Yu's attainments in formation, she should be able to temporarily block the demons and demon tree roots underground." Ah! The demon army roared, rushed over directly, and began to attack the city. Those huge guys, with other demons standing on their shoulders, were running at full speed, as if they wanted to sprint and jump directly onto the city wall. With their height and strength, if they were allowed to jump like this, they might really jump directly up. Shoot! With a command, arrows rained down on the top of the wall. The arrows were burning with flames, and the ground had been poured with kerosene. As soon as the arrows landed, a wall of fire suddenly rose up on the ground outside the entire city wall with a whoosh sound. But those demons were not afraid at all, and they still roared and sprinted. The practitioners on the city wall began to drive the flying swords to kill those huge demons who jumped up. One demon's head was chopped off by the flying sword, and the huge body still jumped up due to inertia, and was knocked out by Zhuangjian with a punch. At this moment, the demon bird team in the sky also flew over fiercely. Taoist Yunshan took off with the wind, immediately drove the flying sword, and rushed up first. Most of the soul cultivators in Yin were below the realm of the spirit separation, so there were not many who could drive flying swords. Only a few high-ranking people from the 5 major sects could drive flying swords, as if they were using their arms and fingers. Linghu Qingzhu also joined the team defending the air, under the attack of her powerful sword. The heads of those demon birds were chopped off one by one and fell down. Luo Qingzhou drove the flying sword to kill the biggest demons under the city. At the same time, he could also smash the heads of the demons climbing the city walls with his fists. Bai Yishan, wearing a Confucian robe, stood on the highest tower, motionless. His eyes were looking at the tall figure wearing golden feathers behind the demon army, and the cold eyes of that figure were also looking at him. The battle was extremely fierce. The demons were fearless and attacked the city wave after wave. On the city wall, the great flame practitioners also stood on the top of the wall, not giving in, and knocked them down again and again. The city gate below had begun to crack. The strong demons attacked the ancient and heavy city gate frantically. In the early morning, a cry that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks suddenly came from the back of the demon army. Then, the tall figure wearing golden feathers suddenly shook the feathers and flew towards the top of the city like lightning. Bai Yishan, who was standing on the tower, finally moved, and his figure flashed and rushed forward. Boom! Luo Qingzhou smashed the head of a demon who had just climbed up the top of the city wall with one punch. Seeing that the cultivators on the city wall seemed to be unable to resist, he flew up and jumped out of the city wall. Zizi. At the same time, lightning flashed on his body. Fei Yang. Danger! Seeing this scene, Fairy Zishu immediately shouted on the city wall. She knocked down a demon with one punch and wanted to jump down with him. But after looking at the densely packed demons below, she held back. Fei Yang has such a high level of cultivation and is protected by lightning, so he should be fine. If I go down, I will definitely drag him down. Thinking like this, she had to give up the idea of jumping down. Holding a black wooden stick, Luo Qingzhou fell directly into the army of demons. The surrounding demons immediately rushed up with roars. Bang! 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 The wooden stick in his hand was immediately swung tightly, with lightning and crackling sounds. The brains of the demons around were immediately smashed, and their bodies were separated, with casualties everywhere. He was in a murderous mood, and walked towards the city gate while waving the wooden stick in his hand. Wherever he passed, the heads of the demons flew up. A big hole had been smashed in the city gate, and the human soldiers inside were stabbing their spears quickly from the hole. The demons began to attack other places again. Luo Qingzhou jumped over and hit the strongest demon with a stick. With a bang, the head exploded and died on the spot. Then the wooden stick in his hand made a swish sound, and it immediately turned into a dense stick shadow, with lightning and thunder, smashing towards the demons at the city gate. Those demons looked strong and ferocious, but they were all vulnerable to his wooden stick and lightning. Bang! 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 In a moment, all the demons at the city gate were cleared out by him. One man and one stick, guarding outside the city gate. At this time, more demons roared and rushed over. Z. A thicker four-color lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's stick. When those demons rushed over like a tide, he held the long stick with both hands, and the vitality in his body surged into his arms. Then his body suddenly rotated several times, and the long stick in his hand instantly turned into a giant wooden stick about 10 feet long and as thick as a palace pillar, while rotating and accumulating power. Boom! A loud noise swept through the army. Hundreds of demons in the front were smashed away by a stick, and their bodies were instantly shattered and they died. When they flew backwards, they smashed into the demons behind them, killing a large number of them. At the same time, the thick four-color lightning also flew out from other demons and climbed onto other demons. More demons in the back fell to the ground and died instantly in the lightning. This stick actually killed hundreds or even thousands of demons. This scene stunned the great flame practitioners and soldiers on the city wall and in the city gate. Yuji Ling was behind the city gate and was about to shout to him to go in quickly from the hole on the gate. When he saw the scene, he was also stunned. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly became thinner and smashed towards the demons who were climbing the city wall again. Behind the demon army, a slender figure wearing black feathers looked at the scene with cold eyes. Schwa! She suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 931 Bull Demon Stick. Zhu Yin is coming. Ah! The bodies of the demons were piled on the ground. But they still rushed to the city gate continuously. From early morning to dawn, Luo Qingzhou killed until his hands were weak. But he still couldn't stop this crazy black torrent. He didn't dare to be brave anymore. After sweeping away another wave of demons, he immediately put away the long stick and prepared to fly up to the city wall. But at this moment, a dangerous breath suddenly attacked. Swish! A sharp sound that caught through the air suddenly sounded in front of him. He didn't have time to think about it, and punched out suddenly. Bang! The exploding fist light collided with a sharp cold light. Luo Qingzhou's arm shook, and he couldn't help but swoosh 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 and took a few steps back. On the opposite side, a woman wearing a black feathered dress and a black veil on her face appeared silently. In her hand, she held a long spear as black as ink. Even the sharp tip of the spear and the cold light were as dark as the eternal night. Full of demonic energy, the woman's eyes were blue. She said nothing, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Luo Qingzhou's eyes condensed, and he took out the black wooden stick again and hit the empty space in front of him. Ding! The wooden stick hit the tip of the spear, but the tip of the spear suddenly turned into several afterimages, piercing his heart, throat, eyebrows and other acupuncture points, like a poisonous snake attacking, as fast as lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Only the piercing hissing sound coming from the air could be heard. Luo Qingzhou immediately performed the bull demon stick technique, and the wooden stick in his hand seemed to have turned into a long whip of a demon bull, with afterimages, and the opponent's spear tip seemed to have turned into a sneak attacking mosquito. Ding ding dang dang was opened. Swish, swish, swish. The spear in the woman's hand suddenly turned into a black shadow all over the sky, covering him in it. The black wooden stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand was also unwilling to be outdone, turning into a sky full of afterimages and fighting back. When the two fought, the demons behind the woman all stopped in place. After hundreds of moves, a demon bull suddenly appeared behind the woman, mooing, holding a spear. The whole person turned into a black rainbow and rushed towards him. Demon bull collision? Luo Qingzhou was shocked, and immediately used the same trick and rushed over. Boom! The two first collided with their weapons, and then their bodies collided violently. The airflow exploded. Both of them were shocked and flew out. Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground, took a few steps back, and leaned against the city gate behind him before he stopped. And the woman, dragging the spear, couldn't help but take a few steps back. The two looked at each other and saw the look of doubt in each other's pupils. Luo Qingzhou already felt exhausted. After all, it took too much energy to defend the city gate with one man and one stick. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and suddenly tightened his wooden stick, roared, and rushed forward. At the same time, the wooden stick sizzled and lightning lit up. Lightning consumes the most energy and soul power. Every time it is used, it will consume a lot of energy. So if it is a long battle, he naturally dare not use it all the time. When the woman saw him rushing over, the spear in her hand swished and suddenly became bigger. Boom! Luo Qingzhou suddenly swept his stick over, with a force of 1,000 pounds, and lightning flashed. The moment the woman saw the lightning, she did not take it hard. She immediately flashed and dodged backwards, and then began to accumulate power in her spear, ready to stab out when he put away the stick. But the stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand did not sweep out completely. The moment he saw her retreat, his feet suddenly felt windy, and his figure flashed, and he had already jumped into the air and flew to the city wall behind. Several demons who were climbing the city wall had their heads smashed by his stick. The woman was stunned for a moment, until he landed on the city wall. Her blue eyes were still looking at him. At this time, The human cultivators could no longer hold on. Demons kept climbing up the city wall. Several demon birds in the sky had already attacked the city and began to spit fire at the houses below. After all, there were too few cultivators in Diyin who could fly swords. And there were also demon trees in the sky waiting for an opportunity to move. Moreover, these demons were not afraid of death at all. As long as their heads were not lost, they would still attack the city frantically even if they lost their arms and legs. Once some practitioners or soldiers were scratched by demons, if they did not remove the demonic energy in time, they would soon become demons. Therefore, the situation had begun to change. On the city wall, a large number of demons rushed towards the broken city gate. Dozens of demons in the middle were carrying door-breaking hammers and roaring at the city gate. Swish! Luo Qingzhou immediately flew into the air and drove the flying sword towards the demon birds that were spewing fire. At this time, the black tree canopy in the sky immediately stretched out many branches, like ferocious claws, grabbing at him. A flash of light appeared in the air, and a protective light shield appeared. The branches of the demon tree did not fall down. Luo Qingzhou's mind moved, and the flying sword in front of him suddenly disappeared. The heads of the demon birds fell down instantly. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the other demon birds. At this time, several colorful swords passed by, and the heads of the demon birds also shattered and fell down. Linghu Qingzhou flew in the air on the other side, just glanced at him, and had no time to talk to him, and began to block other demon birds. Luo Qingzhou looked at the city wall. In just a moment, the demons had occupied the city wall, and more demons surged up like a tide. There were still human cultivators holding on the city wall, but they soon fell down. Boom! At this moment, the city gate below suddenly broke open. Then, the demon army roared and rushed in from outside the city. Yuji Ling, who was guarding the city gate, immediately led the Dian soldiers and rushed up with death in his heart. Bai Yishan, who was still fighting fiercely with the Golden Eagle King in the air, immediately shouted to the people below, "Retreat to the inner city." However, at this moment, both the demons and human cultivators were bloodthirsty. Moreover, the demon army followed too closely, and the human cultivators could not retreat at all. The two sides were still fighting on the city wall and at the city gate. Luo Qingzhou landed in front of Liuli, punched several demons and sent them flying, then grabbed her and threw her to the street behind, shouting, "Go to the inner city." Liuli was not only exhausted, but also injured. Luo Qingzhou held a wooden stick and flew to the steps below the city wall. A burly monk from Jinshan Temple was holding an iron stick, guarding there alone. His body and face were bloody, and there was a big bloody hole on his chest. His intestines had been pulled out of his stomach, but he still stood there like a furious Vajra, swinging the iron stick in his hand, whirring, to prevent the demons from rushing down the steps. Boom! Luo Qingzhou landed in front of him, and suddenly swept the demons rushing down from above with a stick, and then walked up again, waving the stick fiercely. The demons on the steps had their heads exploded and flew out. Corpses kept falling on the ground, but there were still a constant stream of demons roaring and rushing down from above, and the demons' fighting power seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Go! Go to the inner city. Luo Qingzhou knocked away several demons that rushed over with a stick, and immediately turned around and shouted at the burly monk. But when he turned his head to look, he found that the burly monk was already standing there, motionless. He was staring with blood all over his face, looking angry and ferocious. His monk robe was stained with blood, and his intestines were hanging down from the blood hole. The blood hole in his chest was gushing out blood. He was dead, but he still stood there like an iron tower, still tightly holding the iron rod stained with the blood of the demon. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and suddenly felt a strong wind coming at him. Bang! A huge force suddenly hit him. He was directly knocked out and fell to the bottom of the steps. On the steps, a burly and muscular demon, holding a huge iron hammer, exuded the breath of a demon lord and a dense demonic aura. With the blessing of the demonic aura, the strength of these monsters was all strengthened. Luo Qingzhou was exhausted and his reaction was much slower, but his defense was still very strong after all. After being smashed to the ground, he immediately jumped up again. Then the remaining Yuanli in his body, carrying lightning, quickly flowed into his arms and into the wooden stick in his hand. The muscular demon lord raised the iron hammer in his hand, jumped over, and the iron hammer whistled and hit him. Luo Qingzhou held the wooden stick in both hands and rushed forward with a swish. Bang! The wooden stick with lightning directly broke the huge iron hammer, and at the same time hit the chest of the demon lord heavily. The muscular body of the demon lord was immediately smashed away. At the same time, lightning also climbed up its body and shattered its armor. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed, followed by a rush, and suddenly smashed down with a stick, hitting his head. Who knew that the sharp horn on its head flashed and actually blocked this fatal blow? But when Luo Qingzhou smashed down with another stick, the sharp horn suddenly shattered into slag. Bang! There was a loud bang. The demon lord's head suddenly disappeared. At this time, the other demons rushed over with roars. Luo Qingzhou's hands and legs were weak at this moment, and his strength was exhausted. He could hardly hold the wooden stick in his hand. At this time, a red shadow suddenly came over and punched several demons flying away. Fei Yang. Go! Fairy Zixia hugged him and was about to jump up with a tiptoe. But her legs suddenly became weak and they fell to the ground with a plop. Seeing this, the demons around all rushed forward with roars. Roar. At this moment, a roar that shook the world suddenly came from midair. The roar turned into visible sound waves, like a violent storm, and instantly blew away the demons. Then, a huge figure like a hill fell from the sky with a boom. The moment its feet hit the ground, the whole Linqiu city seemed to shake. Who dares to hurt my Yan'an? Roar. It punched its chest with both fists, and let out another terrible roar with a ferocious face. At this time, a giant crocodile also flew down from the sky with clouds and mist, roaring, "Who dares to hurt my son?" Suddenly, more spirit beasts fell from the sky. There were white tigers, strange fish, fire wolves, black bears, and even some birds that spewed ice blades. Then, another huge figure flew from midair with clouds and mist. The figure in the mist was vague, like a giant dragon, but when it fell, it turned into a graceful girl wearing a water-green long skirt. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously looked at her feet under her skirt. She had put on shoes and socks. The pair of snow-white and beautiful jade feet tied with red rope bells had been wrapped tightly. "Master, Lamr is here." The girl's crisp voice echoed throughout the city, and a flash of spiritual light flashed on her body, and she floated down. Chapter 932 Dragon Girl's Man. Roar. Zhu Yan's fist as big as a mountain smashed the demon army at the gate of the city. Evil Tyrant Tian swung his tail and swept towards the top of the city. The other spirit beasts of Deyan all used their magic powers to join the battle. The demon team pouring into the city was suddenly stagnant and was beaten back. The Deyan practitioners and soldiers, who had already fallen into despair, suddenly rekindled hope, doubled their courage, and continued to fight. Long Air protected Luo Qingzhou and Fairy Zixia and entered the inner city. After the two arrived at a safe place, they immediately took out the spirit liquid and yuanshi and began to replenish their energy and physical strength. "Young master, you have a good rest. Long Air is going to help defend the city." Long Air did not stay and immediately rushed to the outer city. At this time, it was the moment of life and death for Linqiu City, and even related to the life and death of Deyan. So no one dared to waste a little time. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and began to refine the spiritual fluid in his body and the pure energy he had just collected during the battle. There was already a lot of pure energy accumulated in the Dehai. The shouts and roars from the outer city were endless. But Luo Qingzhou soon entered the state of cultivation, and all the noise around him fell silent. Zhu Yan, with his huge body and fists, smashed the demon team that rushed into the city gate into a pulp. Then, it jumped out and stood outside the city gate, guarding the city gate alone, beating his chest and roaring. Yuqi Ling immediately organized soldiers to repair the broken city gate. Lamr and other spirit beasts fought with those demons and birds on the city wall and in the air. The originally dark sky soon became darker. The night fell silently. In the air, Bai Yishan was still fighting with the powerful Golden Eagle King. Woo! At this time, a low horn sounded suddenly in the black fog outside the city. The Golden Eagle King immediately cried out and turned away. It just flapped its wings, and its body instantly appeared outside the city. Then it opened its mouth and made a piercing cry to Zhu Yan outside the city gate. A golden light suddenly spit out of its mouth. Zhu Yan roared angrily, and his huge fist smashed up with a bang. A loud bang. Zhu Yan's huge body was shocked, and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. Just as it roared and wanted to continue punching, the Golden Eagle King had flapped its wings and disappeared in the black fog in the distance. And the demon army outside the city immediately retreated like a tide. The remaining demons on the city wall were were quickly cleared out by Long Air and others. When Luo Qingzhou and others came to the city wall, the demon army outside had all disappeared in the black fog. Bai Yishan fell from midair. His snow-white Confucian robe was stained with blood, and there were scratches on his chest and arms. The Golden Eagle King was already very powerful, and with the blessing of the demonic energy, he was able to resist it on his own, which was already very good. Zhuang Jian also came injured, panting heavily and said, "Why did you retreat suddenly?" Bai Yishan looked into the distance, frowned slightly, and said solemnly, "It is said that there are still a few powerful demon kings, but they have never appeared, and the other demon lords, who appeared before have not appeared in these battles." At this time, Luo Ling also came over and looked at him and said, "What Dean Bai means?" Bai Yishan's eyes flickered, looking at the black fog in the distance, and said, "In these battles, only 2 demon kings appeared, the Giant Rat King and the Golden Eagle King. Although they have their own consciousness, they are obviously invaded by the devil's energy. Most of the other demons are also transformed from members of the demon clan at that time. Mo City, Lu City, and Black Cloud City were occupied by the demon army. Now there are no more demon members there, only the corpses of demons who have become demons." Master Ningyuan, the abbot of the Jinchan Temple, suddenly said, "Amitabha, Dean Bai means that those demon armies may have been killed, and then they were controlled by the devil's energy and turned into demons." Bai Yishan raised his head and looked at the huge tree canopy in the sky, and said solemnly, "It should be controlled by this magic tree. But there are several other demon kings and demon armies that have not been controlled. I don't know if they have escaped or are still in those cities." Zhuang Jian said, "No wonder. For more than half a month, the powerful demon army has been silent. It turns out that they were attacked by the magic tree." Bai Yishan looked down at the corpse of the demon under his feet and said, "Even powerful demon kings such as the Golden Eagle King and the Giant Rat King are controlled by the magic tree. If it is allowed to continue to grow, I am afraid that our entire Dehian will become a demon domain." Luo Ling's expression moved, looking at him and said, "Does Dean Bai want to get rid of the magic tree?" Bai Yishan said with a heavy expression, "If we don't get rid of it, the demon army will continue to attack, and all creatures within 100 miles will become demons, and even creatures farther away will be controlled. The demon army will continue to come. Our Lingqiu city will soon fall, and then the crown and roots of the demon tree will continue to grow inland, and the people there will all be doomed. By then, I'm afraid that the people of our entire Dehian will become demons like zombies." As soon as these words came out, everyone felt cold in their hearts, thinking of that picture. It's chilling. So, only by getting rid of that demon tree, the source of the demon energy will disappear. The demon army will stop growing, and the roots and crowns of the demon tree will stop expanding. In fact, we have discussed this matter with the 3 major immortal sects before. Unfortunately, they were unwilling to take action for the sake of the tree soul of the sacred tree of heaven and earth. So they ended up in such a situation. Speaking of this, Bai Yishan couldn't help but sigh. Ma Chenzi on the side immediately said in a deep voice, "In this case, Dean Bai, let's go together. Find the magic tree and burn it." Luo Shang said, "Master Ma, it's not that simple. If the magic tree can be burned to death by ordinary flames, those powerful monsters will not become demons." Bai Yishan said, "Of course, ordinary flames will not work, even if it is your majesty at this point." He paused and said, "Even some spiritual fire may not have any effect." He couldn't help but glance at Luo Qingzhou next to him. Zhuang Jian asked quickly, "Dean Bai, how can we destroy the magic tree?" Bai Yishan fell silent and did not answer immediately. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Senior Bai, is Lightning okay? He is now Chu Feiyang, so he can't call him sir." Bai Yishan looked at him, paused, and said, "Ordinary lightning may not work, but your lightning should be no problem." "But?" Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, "Senior Bai, I am willing to give it a try." Bai Yishan was silent for a while, looked at him and said, "The magic tree grows in Maching City, and there are demons all the way. There may be more demon masters hidden in Maching, and even members of the demon clan. The woman who fought with you today should be a demon clan master. Feiyang, you will die on this trip. Even if your lightning is powerful, even if you have the opportunity to get close to the magic tree, you may not be able to destroy it at that time." "You?" Luo Qingzhou still said with a firm look, "Senior Bai, how do you know if you don't try it? You also said that if you don't destroy the magic tree, Lingqiu City will not be safe. And I will. If Yin is not protected, all the people of De Yin will be devoured by the magic tree and turned into demons. Now, there is no other way. As a citizen of De Yin, I have no choice but to do it. Baishan also looked at him with a complicated expression and said, Fei Yang, at the border, you saved the entire De Yin with your own strength. What you have done for the people of De Yin is enough. Now I ask you to risk your life and death. Senior Bai, Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Every man has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. What's more, I am a De Yin cultivator and the husband of the Queen of De Yin. As long as I can get rid of the magic tree and save De Yin, I will die there even if I am torn to pieces. As soon as these impassioned words came out, all the cultivators and soldiers around him looked at him with complicated eyes. Taoist Yushan on the side couldn't help but praise, what a good saying. The rise and fall of the world. Every man has his share of responsibility. Roar! Well said. Yang Yang said, well, you are worthy of being my good brother. At this time, under the city wall, the huge Xu Yin also shouted loudly. The practitioners and soldiers of the great Yin around were all shocked. The rise and fall of the world. Every man has his share of responsibility. Baishan murmured with a complicated expression. And after a long while, he sighed, Fei Yang? Well said. With you, my great Yin will definitely survive this disaster. Luo Qingzhou said, Did Senior Bai agree? Baishan smiled bitterly and said, No hurry. I still need to tell His Majesty about this matter first. Zhuangjian on the side said, Fei Yang, the ancestor will go with you. Fairy Zixia also said, Fei Yang, your teacher will go with you. At this time, the other people around also spoke up and expressed their willingness to go together. Baishan raised his hand to stop everyone's excitement and said, This mission requires sneaking in quietly. Otherwise, even marching may be difficult to approach. So there can't be too many people. The best time is to wait for the next attack of the demon army. We defend here and attract the attention of the demon army and demon masters to create time and opportunities for Fei Yang. The next demon attack may be more fierce. So we need more people to defend here. Paused. He said again, Fei Yang, go back and have a good rest for a night. And then we will discuss the specific candidates and plans. Luo Qingzhou nodded, said nothing more, and left. He really had to go back and have a good rest. And by the way, check his current data and ask Sister Yu for her opinion. When he walked down the city wall, Zhu Yan squatted down and lowered his voice and said, Yang Yang, have you seen my beloved concubine? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and apologized. I haven't found her yet. Zhu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, If I haven't seen her, it means she hasn't turned into a demon yet, which is good news. Then he raised his thumb and praised, Yang Yang, you are very brave today. Very good, Luo Qingzhou said. Senior is also very good today. Zhu Yan immediately glared and said angrily, Yang Yang, I treat you as a brother, but you actually treat me as a senior. It hurts my heart so much. Call me brother. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Brother. Zhu Yan turned his anger into joy and smiled. Good brother, Luo Qingzhou said. By the way, brother, why did you come here suddenly? Zhu Yan sighed and said, I received news a few days ago that the border was in danger and demons were rampant. So I and other spirit beasts hurried here. I see. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Zhu Yan suddenly pointed at the delicate and pretty Long Hair and said, Yang Yang, is this little snake your pet? Long Hair immediately said angrily, I am Long. I am the young master's woman. Zhu Yan laughed and said, Yang Yang, it's okay that you change women every day, but you don't even let go of a little snake. You are so perverted. This voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Luo Qingzhou had to say, Brother, I have to go back and rest. Let's talk next time. Zhu Yan nodded and said, Go quickly and have a good rest. Tomorrow, I will accompany you and find my beloved concubine by the way. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more and left with Long Hair. Fairy Zixia and others followed behind. The road was full of corpses, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Many soldiers were cleaning silently. After returning to the mansion, they first took a bath and changed into clean clothes. Then returned to their rooms and soon fell asleep tiredly. Luo Qingzhou took Longlu back to his room and told her, If you are tired, you can rest here. I have something to do later, and I have to find Sister Yu. Longher sat down on the bed, bit her lip, looked at him pitifully and said, Master, Longher is not tired. Longher just misses you. Luo Qingzhou sat down in the corner, took out the body judgment stone, held it in his palm, and said, "Not tonight. I have a mission tomorrow." He checked the data. Grandmaster mid-stage, progress 80. Early stage of transformation, progress 38. Sure enough, this time he gained a lot again, and the progress of the Grandmaster increased to 80 at once. 20 points left. He can break through and advance here. If there is a thunder tribulation, the difficulty of this mission will be reduced a lot, and the chance of survival will be greatly increased. If he sets out tomorrow, he can continue to accumulate energy and increase the progress while moving forward on the road. Long Air came over and knelt down beside him obediently. He stretched his neck to take a look at the data on the physical appraisal stone and said in surprise, "Young Master is amazing. Has he already broken through to the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm? Is he going to break through again soon? He is indeed worthy of being a Thunder Spirit body. He is indeed worthy of being Long Air's man." Luo Qingzhou put away the body judgment stone, looked at her and said, "Go and have a rest. I have to go to Sister Yu's place." Longer blinked her watery eyes, and her pure and charming face was full of pitiful expressions. She begged, "Sir, can Longer kiss you? Longer hasn't seen you for a long time, and we haven't been affectionate for a long time." Luo Qingzhou looked at her pitiful appearance, and his heart softened immediately, and he said, "Just a kiss." Yeah. Longer nodded and said, "Just a kiss." After that, she suddenly hugged his neck, raised her little face, and bit his mouth. Chapter 933 Sister Yu's Initiative. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. In the dark room, a girl in a white dress was sitting at the table, silently pounding medicine. Her face still looked a little pale. On the ground next to her, there was a medicine furnace with a slight heat. In the furnace, 2 fiery red pills were round and agile, with bright colors, like 2 flames. The whole room was filled with an alluring smell of medicine. Suddenly, she stopped pounding the medicine. At the same time, the medicine furnace on the ground and the pills in the furnace were quietly put away. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door. Someone stopped at the door, but did not knock on the door or speak, as if hesitating and afraid of something. She waited for a while. Then, she took out the communication disc and looked at the record on it again. Someone was lying on her bed, sleeping soundly, but soon hugged her pillow and had a sweet dream. Dong, dong, dong. At this time, the knock on the door finally sounded. At the same time, someone's anxious voice also sounded, "Sister Yu, are you asleep? Longer is here." After a while, she walked to the door, gently opened the door, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, paused, and said, "Longer is here, but he is a little tired and is sleeping in my room. I may have to leave the city tomorrow, so I came to tell Sister Yu." Yu Yao said, "Where to go?" Luo Qingzhou felt a little guilty and said, "Go to Mo City and get rid of the magic tree." Yu Yao fell silent. Luo Qingzhou said softly, "Dean Bai said that the root of the demons is the demon tree. If it is not removed, Lingqiu City will soon fall, and the entire Dian may also fall. It just so happens that my lightning restrains the demonic energy, so I volunteered." Yu Yao was silent for a moment, opened the gap of the door a little wider, and said, "Come in and talk." Luo Qingzhou thought of yesterday's embarrassment, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I'd better not go in. There is nothing to do. I just want to tell Sister Yu. By the way." He took out the storage ring and handed it to her, saying, "By the way, give the storage ring to Sister Yu. I took out some of the things in it, all of which I might need on the road. There are also small trees, small fire foxes, some spiritual medicines, and the sun and moon treasure mirror, and 2 bottles of spiritual liquid. I won't take these things. I'm afraid that if I especially the small tree, the fruit should be ripe soon. And there is also the sun and moon treasure mirror. Sister Yu should be able to use them." So, Yu Yao was silent, did not answer, and did not speak. Silence for a moment. She turned around, entered the room, and said lightly, "Come in." This time, it was no longer a questioning tone. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and hesitated for a moment before walking in. He closed the door gently, but this time, he did not insert the bolt. "Sister Yu, I don't know if I can come back after going to marching this time." He looked at the girl in front of the window and said softly, "But only I have the opportunity to complete this mission. So, I must go." Only by getting rid of the magic tree can Linqiu City be saved. And dying can be saved. Yu Yao turned her head and looked at him. And said lightly, "Is it for her?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Not all. Yu Yao did not ask any more questions. After a moment of silence, he said, "Besides the storage ring, is there anything else you want to tell me?" Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. "No more," he whispered, and the emotions in his eyes gradually disappeared. At this time, what else can he say? He didn't even know if he could come back. So how could he dare to say anything? He didn't want to cause her any more trouble. He didn't want to leave himself with more attachment. After all, this mission is related to the life and death of the entire Dehian. He must hold a resolute and hard heart. The room fell into silence. The wind passed by the windowsill, brushing her cheek and lifting her hair. Luo Qingzhou smelled the tempting medicinal fragrance and fragrance on her body. He was afraid that he couldn't help it again. So he whispered, "Sister Yu, then I'll go back first." The girl in front of the window looked at the dark night outside the window and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou quietly left the room and closed the door for her. On the table, the storage ring was quietly placed there. For a long time, the girl slowly retracted her gaze and looked at the storage ring on the table. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, Longwei had already fallen asleep on his bed. After running all the way and fighting during the day, she was indeed tired. Luo Qingzhou helped her cover the quilt, sat by the bed and looked at her quietly for a while. Fong also got on the bed and lay gently beside her. Just as he closed his eyes and thought about it, the communication disc on his body suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It was sent by Yuing. "Your Majesty received the news that you took the initiative to ask to go to Machin to kill the demon tree. Let me scold you." Luo Qingzhou replied, "Lord Yuing, you can scold me. I'm listening." "Yuing, there are so many practitioners in Linqiu City. Why do you want to go? Do you know your identity?" Luo Qingzhou, "It is precisely because I know my identity that I know I should go." "Yuing, you always show off and never think about His Majesty." Luo Qingzhou, "I fight for Dehian. And naturally I also fight for His Majesty. I have always been thinking about her." "Yuing, you know nothing. If something happens to you, what will His Majesty do?" Luo Qingzhou, "Without me, His Majesty is still His Majesty." "Lord Yuing, don't worry." "Yuing, His Majesty asked me to scold you." Luo Qingzhou, "I'm listening." "Yuing, I can't scold you. I know you are right. I admire you very much. The people in Linqiu City admire you very much. But His Majesty really needs you." Luo Qingzhou, "I will be careful. And I will try my best to come back." Yuing, when His Majesty first heard the news, he refused it outright, and was very angry. He asked me to bring people to arrest you and keep an eye on you, and even ordered me to take you back to Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou, Her Majesty is a rational person. She should know the right way to do it. Yuing, Her Majesty will naturally be rational to others. But how can she be rational to you? In the end, she took Princess Meiju to the Qin mansion and complained to Miss Qin Air. Luo Qingzhou, Her Majesty should be convinced. Right? Yuing, how do you know Miss Qin Air will agree? Will she help you convince His Majesty? Luo Qingzhou, because I know Weimo. And Weimo also knows me. Yuing, Your Majesty was indeed convinced. However, she still asked me to scold you, and asked me to tell you that if you don't go back, she will marry your sister-in-law and her 2 maids to that stupid prince. Luo Qingzhou, Yuing, Your Majesty asked me to ask you, are you afraid? Luo Qingzhou, afraid. Yuing, Your Majesty asked me to ask you again. Why are you afraid? Do you still have feelings for your sister-in-law, your ex-wife, and have evil intentions? Luo Qingzhou, Lord Yuing, I'm going to sleep. Yuing, Your Majesty said that when you go back, she will let Princess Meiju and Princess Shui marry you together. She also said that even if you have evil intentions towards your sister-in-law, she will turn a blind eye. Luo Qingzhou, tell Your Majesty that I will definitely go back. Yuing, well, then you go to sleep and have a good rest. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication disc. The room opposite, the girl in front of the window also put away the communication disc in her hand. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was dangerous for him to go to Mo City, but Linqiu City might be more dangerous, because the next attack of the demon army would be more fierce. If Linqiu City could not be defended, then even if he got rid of the demon tree, it would be too late. All the people in the city might die in the battle, and might become demons. Unfortunately, De Yin has exhausted all its fighting power. Even though spirit beasts have come, the next battle may even be related to the survival of De Yin. If Linqiu City falls, the most powerful cultivators and warriors of De Yin will be lost here. At that time, even if the demon army does not enter the inland, other small countries can directly destroy De Yin. At that time, His Majesty in Kyoto, all the people in the Qin mansion. Thinking of this, he became more anxious and worried. I might be able to go alone tomorrow, and the others will stay here to help defend the city. This is the most important. Only if this place is defended, my mission will be meaningful. There are city defense formations arranged by the 3 major immortal sects underground, as well as the formations arranged by Sister Yu herself. The giant rat king who is good at burrowing the ground has also been killed, so there should be no problem. The powerful golden eagle king will be dealt with by Ding Bai. At the city gate, there are warriors and Zhu Yan guarding the army. On the city wall, there are practitioners from the 5 major sects and other sects, and there are soldiers from Dian to assist. As for the sky, those demon birds are very fast and can spit fire. There are too few masters of the spirit of Dian, and even fewer who can drive flying swords. In this battle, the opponent was the first to break through from the sky. So the next siege, the defense in the sky is still the weakest. After all, there are demon trees in the sky, staring at them. At this time, he suddenly thought of his uncle. In the battles last night and today, most of the demon birds in the sky were killed by his uncle's sword energy. The progress of the Master's soul has reached 100 a few days ago, and he can directly break through and advance. If the Master's soul can be further improved, I believe his strength will increase more, and he can kill more demon birds and demons. The air defense force will be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the communication disc and sent a message to the Master. Master, do you want me to help you practice? At the same time, in the opposite room, the girl standing in front of the window hesitated for a long time, took out the communication disc again, and edited a message. Want to sleep? Just about to click send, the communication disc suddenly vibrated. Master, do you want me to help you practice? Then let's go underground. Or just in your room. Your master is sleeping in the room. Oh, then go underground? Both. Chapter 934 Sister Yu. Can I? Mo City. The night is as dark as ink. In the center of the city, a scarlet light shield rose from the ground, covering hundreds of houses and dozens of streets and alleys around. Thousands of demons gathered in the light shield. Most of them were women and children, boys and girls, and a team of more than 100 demon lords. Among them, there were even 3 demon kings. Outside the light shield, there were dark demons and tree roots with bared fangs and claws. Not far away, the huge demon tree stood between heaven and earth, surrounded by black mist, which was particularly eye-catching. The demon army that once occupied Mo City, Lu City, and Black Cloud City has now become a group of zombies controlled by the demon tree. Even the Golden Eagle King and the Giant Rat King were controlled by the demons. The demon members in the Light Shield are the only remaining demon forces here. If it weren't for the protection of the Light Shield, they would probably have turned into monsters. They were trapped here. The power of the Light Shield was getting weaker and weaker, while the power of the magic tree was getting stronger and stronger. They couldn't hold on for a few days. 3 demon kings and more than 10 demon lords were discussing how to break out with heavy faces. The crying of children and women came from several houses. They were all the blood of the demon clan. With the strength of the 3 demon kings, if they tried their best, they could naturally break out. But the thousands of demon women and children here, as well as the young demon blood, could not escape. I believe that once they leave the Light Shield, they will be slaughtered by demons and the magic tree. This city has been surrounded by the roots and branches of the magic tree. Even if they still have some strength, it is absolutely impossible for them to kill so many members of the clan. Besides, a demon master has appeared. Damn it! The Golden Eagle King must have surrendered to the demon clan. Otherwise, how could the Chienku imprisoned demon cauldron suddenly break? And how could the demon soul escape? It's a pity that my hundreds of thousands of demon clan members have all become puppets of the demon clan traitor. I must tear him into pieces. Hey, God Armor King. It's useless to say this now. So think about how to lead everyone to break through. Otherwise, you can try underground again? You have a strong ability to penetrate the ground. Maybe you can think of a way underground. A man covered in black armor with spikes all over his body sighed when he heard this. This king has tried many times. If there was a way, I would have taken everyone away long ago. You also saw it underground before. The underground of the entire city. They are all the roots of the magic tree. And they are all taproots. Even if I go down alone, it is difficult to walk a mile, let alone bring everyone with me. It is useless at this time. The old man with white eyebrows and long beard next to him said in a deep voice, the only way is what we discussed before. To completely get rid of the magic tree and kill the magic soul. Only in this way can we survive. Hey, this is indeed the only way. But we can't get close at all. If it was before, we might still have a chance. But now, the power of this magic tree is getting stronger and stronger. And there are demons guarding it. If we go, we will only die. There is no news about the few demon lords sent out 2 days ago. I am afraid they have been swallowed or turned into puppets of the demons. Who? When several people were talking in a low voice. The silver-haired woman who had been silent all the time suddenly turned her head and looked outside the light shield. Silver Snake King. What's wrong? The old man with white eyebrows and long beard asked immediately with a stern look. The silver-haired woman's eyes flashed with green light, staring at the black fog outside the light shield and said, someone is coming. The eyes of the demons immediately followed her gaze. At this time, the black fog outside the light shield moved slightly. Then, a woman with black feathers, a slim figure, and a black veil slowly walked out of the black fog. It's that witch. The 3 demon kings immediately looked stern and walked over. The 2 sides looked at each other through the light shield. The black-feathered woman stopped in front of the light shield, her blue pupils looking at the 3 demon kings. And she said in a cold voice, there are still 2 days left. What do you think? The God Armor King suddenly said with his eyes wide open, you want us to join the demon clan and be your puppets? Dream on. We demon clan members would rather die than surrender. The black-feathered woman looked at him with a strange look. Without any emotion in her eyes, if you take the initiative to come out, you can get the magic power of our demon clan like the Golden Eagle King. And your cultivation will be greatly improved. And you can keep your mind and consciousness. If you wait for 2 days, the formation will be broken. And then you will all become zombies. The old man with white eyebrows and long beard suddenly. He said in a deep voice, where are the Golden Eagle King and the Giant Rat King? Let them come out. We want to talk to them. The black-feathered woman said coldly, they have gone to attack the human city. As long as they make military achievements, they will naturally be free at that time. Even with the help of my demons, they can live forever. Bullshit. The God Armor King gritted his teeth and cursed. Don't try to deceive us with such lies. Don't think we don't know that the 2 of them have been invaded by demonic energy and have become your puppets. I'm afraid that their souls have been controlled by you. The black-feathered woman didn't say anything more, looked at them coldly again, and turned away. At this time, the silver-haired woman suddenly said, if a few of us join you, can the other demon clan members here leave? The black-feathered woman paused, turned her head and looked at her and said, all of your clan members have only one choice. Join us. Or, become a demon corpse. After speaking, she took a step and disappeared. Damn it! The God Armor King clenched his claws and said angrily, God Sheep King, Silver Snake King, let's go out and fight them. Instead of waiting to die here, it's better to go out and kill. The old man with white eyebrows and long beard said in a deep voice, don't be impulsive. Wait a little longer. Black Hawk and others have gone to find reinforcements. If they can find His Royal Highness the Third Prince, we should still be saved. The God Armor King sighed and said, His Royal Highness the Third Prince was injured when he was overcoming the tribulation. He was imprisoned by human strongmen and tortured. I don't know if he has recovered. If he has recovered, he can naturally save us. I'm afraid. Wow wow. At this time, a baby's cry suddenly sounded in a house not far away. The God Sheep King immediately stood up and sighed. This king has to go see this king's little granddaughter. Hey. The other demon clan members were silent. Many of the demon clan members trapped here are their family members, relatives, friends and clansmen. They thought this city would be the place for the revival of their demon clan. So they brought their families here. Who knew that it would become their H.L. 2 days later. If there is no reinforcement, we will take the initiative and kill them all. At this time, the silver-haired woman suddenly spoke. The God Armor King and other demon lords all looked at him. Who to kill? The God Armor King did not react for a moment. The silver-haired woman looked at him coldly and said, Here, all the members of the clan. As soon as these words came out, the God Armor King and the demon clans all changed their faces and shuddered. If we don't take action, they will all become demon corpses. The God Armor King turned pale and remained silent. The other demon lords also trembled. They are all their wives, children, brothers, and blood of the same clan. The night quietly retreated. Mo City in the daytime was still dark. At the same time, in Linqiu City, the great flame practitioners and soldiers were all ready. Luo Qingzhou left the mansion and went to the east city wall. At this time, Bai Yishan, the city lord Zhang Yan, the practitioners of the 5 major sects, and Yu Ying and others had already climbed the city wall and looked at the black fog outside the city. The demon army had not yet arrived, but they had already felt that a more violent storm was about to come. Each team of personnel took their positions, determined to die and live and die with Linqiu City. Luo Qingzhou climbed the city wall. Bai Yishan and others looked at him. Zhuang Jian spoke first. Fei Yang, His Majesty has agreed. We have selected 5 practitioners to go with you, and you can choose a few more. Bai Yishan sighed and said, Fei Yang, it's not that we are stingy. It's just that we don't have enough practitioners, and we need to help defend the city here. As for the army, it will only alert the enemy and make it difficult to move forward. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Senior Bai, I have thought about it carefully. I don't need others to go with me this time. It will be faster and more secretive if I go alone. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Zhuang Jian immediately said seriously, How can that be? You must bring someone with you. If you encounter danger alone, you will be alone and there will be no one to help you. Master Ning Yuan also folded his hands and said, Amitabha, Chu Xiaoyu should bring a few people. The people we selected are all good at various aspects, and they should be helpful to Chu Xiaoyu on the road. Luo Qingzhou is now a great master, and his strength is stronger than the masters of the 5 major sections. Therefore, Master Ning Yuan, the abbot of Jinchan Temple, has already treated him as an equal. Luo Qingzhou still insisted, Junior still thinks it is better to go alone. Linqiu City is the most important here. Our strength is originally weak and not enough for defense. Leaving one more person means more hope. This time, the junior is going to sneak in secretly, and it is more advantageous to go alone. Moreover, the junior has a treasure and can travel underground quickly. He is not afraid of any formation or the roots of the magic tree. The speed of one person will be faster. If he brings other people, it will slow down the speed. After this, everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Yu Ying suddenly said, His Majesty said that you can't go alone. At least, Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, At least what? Yu Ying said, At least you have to have someone accompany you. Luo Qingzhou paused, looked at her and said, Is that person Lord Yu Ying? Or someone else? No matter who it is, I don't want to take him with me. I just want to be alone. Yu Ying didn't say anything else. At this time, many people looked at the steps. A girl in a white dress walked up from the steps with a cold look, looked at him indifferently and said, What about me? Can I? Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment. Chapter 935 was Sister Yu. At noon, the roar of the demons suddenly came from the black fog, shaking like thunder. The demon army attacked the city again. The dense demons rushed out of the black fog, with their fangs and claws bared and their faces ferocious. In the sky, there were also dark demon birds whistling and flying. The people of Dian were already ready. At this time, Luo Qingzhou and his party immediately took this opportunity to set off from the open west gate. There were a total of 4 people going for this mission. In addition to Luo Qingzhou and Yu Yao, there was Yu Ying's cousin, the girl named Aya, and the burly boy named Ren Xiaobei, who was good friends with Qin Chuan. Aya was born not to get lost and could see through any illusion. Ren Xiaobei knew the petrification technique. As long as the internal force was enough, he could instantly turn the people around him into stone and isolate all breath. The skills of the two were very helpful for the mission of this trip. Luo Qingzhou didn't want to bring anyone with him, but the appearance of Sister Yu made him unable to be stubborn any longer. And the skills of Aya and Ren Xiaobei were indeed very practical. And perhaps they could help him reach Mo City faster and more safely. So, he compromised. The 4 of them left the West City and took a detour into the deep mountains. Then, they crossed the mountains and rushed eastward. The distant Linqiu City was soon submerged in the black fog, and the outline could not be seen clearly. I hope my sister and the others can hold on. When crossing another peak, Aya stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the direction where Linqiu City disappeared. and said with a worried face. Luo Qingzhou also looked back and said nothing. The four of them seized the time and continued on their way. Night fell quickly. They did not rest, and finally walked out of the forest at nearly dawn. There was a swamp in front of them, perhaps because there were no living creatures here for a long time. Although the crown of the magic tree was still shrouded in the sky, there were no tree roots on the ground. The surroundings were also gray and dead silent. They went around the side of Lucheng, but no matter what, they still had to get close to Lucheng and pass under Lucheng to reach Macheng. Fortunately, the demon army was attacking Linqiu City at this moment. Along the way, they did not encounter any demons. Of course, they did not encounter any demons when they were only 7 or 8 miles away from Lucheng. Some dark and twisted tree roots finally appeared on the ground. The four people immediately slowed down, restrained their breath, and tried to pass through the open space in the middle. Perhaps the attention of the demon tree at this moment was all on the demon army or Linqiu City. So when the four people passed by those tree roots did not notice or move at all. Speed up. Seeing this, the four people were delighted and immediately quickened their pace. When they were still 2 miles away from Lucheng, the tree roots on the ground seemed to finally smell the breath and began to move. But there was still no demon. Luo Qingzhou walked in front with a black and white sword in his hand. He slashed with a sword. Lightning flashed, and those tree roots turned into ashes instantly. When the four of them came close to Lucheng, they could see the situation of the city clearly. Lucheng today has become a dead city. The city walls, the houses in the city, and even the city gates are all pierced by thick black tree roots. An evil spirit is lingering. There was no demon from the tribe that had occupied Lucheng. There were no demons either. All the demons seemed to have gone to Linqiu City. Let's go! To Macheng, the demon army came out in full force. I'm afraid Linqiu City won't be able to hold on for too long. The four people's hearts sank. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran to the root of the demon tree. Macheng. There were more and more tree roots on the road. Moreover, waves of demons began to rush over from the black fog. The four people continued to move forward while killing them. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt that streams of air entered his body and then turned into pure vitality. Swish, swish, swish. He killed one by one with his sword, and his feet did not slow down. Soon, the vague outline of Macheng in front of him appeared in the black fog. Seeing this familiar city, Luo Qingzhou showed a complicated look in his eyes and said decisively, "From underground." He immediately led a few people and went underground. There are more and more demons ahead, and their strength seems to be getting stronger and stronger. There are not many demonized humans left. They are all strong monsters. It seems that those demons who were once so powerful have been attacked by the demon tree and turned into monsters. The four of them came to the underground and continued to move forward. There are demon formations and dense tree roots underground. And the closer to Macheng, the thicker and stronger the roots are. However, because of the formations, the earth walking technique is needed. So those demons did not appear. Luo Qingzhou and his companions treated the formations as nothing because they had Debao and Erbao. They only needed to kill the roots of the demon tree to pass through quickly. The resistance underground is obviously much smaller than that on the ground. The four of them killed all the way, and soon came to the wall of Macheng. At this time, there are more tree roots underground, and both the defense and attack power are much stronger than the previous roots. At the same time, some powerful demons began to appear underground. There were even 7 or 8 demons transformed from demon lords. With the blessing of demonic energy, their strength became even stronger. The underground was as dark as ink, and there were traps and sneak attacks everywhere. Not long after, the boy named Ren Xiaobei and a Yo were injured, and the two were almost pierced through by the demon's claws. Luo Qingzhou led the way in front. Yu Yao protected behind. It took the four of them a long time to pass through the city wall and enter Macheng with difficulty. But the roots and demonic energy of the demon tree underground in Macheng were even stronger. At the same time, the number of demons began to increase. It was already difficult to move underground. Seeing that the demons and tree roots around were increasing in number and becoming stronger, Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Go to the ground." If they were on the ground, at least they could see the demons and some sneak attacks around them. And underground, there was soil all around. And those demons that appeared underground were all transformed from monsters of the demon clan who were good at drilling underground. Various sneak attacks emerged one after another, and they were simply unable to defend themselves. Even Luo Qingzhou's leg was scratched with a bloody mark. If this continues, I'm afraid the 4 of them will all fall into the ground. Swish. Luo Qingzhou took the lead and rushed up. When the 4 of them got out of the ground, they found that this was a street next to the city wall. No demons appeared around. Those tree roots seemed to have entered the ground to besiege them. But the demons and tree roots underground should catch up soon. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Xiaobei, turn us into stone first and hide for a while. Ren Xiaobei immediately agreed. The 4 people quickly rushed to the corner, squatting or sitting. A flash of light flashed on Ren Xiaobei's body and fell on the other 3 people. The 4 people were instantly wrapped in a layer of rock material and could not move. Ah! At this moment, a green-haired demon rushed out from the ground and looked around. Then, several more demons came out from the ground. They had long lost their minds and consciousness, and only relied on their breath and the guidance of the magic tree to attack. So they did not immediately find the stone in the corner. Ah! At this time, one of the demons suddenly rushed to the street on the right. So, the remaining demons immediately followed. At this time, several more demons came out from the ground and began to wander around, looking around aimlessly. The 4 of them were still hiding in the corner, motionless. At the same time, the gate of Linqiu City had been breached. In the gate and on the streets under the city wall, the great flame practitioners and soldiers were fighting desperately with the demons. This time the demons seemed to be out in full force, and seemed to have become even more powerful. There were even a few figures of demon masters, Lenghu Qingzhu, Fairy Zixia, and the masters of the 5 major sects were all injured, and they all encountered very powerful masters. Zhuangjian was also facing a demon master. After hundreds of moves, even with his mid-stage grandmaster cultivation, he could not resist. The great flame practitioners and warrior soldiers around him kept falling down, and then turned into demons and stood up, starting to sneak attack and slaughter their former companions. Retreat to the inner city, Bai Yishan said in a hurry in midair. The one fighting him was still the powerful Golden Eagle King. After just 1 day of absence, the strength of the Golden Eagle King had increased again, and the demonic energy on his body was even more intense and powerful. After fighting for a long time, he could not gain any advantage, and was even injured. At this time, on the tower of the city wall, a woman wearing black feathers and a black veil stood there with her robe fluttering, and her cold eyes were searching for something in the crowd below. But she had been looking for a long time, and could not find the figure. She raised her head and looked at the inner city. Ah! The demons roared and all rushed in from the city gate. The great flame practitioners and soldiers began to retreat. Night fell quickly. Let's go! Luo Qingzhou was the first to get up and entered an alley with ease. Although this place had long been occupied by the demons and now destroyed by the demon tree, many places of the houses and streets had changed their original appearance. But he still remembered every street and every alley clearly. After all, he would come out to practice every night. Swish, swish, swish. As the 4 people passed through the alley, the sky above their heads suddenly fell like a rainstorm with dense and sharp branches. Follow me. Luo Qingzhou's whole body suddenly sizzled and lightning flashed. And then, the lightning turned into a light shield, which was placed above his head. When those branches as sharp as spears fell fiercely, they all pierced the light shield condensed by lightning, sizzling and burning to ashes. Luo Qingzhou used lightning to protect the 3 people and continued to rush forward. But at this time, the powerful demons and other demons rushed over. At the same time, the roots of the trees underground also came out. Crack! Yi Yao walked along the way, and the roots on the ground around him just wanted to crawl over. But they condensed into ice and broke into slag. Boom! A huge demon lord demon waved an iron hammer and smashed at the 4 people. Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the black wooden stick and went straight to meet it. There was a loud bang. The huge iron hammer was broken into pieces at once. But the powerful force made Luo Qingzhou's body tremble, and his feet almost sank into the ground. When the huge demon lord demon was about to swing the hammer handle to continue smashing, it was suddenly condensed into an ice sculpture. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped up, and the wooden stick in his hand became bigger with a swish. Then he accumulated all his strength and smashed it hard on the head. Bang! The head of this giant demon lord was smashed into a pool of mud. Its burly and huge body suddenly tilted and fell down. At this time, the attacks of other demon lords had already hit Luo Qingzhou. However, under the protection of his golden lightning armor and dragon scale armor, he was unscathed. Ka! Another demon lord was also suddenly frozen into an ice sculpture. Luo Qingzhou immediately took this opportunity to smash it with a stick and took its life again. At this time, other demons were frozen into ice sculptures one after another. Luo Qingzhou's wooden stick carried armor-breaking lightning, and he quickly sent them to the west one by one. The two cooperated tacitly, and several powerful demon lords were killed immediately, and new pure energy continued to flow into Luo Qingzhou's body. The vitality in the Danhai is almost full. Boom! His figure flashed and swept in front of Aya and Ren Xiaobei. After helping them sweep away the other demons, he immediately said, "Keep going." At this time, they could see the huge trunk of the demon tree through the black fog. But more demons rushed over, and the branches in the sky and the roots underground began to rush towards the four people frantically without fear of thunder and lightning. They seemed to have sensed their purpose. Swish! Aya suddenly groaned, and one of her legs was pierced by the roots on the ground. She shook and fell to the ground. At this time, another sharp root drilled out from the ground, like a sword, piercing her back. Crack! At this moment, the root was suddenly frozen. Yu Yao pulled her over, and the root that pierced her leg also turned into ice chips and disappeared. Aya said in a trembling voice, "Don't worry about me. You go quickly. I might become a demon." Luo Qingzhou swept away a group of demons with a stick, turned his head and looked at her, and saw the fear in her eyes. But the demonic energy that entered her legs had been frozen and then cleared. "It's okay. The demonic energy has been cleared." Luo Qingzhou comforted him and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he saw a light shield appear on the street not far ahead. The light shield rose from the ground and rose to the middle of the air, level with the surrounding houses, like a big bowl, upside down on the ground, isolating all the surrounding demonic energy, as well as the branches and roots of the demon tree. At this time, inside the light shield, there seemed to be several figures quietly watching them. That is, Luo Qingzhou was confused, but he didn't have time to think about it, because he suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming from the ground. Shwa! He didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed, and he jumped up, and the wooden stick in his hand suddenly smashed towards the place where he just stood. Bang! The wooden stick hit a sharp claw. A figure suddenly flew out from the ground, with a charming laugh from his mouth, and suddenly turned around and rushed to Yu Yao next to him. Chapter 936. The Demon King is shocked. Huh? Humans? In the light shield not far away, the God Armor King was surprised. The other members of the demon clan also looked through the shield. They are indeed human practitioners. It's strange. Why did they come here? Did they come in from outside the city? The God Sheep King with white eyebrows and long beard was also puzzled. A short demon lord next to him guessed. Could it be that they were hiding somewhere in the city and were suddenly discovered? Otherwise, the whole city is surrounded by the magic tree. How could they get in? Another red-haired female demon lord said, "It's unlikely. The magic tree's perception is very strong. Not to mention that there are still some demons in the city. If there are really humans hiding, they would have been discovered long ago. After all places in this city are covered by the magic tree. For humans? I guess they can't hold on for long and will become demons." Those demons seem to have driven the Golden Eagle King and others out of the city. They should be going to attack the human Linqiu city. Hey! At this time, I hope that the human Linqiu city can be defended. Once Linqiu city is broken, they will turn around to deal with us. This formation is estimated to not be able to hold on for too long. At this time, the short demon lord suddenly said, "Lord Shenyang King." At this time, the magic tree. There shouldn't be too many demons guarding there. Should we give it a try? Maybe we can take the opportunity to destroy the demon tree. In that case, we will be saved. When the God Armor King heard this, he immediately said, "Yes, God Sheep King, Silver Snake King, let's go together. Maybe we can succeed." The God Sheep King looked at the demon tree over there and said bitterly, "Do you see the black array light shield there? The old man and the Silver Snake King attacked with all their strength that day, but we couldn't hit any traces of damage. Moreover, there are other arrays inside the light shield. Even without the light shield in array, with the power of this demon tree, are you sure we can destroy it? Even with spiritual treasures, it is impossible. After all, the body of this demon tree is the true tree soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth of our clan. Its defense power, even if it is the realm of the Nine Thunder Tribulations Demon King, I am afraid it is impossible to destroy it in a short time. Moreover, the closer you get to it, the stronger its attack power will be. Are you sure you can withstand it?" When several people heard this, their hearts sank into the bottomless abyss again. What should we do? Are we just going to watch them destroy the human city of Linqiu, and then turn around and slaughter our relatives? Apart from waiting for the third prince and his men to come to the rescue, what else can we do? If there were only a few of us, we could certainly give it a try, or break out directly. But we have so many old, weak women and children here. If we go to the magic tree, the formation will be difficult to maintain. What should we do? Will they all be slaughtered? I hope the third prince and his men can arrive in time. All the members of the demon clan looked heavy and sighed secretly. At this time, the red-haired female demon lord suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Hey, those 4 humans have not been killed yet. Look at that human boy. He seems to be able to release lightning that restrains the demon energy." The demon woman was actually scared away by him. As soon as these words came out, the other members of the demon tribe all stared at them. Zizi, the human boy's body was flashing with lightning, protecting the 3 people behind him. The roots of the demon trees around him were actually timid and did not dare to attack again. They looked extremely frightened. And the green-haired demon woman in black robes also stopped not far away, with both hands charred and a look of doubt on her face. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched again. With lightning and thunder, a purple lightning bolt jumped out like a dragon. The green-haired demon woman did not dare to greet it. And suddenly her figure flashed and retreated further away. Then, she turned her head and let out a sharp roar in the direction of the demon tree, as if notifying other companions. Luo Qingzhou took this opportunity to immediately lead the 3 people and continued to move forward. At this time, they were only tens of meters away from the demon tribe in the light shield. Although separated by the black fog, they could still see clearly. The 2 sides looked at each other through the light shield. It's actually the demon clan. Luo Qingzhou was slightly surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately continued to move forward towards the demon tree. At this time, the demon woman with green curly hair immediately shouted and blocked the way again. She had a long white whip in her hand. The long whip seemed to be made of a thin white bone, and the joints could be clearly seen. Moreover, there were sharp spikes on the whip, densely packed. Swish! She raised her hand and flicked it, and the long whip suddenly became like a white python, with its head held high and its abdomen contracted, and shot out quickly, rushing towards Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou turned his body to avoid the whip and smashed the heads of the 2 demons with one punch. The long whip fell to the ground, and with a snap, it actually smashed the bluestone slab on the ground. When the long whip flew up again, the fragments of the bluestone slab were also brought out by the spikes. If it was whipped on a person, it would probably pull out the bones. The long whip in the green-haired woman's hand suddenly turned into a sky full of whip shadows, and with the help of the demons around, it enveloped the 4 people. The air was whistling, and the whip shadows overlapped. Luo Qingzhou did not avoid or give way, and his figure flashed, passing through the sky full of whip shadows, and punched the green-haired woman's chest. "Ah, young master, don't touch me there." The green-haired woman twisted her slender waist to avoid, and giggled charmingly. In her green pupils, various illusions seemed to appear. Luo Qingzhou did not avoid, but looked directly into her pupils. The soul power in his body suddenly surged out, and a thunder-like roar broke out in his throat, directly into her soul. The green-haired woman thought he was just a powerful physical cultivator, so she was ready to use illusion to confuse his soul. But she was suddenly frightened by this soul-shaking technique. Boom! Luo Qingzhou took the opportunity to punch her and directly knocked her out. When he chased after her and prepared to throw a second punch, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind the green-haired woman and punched his fist. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's body shook and flew backwards. The black shadow also spun several times in the air before landing on the ground. It turned out to be a thin dwarf wearing a black robe and 3 feet tall. "My little darling, are you okay?" The dwarf man hugged the green-haired woman's slender thigh and looked up at her, with a look of heartache and love on his face. The green-haired woman covered her stomach and said, "My lord Hamer, this human boy's fist is so hard. It hurts. Damn it! I will tear him into pieces." The dwarf man gritted his teeth, then kissed her thigh affectionately, then roared, suddenly turned into a black whirlwind, and rushed towards Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou knocked away 2 demons, and seeing him rushing, he also went straight to meet him. Bang! 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 The fists of the 2 collided hundreds of times in an instant. The dwarf man's short body was surprisingly powerful, and his moves became faster and more fierce. Luo Qingzhou had been using lightning to kill those demons, and the bamboo roots of the magic tree. Now his energy is insufficient, and his physical strength has been consumed by most of it. So at this moment, he dared not use lightning easily, and the golden armor on his body had long disappeared. After hundreds of punches, the dwarf man roared, and his fist became bigger than his body. When he punched down, a phantom of a beast appeared behind him. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou seemed unable to resist, and took a few steps back after each punch. Unconsciously, he had retreated to the light shield condensed by the demon clan. In the light shield, the demon clan masters such as the King of Goats and the King of God Armor were still staring at them. This kid has some strength. The cultivation of this demon has reached the peak of the Demon Lord, and he is only one step away from entering the realm of the Demon Lord. This kid can actually fight for so long. Not only has some strength, this kid is not simple. He is obviously only a mid-stage grandmaster, but his strength exceeds that of a late-stage grandmaster. And he did not release the lightning just now. It is obvious that he has been fighting for too long and has consumed too much physical strength. Otherwise, he might really be able to repel this Demon Lord. The Demon Clan masters were all discussing in the light shield. Boom! 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 The dwarf man's huge fist was getting faster and faster, and the whole person seemed to have merged with the fist. Only the fist could be seen, and the body could no longer be seen. Luo Qingzhou retreated again, his back leaning against the light shield. At the same time, the blood in his body was surging, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. The God Armor King in the light shield grinned and said, "Boy, if you kneel down and call me Grandpa, I can consider opening the light shield and letting you in." Although he also knew that their demon race might also be doomed, he still maintained an arrogant and powerful attitude in front of humans. But the next moment, his grinning mouth suddenly froze. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched the dwarf man again, and with a puff, he retreated into the light shield. At this moment, not only the God Armor King, the Ram King and other demons in the light shield were suddenly stunned, but even the dwarf man who punched suddenly froze in place, with a look of astonishment on his face. Inside and outside the light shield, it suddenly became silent. Aya, who was not far away, was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder by a demon and lifted up. At the same time, branches of the demon tree in the sky fell like sharp swords. At this time, Yu Yao and Ren Xiaobei were separated by the demon and the demon tree not far away and could not be rescued. Inside the light shield, the God Armor King opened his mouth and was about to speak when the human boy next to him suddenly whooshed and rushed out through the light shield. All the demons, the dwarf man from the demon clan also froze in place. Forgetting to chase, he suddenly reacted and punched the light shield. At this time, the demon clan masters in the light shield also reacted. Their faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly retreated, ready to protect their families. Obviously, there was a problem with the array light shield. That human boy could go in and out at will. So the demons, demon trees and demons should also be able to move freely. Boom! But when the dwarf man's huge fist hit the light shield heavily, the light shield flashed, but did not break. The dwarf man was stunned for a moment, and then rushed directly to the light shield. Bang! His whole body hit the light shield heavily, but it was still bounced back as before. This time, not only he was stunned, but all the demon clan members were also stunned. The light shield is still intact? The dwarf man immediately punched again. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already beaten back the demon and saved Aya. Aya was seriously injured at this time, and could not protect herself, and could not even stand. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou punched the demons one by one and flew to the light shield in an instant. The dwarf man punched the light shield a few more times at this time, and the light shield still did not show any signs of breaking. Puff! Luo Qingzhou actually took Aya directly and passed by him, and easily passed through the light shield and entered inside. Dwarf man, the demon masters in the light shield were also silent. Help me save her. Maybe I can save you out, Luo Qingzhou said to the master in front of him, and then left the light shield again and rushed towards the boy named Ren Xiaobei. The situation in front of him was clear at a glance. These demons were obviously trapped here by the magic tree, and other demon members had become demons. It was estimated that they were not far away. So now, they can cooperate completely. Ren Xiaobei was now covered in wounds, and demonic energy had begun to appear at his wounds. Luo Qingzhou punched the demon away, then grabbed him and rushed into the light shield again, looking at the demon masters and said, "Save him too." After that, He left the light shield unimpeded. The 3 demon kings of the demon clan twitched their mouths and looked at each other. This human boy is ordering them to do things? At this moment, Yu Yao was surrounded by several demon lords and many demons. The green-haired woman also attacked from time to time. Luo Qingzhou suddenly exploded all the energy in his body. His whole body was crackling with lightning. And he jumped up and jumped over. The branches that fell like claws on his head seemed to feel the breath of lightning and immediately shrank back. Those demons surrounding Yu Yao were also startled. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou threw hundreds of punches in an instant. And purple lightning bolts suddenly rushed towards the demons like dense purple dragons. Several stronger demon lords hurriedly retreated. Other demons were instantly turned into ashes by lightning. The green-haired woman retreated while shouting, "Lord Hamer! Come quickly! This human boy is so powerful. I am about to be electrocuted to death by him." Luo Qingzhou pulled Yu Yao up and rushed towards the light shield. Yu Yao's real body did not come. And the real body still needed a wisp of soul to maintain. So strictly speaking, only a wisp of soul came. And it was beyond Luo Qingzhou's expectation that she could have such strength. Boy! Dare to electrocute my beloved little baby. Die! The dwarf man heard the call for help and immediately rushed over. His fists were like a pair of iron hammers, covering his entire body behind him. Z! A 3-color lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's fist. Red, purple, black. Lightning is like a heavenly tribulation. A terrible thunder tribulation aura suddenly spread out. The dwarf man's face suddenly changed. And he hurriedly turned his body. The 2 huge iron fists immediately took his thin body and fled to the right with a whoosh. Luo Qingzhou's face turned pale. And he hurriedly pulled the girl beside him and rushed into the light shield of the demon clan. The Yuanli and soul power in his body have been exhausted. The 3-color lightning just now was his last energy. He could only pretend to release it. And he couldn't release it at all. Fortunately, the demon man was scared away. He entered the light shield, ignored the demon masters, sat down immediately, and began to refine the pure energy in his body. The pure energy accumulated in his body has overflowed, and it will be very slow to refine it by itself. Therefore, he needs to actively practice the exercises to refine it. He fled here to use this array light shield to restore energy and physical strength. He just killed demons along the way, and even some powerful demon lords. Now the vitality in his body is very sufficient. Moreover, the progress of the physical master is estimated to have reached 100 again. No hurry. Refine the pure energy in the body first, and then check the data after the body recovers. As for these demons, they should not attack them for the time being. After all, he has not told them how he easily entered this array light shield. Moreover, the silver-haired woman and the old man with white eyebrows and long beard from the demon clan have already started to help Aya and Ren Xiaobei expel the evil spirit from their bodies. Obviously, they have reached a desperate situation. Otherwise, they would not have believed his words so easily. Chapter 937 The Ridicule of the Demons. The induction between the small tree and the magic tree. The night fell. Under the cover of the magic tree canopy, the whole city of Mo became darker and darker. Outside the light shield, more and more demons gathered. And inside the light shield, Luo Qingzhou was quickly refining the pure energy accumulated in the Danhai. The demonic energy on Aya and Ren Xiaobei had been expelled. The 3 demon kings of the demon clan, as well as other demon masters, were all waiting patiently beside them. It seemed that they heard that humans had come. The demon members living in the houses not far away came out of the house one after another and looked at them curiously. Hey, it's really humans. How did humans get in? Did the king let them in? Grandpa, are those 4 humans? Humans are really thin and ugly. And they don't have as much muscle as me. The men, women, old and young of the demon clan were whispering not far away, with curious expressions on their faces. A little girl even raised her fist and flexed her muscles, saying that she could beat the 4 humans to tears. Luo Qingzhou was in a state of cultivation as if no one was around. When the sun was about to rise, the pure energy accumulated in the Danhai was finally refined. At the same time, the meridians and acupoints in the body, as well as the internal organs, were cleansed and tempered again. He opened his eyes, and couldn't wait to take out the body judgment stone to check the data. Grandmaster mid-stage, progress 100. Early stage of transformation, progress 35. Sure enough, the Grandmaster's progress was full. At this moment, he was full of energy, and had enough energy in his body. He felt that every acupoint, Every muscle and bone in his body was full of strength. He could continue to prepare for the breakthrough. However, now was not a good time. Outside the light shield, the demons were staring at him. Inside the light shield, those demon masters were also staring at him. The armored god king had been waiting impatiently. Seeing that he finally opened his eyes, he immediately asked fiercely, "Boy, how did you get in? Even if a master of thunder tribulation comes, he can't easily get in. What method did you use? Tell the truth." Luo Qingzhou put away the body judgment stone, stood up and said, "It's very simple. I have the innate ability to break the formation. Most of the formations in this world can be ignored by me." The God Armor King was stunned when he heard this, and immediately said, "What innate ability to break the formation? I have never heard of such a magical power in this world. And when you came in and out just now, you didn't use any skills to break the formation. Boy, if you dare to deceive me, I will swallow all four of you in one gulp." Luo Qingzhou looked. He said calmly, "There are many strange things in this world. It's not that you haven't heard of them. For example, he pointed to Aya beside him and said, 'My friend, she also has innate magical powers. She can see through illusions and know the right direction in any situation. For example, I know some people who are born with clairvoyance and super hearing. They can see things thousands of miles away and hear sounds thousands of miles away as soon as they are born. I believe that you demons also have such strange people." At this time, the white-browed and long-bearded god Sheep King twisted his beard and said, "Yes, there are indeed many such strange people. But your innate magical power that can break any formation is indeed rare. This king is very curious. Don't you have to use it every time you break the formation?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. Every time I get close to the formation, my magical power will automatically break the formation. So I don't have to waste any energy." The Sheep King was surprised. "If that's true, it's amazing." At this time, the silver-haired woman on the side suddenly said in a cold voice, "Sheep King, Armor King, the human Lingqiu city should be broken by the demons soon. We don't have time to talk nonsense. Let's get down to business." The Armor King immediately remembered the business and asked, "Boy, you said you could help us escape before. Are you serious?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I can only create for you opportunity. As for whether you can really escape, it depends on your own ability and courage." The God Armor King's face suddenly darkened. "You kid didn't say that before. You?" The God Sheep King immediately raised his hand to interrupt him and asked in a deep voice, "Boy, tell me your method." Luo Qingzhou looked at the magic tree covered by the black light not far away and said, "The method is very simple. That is, to completely get rid of the magic tree. Only when the magic tree is removed can our human city be saved. And you, the demons trapped here, can be saved." As soon as these words came out, the demons were stunned at first. And then, they all looked at him with funny faces. "Boy, you are not crazy, right? Just the four of you. And you still want to get rid of the magic tree?" The God Armor King couldn't help but laugh at his words. The godly Sheep King frowned and said in a deep voice, "Human boy, is this the method you are talking about? Do you know what the magic tree is made of? Inside it is the tree soul of the real sacred tree of heaven and earth of our race. And now it has become a demon, so powerful that even if you human thunder tribulation masters come, they can't completely destroy it. You are just a grandmaster. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly?" The silver-haired woman on the side also said coldly, "Don't overestimate your own abilities." Other demon masters couldn't help but sneer. "If we could really get rid of that magic tree, how could we be trapped here? We have 3 demon king masters here. Just 4 human cultivators. You want to get rid of that magic tree? Do you think it's just an ordinary tree? Do you think those demons and demon clan members are all good for nothings? This human kid is here to tease us. Right? King, swallow them." Even the old, weak, women and children of the demon clan not far away couldn't help but laugh and curse. They have been trapped here for so many days and lost hundreds of thousands of clan members. How could they not know the horror of this magic tree? Don't say you are just 4 people. Even if all the humans in Lingqiu City come, even if the masters of the 3 major immortal sects come, they dare not say they can get rid of it." The God Armor King couldn't help but sneer again. Then he clenched his fist and sneered, "Boy, if you can't come up with another way, I'm going to take action." Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "You haven't tried it. How do you know you can't get rid of it?" The King of the Sheep said in a deep voice, "Do you really think we haven't tried it? We have tried many times in the past few days, and we can only get close to the black light shield at most. Even if the demons and demon masters in this city have left now. Even if we can easily get close to the light shield. And even if you can ignore the formation and break in. The defense of the demon tree is still extremely strong. No matter how sharp the sword is. No matter how powerful the fire is. It can't destroy it. Even if you have lightning. It can only make it lose a piece of skin at most. But after getting close to it, its crazy attack. Are you sure you can withstand it? Luo Qingzhou looked at the thick tree trunk shrouded in black fog not far away and said, as long as we get close to it, we have a chance. Its greatest reliance should be the demonic energy. And my lightning can just restrain the demonic energy. The God Armor King on the side sneered and said, boy, how much lightning do you have to consume? We all saw your fight with the demon just now. Your lightning consumes a lot of energy. And you can't hold on for too long. And the demonic energy of that demon tree and the armor condensed by the demonic energy are so numerous and powerful that you can't imagine. Even if it doesn't attack you and let you hit it with lightning, it will. Even if you use up all the lightning in your body. Don't even think about hurting its roots. An old demon lord on the other side couldn't help but sigh and said, boy, just give up that idea. This demon tree is not as simple as you think. The sacred tree of heaven and earth that my clan used to have is not as weak as you think. Its spirit is the innate sacred object of heaven and earth. Even if you have lightning, don't even think about hurting it. Luo Qingzhou fell silent and didn't speak again. If the magic tree is as powerful as these demon masters say, then with his current strength, there is really no way to get rid of it. He was confident before because of his lightning. But now, listening to these demon masters, even lightning can't hurt the soul hidden in the center of the magic tree. So what's the use? As long as the tree soul is still there, the whole magic tree will grow again even if it is broken by lightning. Is there no other way? He asked. At this time, Lingqiu City should be suffering the most tragic battle. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. The king of the divine sheep looked at the magic tree not far away, sighed and said, there is indeed no other way. We are also waiting for reinforcements. When the reinforcements come, we may be able to escape. But it is impossible to completely destroy this magic tree. Unless there are great masters, such as Yanshan masters, Wushan masters, or some masters of the demon clan. After all, this magic tree is made with the magic clan's skills. He said this. He didn't say anything more. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, this magic tree was transformed by your demon clan using the magic clan's skills? The king of the divine sheep had a bitter and ashamed expression on his face, and didn't say anything. The other members of the demon clan also fell silent. They wanted to use this magic tree to catch all the masters of the three major immortal sects of mankind. But who knew that it would harm others and themselves? Their hundreds of thousands of demon clan members have all become puppets of this magic tree. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. The night is about to pass. Can Lingqiu City hold on until dawn? How are Master and Uncle Master doing now? I'm afraid it's the same as Lingqiu City. And it's the final moment of life and death. Right? Tragic scenes appeared in his mind one by one. No! He can't just give up like this. They are still waiting for him. All the practitioners and soldiers in Lingqiu City are waiting for him. The queen is waiting for him. Miss Jin Er, Chan Shan, Xiao Dai. They are all waiting for him. He must succeed. He promised the queen and Miss Er that he must go back. Therefore, he must not give up just like that. He clenched his fists, and the energy in his body surged like a tide. For lightning bolts flashed on the root of the thunder spirit in his body. At this time, the space of the medicine garden in the storage ring was suddenly filled with the fragrance of fruit. The several spiritual medicines in the soil were all swaying gently, intoxicated to the extreme. Even the two treasures in the sky, the little fire fox and the little flying snake, seemed to smell this tempting fruit fragrance. And they all became excited and drunk. At the same time, high in the sky, the crown of the magic tree hidden in the black clouds suddenly trembled for some reason. And in the center of the huge tree roots under the magic tree, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 938 Sister Yu's Broken Soul. Luo Qingzhou seemed to sense something in the dark. His eyes turned to the magic tree. It seemed as if something was shouting something in his heart. But he listened carefully, but heard nothing. He fixed his eyes and stabilized his mind. Time is imminent. Lingqiu City can't hold on for too long. Can't wait any longer. A ray of determination appeared in his eyes. And he didn't say anything. Looking at the demons outside the light shield. Those demons were still wandering around aimlessly like zombies. And those demon clan members had already left and hid in the magic tree's arrayed light shield. After all, there are still 3 demon kings here, which are a great threat to them. At this time, the demon clan members were still laughing at him, and talking about the 4 of them. The God Armor King seemed to suddenly remember the lightning he had just released when fighting the demons, and couldn't help asking, "Boy, are those lightnings you just released a technique or a treasure?" Luo Qingzhou seemed not to hear, and his eyes were still fixed on the outside of the light shield. At this moment, his muscles were tense, and his spine and legs were gradually bent, like a fully drawn bow, accumulating strength quickly. "Boy, I'm asking you a question? You?" Swoosh. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's figure suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly passing through the light shield and rushing towards the demon tree not far away. The speed was so fast that it was amazing. The words in the mouth of the God Armor King suddenly stopped. The other members of the demon clan were also shocked. This kid really going to die? The God Sheep King was also surprised. And the demons guarding outside the light shield didn't react for a while. The first to react was naturally the demon tree. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou had already passed through the group of demons at lightning speed and arrived in front of the black light shield. Swish, swish, swish. The branches of the demon tree hanging in the air, and the roots of the demon tree on the ground all stabbed at him fiercely. Puff! Luo Qingzhou passed through the black light shield that made other demon masters sigh without stopping, and entered the innermost black fog. And those branches and roots that stabbed at him from the air and the ground all fell into the air. The demon tree seemed to be startled, and immediately shook those branches and roots violently and rushed towards him again. At the same time, the demons in the whole city also felt the call of the demon tree, and rushed over with roars. Puff! At this time, Luo Qingzhou passed through the second array light shield. At this time, the 3 demon kings of the demon clan and other members of the demon clan suddenly became nervous when they saw this scene. That kid can really ignore the formation. The sheep king suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. A snow-white figure suddenly passed through the light shield and flew towards the human boy. Soul out of the body. The sheep king looked at the human girl sitting on the ground next to him with her eyes closed. The snow-white figure, as gentle as moonlight, instantly passed those demons and flew in front of the black light shield. Puff! She actually passed through the light shield easily. The king of divine sheep was shocked. At this time, the king of silver snake beside him also reacted. Hey! The soul of that human woman seems to be able to ignore the formation. The king of divine armor sneered. If the soul is gone, isn't it more like seeking death? It will directly become the nutrients of the magic tree. 2 stupid humans who overestimate their own abilities. Z. At this time, red lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's body. A light shield formation appeared in front of him again. At the same time, there was a black shield woven from the branches of the magic tree. He rushed forward without any hesitation. As for the branches of the magic tree in the sky, the roots of the magic tree on the ground, and the attacks of those demons, they did not stop him at all. He was condensed with dragon-scale armor, and his whole body was wrapped in lightning. Suddenly, a loud cow moo came out of his mouth, and then he flew forward like a cannonball. Boom! His body violently slammed into the light shield and the black shield. The powerful impact force plus the destructive power of the red armor-piercing lightning shattered the light shield and the shield into pieces in an instant. He flew forward again. Seeing this scene, all the members of the demon clan held their breath. The God Armor King, who was just mocking, also fixed his eyes and calmed down. Boy, you are looking for death. At this time, several figures suddenly flew out from the bottom of the huge root of the magic tree. One held a gun, one held a stick, one held a knife, and one held a sword. The 4 guards of the magic tree were all demon lords. The 4 figures flashed, and the weapons in their hands had turned into black light all over the sky, covering Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou was covered with lightning, holding a wooden stick, and swept up. The 2 sides immediately started fighting ping-pong, and the demons around, as well as the branches above and the roots on the ground, quickly gathered around and followed the sneak attack. Luo Qingzhou was wearing 2 layers of armor, not afraid at all, fighting 1 against 100, and moving forward with difficulty. Bang! 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 He was hit repeatedly, but he did not retreat a single step. The attacks of the 4 great demon lords became more and more fierce. Where Luo Qingzhou passed, the black fog had dissipated, as if it was afraid of something, and did not condense again. Therefore, the demons in the light shield not far away could clearly see the battle between the 2 sides. seeing this human boy trapped in the encirclement of the demons. He was constantly attacked fiercely, but he still walked forward step by step. The 3 demon kings and other demon members in the light shield all held their breath and looked complicated. At this time, Aya in the light shield shouted, "Aren't you going to help? If you help him block those demon masters, maybe he will have a chance to approach and get rid of the demon tree. You are so powerful, but you dare to wait for death here. Are you demons so cowardly?" As soon as these words came out, all the members of the demon clan were silent and did not respond. Only the God Armor King sneered and said with a face full of sarcasm, "Even if he can get close to the magic tree, with his strength, he can't hurt the magic tree. Those demons are not scary. The real scary thing is the magic tree. If it goes crazy, no one here can resist it." Rin Xiaobei on the side also clenched his fist and said, "How do you know if you don't try it? You have such a high level of cultivation. Just help him block those demon masters and demons. Just create opportunities for him. Maybe it will succeed?" The God Armor King snorted coldly and said nothing more, as if he didn't care about him anymore. Boom! 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 The battle under the magic tree became more and more intense. Luo Qingzhou was knocked away several times, but he was still approaching the magic tree. Bang! He swung the wooden stick in his hand violently, breaking the precious sword of one of the demon lords, and then knocked the demon lord out. The weapons of other demon lords also chopped him heavily, although he was protected by the golden lightning armor and dragon scale armor. This violent collision still made his blood and chi in his body surge, and his vitality was chaotic, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was knocked to the ground heavily, but he quickly turned over, waving the wooden stick in his hand to meet those fierce attacks, and approached the magic tree. He finally came to the front of the magic tree. The magic tree in front of him was surrounded by black mist, huge, like a giant pillar supporting the sky, and like a black giant peak, standing between heaven and earth. Indestructible. Shua! He swung the stick in his hand for the first time and smashed it hard at the huge demon tree in front of him. But the indestructible iron stick suddenly sent a huge force when it hit the demon tree. He was directly blown away, and the stick in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. But there was no trace left on the trunk of the giant tree. The dark trunk seemed to be made of black iron that had been hammered and tempered for thousands of times. It had a cold luster in the black mist, and seemed to be laughing at his overestimation. Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground, and his knuckles were almost cracked, and the fierce attacks of the 4 great demon lords were once again concentrated on him. Ka! At this moment, the 4 great demon lords, who jumped up, were suddenly fixed in midair. They turned into 4 ice sculptures. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and immediately raised the stick in his hand. A red lightning flashed on the stick with a Z sound, and then hit the highest cultivation sword-wielding demon lord heavily. Bang! The wooden stick broke through the ice and snow, broke through his armor, and hit his head heavily. Who knew that his head was so hard that it didn't break? But Luo Qingzhou's second stick had already fallen, and with a bang, his head finally collapsed. At this time, the sword-wielding demon finally got rid of the shackles of ice and snow, and when he was about to escape, Luo Qingzhou's third stick had already fallen. Z! The wooden stick brought red lightning and instantly smashed his head into a bloody mess. At the same time, the red lightning drilled into his body, instantly killing all his vitality and soul. At this time, the other 3 demons had broken free from their shackles. 2 of the demons pounced on him, and the other demon roared and pounced on a snow-white shadow next to him. But just as he pounced close, his whole body suddenly condensed into ice again, turning into an ice sculpture. Then, a sword that seemed to be condensed by moonlight suddenly pierced his body and exploded in his body. The powerful body of the demon lord was instantly torn into pieces. The snow-white shadow suddenly flashed and landed next to Luo Qingzhou, and the sword in his hand stabbed into the ground with a swish. Wow! Then, a moon-white light curtain appeared around the 2 of them, covering the 2 of them and one side of the demon tree. Go chop down the tree. Use lightning. Yu Yao's voice was still cold and calm. Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to talk, and immediately took this opportunity to rush towards the magic tree again. He took out the black and white sword from the ancient space. Z! A red lightning flashed on the sword. Red lightning specializes in breaking formations. Zheng! The sharp sword blade, with red lightning, fell on the dark and shiny trunk of the magic tree, making a deafening buzzing sound. The trunk was still intact. Luo Qingzhou's arm shook, and he couldn't help but step back a few steps. Then he held the hilt with both hands and rushed up again. Zheng! 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 The sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sky full of sword shadows, with countless red lightning slashing on the trunk of the magic tree like a storm. And at this time, the magic tree seemed to have gone crazy. The branches in the sky and the roots on the ground were all like giant pythons, attacking the moon-white light curtain crazily. At the same time, the two demon lords and other demons were also roaring and attacking the light curtain. Yu Yao stood in the light curtain, holding the hilt of the sword inserted into the ground with one hand, and his soul power was pouring into the sword body continuously. The moon-white light shield condensed by the sword kept wailing and flickering under the attack of the magic tree and the demons. Boom! 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 The huge force bombarded the light shield, and Luo Qingzhou held a black and white sword, with lightning still slashing the magic tree fiercely. The energy in the bodies of the two was rapidly consumed. After half an hour, crack! The black and white sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly broke into two halves. At this moment, the knuckles of his hands had already cracked, bloody and blurred. The whole sword was dyed bright red. The broken half of the sword fell to the ground, with the blood flowing from his palm. And a crack finally appeared on the dark and shiny trunk of the magic tree. Without any hesitation, he immediately threw away the broken sword in his hand, and then clenched his fist and hit the crack on the root of the tree again like a storm. The magic tree seemed furious. In the night sky, the huge tree crown was shaking constantly, and the branches in the sky and the roots on the ground attacked the light shield more frantically. And those demons were still roaring, beating and biting the light shield. At this time, many cracks had appeared on the light shield. The moon-white sword inserted in the ground was also covered with cracks, and it looked like it was about to break. Yu Yao's face turned slightly pale, and the soul power in her body was almost exhausted. But she still persisted. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou's bloody fists, one punch after another, hit the hard iron trunk heavily. The constantly flashing lightning quickly consumed the energy in his body. Open! Open it for me! His pupils reflected the crack on the tree trunk. His fists never stopped for a moment. He knew that not only he was fighting desperately, but also Sister Yu, Uncle Master, Long Air, and everyone in Lingqiu City were fighting desperately at this moment. Crack! The moon-white light shield suddenly shattered, and the sword in Yu Yao's hand also suddenly broke into pieces. The demons around, as well as the branches in the sky and the roots on the ground, immediately rushed towards the two with murderous intent. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou seemed to have forgotten everything around him, and was still punching the crack on the tree trunk again and again. The crack had begun to grow, but his fists were numb, and the armor on them had long been broken, and even the bones were exposed in the blurred flesh and blood. Boom! 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 He forgot the pain, and continued to swing his fists fiercely. Yu Yao shook her body, and retreated behind him. And then her entire soul suddenly shattered, and turned into a little moonlight, like a bright galaxy, surrounding him inside, still protecting him. The attacks of the demon, and the demon tree came fiercely, and fell on her soul. Luo Qingzhou did not see it, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a deep pain, and then his eyes were blurred with tears. Open! He roared suddenly, and all the remaining energy in his body poured into his fists. And then he rushed to the demon tree in front of him like a moth that was ready to die. His whole body seemed to have turned into a fist, and with the fastest speed and the last strength, he hit the torn crack hard. Boom! There was a loud bang. A huge air wave swept around. His fist, his body, and the dark and hard tree roots collided violently. Blood splashed out from his fist and head like waves. The crack on the trunk suddenly broke, revealing the snow-white wood inside. The whole magic tree shook suddenly. Then, the huge crown of the magic tree shook continuously, and the branches hanging from the air fell one after another. Ah! A painful roar that shook the earth suddenly came from the magic tree. The arrayed light shield around the magic tree disappeared instantly. At the bottom of the roots of the magic tree, a shadow tightly wrapped in black mist suddenly opened its eyes again and trembled. The scarlet eyes suddenly turned green, then scarlet, changing repeatedly. And at this moment, the demon clan members, who saw the scene, were all shocked. Stop! Looking for death. At this time, many demon clan masters suddenly rushed back from Lingqiu City, shouting in anger and panic. They rushed to the two humans under the magic tree at lightning speed. Boom! At this moment, a huge silver tail suddenly flew out of the black fog, swept heavily on their bodies, and swept them out directly. The fog dispersed. A silver-haired woman stood upright in the air, with a huge silver iron tail below. As soon as those demon clan masters jumped up from the ground, another white light whistled over, and with a boom, it turned into a long rainbow, knocking them out again. The white light fell on the ground, and it turned out to be a huge sheep demon with a flashing light all over its body. And the demonic energy was soaring to the sky. Silver Snake King. Divine Sheep King. You deal with him. I'll go help that human boy. The Divine Armor King suddenly flashed and turned into a yellowish-brown light, instantly knocking away those demons and coming to the bottom of the magic tree. The formations formed by the surrounding magic trees had long been broken, so he could come over easily. Human girl. Quickly put away your soul-burning technique. Be careful of your soul flying away. I'll protect him. The God Armor King roared, and suddenly turned into a huge khaki light shield, covering the two people inside. Outside the light shield, there were sharp barbs like spears. Ah! The demon brushed forward, but was directly pierced by the barbs, struggling on the barbs. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, those sharp barbs, like spears, suddenly shot out like a rain of swords at the demons around. The bodies and heads of the demons around were pierced and flew backwards. The two demon lords were also scared and retreated. As for the roots and branches of the demon trees, they were unable to pierce the shield for a while. The armored king turned around and said, "Boy, if you are not dead yet, continue. I am good at defense, but I am not good at attacking. Besides, I do not have lightning that can defeat demonic energy. If you are not good enough, get into my SHL, and I will take you to escape into our formation. I admire your courage, but I do not want to see you die here." Luo Qingzhou climbed up from the ground covered in blood. Behind him, Yu Yao's soul, which had become as thin as a cicada's wing, suddenly turned into a ray of moonlight and fell on him, helping him to repair the terrible wounds on his body. Luo Qingzhou's face was full of tears, feeling the cool breath on his body. The Yuanli and the Danhai had been consumed, but he also had a soul. Shua! His soul left his body, and then he held the flying sword in both hands, and suddenly stabbed into the white jade wood in the tree trunk. Zheng! A shield suddenly appeared on the surface of the white jade wood, blocking his flying sword. He continued to stab with his soul power. At the same time, his soul clenched his fist and smashed it suddenly. The magic tree began to fear, and the thick roots suddenly emerged from the ground and climbed up along the trunk, instantly wrapping the two people and the God Armor King tightly inside, and then began to tighten suddenly. The whole magic tree was suddenly filled with demonic energy. Black fog rolled in 100 miles. The armor of the God Armor King began to creak. He began to howl, as if he could not hold on any longer. The power of the whole magic tree seemed to be rapidly concentrating here. In an instant, the armor of the God Armor King suddenly broke with a click. He screamed in pain and said, "I can't do it anymore. I'm going to break, boy. Are you going to leave? If you don't leave, I'm going to leave first. Ah, it hurts. It really hurts." Luo Qingzhou ignored him, and continued to wave his fists, and hit the tree trunk heavily. Boom! 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 But the energy of lightning in his body seemed to have been exhausted. Without lightning, no matter how fierce his fists were, it seemed difficult to cause any damage to the magic tree. Swish! Who knew that at this moment? A sharp root like a spear suddenly stretched out from the big hole in the trunk of the magic tree, and instantly pierced his chest. Luo Qingzhou's body froze and stood still. The root that pierced his body seemed to suddenly touch something in his body, and with a sizzle, it suddenly turned into ashes. But there was still a shocking wound and black demonic energy on Luo Qingzhou's chest. The demonic energy was like a group of ferocious little snakes, twisting in his wound. His soul was instantly sluggish and almost shattered. Shua! A ray of moonlight suddenly came over and wrapped around his soul, and then took his soul into his body. The ray of moonlight suddenly broke into dots of light again and drilled into his body. The God Armor King, who was howling in pain, saw this scene and screamed, "TSK, TSK! Burn your soul to replenish energy for this kid." After Luo Qingzhou's soul returned to his body, he immediately felt a vast energy coming from his body. And this energy unexpectedly flowed along his meridians without any hindrance and began to flow to his danhai and limbs. At this time, Sister Yu's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Rush, rush through the pass. The voice seemed to be weak and getting farther and farther away. Luo Qingzhou immediately sat down and began to circulate the energy in his body. The danhai surged with a wow sound, and began to rush along the meridians to the high pass. Sister Yu. His heart suddenly felt as painful as a knife. But at this moment, the strange and vast force, like an unstoppable hurricane wave, hit the pass with the power to sweep away everything. Boom! With just one impact, the pass was shattered. At this time, the armor of the God Armor King had been completely shattered. The demon tree took back all its power and began to deal with him. Chapter 939, Killing the Demon Tree. Sister Yu disappeared. Ah! The exasperated demon tree let out a thunderous roar. The entire demon tree shook continuously, and the branches and roots wrapped around the armor of the God Armor King suddenly became more terrifying. The God Armor King screamed, "Ah! This king is going to break! Boy! We will never meet again!" After that, he suddenly turned into a stream of khaki light and fled outward. However, at this moment, the demon tree has taken back all its power. The surrounding space is tightly wrapped by thick roots and branches. Airtight. Bang! He sprinted with all his strength, but was bounced back. The space of the three people began to be squeezed rapidly. From the outside, the three people were wrapped in a huge black sphere, and the black sphere was shrinking rapidly. The God Armor King was covered in blood, shocked and regretful, and said with despair, "Boy, you killed me." I said, "This magic tree, huh?" Zizi. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound on his body, and there seemed to be arcs jumping in the Danhai. At the same time, his originally weak breath suddenly became strong again, rushing out like a wave. Breakthrough? The God Armor King was stunned for a moment, and then smiled miserably. What's the use of breaking through? The late Grandmaster is still the same all. At this time, the central space of the sphere woven by the branches and roots suddenly squeezed on his huge body. He was covered in blood, but he had to fight hard again. Otherwise, he would be squeezed into meat paste. Shwa! He roared suddenly, and once again desperately condensed a yellowish light shield. However, at this time, the magic tree had already taken back all the power within a radius of 100 miles. With just a slight pressure, the powerful light shield that was condensed by all his power was instantly shattered. Puff! The God Armor King immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body softened, and he sat on the ground with a pale face. It's over, it's over. I wanted to die with my grandson He. He sighed with blood all over his body, watching the black branches squirming and squeezing over him, and closed his eyes in despair. Boom! Who knew that at this moment? A thunderous sound that shook the world suddenly sounded in the sky above his head. He was stunned for a moment, and opened his eyes. At this time, the two demon kings outside, as well as those demon clan masters, watched the three of them being wrapped and squeezed by the ball of the magic tree. But they could not come to rescue. The demon clan masters, who went to Linqiu City, have all returned. There are more and more demons. In the light shield in the middle of the city, Aya and Ren Xiaobei looked at the black ball under the magic tree and the two people who disappeared, and their faces turned pale. Boom! Who knew that at this moment? The crown of the magic tree in the sky suddenly broke open a big hole. A thick red lightning, like a huge red python, shot down from the black hole, instantly illuminating the entire Mo city, the city that had been shrouded in darkness for a long time. At this moment, was bright again. The demon clan members hiding in the light shield, and the demon clan masters, who were fighting, all looked at it in astonishment. And those crazy demons suddenly shook and froze in place. Boom! Under the magic tree, the black tree mass composed of countless thick branches and roots was suddenly split by the thick lightning, leaving a big hole. The lightning drilled into the hole and disappeared. Zizi. Suddenly, the tree mass sizzled and smoke came out. The black fog covering the tree mass fled and disappeared, as if it had encountered the most terrifying thing. Boom! 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 At this moment, more thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, thick lightnings kept falling from the black hole that was broken in the crown of the magic tree. The whole city of Mo was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder, and the light was brilliant. The demons in the city were all frozen in place, trembling. Those masters of the demon clan also fled quickly from the surroundings of the magic tree with horror on their faces. The masters of the demon clan were naturally no exception. Under the magic tree, the huge magic tree cluster was suddenly burned by lightning. At the same time, more lightning rushed up. The tree cluster quickly dispersed, and those thick tree roots and branches tried to escape in fear, but they were all burned to ashes by the sizzling lightning. The god armor king who escaped from the tree cluster froze there, as if stupid, staring at the scene in amazement. It was not until a lightning struck next to him that he woke up, hurriedly endured the pain on his body, and ran away. Thunder tribulation? He fled 1,000 meters away in an instant, looked back, and said in disbelief, "That kid, how could there be a thunder tribulation?" At this time, the god sheep king, the silver snake king, and other demon clan masters all fled. God armor king, I thought you were killed by the magic tree. What happened to that kid? How could he cause a thunder tribulation? The face of the ram king was full of doubts. The silver snake king on the side also said with suspicion, "It's obviously just the cultivation level of a grandmaster. How can there be a thunder tribulation?" The god armor king looked at the terrible thunder and lightning rolling down with lingering fear, and said, "That kid? It seems that he has advanced." The goat king immediately looked at him and said, "Advanced? Which cultivation level did he break through?" The god armor king said, "Grandmaster late stage." The goat king opened his mouth and said in astonishment, "Break through the grandmaster late stage? How can there be a thunder tribulation? Even if you break through the grandmaster peak realm and the king of martial arts realm, there will be no thunder tribulation. What's going on?" The god armor king looked confused. "How do I know?" The silver snake king looked at him and said, "Tell me about the situation at that time." The god armor king shivered in pain, and then remembered that he was seriously injured. He quickly took out the pill and swallowed it, and then took out the ointment to apply it. He said in a complicated tone, "When I went there, I used my armor to help them block those demons and trees. That guy was really a ruthless person. The bones in his hands were broken, but he was still fighting. His head was also broken and bleeding at this point." He suddenly looked at the human female body sitting on the ground next to him, and said, "Speaking of ruthless people, this human girl is a real ruthless person. When I went there, this girl was burning her soul to protect that boy. When the boy was not good enough, the girl burned her soul again and entered his body, dismembering her own soul to provide energy for the boy. Otherwise, the boy would not be able to break through the barrier, and he probably wouldn't even have the strength to stand, to be honest. When I saw it, I felt terrified. Burning your own soul and dismembering your own soul. It really hurts." After hearing this, all the demon clan members felt incredible, and looked at the human female body in the light shield. Ian and Ren Xiaobei also looked at the girl beside them with complicated eyes. The Ram King sighed immediately. No wonder humans can thrive in this continent. The men are brave, and the women are not afraid of death. Why worry about not prosperity? The Silver Snake King looked at the rolling thunder and lightning not far away, and said, "It's just a few people. It shows that this woman has deep feelings for the boy and loves him madly. There are also such men and women in my demon clan." The Armor King looked at her and said, "But for the other party, burning and dismembering their own souls, this king has never seen or heard of it." The Silver Snake King fell silent and said nothing. Boom, boom, boom. The dark sky was illuminated, and thunder and lightning rushed down continuously, like huge thunder dragons, rushing towards the figure under the magic tree. The figure was wrapped in thunder and lightning, raised his fist again, and beat the magic tree heavily, although the magic tree was afraid of lightning. At the critical moment of life and death, it had to continue to attack frantically with its roots and branches. Those demons who were like zombies were also summoned forcefully, and rushed towards the figure. But as soon as they got close, they were turned to ashes in the lightning. And those demon masters stopped not far away, watching with fear on their faces, not daring to move forward. The magic tree is important, but their lives are more important. What's more, if they are killed by this kind of lightning, not only will their bodies be destroyed, but even their souls will be turned to ashes, and they will never enter reincarnation. Boom! Thicker and larger lightning bolts swooped down from the sky. First it was red, then purple, black, gold, and even a lightning bolt carrying various colors. The roaring lightning not only hit the figure under the magic tree, but also hit the magic tree. The magic tree sizzled, and the black smoke kept disappearing. The dark, shiny, extremely hard and thick trunk was immediately torn and scarred, revealing the snow white wood inside. The magic tree was shaking violently, and the roots and branches that were spread over 100 miles had been retracted, and it was frantically attacking the figure under the tree. But the figure was entangled by lightning, as if wearing a layer of indestructible armor, and any roots and branches that dared to approach were instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, the inner city of Lingqiu City had already been breached by Ishan and the masters of the 5 major sects, as well as all the practitioners and soldiers of Dian. were all scarred. The ground was full of corpses. When the inner city gates were broken, the city walls collapsed, and the demon army poured in like a tide. They were already desperate, with the determination to die. They rushed up and prepared for the final fight. But the crown of the magic tree in the sky suddenly shook. Then, the densely packed branches hanging from the sky and the tree roots crawling on the ground. For some unknown reason, suddenly all stopped there strangely. Then, the demons also stopped there. Then, deafening thunder began to sound in the sky. Soon, the branches and roots of the demon trees that had invaded Linqiu City, as well as the branches and roots outside the city, all began to retreat quickly. The huge tree canopy in the sky also began to shrink rapidly. As thunder roared, the magic tree began to retract all its branches, roots, and magic energy. The demon army also began to fall to the ground one after another. Only the demons fled in panic. When everyone in Linqiu City saw the scene, they all stayed where they were. When the canopy of the magic tree in the sky had all retreated, they finally saw the direction of Maching in the distance. The huge black vortex and the rolling thunder and lightning that appeared in the sky. The ordinary soldiers and other practitioners of Dian didn't know what happened. But Baishan and the masters of the 5 major sects had seen this terrible thunder and lightning with their own eyes when they were at the border. Thunder tribulation. It's thunder tribulation. Zhuang Jian suddenly laughed, spitting blood from his mouth, and said excitedly and proudly, "We succeeded. We succeeded." He was about to say flying thunder tribulation, but fortunately he held back. After all, those people from Piaomu Xinzong were killed by this kind of thunder tribulation. The other party is still confused until now, so he can't confess. Baishan also raised his head and looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky in the distance. The Confucian robe stained with blood fluttered in the wind. Fairy Zixiao leaned on the city wall not far away, her chest heaving, breathing heavily, her face full of pride, and whispered in a low voice, "Fei Yang, I know that you will succeed when you come back. I will reward you well." Linghu Qingju stood not far away. Her green dress had also been stained with blood. Her face was extremely pale, and her body was covered with bloodstains. She looked up at the sky in the distance, and her cold eyes gradually became gentle. Boom! 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 In the sky above Mo City, a huge black vortex was spinning rapidly, and countless thunder and lightning fell with a rumble. The huge crown of the magic tree, which originally covered a radius of 100 miles, has now shrunk to hundreds of meters, and is shaking in fear and anger, and the demonic energy on it is getting weaker and weaker. At the same time, in the darkness underground, the figure entangled in black fog is struggling hard. Under the magic tree, Luo Qingzhou was wrapped in lightning, and still waving his fists fiercely. The huge lightning fist hit the thick tree roots like a violent storm. The lightning in the sky was also hitting the magic tree. Crack! The tree trunk that he had already penetrated through the magic armor suddenly made a cracking sound. The wood inside finally cracked. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched it again, and his entire arm went straight into the thick tree roots. Zizi! Lightning wrapped around his arm, and countless lightning rolled down. Boom! A loud noise. A terrifying force suddenly exploded in the trunk of the magic tree. The magic tree, which stood between heaven and earth like a giant pillar, suddenly made a crackling sound, making an earth-shaking sound. And then, it cracked like a broken joint, and then began to tilt and slowly fell down. The black light shield covering the entire Mo City, as well as the various formations, began to break and disappear, and the demons in the city also softened and fell to the ground, turning into dead bodies again. Seeing this scene, all the demons in Mo City opened their eyes wide. The God Armor King was even more speechless and said, "That kid actually succeeded. Incredible, really incredible." The God Sheep King's beard trembled, and he muttered to himself. The other demon clan members also had unbelievable expressions on their faces, especially those demon clan members who had laughed at the human boy before. At this moment, were all dumbfounded and speechless. Boom! As the huge demon tree slowly fell, it began to break from the top, and those broken parts did not fall to the ground, but instantly turned into black gas, and disappeared under the breath of thunder. This spectacular and shocking scene can be seen by those practitioners even if they are hundreds of miles away. The practitioners of Piaomu Xinzong did not actually leave completely. Their spaceship stopped in the sea of clouds hundreds of miles away, waiting for the instructions of the sect, while waiting for the demon army to break through Linqiu City and enter the territory of Dian. They still did not give up on the tree soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth. They were going to wait until the demon army had invaded the territory of Dian, so as to take this opportunity to return to Maching to see if there was any chance. But at this moment, they suddenly saw the scene of the huge demon tree collapsing. Don On Yin, Yang Lu and others standing on the deck of the spaceship were all stunned. They couldn't imagine that this terrible demon tree had fallen. Was it destroyed by the demon clan? Some people speculated, because only the demon clan had this strength. As for human practitioners, with those practitioners in Dian, Lingqiu City, there was no need to think about it. It was impossible. Grand Elder, do you want to notify the people of Pumlai Fairy Island and Jiotian Yaotai? A disciple asked. Gong Onyan looked at the demon tree that was collapsing and destroying in the distance without moving, and did not speak. Lan Ling on the side suddenly said coldly, why notify them? Since they have left, let them go. At the same time, in Mo City, when the demon tree was only a few hundred meters high, it suddenly twisted and struggled, turning into a huge black monster. It roared, and with all its strength, it raised two black fists as big as mountains and smashed them fiercely on the ground. Luo Qingzhou and the high-ranking members of the demon clan were all covered by these two huge fists. Boom! 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 At this time, the last wave of thunder and lightning roared down. Luo Qingzhou directly clenched his fist and rushed into the sky. The thunder and lightning absorbed in his body suddenly rushed to his fist like a flood. His fist suddenly became larger, and at the same time, four-color thunder and lightning were entangled, shining brightly. The thunder and lightning on the fist, and the thunder and lightning falling from the sky, suddenly merged into one, and with a loud boom, it smashed on the fist of the huge monster. He was like a thunder and lightning sword, directly piercing the monster's fist, flew into the air, and then raised his fist carrying rolling thunder and lightning, and smashed it on the monster's head. Shwa! His fist and his whole body seemed to merge into one, as if it had turned into a sharp sword, slashing down from the monster's head, instantly chopping the monster's huge head in half. Then, like a burning meteor, it continued to fall rapidly downwards. The monster's huge body, which was 100 meters tall, was quickly chopped in half from top to bottom, breaking and falling to both sides. The two halves of the fallen bodies instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. Boom! Luo Qingzhou landed on the ground of Maching like a cannonball with the last thunder and lightning. The huge monster, its entire body, was completely split apart and was disappearing quickly. The demon master standing in the distance saw this scene, and all looked grim and at a loss. One of the black-feathered women suddenly said in a cold voice, "Is that wisp of soul still there? Or has it been destroyed?" Other demon members immediately reacted when they heard it. The soul of the holy tree of heaven and earth. Let's go and see. If it's still there, we still have a chance. The demon masters saw that the thunder tribulation of the human boy had ended and were no longer afraid. They immediately flashed and rushed over. Despicable villain. Dare to come over. Seeing this, the demon masters immediately rushed up with a roar. And the three demon kings also rushed over with murderous intent. The demons immediately fell into a fierce battle. At this time, after the thunder tribulation, Luo Qingzhou slowly calmed down the surging energy in his body and opened his eyes. Sister Yu. He suddenly looked around, and his voice began to tremble unconsciously. But all around, there were only the figures of the demons fighting with the demons, and their roars. The moon-white figure was nowhere to be found. Shwa! At this moment, a ray of light suddenly emerged from the ground and flew into his storage ring. No one saw it, including him. Sister Yu. He looked around blankly, and his eyes fell on the figure of the girl, who was still sitting on the ground with her eyes closed in the demon light shield. Hua Gu's body sat there quietly. Sister Yu's soul did not go back. Chapter 940 The Tears of Luo Qingzhou. The great benefactor of the third prince and the three demon kings. The night quietly receded. A ray of morning sun suddenly broke through the clouds and mist, shining on the world. Shining brightly. It was as if a new century had arrived. The city that had been silent in the darkness for a long time finally saw the light again. The devastated ancient city was coated with a layer of golden brilliance at this moment. Tragic and beautiful. The people of Dian in Lingqiu City couldn't help but cheer loudly with excitement. Many people raised their hands and bathed in the sun, as if they were reborn, with tears in their eyes. And in Mo City, the fiercely fighting demons and monsters also suddenly stopped. The monsters began to flee. The masters of the monsters immediately chased after them with roars. And Luo Qingzhou still stood there blankly, lost his soul. Suddenly, a dragon roared, shaking the earth. The whole Mo city seemed to be shaking. A terrifying breath quickly enveloped from outside the city. Just as those demon masters were about to escape from the city, a huge red dragon suddenly flew from the distant sky and arrived in an instant. The dragon's scales were as dazzling as flames, shining in the morning sun, full of a powerful and strange beauty. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a huge pillar of fire about 100 feet long. In an instant, the group of demon masters, who had already flown far away, were burned to ashes. Several of the demon masters, with the highest cultivation, were shocked when they saw this scene and hurriedly fled in another direction. The dragon had already caught up with them like a long tail, and when it opened its huge mouth, it swallowed them directly. The remaining demons were caught up by the 3 demon kings and more than a dozen demon lords, and all were killed. Third Prince. The demon masters such as King Dong'an all rushed towards the dragon with excitement. At this time, in the distant sky, a group of black shadows were densely packed, whistling, and the demonic energy was soaring. They are all masters of the demon clan. The red dragon glanced at Lin Qiuqing majestically, and suddenly a red light flashed on its body, and its huge body shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a handsome man wearing red armor and a golden crown, with a noble temperament. Didn't you say that the holy tree spirit became a demon? His voice seemed to have its own majesty, which made all the demon clan members feel nervous, lowered their heads, and dared not look at each other. The 3 demon kings hurried forward and told the whole story with respectful faces. As they talked, they pointed to the human boy on the ground from time to time. Luo Qingzhou looked up at the tall man who had turned from a dragon. When the other party looked at him, he suddenly felt a great pressure coming. Obviously, the strength of this red dragon is unfathomable. The light shield condensed by the demon clan has disappeared. A Yu's anxious voice came, "Young master, let's go! The demon tribe has a lot of reinforcements." Ren Xiaobei also said, "Brother Chu, let's go!" Luo Qingzhou did not reply, but walked over with a wooden expression and stood in front of Hua Gu. Hua Gu still sat there, closed his eyes, motionless. Aya whispered, "Young master, she her soul." At this moment, the demon tribe members, who had just escaped, suddenly ran back and surrounded the 3 of them. The little boy who had laughed at him before suddenly asked, "Human brother, are your hands okay?" Another woman with horns on her head exclaimed, "Ouch, there's so much blood. The bones are exposed." Luo Qingzhou looked down at his hands. The back of his hands was already bloody. Burning pain came in waves, but there was no expression on his face. It was as if these hands were no longer his hands. He looked dazed, and seemed to be oblivious to the discussions around him. At this time, excited voices suddenly rang out from all around. "The 3rd prince is here! The 3rd prince is here!" The noble man who turned into a red dragon, with the 3 demon kings and other masters of the demon clan, fell from midair and looked at the human boy in front of him. The Ram King quickly introduced, "Human boy, this is the 3rd prince of the Dragon God Palace of my demon clan. Why don't you greet him quickly?" This boy saved them, and they naturally didn't want to see this boy die here because of his disrespectful attitude towards the 3rd prince. Luo Qingzhou looked at the noble and handsome man in front of him, still expressionless and silent. The 3rd Prince Long Yu looked at him strangely, but was not angry. He bowed and said, "Little brother is so brave and saved thousands of my demon clan. Long Yu is very grateful. However, Long Yu wants to ask, after killing the magic tree, can you see a trace of tree soul?" When he asked this question, his pupils suddenly flashed with green light. Luo Qingzhou paused and said expressionlessly, "No." Long Yu stared at his eyes for a while, then sighed and said, "It seems that the holy tree soul of my demon clan has really been destroyed." Then he said, "Little brother, you have done a favor to my demon clan. If you have any request, just say it. If this prince can do it, I will definitely help." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. This 3rd prince is powerful and has the body of a dragon. Maybe he can help him save Sister Yu? Thinking of this, he immediately said, "My friend disappeared in the battle just now. I wonder if the 3rd prince can save her." "Oh!" Long Yu heard this and showed a trace of doubt on his face. "Disappeared?" The God Armor King beside him sighed and said with regret, "It is the soul of a human girl. In order to help this kid, she burned her soul several times and finally dismembered her soul to provide power for this kid and help him break through. Hey, I guess that soul has. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly seemed to be hit by a hammer, and his face turned pale. Sister, you burned her soul for him, dismembered her soul. After listening to this, Long Yu was silent for a moment, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. Little brother, the love that woman has for you is admirable. However, burning the soul and shortening your lifespan can still be saved. But dismembering the soul and turning it into your power is difficult to save even if the gods come. This prince is really powerless. Sorry. Luo Qingzhou stood still, as if he had turned into a stone sculpture. Motionless. Long Yu sighed, pondered for a moment, looked at Aya and Ren Xiaobei on the side, and said, Are you from Dian? Aya was intimidated by his powerful momentum, and did not dare to speak. Ren Xiaobei said proudly, Yes. Long Yu looked at him and nodded slightly. You are brave. Not bad. Not bad. As he said that, he looked at the young man in front of him again and said, I originally wanted to ask about your skills and thunder tribulation. The magic tree was refined by the tree soul of the sacred tree of heaven and earth of my clan. Even if I came, it would be impossible to completely kill it. After all, the tree soul of the sacred tree of heaven and earth has been possessed by the devil, and will resist with all its might. But it is strange that from the retelling of your battle with the magic tree by the god Armor King and others just now, the soul of the sacred tree of heaven and earth did not seem to resist at all. Otherwise, even your thunder tribulation may not be able to destroy the magic tree. Obviously, there seems to be some problem with the tree soul. As for what the problem is, we are not sure now. I don't know. After saying that, he paused and said, Since you are from Dian, and you saved the 3 kings and thousands of people of my demon clan, then this city and several other cities will naturally belong to you. I will immediately order all members of the demon clan to withdraw from your territory of Dian. After returning, I will also truthfully explain to my father your great kindness to my demon clan. My demon clan will never invade any territory of your Dian again. But, he suddenly looked cold again and said, To be honest, this prince once vowed to come to Dian for revenge, and kill all the people in the Dian palace without leaving a single one alive. This is a private grudge between this prince and the Dian royal family. And this prince must take revenge. So, please forgive me, little brother. After these words came out, Aya and Ren Xiaobei's faces changed. Luo Qingzhou also raised his head and looked at him, temporarily suppressing the sadness in his heart, and said, What private grudge? Long Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he was silent for a while, saying, This prince doesn't want to mention it anymore. Anyway, it has nothing to do with my little brother. After that, he bowed and said, See you later. Then he said, Little brother, just tell your great Yan court that this prince wants to take revenge on the royal family. This prince will go there openly at that time. But don't worry, little brother. This prince will never attack you and your family no matter what. After that, a red light flashed on his body, flew into the air, and was about to leave. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that the red light he just had was a little familiar. Boy, thank you very much. The God Armor King and the Ram King, as well as other demon clan masters, all bowed their hands to thank you and prepared to leave. The Silver Snake King hesitated for a moment, then suddenly tore off a piece of silver scale armor from his body and handed it to Luo Qingzhou, saying, This scale armor can help you block a full-strength attack from a demon king or a human in the late stage of the Unity Realm. If you encounter other difficulties, you can take this scale armor to find me on the Shinshi Island in the North Sea. Luo Qingzhou looked at the silver scale armor in her hand, listened to her words, and suddenly remembered why the red light was so familiar. He immediately raised his head and looked at the noble figure in the sky, and said loudly, Third Prince, when you go to the Great Yan Imperial City to seek revenge, do you also want to repay the favor? As soon as these words came out, Long Yu, who was about to transform into a giant dragon in the sky, was stunned for a moment, looked down at him and said, You. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand, and there was a red scale armor in his hand, which was as red as fire under the morning sun. This aura the dragon scales of the third prince, the Sheep King, who was about to leave, was shocked. Luo Qingzhou finally confirmed it. Shua, Long Yu, who was in the air, suddenly flashed and landed in front of him again. He looked at the red dragon scales in his hand with burning eyes, and then grabbed his shoulders with a look of surprise, and said excitedly, My benefactor. It's you? Luo Qingzhou's expression was still calm at the beginning, I was wearing a mask on my face, and accidentally found you in the basement of the palace. I just wanted to destroy the little emperor's business. But I didn't expect to save you. I remember that there were 8 members of the demon clan. I also remember that the third prince's body was not a dragon at the beginning. So I didn't recognize him for a while. Long you heard. No longer doubting. Surprised. Happy. And excited. He said, Benefactor. It's me. It's indeed me. I was seriously injured when I was overcoming the tribulation. So I was imprisoned by human masters. At that time, I was almost drained of dragon blood. So I look like that the other 8 monsters are now in the Dragon God Palace. They are all very grateful to you. But they are all in seclusion to recover from the torture and injuries they suffered at the time. So they didn't come to find you after saying that. He stepped back a few steps and bowed deeply. Benefactor. Please accept Xiaolong's greetings. This scene immediately shocked all the monster members. As well as Aya and Ren Xiaobei next to Luo Qingzhou. This young man actually saved the third prince. He is the benefactor of the third prince. Coincidentally, this young man saved thousands of old, weak, women and children of the monster clan today, even including the 3 monster kings. This favor is great. I wonder if you can tell me your name. Long you bowed? Luo Qingzhou felt pain and heaviness in his heart. He didn't think much after hearing this and said, Chu Feiyang. Chu Feiyang. Long you remembered it in his heart, and suddenly took out a golden communication disc and said, My benefactor. Can you add me as a friend? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment. And the godly sheep king beside him hurriedly said, Little friend Chu. Add me. Although humans and demons are enemies, little friend Chu has done a great favor to the third prince and us. We will naturally handle major matters between the 2 tribes impartially. But for some private matters, we may be able to help. Long Yu immediately said, No matter what you send me in the future, as long as I can help you, I will be happy. If you don't hurt my demon clan members, I, Long Yu, will never refuse. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Third prince, I have only one request. The Emperor of Dian, the emperor who imprisoned you, and his master, have been killed. The current queen is my wife. So I hope. Long Yu was surprised. The Queen of Dian is actually your wife? Then he immediately said firmly, In this case, don't worry. Xiaolong and his men will naturally not mention this hatred again. Luo Qingzhou then took out his communication disc. The golden disc in Long Yu's hand gently touched his communication disc and said, Don't worry, benefactor. No one here will tell anyone about this matter today. After that, he looked at the other 2 humans again. Aya and Ren Xiaobei's faces changed. The 2 hurriedly swore that they would never reveal anything about today. Long Yu glanced at the rising sun and bowed, saying, My benefactor, Xiaolong has other things to do. So it's time to go. If you have any instructions, just send a message to Xiaolong. No matter how far away, Xiaolong will come as soon as possible. The king of the sheep on the side also said, Friend Chu, if you need anything, we will also help you. Other demon clan masters also immediately said, Friend Chu, if you need anything, just tell us. We will all help you, and will never refuse. Luo Qingzhou bowed in return. Long Yu bowed deeply again, and flew into the sky. Other demon clan members also left one after another. Luo Qingzhou stood there, looking at their backs that were quickly going away, and was in a trance for a moment. Looking at the communication disc in his hand, he stretched out his fingers tremblingly, and turned over the chat record with Sister Yu. Ren Xiaobei and Aya on the side did not dare to speak. Next to him, Hua Gu's body was still sitting there with her eyes closed, motionless. Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, looking at the little things they had experienced in the past, and tears soon blurred his vision. At this moment, a cold and familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Why are you crying? It's time to go back. Luo Qingzhou was shocked.